Welcome in, everyone, to day of our Cracked Racquets Redzone coverage of the 2021 ITA Kickoff weekend. What a first day we had here on our stream. Of course, all of the results were relatively chalk. All of our top seed advancing to today's round of 16 matches. And joining me on the stream today to recap those matches and, of course, get all of you listeners and viewers set for today's day two action. You know him as the forefather of the college tennis ranks formula predictions, never far from the listed UTR, one of the many dames to root for the Liberty Flames. And boy, did he have something to root for yesterday. It's Chris Halliors. Chris, I know you are as excited for day two as I am.
I couldn't be more excited, especially, just to get this started with the Gruskin-Stakowiak battle. It's Baylor and Michigan. Let's go.
Probably never in the history of the ITA Kickoff weekend, Chris, have we had two preseason top 10 teams face off in their very first kickoff match. And you're absolutely right. That's what we have here to start our coverage today. It is going to be Michigan hosting Baylor. We are so excited for that battle because, as you mentioned, it is an Alex Gruskin versus Matt Stakowiak, all cracked rackets battle in this one. Of course, we have 8 matches to provide coverage for all of you viewers today. We are going to be live from the Michigan region, NC State region, live from Columbus. And of course, we get to kick off our West Coast coverage today, as well as the action begins in Los Angeles with the USC region. Of course, there are 12 matches going on throughout the country, and we are going to be monitoring all of them as well. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to show you what's going on in Austin or Fort Worth, but of course, whenever there's college tennis action, we are going be covering it here at Cracked Racquets. And with that in mind, let's quickly recap what we saw on day one, Chris. As I mentioned, it was a chalk day of results. All of the top seeds advancing in Columbus, fairly straightforward. 4-0 results for both the Ohio State Buckeyes and Virginia Cavaliers. Let's start there. Your most impressive things, the things that stood out to you the most from day one in Columbus.
Didn't get to see too terribly much, in Ohio State, just because they didn't get pushed a lot, right? So hard to say anything too terribly impressive, even though, Cannon Kingsley, JJ Tracy, both really impressive starts to what we've got to see of them so far. But, another level today. So that's what we'll be looking forward to. In the other match in Columbus, though, I think when we got to see Virginia, Iowa, we wanted to see what these freshmen look like from Virginia. We couldn't have been more impressed. Super solid. They just made ball after ball. They gave nothing away. That was the most impressive takeaway from the day at Columbus. That was the play of the Virginia freshmen in the lineup. And again, for them, it's another level today. So when they step it up, how does it look? But that's what we got to look forward to today.
No, in Jeffrey von der Schulenburg, I think it's pretty clear Virginia's got one of the top freshmen in the country. Just was rock solid. You're right. That was the biggest takeaway, and shameless plug here, but I'm going to, plug my tweets last night at Great Shot Pod. One of my takeaways that if these Virginia freshmen play this well continuously, we have to start talking about Virginia much more seriously in the broader landscape of this 2021 season. And of course, it's going to be great to get to see them tested today in Columbus against a veteran Ohio State squad. Of course, as you mentioned, Cannon Kingsley really does seem like he's on a path to become the best player in all of college tennis this season. Of course, they got pushed a little bit in doubles yesterday. Credit to Middle Tennessee, who, gave them a push at 1 at the 2 position. Of course, we didn't see Robbie Cash in the lineup. Hearing things out of Columbus, Chris, that might be a permanent fixture, that we're going to see the team of Cash and Mercer try to stick together this year and see if Ty Tucker can play them together. Of course, they had so much success as juniors. Makes sense. You want to get them together on the court here. But of course, they've got legitimately 8 guys probably who can all play in the doubles lineup. So trying to find those spots, you're not going to pull a John McNally, right? He is going to be in the lineup. The question is where and with who. That is a storyline to monitor today. And again, I think only one team's beaten Ohio State in the past 20 years in Columbus. Do we think Virginia can do it today? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to find out, but certainly that is going to be a fun battle. Let's quickly switch gears to Raleigh, and I promise I won't give the monologue this time. I'll let you do it, Chris, because obviously we were in SEC land, and you are our SEC correspondent yesterday. It was a really impressive performance from Tennessee. They dropped the doubles point, but get the 4 singles victories they need to knock off Ole Miss. for NC State. They win the doubles point. Of course, Alexis Galarneau contributing a big win for them at the top of the lineup. They get wins from 4 and 5 to advance over Alabama. Your thoughts on that action and then what we might see today out of Raleigh?
Yeah, again, more of what we expected and really kind of how we expected it, right? In the opener, we saw NC State look just really, really solid, come out as we thought, take the doubles point, get Galarneau at 1, and then have to make sure they find 2 more matches, preferably get 1 or 2 before going into that 5-6 match going on. And yeah, 4 first sets for them really got them off to a quick start. You get doubles in 4 first sets at home in a 4-court facility, and that's tough to beat. And in the end, yeah, Alabama comes back to get a couple at 2 and 3 and in 3 sets and push it to make it go to 5 and 6. But yeah, it was in the end a little too much NC State as Katri gets the win over Retke at 5 to close that one out 4-2. But tight as we expected, not as tight certainly at the start, but it tightened up as time went on. And then the nightcap for sure, the one we were most looking forward to, Ole Miss Tennessee. Tennessee drops the doubles point. Even at that, still thought that their singles depth was going to be able to pull them through just a little too deep for that Ole Miss team. But I'll tell you one of my takeaways in watching that match, and we didn't get to see a lot because the match did end early, but 5 and 6 went on with Tennessee having a 3-2 lead. All they needed was a split. We felt really good about Luca Wiedemann at 5 for Tennessee, and he did show why we felt really good about him and closed that match out. But that match on 6 was already a set to Jacob Kadenow for Ole Miss, and he looked really good. And I've talked to a couple coaches even after that match, and they said that kid is going to be very good for Ole Miss and someone we should be watching. So that's a potential bright spot there for Ole Miss. But yeah, another tight 4-2 match with one going on that Ole Miss was leading at the time.
And talking to Coach Spencer yesterday, I know he was very happy with the way his guys came out to win the doubles point, to take 4 first sets in singles. Yes, they ended up losing at 2 and 3, but when you can build that sort of lead, particularly when you're playing in a facility with only 4 indoor courts and there is that staggered start for the back 2 matches, you just put yourself in a really, commanding position. And it's really hard for any team to overcome that sort of deficit. And so, look, that's what NC State will be trying to do again today against Tennessee. They're going to need to take that doubles point. And, Tennessee lost doubles yesterday, but they lost it in 2 tiebreakers at the 1 and 3 doubles position. So I think if that match comes down to the 5 singles position, as it very well could, if it's a 4-3 battle between NC State and Tennessee, and it's, Katri versus Wiedemann in the end, we're going to be here till 8 p.m. Chris, just watching that match, because that one's going to go on and on and on and on. And so I am expecting a tight battle in Raleigh. But with that in mind, let's talk a little bit about what we are going to see on the stream today. As I mentioned, we are covering all 4 of our host sites here: USC, Michigan, Ohio State, and NC State throughout the day. Let's start in Ann Arbor, my hometown, with what we're going to see this morning. The matchup we have all been waiting for: Michigan, Baylor. Chris, take the.
I mean, you couldn't ask for any more here, right? I mean, we've already talked about the doubles. We're going to get started with some of the best doubles we will probably see all year. I mean, you've got Fenty and Seymour for Michigan, arguably one of the top 3, if not the top doubles teams in the country. Styler and Johnston, again, Johnston, one of the best doubles players in the country. And then for Baylor, you line up just a crazy good set of doubles. You've got Konstantin Franzen and Sven Law, who it looks like are lined up, if we're to believe the online scoring that's posted right now at Michigan, that they're at 1. And they were a former number 1 team in the country. You got Nick Stakowiak and Adrian Boitan at 2. Boitan hits so big, and Stakowiak also a good doubles player. And then Matthias Soto and Charlie Broom at 3, who won the Fayetteville Futures this year, in Arkansas. So 3 tremendous doubles teams. So I expect a great doubles point here.
And we're going to go live now to the Ann Arbor courts, to the Varsity Tennis Center, where you can Kwiatkowski is there in Ann Arbor watching his brother Nick and the Bears compete. And of course, we will be texting with him throughout to get the feeling on the ground. But yeah, no, I mean, it is without a doubt the matchup we are all looking forward to. As I said at the top, 2 top 10 teams in a first round match at this National Indoors. You're looking at a Michigan team that made the National Indoor semifinals last year, that came back and won 4-3 match after 4-3 match against Texas Tech, against Ole Miss, against Texas A&M, against Texas. They dropped the doubles point against Texas last year in the quarterfinals, and they still came back and won the match. This Michigan team had every break go its way, and it was on the back of some really strong performances from guys like Andrew Fenton, Styler, and then maybe last year's January MVP in Nick Beatty. And the one thing that, Michigan, like every team across the country, has is they bring back everyone. And then they get to add a couple of freshmen to the mix as well. The thing is, according to our coaches poll, yet in our Cracked Racquets poll, we have them number 3, because when you look at their roster, Chris, 1 through 12, everyone's played some degree of college tennis and everyone's had success at it.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got 3 guys minimum that are solid number 1 guys on teams. You got Charlie Broom, who was number 1 at Dartmouth for years. You got Nick Stakowiak coming off number 1 at Duke. You got Matthias Soto, who's been number 1 for Baylor. Then you also bring in Spencer Furman from Duke. You're still bringing back Adrian Boitan. I mean, and then all the other returners they've got. It's just a ridiculous. Field 2 teams, and that second team of 7 through 12 is probably like a number 15 team.
Yeah, it's just silly. I mean, Connie Franzen has lost like 6 dual matches in his career, or maybe fewer, and he's probably not going to be playing singles today. And so it speaks to the depth that they have. And of course, they have a new head coach as well, and it's going to be Coach Michael Woodson looking to steer the ship for the Bears. We had the chance to speak with Coach Woodson. We had the chance to actually speak with Coach Steinberg as well before the season. So if you would like to hear more from them on their thoughts for the year, hear more on where they think their team can go this season, be sure to go check out our website, crackedrackets.com. You can find them on the Cracked Interviews podcast, those interviews wherever you listen to your podcast, as we see these teams now getting ready for the national anthem. Chris, I'm going to do it. Give me your prediction heading into this match. Give me the match calculus that you see breaking down.
Wow. I mean, for Michigan, I think that to have a good shot here, I think they need to win the doubles point. And to keep it ultra competitive, I'll say I hope they do, because I think Baylor is just so strong and so deep in singles. It will be very tough for Michigan to win 4 of those singles points. I mean, Michigan at home, though, it's tough. I think I got to lean Baylor in a 4-3 match.
This is going to be a really fun one, folks. Now, Baylor came to Ann Arbor 2 seasons ago, beat the Wolverines to qualify for the National Indoors. So this is a place they've won before, but this is a different Michigan team. This is a confident Michigan team. Now, last year we did see them lose to the Wolfpack at home to start their season, but it's ITA kickoff time. And these Wolverines are hungry. They got a taste of being in a national semifinal last year. And look, I know this program. I speak to these guys. I know how excited they are for this match, to get this sort of opportunity this early in the season. But man, Baylor's really, really, really good. And they're really, really, really deep. And so if you're Michigan, the match calculus is you need to win the doubles point, as Chris mentioned, and then you need to have the 2 best players in the match in Andrew Fenty and Andre Styler. If you can do that, you found a pathway to 3 points. Now, 3 through 6 are the best flights on the Baylor roster, and they could legitimately just run an inside straight there and win the match 4-3, as you mentioned. But Nick Beatty at home versus Nick Stakowiak? Give me the Wolverines 4th. Yeah, give me the Wolverines 4-3 because if you don't believe in your boys, no one will. So I'll take the Wolverines to win the match, but this is going to be a close one, for folks. There's also a world, by the way, if Baylor wins the doubles point, this one could get scary. This one could be a 4-0, 4-1 sort of affair with Michigan maybe leading elsewhere, but Baylor just taking care of business down at the bottom of the singles lineup. Quickly, before the action gets underway in Ann Arbor, and again, we see these players now circling up, getting ready. We do have another match going on that we will peek on occasionally here on our broadcast stream. It's Alabama taking on Ole Miss in an SEC consolation battle in Raleigh. Quick preview of that match. Who you got, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think Ole Miss, even though they had a tough one with Tennessee, that was another level up from where the Alabama match was. I think that Ole Miss probably, I mean, this has a chance to be really, really competitive. Ole Miss good in doubles. I kind of think they take that doubles point, and if they get that doubles point, I'll say that Ole Miss. Now Sandklin ought to win today in his match. I think they get like a 4-2 type win over Bama, but another very competitive match. We expect all those matches at NC State, as we said, all four teams very, very even.
I think it's 4-2 minimum. I think Ole Miss wins the doubles point. They are a legitimate good doubles team, probably top 15 across the country at a minimum. I think they do get out to that 1-0 lead. Here's the thing. What I learned yesterday, never count Finn Reynolds out. And him and Zhao are going to grind today. That match is going to get physical. If Ole Miss that wins that one, they win this match. If not, I really like the depth of Alabama, and I didn't get to see much of Ole Miss at 6. I think the recipe for them is 1, 2, and 6 today. If they can get a repeat performance there, I think Sandklin. It's an interesting matchup, right? Because the Bama player is going to serve and volley, going to attack that Sandklin backhand. I think Ole Miss gets doubles 1, 2, and 6. I think they take this 4-2, but I think it is one that ends up going the distance. I think we do see those second two matches being played.
Yeah, I totally agree there. And how about, again, for Reynolds, another lefty on lefty battle today?
Yeah, it's just what we deserve, Chris. It's just what we deserve. And of course, again, at 11 o'clock, we get a couple of other matches underway that we won't be able to stream. Wake Forest down their top two players, Barbotzer and Henry Squire, this weekend, travel to TCU and going to take on Oklahoma to kick off their kickoff campaign. Of course, we also have Arizona taking on Liberty in Austin. 1 p.m., we're going to have our first West Coast match. It's going to be a battle of Pac-12 schools, UCLA taking on Cal. At the 2 p.m. hour, we get our second wave of Raleigh and Ann Arbor matches, NC State versus Tennessee to advance to the national indoors. And then A&M taking on Pepperdine. 3 p.m., a couple more matches we're not going to get to broadcast here, but of course we will monitor TCU Denver and then Texas Florida to advance to the national indoors. That is an upset alert match for sure. We've also got 3:30 indoors qualifying match, Ohio State versus Virginia. So thrilled for that. So thrilled to see ITA preseason number 1 USC take on UNLV at 6 p.m. And then, of course, we've got Iowa taking on Middle Tennessee as the nightcap, 6:30. Hope all of you will stay with us on the call today as we get excited for what should be, again, a phenomenal day of college tennis across the country. Chris, as you can see on screen, players tossing the coin. We wish it was rock, paper, scissors. It's not yet. We'll get to that point at, eventually. If you're listening to this at the ITA, that's one of my rule changes. Coin toss, a little bit boring. Feel like we can be a little bit more creative. Imagine these players right now playing rock, paper, scissors. Imagine the crowd going nuts when Andrew Fenty throws paper and he covers the rock of Nick Stakowiak. I mean, that's how you get a match started. So, of course, we are all thrilled for the tennis to get underway. We're going to kick things off here at the number 1 doubles court where, again, we have a battle on our hands, folks. Two of the top teams in the country going head-to-head here. Andrew Fenty, Matthias Seamark, taking on Connie Franzen, Sven Law of the Baylor Bears. It looks like the Wolverines have won the toss and elected to serve. Chris, let's rock and roll.
Let's get going, Alex.
Of course, we have a delay here. A ball already rolls on the court. That's just fitting, right? It's poetry there. And of course, if you are listening to the match volume warning in advance, the Wolverines get loud, folks. This is going to be one of those volume up sort of matches. I legitimately think, Chris, this is probably the first home match I've missed for the Wolverines 4 years. I don't know if that's embarrassing or something to be proud of. As you see him put the volley away there at net. Of course, right away, Patrick Maloney coming over from court 3. Again, that's what part of being a Wolverine is. Coach Steinberg's team, never lacking in spirit or charisma.
Again, we're having a little, it sounds like I might be slightly ahead of you, Alex. I'm not sure. We're having a little technical difficulty we're synced up here. So I'll listen in to make sure we're synced on our video and I don't get ahead.
I believe that was a sneaky down the line pass there.
Yeah, you're definitely behind.
I think we're even.
No,
I'm a little behind for sure.
Yeah, that next point just ended for me.
Yeah, the next point just ended for me.
We'll get that all worked out here so we get our audio synced. Video.
And again, you see them coming over. Styler, Johnston, the number 2 doubles team, coming to give some love to their number 1 team. You see Coach Steinberg in between courts 1 and 2.
And we had quick holds on the other 2 courts. Court 2 for Baylor, court 3 for Michigan. So on serve, 1 love in each of those. And we'll make that 3 holds across the board.
So again, your update on the lineups here today. There was a challenge. Ultimately, the former number 1 team of the country and La and Franzen for Baylor initially listed at the number 1 2 doubles position, for the Bears, now listed at the number 1 doubles position. They take on the team of Fenty and Seymour. Worth noting, both of these teams, you look at the ITA preseason rankings. They're 2 of the highest ranked teams in the country right now. Currently, for the Bears, that team of La and Franzen, 10 for the Wolverines, Fenty and Seymour. The number 2 team to start the season. Of course, you look elsewhere, and again, this is where the Baylor's doubles shines through. Their number 2 team of Soto and Stakowiak, currently number 30, or excuse me, I think they're the number 2 team. Are they the number 3 team? Am I mixing this up here? Excuse me, they split that team. That's what it is. That's why I'm mixing it up. But Soto and Stakowiak were the number 33 team currently in the country. You look for Baylor. Those are their 2 ranked teams, of course, from Michigan. They've also got the team of Styler and Johnston. That team currently unranked, but we saw them have success for the Wolverines last season when they needed to step in to that number 1 doubles position. So a lot of talent across here. When you can put Charlie Broom, who with his partner at Dartmouth qualified NCAA doubles tournament with Matthias Soto, who number 1 singles player for the Bears, as matched with Stakowiak doubles, and that's your 3 doubles team. I mean, would it surprise you, Chris, if this Baylor team dropped fewer than 2 doubles points on the season?
No, that wouldn't necessarily surprise me. I'm also looking at this court 1, Alex, and I don't think our online scoring is correct. Because that certainly looks like Adrian Boitan serving to me. Neither
or maybe
Connie Franzen or Sven La is that tall.
Are you sure Connie didn't just slim down a little bit? Connie's a big boy.
It could be. I'm trying to get a good look. I didn't get a good look at 2.
I have to say, I think that's Connie.
It could be. try to get I can't get the Baylor guys are far court on court 2, so.
No, I think that is them because I'm pretty sure that's Sven Law.
Okay. I'll have to enlarge
this. Is like yesterday. This is like yesterday when you were so certain that NC State wasn't wearing red.
Yeah, I can now see. I was gonna. Sven usually rocks a little bit of a facial hair on the lower side, and I got a little look at some there.
And now, of course, it's Law and Franzen. 2 game points, and of course you see Wolverines playing 2 back on the Franzen serve. Saw the Bears respect Franzen similarly. Excuse me, 30 all, not 40, 30. Well, that's a rope.
For your Wolverines on court 3 with a deuce point and a chance to break here.
Styler and Johnston holding on 2 as well. 1 all, yes, excuse me, 40-15, now 40-30 for the Bears. And of course, we'll be sure to jump around from court to court as well throughout this doubles point. Anytime you get 2 top 10 teams, you got to start there.
Well, they didn't get that deuce point on 3, but we've got another one here on 1.
Well, that's an overhead from Andrew Fenty indeed. Hits that ball at Sven Law. Notice how Law, by the way, doesn't flinch. And by the way, have a confirmation text. It is indeed Connie and Sven at 1, Boytan Stakoyak 2, Broom Soto 3. Guys, don't blame Chris. He's 55. Cataracts, just evident.
6 tiny screens and these old eyes.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Beatty, Maloney, Broom, Soto. That's a really fun battle. Bears get the hold, though, 4-1 all.
I think we got a technical difficulty worked out. We should be synced up here now, Alex, if you've got that.
So now it's 1 all on all 3 courts.
We've had a couple good early deuce games, but this is kind of what we expect to see with doubles teams as good as we have here. Lots of holds. Good chance to see some breakers, I think.
We'll stick with Fenty and Seymour. Lon Franzen for one more changeover.
I think this is given the new, what I'll call kind of the newer pairing or maybe more underdog pairing of Beatty and Maloney at 3, that may be a tough one for Michigan against Broom and Soto there. But I think this Fenty Seymour match feels like a must for Michigan to get this doubles point. They are the heart of this doubles team.
See, normally I would agree with you, but I kind of like the pairing of Beatty and Maloney. Those are 2 guys with big power from all places on the court. And look, Broom, Soto, they are going to get scrappy. And believe me, we're going to head to that match. I think that's where we're going to go next, Wes. doubles number 3 after this changeover. But certainly you look for the Wolverines when you have Fenty and Seymour at 1. Fenty, Seymour 1, Johnston, Styler at 2. That's always your recipe. You go into every match thinking that's the one for you. Of course, here now, big 30-all point for the Wolverines.
Baylor didn't particularly care for that call, but it looks like it stands as an out call, no overrule.
I saw you make a face, and I was like, oh, no. What did I miss? But yes, indeed, it was the close call. From Indianapolis, it looked out.
Yeah, this is going to get a little
far sideline.
A little chippy here as you watch this one.
We can call Stachowiak and ask him.
Back-to-back points. The Baylor guys thinking they're getting hooked here, but that one I thought was wide, but again, it's so very hard to tell on small screens that aren't, HD quality exactly.
No, definitely. Look, big serving, big hitting, tight calls. We've got it all here today, folks, here in this college tennis match. Westoff, let's go to number 3 doubles now, if we can, so that we can enjoy a little bit of this new team, Broom and Soto, see how they compete against the team of Beatty, Maloney. Again, for these Baylor Bears, you get in Charlie Broom, a guy who won singles for his Dartmouth men's tennis team for the majority of his 4-year career, a guy who has made the NCAA doubles tournament, a guy who now, is being asked to play the number 3 doubles position, Chris. And I just think when you ask that of a guy of Charlie Broom and Matthias DeSoto experience, I mean, if you're Coach Michael Woodson, you pencil in the number 3 doubles position as a victory probably in every match.
Yeah, as we said, I mean, it's a new pairing, so you never know. Maybe it was one good run for them when they went and played in Fayetteville together and just ran right through the Futures tournament and took the doubles title. But I mean, the fact that you took a professional doubles title in your first outing means obviously there's something there. But still new. They clearly don't know the ins and outs of each other's game. They're not only are they new doubles team, they're new as teammates this year with Charlie Broom coming in, as you said. So there's potential there for these Michigan guys, I think, to be able to think they can take them down. But yeah, it's definitely if you're going to pick a 3 doubles team and you get to throw those 2 guys out there, I think any coach in the country would be happy to take that.
Sentence that one sky high. It's now 40-15 here for the Bears. Westoff, if we can we go to 2 doubles? I believe we have 2 break points for the team of Boytan and Stachowiak against Styler and Johnston. Westoff's on his 1s and 2s today, folks. That's why he's the best in the business. We'll see here if they're to get the break of serve. Have to imagine this is the Connor Johnston serve. Johnston may be the best hands in the nation, but definitely not the biggest weapons at his disposal. When you're playing 2 returners, the quality of Stachowiak and Boytan. God, watching Nick bounce just makes me angry on that. Ball lands in, and there's the break. Styler lets that ball get over his head, just hits the baseline. That roar you hear was indeed Matt Stachowiak in the background as Nick, Adrian get the break to take a 3-1 lead here at number 2. And if you are head coach Michael Woodson, you absolutely love that. You also love now your team's making a push. Broom, Soto, love 30 over Beatty and Maloney. We're going to stick. Actually, let's go back to court number 3 if we can, Westoff. Anytime we have a break opportunity, that's something for us to get excited about. So let's go now to doubles court number 3. We're up this match. Love 30. Broom and Soto lead Beatty and Maloney here. Lefty Nick Beatty serving on the near side of your camera.
And these doubles matches go so quick. only 6-game set, 1 6-game set. So one break gets you a quick advantage, and immediately you turn your focus to the other 2 courts, thinking you don't want to go down another break anywhere else. So a big game here for Beatty to try to hold. You don't want to be in the whole breaks on 2 courts right off the bat.
Absolutely. And you see Coach Steinberg now has moved to this position in between the 1 and 3 doubles courts. Beatty, by the way, big second serve into the body. You love to see Maloney looking to move on the second serve as well. It's now 15-30. Yeah, that's the Nick Beatty we saw all last season. Yeah. Big serving, aggressive tennis. You see Andrew Fenty coming over, giving his guys a fist bump. Again, if you're looking for time violations, Michigan's the team to accuse. So huge 30-all here.
He had to be super confident that was out, because he even lined up to hit it and then stopped.
Look, I have to say, a line judge is right there. With that ball going as slowly as it did, one has to think the correct call was made.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying, he had to, in his own mind, he had to be really sure that was out, knowing that it was right in front of the chair, right? I mean, if you kind of make one of those semi-questionable calls, even if you think it's out but you're not sure, that's not the place to do it on a ball that slow.
So a big push from Michigan. And Westhoff, I'm going to ask you to go to court 1. We missed it as we were watching Beatty and Maloney hold. Fenty, Seymour. Oh, excuse me. We did not miss it. The scoreboard is ahead, so a little bit of a spoiler here. But, folks, we might have a break on our hands on court 1. Let's watch. We do indeed have a break on our hands. Fenty, Seymour, 3-1 lead now for the Wolverines over Law and Franzen, of course, Boitans, Stakowiak. 3-1 lead for the Bears over Styler and Johnston at 2. 3 doubles right now. Beatty getting out of a love 30 hole to hold against Broom and Soto. Things heating up in Ann Arbor. We are going to stick with court number 1 because, as we all know, it's not a break of serve until you consolidate it with a hold. You're always feeling good when you've got Andrew Fenty serving for your doubles team, but it's not a hold till it's a hold, Chris. So we'll see what he's got here.
It also looks like, am I reading that right? If the score serving is correct on the score, they got the break back on 2, Alex? Or is the serving score wrong, indicator wrong? It's 3-2 Baylor.
They did indeed get the break back. So Michigan makes the push here across the board in doubles. And we knew this was going to come. This Michigan team, so spirited. Doubles, something they've prided themselves on under Coach Steinberg. And by the way, if at any point you hear my bias coming through as someone who left the University of Michigan in 2017, which really wasn't that long ago, please yell at me in the YouTube comments. I won't here. I rock the Bears as well. Nick Stakowiak is family here at Cracker Racquets, so obviously we've got our feet dipped into both pools here. But keep me honest, folks. That's what I want to hear. Of course, again, I think thus far, Chris, 25 minutes into the action, we're getting the match we expected.
Yeah, I'm expecting a tight doubles point. We're getting it, that's for sure. Fenty and Seymour showing us why we said one of the top 3 doubles teams in the country. And hard to argue that Law and Franzen aren't one of the other 2.
Yeah, first of all, this match it's seen a lot of high-quality tennis, and I know we've been jumping to court, but look, that Andrew Fenty serve indoors, it's not easy to deal with, and you see there Seymour with the +1 poach. So the Wolverines now 30-15 up there. We're going to go to court number 2 after this to see if Styler and Johnston can consolidate their break, but we'll watch Andrew Fenty serve one more point here. 30-15. So now 40-15 for the Wolverines. Score update from Raleigh. Ortiz and Sepulveda, Chris. 2-0 early lead over San Cullins and Reynolds at 1. That's Bama over Ole Miss. 1-all at the number 3 doubles position. 2 doubles, no score indicated yet. I'm guessing someone had to take an emergency bathroom break, but until we know otherwise, we'll keep you in the loop. It's a big hold for the Wolverines. They consolidate the break for Westhoff. Let's go to court number 2 now. 15:30. Styler and Johnston. Excuse me. Well, you're about to see. I apologize. A little spoiler alert for all of you at home. 15:30 now. Styler and Johnston. Again, they got the break back. The question being here, can they get the hold they need? You also see 30-15 right now on court 3 for U of M's Patrick Maloney. 3-all, 30-all now there. So we'll keep that in mind as well. Keep an eye on that scoreboard. If we may have to head over to 3 if there's a break point chance here right now. Again, 15:30, Styler of Michigan serving on the near side of your screen. Connor Johnson probably wants one of those volleys back, but a big fist pump from him as Andre Styler puts that overhead away. And I have to say, the reason I feel I like this doubles pairing so much, Styler and Johnston, reminds me a lot of the Michigan club tennis pairing of Rothman and Gruskin. I think you can guess who was who, Chris.
Oh.
So we see big 30-all point now for Michigan. Actually, Westhoff, I'm going to ask you to go to court 3 if you don't mind, because we have a deuce point coming up in Beatty Maloney Broom Soto. Deuce point coming up here. So point chance for the Bears. So excuse me, now we have a deuce point chance, and they're going to go to the side of Matthias Soto. Getting scoreboard a little bit ahead. I'm going to hide it from my view so I don't cheat for any of you listeners. We'll watch it together. Plus, I'm too nervous to see what happened. Return going to Matthias Soto. He's on the ad side. It's Broom on the deuce for the Bears. Second serve. Sorry. Sometimes it happens, folks. Double fault from Maloney. Bears get the break 4-3 now. Styler Johnston did get the hold 4-3-all. So, folks, if you came here looking for me and Matt Stakowiak to get in a fist fight, it might just happen. 3-all right now at number 2 doubles. 4-1 Wolverines at the number 1 position. 4-3 up a break are Broom and Soto at number 3. Let's go back to that number 2 spot, Chris, because Westhoff, because it looks like things may just break down, coming down to their currently love 15 for Styler Johnston in, I believe, the Nick Stakowiak service game, Chris. And, you know, again, you look at this doubles matchup, you look at this doubles team. Your thoughts on this matchup here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, another new pairing, if you will, in Boitan and Stakowiak. They haven't had a lot of time to play together, so a really good pairing with the big hitter in Boitan and Stakowiak, super solid. But Johnston and Styler very familiar with each other. So, you know, the Wolverines certainly can hope that a little bit of that experience pays off for them. But Boitan's just a tough guy. He's a tough guy to get around at the net, and he hits really big with a big serve. So just a very, very dangerous doubles player, Boitan is.
15 all. By the way, deuce point. Westhoff, if you can, go to court one quickly. We have a deuce point coming up for Fenty, Seymour, La Franzen.
Yeah, this would all but cement 5-1 double break would be a bit too much.
Big ace for Stakowiak, by the way. Maybe it's the Boitan service game. Can't quite tell still. 30-15 there. 40 love for Bodo. Looks like they're going to be able to consolidate that break. So a big hold for the Bears to stay alive at the number 1 position. 4-2 Westhoff. I'm going to ask you to go back to 2 doubles now. Where a big 30 all point coming. Now again, some of you scoreboard cheaters may know what's going to happen, but we'll keep the element of suspense in the room for you on the stream.
Yeah, definitely. If you're not the guy with 4 screens, 6 screens pulled up like we are, definitely best to keep just our YouTube channel up with the video and audio together. Otherwise, you definitely run the risk of getting ahead with the spoilers either on the live stream if you have it up yourself or the scoring.
Now 40-30 here. Bears look to get a much-needed hold. It's too good. From the team of Boitan and Stakowiak, they hold 4-3 on serve here. Let's go to the number 1 position, Westhoff. Watch Fenty and Stars. They currently lead. It's either 30 or 40 love. We have a quote from our man on the ground, Matt Kwiatkowski. Matty's saying there's an energy in this building. No fans, but you can still feel it in the atmosphere. And again, that's what Coach Steinberg wants out of his Michigan team. He wants them to be loud, be energetic, make it more than just a tennis match. Sounds much better in person than I'm sure it does via computer. But it's the real deal, folks. So the hold for Fenty and Seymour. They lead 5-2 now at the number 1 position. I mean, Westhoff, you know we got to be locked in at number 2. So let's go back there now. It was Connor Johnston that got broken for the Wolverines the first time around. All due respect to Connor. Definitely the most vulnerable part of his game is that serve. Of course, it helps when you have Andre Styler at the net here, but this is the position both teams are circling right now. By the way, 5-4 currently. Broom Soto about to serve for that one, so we'll go there as things get close to wrapping up. We'll have 15 here, though, for the Bears.
Does indeed feel like it's going to come down, as you called, Alex. It just feels like it's going to come down to that number 2 match. Fenty and Seymour continuing to hold their break lead. Still a break lead on 3, getting close to the end of these sets. The match on 2 may just very well be the decider.
And love 30 hole here for the Wolverines. Stakowiak, Boitan landing 2 big returns. They just look confident, Chris. These Baylor Bears, they look ready. Boitan calling that ball a little bit long. Chair umpire agrees. So now it's 15-40. By the way, 30 love right now on court number 3. So there's 2 points away right now. Taking a 1-0 set lead. I will remind all of you, of course, if you're viewing this on Redzone, you know the rules of college tennis by now. But in case we have any new viewers, these matches played best of 7 points. The doubles portion worth 1 point. Whichever team can win 2 out of the 3 doubles set, that elusive doubles point. Of course, then each of the 6 singles matches that will follow will be worth 1 point. And again, first team to 4 wins the match. Of course, the better your opponent, the more difficult it is to win 4 singles matches against anyone. That's why that doubles point is so important here. 15-40. 3 more break chances for the Baylor Bears.
Great placement on the volleys.
I mean, that's how you draw it up. Drop volley, get something high, split the middle, another break point fought off. 2 more chances for the Bears. By the way, 30 all at the number 3 doubles position right now. So gonna keep an eye on that scoreboard in case you have to jump over there immediately. This is the fun of this red zone here. We'll see what happens again. Break chance here for the Bears.
Oh, that ball lands in.
Oh. Hey, man. Nick Stakowiak gonna Nick Stakowiak. That lob dropping beautifully over Connor Johnston's head. So break goes to the Bears, 5-3. Westhoff, if you can, quickly hit 3 doubles. Looks like we have a 40-30 double match point chance for Baylor. Excuse me, is it a deuce point? Is it a 40? I don't know, folks. You'll find out as soon as I find out. But deuce point here for the Bears. So deuce point, set point for them here at 3 doubles. Quick 30 love lead for them at the number 2 doubles position as well. So Baylor here could quickly wrap up this doubles point.
I believe that point was what got it to deuce. Now we'll see the deuce point coming.
Okay, there we go. So this doubles point could be over already, folks. Ah, gosh darn scoreboard. I'm so upset with you. So we'll see here. And they choose to go.
And now Stakowiak, we got to go back to court 2 after this match here.
That'll do it. Bears take a 6-4 decision at 3. Yes, let's go back to the number 2 doubles position. 30 love right now for the Bears. It looks like they have Stakowiak serving. Interesting. Yeah. That means he served first for them. But no, if you're the Wolverines, this is not the start you were looking for. I'm covering up the scoreboard so that it doesn't spoil with any of you. 30-15 in my mind as well.
And we obviously have a tight one on 2. We also have a deuce match point on 1 for Michigan, but this court 2 is all that matters right now.
40-15 for the Bears. Triple match point for the doubles point here on court number 2. Kick over to end date after this. See what's going on in Ole Miss, Alabama. But yeah, right now, it's all Bears, folks. And that'll do it big doubles point goes to the Bears with their singles depth to take that 1-0 lead. That is a critical result. And they will take a 1-0 lead in this opening ITA kickoff match over the hosting Michigan Wolverines. Of course, we will come back to this site in a little bit. And Chris, just again, before I suppose we kick it over to NC State, your thoughts on that doubles point?
I think it makes it a really tough uphill battle for Michigan now. As we said, the Baylor singles lineup is just stacked. That was a point that Michigan really needed, but you certainly can't count the Wolverines out. But now, as you said, now they've almost got to look. Their top two guys, 1-2, have to win. They probably needed to get a win at 6, I'll say, and then Beatty's going to have to win too. It's going to be tough to find 4 singles matches against these guys, but we'll see. We'll see if all the hype we've given this Baylor singles lineup is the real deal here real quick.
No, I mean, this Michigan team likes to pull rabbits out of their derriere, but they're going to have to do that again. They are going to have to run an inside straight on this Baylor team, and to do it with the depth they have, it's going to have to be probably a recipe of a Fenty, of a Styler, of a Beatty. But even if you get all 3 of those, that's only 3 matches. You need to find a 4th one now as well. And again, with the depth, the strength of this Baylor roster, that's going to be really, really tough to do. So again, it's an uphill climb now for Wolverines. And certainly if you are a Baylor Bear fan, what an exceptional first 35 minutes for you. We talked about how important and how strong their doubles lineup can be. And even on a day when the former number 1 team in the country, Franson and Law, fall or are down 5-2 to the Michigan team, it's that depth for the Bears continuing to shine through. It's a really strong way for them to start their season. So again, they take a 1-0 lead. Let's flip over now to NC State, where we're going to start on stream number 3 again, which of course is court number 1 here. Court number 1 here in Raleigh, to watch a battle between San Cullen and Reynolds and Ortiz and Sepulveda. Right now, San Cullen and Reynolds up 5-2. After taking, they lost the first 2 games of the match, have run off 5 since. Of course, St. Cullen and Reynolds clinched the double point for Ole Miss yesterday. The number 7 doubles team in the country right now, looking awfully good to put 1 point on the board for the Rebels. Of course, at the number 2 doubles position, it's Kakovalta and Roberto for Bama taking on Slavic and Kadanau. That's currently tied at 3, all at 3 doubles. It's Diaz Ferreri up 3-2, Draheim and Junk. Chris, how important is it for this Ole Miss team to win the doubles point again today?
I don't think probably quite as important for them as it is for Alabama. I think Alabama, with what we saw yesterday, even in the singles, they're going to be fighting a little bit of, uphill in singles. So really a big point for Alabama. Ole Miss could overcome I believe losing the doubles. It won't be easy if they do, but a little more possible for them. But definitely the advantage in the match will swing to the team that wins this doubles match, I think. But Ole Miss a little more capable of digging out of the 1-0 hole.
And you see today the Rebels switching up their gear. They're in the slightly lighter shade of red on the far side of your court. Alabama, the dark crimson on the near side. Looks like San Cullen is serving.
Yeah, this should just be illegal. I mean, what happened to the home and away white versus something?
I know. This is horrifying. On a red court as well. It's like, oh, okay, so you don't want any of us to know what's going on? Cool.
Yeah. But no, yeah, definitely this is on the receiving side. Ortiz in the deuce court up in the service box for Alabama.
And it does look like, by the way, that it's Reynolds serving. Reynolds serving, being the lefty,
yeah.
Yes.
Ben Reynolds serving for Ole Miss. And that was it.
I think you're a little bit ahead of us, Chris, but we know now match point here for Reynolds. It's a really nice poach from San Cullen. That's a really nice bounce back from this doubles team of San Cullen and for Ole Miss. 6-2 decision at number 1. Let's go now to stream number 2, court number 2 for some number 2 doubles action. Westhoff, as we see the team currently of Kakovalta and Roberto currently leading the Ole Miss team of Slavic and Kadanau 4-3. Looks like that match is on serve. given the body language of these two Crimson Tide players walking towards us now. Kwiatkowski is a big man, Chris.
No, this is yep, on serve. So Bama 4-3 here.
Also up 4-3 now at the number 3 doubles position. And as we said earlier, by the way, kicking off in 15 minutes, Wake Forest taking on Oklahoma. We'll be sure to let you know what Wake Forest is actually doing with their singles lineup. Your guess is as good as ours at this point. Of course, we'll lose Chris spiritually from about 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. as his heart, head, soul will be in Austin, Texas with the Liberty Flames, taking on Arizona. And of course, we will be monitoring for when the action begins in Ann Arbor. Give you a read through those lineups now. We see a poll in the lineup, Chris. And by the way, if you listen to our Cracked Racquets podcast, you know we thought this might happen. We thought he might be a placeholder. In the end, Beatty up to the number 5 position. Bickerstaff up to 6. Coach Steinberg pulling their freshman from the lineup, much as he did in doubles. So we'll go from 6-1 here in Michigan Baylor. It's going to be Bickerstaff versus Furman. Worth noting, Spencer Furman. What did he play? 2 for Duke last season?
Yeah. Stokoyak Furman, I think we're 1-2.
Yeah, so, 6 singles, not too bad. Number 5 singles position, Charlie Broom, former number 1 for Dartmouth, taking on Michigan's Nick Beatty. Number 4 position is going to be Baylor's Nick Stokoyak, taking on Patrick Maloney. Number 3, it's going to be Baylor's Sven Law, taking on Michigan Matthias Seymour. Number 2, Soto versus Styler. Feel like those two, we know them well enough. I can go just by last names. And number 1 singles position, going to be Andrew Fenty against Baylor's big hitting Adrian Boitan. So, should be a really fun singles portion. Again, Baylor, so important that they get that doubles point. Really puts Michigan in a tough position now, given the depth this team has. Tough volley there. Looks like players are back on court in Mexico. Head over there in a little bit. Watch this action finish up here in Raleigh. It's a good move there from the Ole Miss player. Had the volley he wanted, just cooked it a little bit long. So we see the Crimson Tide making a move here at 2 doubles. I believe they're on serve as well at the number 3 position. Of course, yesterday for Ole Miss, it was the number 3 doubles team of Drheim and Junk winning a tiebreaker to give them half of their doubles point. Ooh. Slightly overcooks the volley. And I believe Bama gets the break. So 5-3 Bama now on court number 2, 4-all now on court number 3. So they're on serve. I don't want to be disrespectful to this team, but we'll come back to it at closer to wrapping up at that number 3 doubles position. Westhoff, let's go back to Michigan if we can now. Let's watch a little bit of the number 1 singles action get underway between Andrew Fenty and Adrian Boitan. That should be, again, a big hitting battle between two of the most powerful players in college tennis.
I'll throw in here, Alex, for those that were following, I don't know if you echoed my schedule, the tweet I put out with the schedule. It looks like, even though it's one of our non-broadcast matches, I thought the Texas matches were back-to-back, but it looks like because of the dual host site, both men's matches at 3 p.m. Eastern today. So consolation and championship match, it appears both 3 p.m. Eastern at Texas for anybody wanting to keep up with those scores. My 11 a.m. time for that consolation match appears to be wrong.
Happens to the best of us, buddy. I mean, so Chris, when you look at this singles breakdown again, but just want to do a quick run through again. When you look at the match calculus for each of these players, each of these teams, excuse me. Let's start with the Baylor Bears, up 1-0 after doubles. I see Matt Stokowiak just licking his chops up there. What do you think, is the recipe for them to find points 2, 3, and 4? By the way, 2 early break chances here for Andrew Fenty. 3, excuse me.
I think if I'm Baylor, I don't feel bad anywhere, but definitely the strength of my team is 3 through 6. So now that you've got the doubles point in pocket and you tell me, hey, I can look at 3 through 6 and I just, I need to get 3 of those 4, even if, and I'm not giving up on 1, 2, but I'm just saying that's the strength. I like my chances of 3 of the 4 matches at 3 through 6 any day. And for Michigan, I think on the flip side, that is exactly what they have to do. Is they have to take 1 and 2, and then they still got to find a way to split 3 through 6, and that's going to be a tough find. Tough to find 3 matches. I mean, Nick, we both thought, hey, Nick Beatty's the guy that's going to have to come through. I like his chances a lot better against Spencer Furman than I do now sliding up and having to play Charlie Broom. What a rough intro for him.
By the way, here we pick up with this Adrian Boitan. Boitan just hit maybe the hardest forehand I've seen thus far of the college tennis season, but still 2 more break chances for Fenty, and he gets the break to start for the Wolverines. Now, Chris, Andrew Fenty looked really, really bad last weekend in Columbus during the Ohio State Invitational. But guess what? It was the opening weekend of the season. He is a guy who comes in as one of the 20 best players in the country. And more importantly, we saw what he did for the Wolverines last season. Wins over USC, wins over Ito of Texas, and, just was able to, whenever his team needed it most, it felt like was able to get the big match at the number 1 singles position. Now, Michigan was a polarizing team for us the offseason because obviously based on what they did on the court, there's a lot of reasons to be excited about them in 2021. But of course, you actually watch those results if you were there. A lot of it was chance. A lot of it was luck. A lot of it was deuce points breaking their way. They really rode an inside straight. Everything went right for this Michigan team in 2020. I guess my question to you is, for them to repeat that performance in 2021, Andrew Fenty probably has to be a top 10 player in the country for them this season, right?
Yeah, no question. I mean, Michigan they've got some decent depth, but it's not the depth that these other top 10 teams have. So if they're going to put themselves in that position. Fenty and Styler are going to have to win matches at the top like they were winning those matches at the top when we were watching them at indoors last year. And we know Fenty's capable, right? I mean, how many guys can say they beat J.J. Wolf in their college career, right? I mean, Fenty's done it. What did Wolf do? Lose, I don't even, 2 matches that year, maybe?
2, literally 2.
So he's got that kind of potential. He's just, but he's going to have to do it for this team to try to be and stay a top 10 team this year. The other thing there, obviously, Michigan well suited for indoors. We got the season cut short last year, so they've got to get off to that good start indoors because it's not quite the same for them when it gets outdoors. I wouldn't say that they are as drastic a difference as some teams we know that are just, rock solid indoors and then definitely comes down a level outdoors. But that's indoors is definitely more the Michigan speed, if you will.
Well, first of all, this Adrian Boitan forehand is scary. It is just so good. But also to something we have talked about throughout this match, Broom, Stakowiak, early 2-0 leads already on courts 4 and 5 for the Bears. Now Bickerstaff for number 6 singles, the freshman for Michigan, was able to hold on a deuce point against Furman. But yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle, certainly, for the Wolverines. By the way, right now, 6-3, Alabama able to hold to take that number 2 doubles position. So it's going to come down to the number 3 doubles position where it's 5-all there. We will continue to monitor if Drheim Junk get the break here. We'll switch back over. If not, we'll wait until potentially the tiebreaker to decide there. For now, Westhoff, let's go to the number 4 singles position, if we can, please, here at Michigan, because I want to watch a little of Nick Stakowiak. I never get to enjoy my cousin as much as I would like, and it would just be fun for me to get to see him in action, to see him as the number 4 singles player. And, again, when you think of Nick Stakowiak, Chris, what jumps out to you about his game?
Just
other than he's got a horrible older brother.
Yeah, I mean, probably the second best looking guy in the family, right? But no.
Overcame a lot of genetic obstacles.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I mean, just really solid. He's not a big guy, no huge weapon. He's just super solid.
He's just a scrapper. He really is.
Yeah, not the kind of guy. And it's there are scrappers that are your legit 5-6 scrappers. Aren't quite that solid, don't put as many balls away. And then you have the scrapper styles that play, 1-2, which is what Nick is, that are, it's another level up, but still the scrapper. And it's just like you were saying yesterday, it's the kind of match like when you're playing Adam Walton that you don't know how to game plan for it because there's no big weakness. He's not going to just come after you and try to serve and volley or hit you off the court. It's just a rock solid game that he's the kind of guy that's going to adapt his game on that day to the opponent that he's playing.
But a loose game from Stakowiak gives the break back to Maloney. By the way, Boitan breaks back for the Bears at the number 1 singles position. Soto up a break now at the number 2 singles position. Seymour up a break, and I think about to go up 3-0 at the number 3 singles position. Let's go to court 5, Westhoff, to watch a little bit of that Beatty Broom battle. Looks like Beatty's got a chance to get the break back here at the number 5 singles position. Obviously, we will let you all know here. I want to say it is. Oh, excuse me. Server's incorrect. So he's now serving. He served first. I see. I know Beatty won that point, but in what world should Charlie Broom be playing 5 singles? I mean, that's just a ridiculous level of tennis. It took Nick Beatty so much just to win the 1 point. Now he does it, gets on the scoreboard here, still down a break, 2-1. But hey, if you're Michigan, you're scrapping in. Westhoff, let's go to court number 6 because we have a freshman alert. Jacob Bickerstaff serving on the near side of your court for the Wolverines. 15 love here. He's up on Spencer Furman. Oh, actually, Westhoff, I need a breaking development for you. If we can we go to number 3 doubles, so stream number 4 at NC State if possible, because the Wolfpack 6-5, they did indeed get the break over Diaz-Ferry and Zhao of Alabama. So now they've got the chance to serve for the match here, again, up 6-5. I mean, when you're hitting forehands like that, it's all starting to make sense. So all matches. By the way, you said it was the Texas site, right? Not TCU?
Correct. Texas is both matches 3 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so with that in mind, though, Wake, Oklahoma currently getting underway in Fort Worth. Again, unfortunately, not going to be able to stream that for all of you viewers today, but we will be monitoring who and what is able to show up for Wake Forest today. There's a 12% chance Tony Bresky lines up at 3 doubles. It's not certain, but there are rumors going around.
Only if Eaton pairs with him.
Yeah, exactly. No, he said only if I get to play with Chris Seraphim. He's like, if I can bring him back and just have him serve. It's a tough backhand volley there. Good ball from the Alabama player. Again, in this matchup, Zhao, Diaz-Ferrer. Zhao returning on the ad side of your screen. They're taking on Draheim and Junk for Ole Miss. Look for this return to go cross. But he splits the middle there. It's a really good poach from Draheim and Jung, trying to figure out the scoreboard here in this game.
Yeah, I was lost from the first point where I couldn't tell whether that ball down the line was in or out.
It's either 30-all or deuce, right? It's got to be. Just by deductive reasoning, they're on the deuce side. We've seen more than 2 points. It's a big moment here now. A sneaky important consolation match. Yeah, these two will play each other again in conference, but you just never know how many matches you're going to get in this 2021 season. So both these teams looking to end their weekend on the right note.
Well, it wasn't deuce.
I'm going to guess it's now 40-30, game point, set point, doubles point for Ole Miss, and I'm going to feel pretty comfortable in my reasoning there.
I'll go with you, Alex, because a wise man once told me you're pretty stinking smart.
Again, I always love hearing myself quoted. So, and it was indeed correct. Big yell from the Rebels. They take the doubles to Alabama. Let's go back to Ann Arbor, Westhoff. Let's go to court number 1. Because
we're going to go back to Michigan, but please indulge me. Alex doesn't know this is coming, but I need all the fans to see there is one piece of memorabilia at the Michigan Varsity Tennis Center that these fans need to see. There is one national championship trophy in the case downstairs in the lobby at Michigan, brought home by the Michigan club tennis team and your very own Alex Grustin. Let's get a shot of that trophy, Mr. Westhoff.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you see me? Do you see me tipping my cap? I hope, people. Thank you. Thank you. I'd show you my hair, but then you'd be like, that guy didn't win anything.
And for our avid listeners, they will know that not only did the trophy come back to Michigan, but it made its first appearance in the middle of a Michigan team dual match to much to the coach's consternation, interrupting that match.
Sorry, I'm still taking my curtain call. Let me know when you need me. Thank you. Yeah, I am an Ashley. Yeah, thank you. No, yes. Look, the reason we did that is because, well, many reasons that I don't want to get into, depending on who's watching the stream today. But also because this team supported us so much. So of course that is why we'll always rest with the Wolverines, but Baylor Bears streak as well. And with that in mind, let's get back to this match. Right now, things staying fairly steady. Maloney got his break back against Stakowiak. He held, so 2-all there. Also 2-all on court 6 and court number 1, where we have break advantages. Actually, let's go to court 2 to see one of those break advantages, Westhoff, as Matthias Soto currently up 2-1 over Andre Styler. Now, let's be clear, folks. If you watched any of Andre Styler his freshman season, you know a match doesn't start for Andre Styler until he's 6-2, 2-0 down. And that's when he goes, okay, is it time for it? You want me to do my thing now? Okay, I'll do my thing now. That's cool, because that's just the sort of player he is. But look, for the Bears, you feel really good about having Matthias Soto in this position. He is a guy who, Chris, when playing well, you know, he's always going to be in that top 50, but he's a guy with top 20 upside.
Yeah, I mean, from the time that he stepped into that number 1 spot the first year, we thought, this might be a little step up. He had no issues adapting. And yeah, he's definitely got potential. He's a really tough guy to get out of a point. Just a great mover, super athletic, gets to every ball. Just a very, very good off the ground, tough guy to get out. And another one of these guys, not a huge hitter, no big, not a monster serve, definitely not the kind of guy that's going to hit you, a big contrast between the 1 and 2 singles for Baylor here, where you've got Boitan, who's just a big hitter, and then Soto, just the rock solid guy that gets to everything and makes you work.
Big deuce point hold, by the way, for Nick Stakowiak at the number 4 singles position. So it does look like Maloney, a guy who, by the way, beat Cannon Kingsley this fall. Looks like he is starting to find his bearings a little bit in that match, of course. Again, here for Andre Styler. If you're the Wolverines, you need him to turn this one around. Was what, 6-2, 4-0 down last year in the NCAA national, or I should say the ITA National Indoor Round of 16, before coming back, delivering a victory for his Wolverines, the clinching victory over A&M's Juan Carlos Aguilar. You can see why so many are so excited about him. That serve, can't teach that. It's so funny, Chris. I feel like last year there was a time when we both thought Andre Styler might ascend to the number 1 singles position for the Wolverines. Yet it does feel like Fenty at 1, Styler at 2 seems about right.
Styler definitely looked like he was heading that direction, especially if you watched, too terribly much of that Fenty forehand. But very inconsistent. But Fenty seems to step up in the bigger matches. A guy, I think you've called it, where he kind of he'll play at the level of the guy he's playing against. So if he's got a guy that he probably should be beating 2-2 or 2-3, a lot of times it doesn't end up that easy, and it might be a 3-set battle. He might even drop a match, but then you play somebody that you look at and think, well, this is a match he should lose like 3-3, and then he's in that match going 3 sets as well. It's definitely there. I think for him, probably a lot more mental.
We missed one there as well, and I'm going to get back on point monitoring skills, but Sven Law gets the break back for the Bears at number 3. So now they're back on serve 2-3 there. Here, Andre Styler looking to just hold to stay down. Just a single break, 2-3.
Yeah, I think if I'm Michigan right now, I don't feel great, obviously. But we at least avoided in singles the absolute blitz start. Yeah, you're down a break on 2 courts, but it's only 2 courts. And you didn't come out of the gate and just, let some of that depth at Baylor just really put you in a big hole. So early on, halfway through the first sets, you're all right. Now it's time to time for them to kind of find that little run that the teams that are behind always seem to make. Hopefully they can make that little push in the first sets before they drop, 4 or 5 first sets.
Mm-hmm. And Westhoff, if you could, let's go back to the number 6 singles court where Jacob Bickerstaff taking on Spencer Furman. Furman on the near side of your court, Bickerstaff serving on the far side. Currently 30-15 for Bickerstaff. Yeah, I think the flip side argument to that, Chris, is if you're this Baylor team, you expected Michigan to come out hot after dropping that doubles point to maybe even try and jump on you in the first 30 minutes of singles, just to, surprise, just a surprise to the Bears, to let them know, hey, we're not going anywhere. And for the Bears to come out the way they have, to be in every match. I don't think they're down a break on any court right now anymore. That's the start you want, right? If you're Coach Michael Woodson to your team's season. I mean, no one denies the Bears' talent. The question is, how does all of this talent fit together? And so, of course, that is something we will continue to be talking about all season long in regards to this Bears team.
Yeah, and a little credit to Baylor too. I think, I don't know how they feel inside the locker room, but you would imagine with a team full of guys and all the grad transfers and number 1 guys that they've had, they have to know themselves they're pretty darn good. And if you come out here and you take the doubles point, you could easily kind of settle back a little, thinking to yourself, hey, it's, get a little bit loose. It's we're going to roll through this and maybe give up a quick start to a hungry Michigan team. They haven't done that. They're just taking care of business right now. But yeah, a lot of really, really tight first sets here.
Mm-hmm. And Westhoff,
make a push.
Sorry to cut you off, Westhoff. If we can go to court 1, we have a deuce point for Andrew Fenty and Adrian Boitan on court 1. So if we can try and get over to that quickly. We may be without Westhoff for the moment.
Boitan taking this second serve and add court.
There we go. Well done, as always, super producer Daniel Westhoff. See the second serve coming now for Fenty. It's a big break of serve for Adrian Boitan. Now 4-2. He leads. Soto also up 4-2. We talked all match. It's got to be the top of the lineup for the Wolverines. If they're going to come back, it's got to be 1-2, and then they got to find elsewhere. Well, right now, it's all based at 1 and 2. And I'll tell you what, if this is the start they're going to have, Soto and Boitan, if they're going to get wins at the top of their lineup,
they're unbeatable.
Unbeatable. It really is, because just the strength they have will be their depth. And I mean, Adrian Boitan right now, Chris, the way he is striking the ball, you can understand why Coach Woodson wanted him at the number 1 spot.
Come on, you go.
Yeah. I mean, you just can't let them win. But if you're going to give them doubles 1 and 2, forget it. Their strength is 3 through 6. So you can't let them have that.
No, not a single player in their lineup lower than a 13 UTR. So, again, no one's going to deny the talent of this team. Westhoff, let's go to court 5 for a little bit to lock back in on this Beatty Broom match. Broom been up a break for the majority of this match, but right now we see him serving up 4-3. Early love 15 lead for Nick Beatty in this break. He is the heartbeat of this singles lineup for the Wolverines without Connor Johnson. He's the senior. He's the leader that people are going to turn to. And he's the one who's going to provide a lot of noise. By the way, I'm watching Bickerstaff on the side. I'm really impressed by the freshman. He is just giving Spencer Furman all he can handle, making so many extra balls. But now Love 30 for Beatty. By the way, for Nick Stakowiak. If we can, Westhoff, can we go to court 4? 3-all deuce. See if we can get there before they play that deuce point. Believe we did. So 3-all deuce here. Sven La, though, triple break point to take a break at the number 3 singles position. So if Michigan needs to start somewhere, this would be a good place. Sorry for saying that, Matt. Little too slap happy from Patrick Maloney. Stakowiak holds for 4-3. So we'll go back now to number 5 singles. Beatty led Love 30, now 15-30 here on your screen. Or excuse me, is it now Love 30 on your screen? Unclear where exactly we are in the stream. Okay, we've got a double deuce point alert here, so it's a little bit tricky. Deuce point at the number 3 singles position. 40-30 here for BD Broom. Spoiler alert, I could tell you where it's going. Let's go quickly, if we can, Westhoff to court 3. See if that deuce point is still going on. La, Seymour.
Yeah, it has not happened yet. Seymour's getting the balls, getting ready to serve here.
So could be a big swing here for the Wolverines. Deuce point chance now for Nick Beatty against Charlie Broom to get his break back. Deuce point here for Seymour to just stay on serve ahead of Sven La. Bickerstaff, Maloney battling for the Wolverines at 4-6. Fenty struggling. It's all Adrian Boitan at that number 1 singles position after he dropped the first game of the match. Return winner from Sven La. That'll do, folks. That will do. So he takes a 4-3 break lead now. Let's go back to the number 6 singles position. You know what I like, Chris? You know what's severely underrated? Some grinding. And that's what we have at 6 singles. A grind fest between freshman Jacob Bickerstaff, senior transfer Spencer Furman. It's just good old-fashioned tennis, folks. 15 all.
You know what I like is the fact that this is the lineup that you called preseason. No Connor Johnston.
One would ask if I've been around this Michigan program and haven't missed a match in 4 years. The answer would be yes. Every so often, a good take is thrown out there.
Connor Johnston, a guy that played, a lot. Like, I still remember that 4 singles match where he took down more Bullis at indoors last year against USC. Been in that lineup consistently, and maybe, as you said, maybe this is the year. He's the double specialist for them, and you get a guy like Bickerstaff, a freshman, into the lineup in singles.
Westhoff, can we go to court 4, if possible, because Nick Stakowiak, our family member here at Cracked Racquets, now 3 break chances, 15-40 here against Maloney, but a 15-30 into point. He's spoiler, but soon to have a couple of break chances. So now 15-40, by the way, quadruple set point for Adrian Boitan, 5-2. Love 40 up in the Fenty return game. A lot of action going on. This is that time of the match where things slowly start to trickle off the board, and sets close here and there. So 15-40, triple break point for Stachowiak. It's a really nice +1 forehand from Malone. So now 30-40, big 30 all point going on right now on court number 6 as well between Bickersteth and Furman.
Yeah, so Michigan could certainly use a little push right about now. They're dead. Well, they've dropped one set. They're down breaks on 3 of the other courts, so only 2 courts right now on serve. They don't hold an advantage anywhere. On serve and 2, and a deuce point on 4 for Maloney to try to hold.
Well, you watched it unfold before all of us, Chris, but indeed, deuce point for Maloney. By the way, Bickersteth winning about a 40-ball rally with Spencer Furman to take a 40-30 lead. 2 game points for him for 4-all. As you mentioned, Boitan, 6-2 first set over Andrew. This is that goosebumps hour, Chris. This is that time when if you're a Michigan fan, you're a Baylor fan, you get a little bit queasy, a little bit nervous.
I don't think Maddie's very nervous right now, honestly.
No, Maddie's probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah, you got to be feeling pretty good if you're a Baylor guy right now.
Bickersteth, half volley backhand. He holds for 4-all. Here, Maloney, deuce point to extend his match to 4-all. It's a very generous call from Nick Stachowiak on that far sideline. Maloney, not as generous. Ball travels a little long. He holds 4-all. So 5-3 leads right now in 3 locations for Baylor. 2 singles, 3 singles, and 5 singles. We're going to go to 5 singles now. Charlie Broom, 5-4, 30-15. He leads. Nick Beattie. Again, to those of you who said, well, that's not the score on the scoreboard. We'll get there. We'll get there. Always fun to see how it goes.
Taking a really quick look over at that Wake Oklahoma match. The doubles lineups for Wake.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhat comical. Obviously, we talked about the fact no Botts or no Squire this weekend for them. So they've got Nava Ambrosi at 1.
That's a good team for the record.
Yeah, Vanthia and Matthew Thompson, who I've not seen, at 2. And Melios and Robert Maciag at 3. So definitely.
I don't know why Tony doesn't just say, look, we'll start down 1-0. We're still going to beat you guys. Like, we'll just start down 1-0.
They're up in 2 of the 3 matches right now.
Yeah. Oh, so that's why. So
Still
now, no, of course, and we'll get to there. 30-40 here. Double break point for Nick Beattie. This would be huge. The Wolverines, if they were able to get back here on the bottom half of their lineup. God, I talk about getting the predictions right, Chris, on what the lineup will be for Michigan. We did not nail our predictions in terms of how to break out if they win this match. If they're going to win this match, it'll be because the bottom of the lineup, it seems like, is playing some very strong tennis right now.
That's not going to happen, Alex.
It's true. It's true.
They are not going to win 3, 4, 5, 6 to win the match.
If they do,
Mr. Spots huge. On me.
Yeah. I'll
just text the team. You can tell them, hey, Chris is sending Mr. Spots.
Yeah. So now deuce point here for Brew. Believe that's head coach Michael Woodson there. No, that's not Woodson. That's the assistant. But deuce point for Broome. Beatty says, give it to me on the ad. For the first time ever, I looked at the scoreboard in advance and I'm happy, folks. The forehand sprays a little bit wide. Nick Beatty's back in this one, folks. 5-all here now. And Westhoff, I'm going to ask you to go to court number 6 as well, because really fun match. 30-all now. Furman, Bickerstaff. I have a soft spot for grinders. This match has that in spades. Very, very interesting here. By the way, triple break point for Fenty to start set number 2 for the Wolverines. Soto, 2 points away from the set for the Bears at number 2. Lob out to serve for that set at 3, so we'll head there momentarily. But a big double break chance for Bickerstaff at 6. If the freshman were to take the first set over fifth-year senior Spencer Furman, that's not the match. That's not Michigan's back in this. Let's not get crazy here, folks. But that's where momentum starts, right? That's one of those moments, you mentioned it. When is Michigan going to make a push? A freshman taking a first set over a fifth-year senior, that's how you start one of those pushes.
Yeah, and you just hope it's early enough. And it's right now it is still, they're in all these sets that can bleed over onto these other courts. These guys get to see it and get pumped. And yeah, we've got a bunch of 5-4, 5-5 matches.
Deuce point right now here. We'll stay on this one. Nick Beatty down 15-30 in his 5-all service game. We're monitoring that. Matthias Soto, triple set point over Andre Styler at 2 singles. We're monitoring that. Of course, the action in Raleigh getting underway in singles. Talk about that throughout the course of the day and check in on that action a little bit later. Here, deuce point. Yeah. Too good from Spencer Furman. Rock solid play from the fifth-year senior. He holds 4-5, 4-6-4 first set for Soto over Styler at 2. Break to start at 1. Let's go, Let's go, Westhoff. Back to the number 5 singles court. Beatty, Broome. You're seeing what is currently a love 30 point between the two. Man, these two hit the ball big, Chris, for the number 5 singles position. So 15-30 now, or maybe that was the 15-30.430 all. But now if you're Michigan, you're in a precarious situation. You've got Maloney serving to stay alive in the first on 4. You've got Bickerstaff serving to stay alive in the first on 6. Seymour looking to break to stay alive on 3. Beatty here, 30-all point as he got his break for 5-all. You get the feeling if Baylor plays these next 5 minutes, though, this match could be 30 minutes from being over.
Yeah, very dangerous spot here for Michigan. 2 first sets already in the books, plus the doubles point. 2 more first sets if they go up pretty quick gives them 3 out of 4. All they need to get is 3 out of 4 in a straight set fashion, and it's done. So somebody's got to find that push here for the Wolverines.
So double game point now for Nick Beatty. After this, we'll go check out that number 3 singles position. We haven't watched much of Seymour Law. We'll get there momentarily. Want to see if Beatty can hold here to, again, just put a little momentum in the pockets of the Wolverines. I have to say, though, this style of play for number 5 singles, Chris, sign me up for this. This is your sneak preview of the 2021 season, folks. These teams this year, because all of these seniors were able to come back, they are going to be so good. This is a round of 32 match.
And I mean, if you're Michigan here, you really are. Even though they've dropped first sets, you have to be thinking, whether it happens or not. Again, their path to winning is Fenty and Styler have to win. So you got to think those guys are coming back. Even if they don't, that's what you're thinking. They're coming back. We're getting them. We've got to find two of these bottom matches. So Beatty with the hold there, maybe he's one. He's got to come through. We just got to find two matches. So Bickerstaff, if he can manage to stay in and grab a first set, yeah, you're still feeling like you have a chance. We just need two of these bottom four to at least grab a first set.
And every so often, I just like to point this out because super producer Daniel Westoff does these little things you don't even notice. I didn't even have to call for it. Seamless transition to this number 3 singles position where, again, Seymour now up 15-30 as he's looking to break and stay alive in set number 1 against Sven Lah. And Chris, that's a really excellent point, by the way, that you just made. If you're Coach Steinberg, you're talking to Andrew Fenty, you're talking to Andre Styler, you say, hey, look at that scoreboard. We are in this match, fellas. We are right there, and we always are counting on you two to be our anchors at the top of the lineup. Now fight. Yep. And we'll see what this Wolverine team has. Now, again, let's look at the flip side here. If you're Coach Woodson, an hour and a half into this match, if I told you you'd have the doubles point plus Soto and Boitan first sets in your pocket, he would have said, sign me up for that right now.
Absolutely. Internally, he's feeling good, but he's still out there on the court telling these guys, don't you dare take anything for granted. We know how good this Michigan team can be indoors. You've got to keep going, close this out. Don't let them make a run at us here.
No, I'm going to the Spencer Furman court. I'm slapping Spencer in the face, and I'm saying, get it together, Spencer. Like, come on. You got this match. And not to disrespect Jacob Bickerstaff, but it's been a very tentative first set for Spencer Furman thus far. Of course, again, if you are the Wolverines, you're not too upset with the way this you're not happy, but you're still alive. You're still fighting. And Maloney, by the way, gets his hold 4-5 all. Beatty 6-5 up. They can just get Seymour here to stay alive in set number 1. Now you've got yourself some chances.
Just too good down the tee.
Such good tennis from Sven Lah here in set number 1. And again, it is a luxury to have even Sven Lah at the number 3 singles position. That is a luxury Bears fans are going to get to enjoy all season long as he holds to put set number 3 on the board for the Baylor Bears. He takes it 6-4 to give them sets at the top 3 singles positions. Let's go now to court number 5, Westoff, as Beatty and Broom look to a tiebreak. Currently, I want to say 30-15 or 40 love here for Broom. So that was indeed 40 love. Now 40-15. Styler, early hold at the number 2 singles position. Feel like we haven't match quite enough, Chris, so we'll try and watch more of that here in the second set. By the way, action getting underway in singles between Bama and Ole Miss. Your lineups look as follows. Going to go Bama first, then the Ole Miss player. At 6 singles, Diaz-Frere versus Cadenau. 5 singles, Retke versus Hallquist-Lithin. 4 singles, Roberto versus Jung. 3 singles, Ortiz versus Slavic. 2 singles, Zhao versus Reynolds. And number 1 singles, Kalkavalta versus Sand Cullen. And again, we will check in on those matches in Raleigh throughout the course of this morning's session. Really appreciate all of you who took the time to join us here this morning. Obviously, Alex Grusk and Chris Hallior, so thrilled to both be on the call with all of you here as we all celebrate the start of this 2021 college tennis season. None of us were certain if we were going to get college tennis in our lives this. It's a credit to the entire ITA team, all of these schools, these players, coaches, putting in the time, effort for all of us fans to get to enjoy this sort of. I know the temptations in Ann Arbor. It's a temptating lifestyle, Chris. You can go the Alex Gruskin pathway. You can be a student athlete, and all these guys chose student athletes. So
I thought you were going to say famous YouTube star.
Me, famous YouTube star?
I mean, in the making, right here.
I don't know. I have too much self-respect.
That's my goal now. You know, my kids and grandkids, you know, use the terms that obviously didn't exist when I was a kid. And that is YouTuber. My goal now is to make your name synonymous with YouTuber, Alex.
No, I'm actually a Pony Expresser, Chris. I feel like you'll appreciate that more. That's an overhead from Spencer Furman. Sorry, I was sneaking a watch on court here. Charlie Broom looking to solidify an early mini break lead. Okay. Again, very precarious position for the Wolverines. 3 first sets down. Fenty up a break at 1 after drivers there, but tiebreaker here on court 3 where Beatty currently trails 2-0. Bickerstaff having to stay alive against Furman. Actually, could we get a quick peek at court number 4 as Nick Stakowiak, I believe now, we'll see how this point plays out. You know what? I think I looked at that scoreboard wrong. I thought he had a break point. Turns out he was actually holding. He holds for, I believe, 6-5 now here in the first. Yes, indeed. All right, Westhoff, let's go back to court number 5, where Broom 3-0 up on Nick Beatty here in this breaker would really hurt. Beatty drops this for the Wolverines. Now you lose 4 straight first sets. And again, to lose the doubles point 4 first sets, that's just not where you ever want to be. So now Love 4 down. After that forehand cooks a little bit long. Fenty holding for 3-1. So signs of life for Michigan at the top. Five one at the turn here. Excuse me, 4-1. 5-0. Let's try that again. Final score. There it is. 5-0. There's the first one for Beatty. Stakowiak off to a Love 15 lead against Maloney. Bickerstaff down 15-30 against Furman. Both of those guys looking to serve to stay alive. So now Baylor 2 points away on 3 different courts from taking all 6 first sets again. This is what we were afraid of for the Wolverines. Yeah, they'll be able to scrap and claw, but without the momentum of the doubles point behind them, the depth of this Baylor team just a little too much maybe to overcome.
Yeah, I may have seen it once in my lifetime. I'm not sure. I can't remember, but dropping doubles on all 6 first sets and coming back to win, definitely the tough road.
Yeah, not ideal, Bob. Not ideal for this Wolverine team. Currently now So 1540 for Furman. He's got 3 set points. Broom's got like 5 set points here. Maloney 1530 down.
It went from let's get a couple to somebody get one.
Yeah, in my culture, you would say oy vey. Now 30-40 for Bickerstaff. Big ace there. 30 all from Maloney to Kwiatkowski.
Nice forehand from Beatty there. One at a time. He's got to find a way here. I really like that depth. He got Broom back with that deep looping forehand. He got him off the baseline, and then next ball down the line for the winner. He can't let Charlie sit up on the baseline with his ground stroke.
Good news if you're a Baylor Bear fan. 7-5 first set for Furman over Bickerstaff. 30-40 now, 2 set points for Kwiatkowski over Maloney. Do we want to try and sneak over there? We've been attached to this Beatty Broom match for so long. It would feel bad not to get the payoff, so we'll stick around here for a hot sec. 3-6 now. Charlie, 2 set points on his serve, but yes, 4 first sets go the way of the Bears. Now Fenty up a break at 1. Styler on serve 2-1. And that's where we're going to go. Deuce point coming up at number 4 singles. A lot of action going on at once, Chris. A lot of action going on at once.
Deuce point right here. Beatty just trying to claw back in, and he's not out of it yet. Needs a couple mini breaks. There's one.
So 6-4 now here on this court. I'm too superstitious to change the stream now. I know that doesn't actually mean anything, but we've committed in. That's a good idea because Nick Stakowiak did indeed close out his first set against Patrick Maloney. So 7-5 there. Another set point here for Charlie Broom. And that'll do it. 6 first sets for the Baylor Bears. A little drama at the bottom half of the lineup, but they get the job done. Let's go west off to court number 1, where Fenty Boitan, Andrew Fenty, currently serving up 3-2 and a break of serve at the number 1 singles position for the Wolverines. And I hate to say it, Chris, that one hurt. That hurt.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't see a good path for your Wolverines at this point, Alex.
Yeah, it's a narrow one. I mean, Seymour early breakup at 3 singles, so 2-0 there. But we saw that last set. I'm telling you, don't count out Jacob Bickerstaff. This guy's a scrapper.
I'm not going to count them out, but I'm going to stick with it. I think their path is, if they're going to find a way, it's 1, 2, 3, and 6. I don't see you beating Broom or Stakowiak at 4-5. I still don't know how you get those 4, but that's it. It's got to start.
Yeah, I think the pathway is probably Baylor wins.
Yeah. Yeah, that narrow path. I say in my world, it's these videos I see of these mountain bikers like up on the sides of cliffs on a 8-inch wide path that I wouldn't even walk on. That's about the path Michigan's on right now.
No, it's one of those, you see the guy heading towards the peak of the cliff and you're like, why are you driving that way? And then it turns out he's got a parachute on his back. That's probably how you feel if you're a Michigan fan. You're pulling that parachute and you're like, get me out of this match. No, look, I'm not quitting on my Wolverines yet. More than anything, you know who you trust to be down a set is Nick Beatty. You know he's going to give effort. You know he's going to continue to fight. Same deal, by the way, with Maloney and Seymour, Styler, Fenty. These guys have been in the program now for too long. Bickerstaff lost hers. That first freshman, now you give the senior Furman a chance to really go after shots.
And you've got a couple breaks in the second, although a tenuous one for Fenty to try to hold on to here. But Seamar's got a break at 3.
Yeah, I mean, watching Adrian Boitan rope forehands, Chris, he was so injured he was injured last season, and then really his freshman season struggled with injuries as well. But the talent has always been evident in the game of Adrian Boitan.
Yeah, I mean, just a big hitter, not the guy. I mean, I still not one of my fondest of memories when we were at indoors in Chicago a couple years ago. And I get to see Trevor in their 3 matches. In 2 of them, he plays Famba and Boitan. I mean, talk about some big hitters. I think both matches 6'4", 7'6" as well. But yeah, I mean, just a big hitter that you're in for running some balls down because he just has so much pace.
Mm-hmm. And he gets.
And he looks to me like he's actually, as we watch him, he's learned, as you expect he was going to have to. He's learned, that you don't have to hit every ball like you're trying to win the point with every shot. You got to know when to use that pace, and he's learned a little bit of that. He's playing a little more of the rally and picking and choosing his spots. He looks very good right now.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about that. Gets the break back here for 3-all. Elsewhere going on right now. Seamar 30-all as he tries to consolidate his break. And actually, Westhoff, let's go to the number 2 singles position. I want to watch a little Andre Styler, Matthias Soto, because this could be a number 1 singles match in 99% of years, right?
Yeah, in fact, it's a match we could have expected to see as the number 1 match in this match.
Mm-hmm. And look, so many comebacks for the Wolverines. Started with an Andre Styler. I take the second set.
And that forehand there, I think, sets up a deuce point, Alex.
It does indeed. Deuce point now for the Wolverines, by the way. As anticipated, Spencer Furman now. Quadruple break point here to take a 2-0 lead on Bickerstaff. I do worry that one gets away from the freshman. But yeah, deuce point break point chance here for Andre Styler to just get a little momentum on his side. Really hasn't been able to find his bearings against Soto. Of course, Soto's so rock solid.
Not a fan of the drop shot when you're splitting the baseline with your feet.
But that's just the Andre Styler charm, right? He's going to do that every so often. That's you love him or hate him, you accept them. By the way, Seamar, big hold for 3 love there. So if you're Michigan, 1 set, just put 1 on the board. See where you go from there. Let 4, 5, 6 continue to scrap. I don't know. I'm trying to. I hate to
tell you here. I hate to tell you, Alex, but it better be 4 sets or the match is over.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Look, I'm talking about 1 at a time. Very granular here. We're not ready to get to 4 sets.
Yeah, Seamar definitely could do them a lot of help by getting the first one on the board here.
The Fenty result hurts. That losing that break, it was nice to have your number 1 player up a little break to just see that on the scoreboard. Of course, he's at the 30-all point.
Yeah, but I don't. Fenty's going to have his chances. Boitan hits big, but obviously the big servers don't always hit that first serve. So he's going to get some chances on that Boitan serve.
Mm-hmm. I think for Adrian Boitan, the thing that stands out for me right now, he looks fit. He looks really, really fit in this match. He was a little bit bigger his freshman year. And again, a lot of that had to do with the injuries he's dealt with, but he looks really fit to start this season. big serve from Styler there. By the way, Maloney, break of serve to start set number 4 for Michigan. So he now leads 1-0. Bickerstaff, Love 40, now a deuce point. Beatty down 15-30 in his service game, though, so not great. If you're a Wolverine fan, that Styler backhand, not great either. I think he was trying to hit that one to me here in Indy. It's now 30-15. I know all of you at home are sitting there wondering, what is the score right now in Raleigh? Let me give you a quick up on that. Another reminder, they play 4 singles matches at a time there. So right now it's Sandcullen, Kakovalta, 3-all at the number 1 position. Reynolds of Old Miss up 3-1 on Zhao. Slavic, 2-1 lead for Old Miss over Ortiz. Roberto, 3-2 up for Alabama over Junk. We will continue to monitor that. Chris, do you have a Wake Forest update for me?
I do. First I'll say that was about a 30-ball rally on 6 there. And the break
Isn't this 6 match delightful, though?
this match. Sorry,
Yeah.
Alec. Come on.
No, it's fair. And by the way, Broom gets his break of serve early on, so he's up 2 love. And if you're looking for the recipe right now as a Baylor Bear, 1 singles, 5 singles, 6 singles seems like the easiest path at this moment. And by the way, Chris, before you get into your story, I apologize. If you wouldn't mind, West Up, will you hop over to the number 3 singles position, please, as Matthias Seymour right now up pretty comfortably on Sven Law here in his service game. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Just a quick update on that Wake match. Nava Ambrosi 6-1 for their set, but Mandlik and Hotard for Oklahoma take down Melios and Maciag 6-2 to level it, and it all comes down to 2 doubles. They are in a breaker on 2 doubles for that point right now. So
Ambrosi Nava is a really fun number 1 doubles team, and I think that's a team that could stick together for the Bears.
The problem is
Melios
will
never play doubles. No, Efstafalu will never play doubles. Not ever for that lineup.
So I think but Nava and Squire played together last year. So I don't know. Maybe they get back together, or you just take Squire when he's back and plug him in
with Botzer.
With Botzer, yeah.
Might as well.
But
by the way,
Botzer and Morgan Dill have been a steady doubles team. And Dill, I believe, another one. Not only were the top 2 not listed for Wake, being Botzer and Squire, Morgan Dill was not listed either. So presumably the 3 of them did not make the trip. And we unfortunately no point-by-point scoring there, so we'll just have to wait to see the breaker result to know who takes that doubles point.
Another break chance here for Seymour as he tries to take a commanding 4-0 lead here in set number 2.
He looks like he's a little more not that he wasn't into it, but he looks like he knows he's on the edge here of making a good run, and there it is.
Seymour gets the break for 4 love. Westhoff, if we can, let's go back to court number 1 now. Fenty was up a break to start the match in the first set. Was up a break here, 3-1 against Adrian. Has lost 3 straight games now to Boy 10 to get back on serve 3-4 here. It's either love 30 or 15.
It's love 30. Dangerous spot here. Love 30.
Love 30 here for Andrew Fenty. And again, Furman right now, 2-0, 40-30 up at 6. Broom, 2-0, 40-15 up at 5. If Boy 10 can put Fenty away, there's your quick and easy path to 4 for the Baylor Bears. Don't even have to play a third set. If there's a silver lining, though, Chris, of that being the result, Baylor wins doubles 1, 5, and 6. at least it won't be that Michigan lost to Nick Stakowiak in singles. And I think we can all take solace in that fact.
All?
Yeah, Maddie. Because you'd be like, yeah, because if Nick had beaten Patrick, you'd be unbearable. And I'd be like, that's true. Man, Bickerstaff is just a fighter, though. I believe in Bick, and I know we've got this Court 1 stream on your screens right now. 30-all, big point here for Andrew Fenty, but Bickerstaff now on the deuce point to try and get his break back. Andre Styler slowly, very slowly, getting into the service games of Matthias Soto. He is now 30-all in that 2-3 Soto service game. Maloney, 2 more break points to take a 3-love lead in his second set. I think we're at the right court, though, right now, Chris, because if Fenty can just stay alive, Michigan is still alive. They're teetering. They're playing a really seesaw sort of affair here, but they're still alive.
Yeah, he's got to stay alive with Styler at 2. Bickerstaff's just not – he doesn't have the weapons to put Furman down.
Oh, that was – what did you think of that call from Furman? I thought it was close. Probably was a little bit long. No, it was out. It was out. Let's be honest here. That ball's out. So 3 loves Furman. Here,
it's a tough match. I mean, he's a grinder, but he's got to find the spot where he can actually go for the ball, because Furman's just going to play back and forth with him all day. And more often than not, when he does go for his shot, it doesn't end up in his favor. It's a tough matchup.
You know the Spider-Man meme, Chris, where it's like the 2 Spider-Mans who are identical are pointing at one another.
Yeah, that's these 2 guys.
Bickerstaff is, it's like if you gave the second Spider-Man at 4 years of aftershave, that's Bickerstaff looking at Furman, where he's like, is this what I'm going to be in 5 years? And,
yeah,
and Furman's like, yeah, dude, this is a look into your future.
Exactly.
So anyways, here, Andrew Fenty, I know we were having our fun, but it really is, it's a crucial, you love when the soccer commentator, Chris, goes, it's a crucial moment here for Manchester United. Well, it is a crucial moment here for the Wolverines. Crucial. Absolutely critical.
Does that mean if Fenty gets the hold, I get to go, hold!
Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia, go, 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 go. No, I can't do that because
I'm not sure what's going on here, but definitely some talk between Boitan and the chair.
Someone's saying probably something in the benches. Do you think he hears us?
I don't know. Chris? And now Boitan over to the coach, and now one of the Michigan coaches, and Seymour, running. He was coming in. I don't know where Fenty's gone.
Is there a point
over
penalty?
To see Seymour, I think.
Wait, nope. What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can we get a text into Matt Stakowiak? You want to send that text?
Yeah.
While I monitor here what's going on, try to figure out the situation. Looks like they're back on court here. Was there a time violation, maybe? See, Andrew Fenty looks like he's getting the hold of serve. I don't know. They're just kind of sitting around here. In the meantime, Westhoff, can we go to court number 2, where Andre Styler, Matthias Soto, Styler 3-all, 40 love, had a break chance there, wasn't able, I think, to convert. All right, Westhoff, let's go back to court 1. Sorry, it sounds like they're getting ready to start this point up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Boitan appeared to be at the service line waiting, but Fenty clearly pacing behind it as if he has no intention of going up to serve yet.
Are they waiting for a third ball? That could be my only inclination. That's my best guess here. By the way, Maloney double break up 3-love now. Charlie Broom holding on to his break 3-1. Furman holding on to his break, currently 40-15. Bickerstaff to get on the board there.
So at the VTC, Alex, where is court 4 in relation to court 1? Same side or opposite side?
Are you saying he's watching Stakowiak? He's watching his brother?
If he is he
Tell
on the
him to walk side? Other side. It's the center court on the other side.
Okay, so he may not have been on top of this. Mm-hmm. Because I'm going to assume with Nick down a break and now
I think that's the ITA supervisor on the court. I don't understand. Steinberg. Why is he on the deuce side if it's 40-30?
Well, he's not yet. Steinberg now walking out to talk to Fenty.
All right, the longest 40-30 point in history. Ooh, quick note from our friend at Bruce Burke, and thank you, Coach. We wish you luck today. FYI, we have moved our match with Florida up to a 1:30 start Central Time due to a potential for rain. They have indoor as a backup, but he thought this gives them a chance to get a little bit of outdoor play. That's really good thinking by you, Coach Burke. I appreciate that. That's the sort of ingenuity modern college tennis needs. So shout out to you, but just a note for all of you listeners, it is going to be a 1:30 Central, so 2:30 Eastern time start. That'll go perfectly alongside of your NC State-Tennessee battle and bleed right into that Ohio State-Virginia matchup as well.
Clearly, they're either about to play a point or there was a penalty because the scoreboard's changed, but I haven't seen a point yet, Alex. So let's see what's going on here.
It's definitely a delayed game sort of thing. With these Wolverines, it seems to always be that. Now the coach is getting into it. All right, Fenty back. So you know what? We'll come back to this in a little bit, Westhoff. Let's go. I don't know. We have a 4-0 lead for Maloney, a 5-0 lead for Seymour, so it does look and might end up getting a set on the board. And it does look like Andrew Fenty ended up getting, you know what? Stay on court 1, Westhoff. Stay on court 1. I think we might be about to see some action unfold. The longest 40-30 point in history. The Isner Mahout of points.
So, yeah, it certainly, they only played 1 point. So it appeared like Fenty must have been given a penalty.
What a freaking joke. I'm sorry, but to take 30 minutes to just make a first serve and then he misses long. Sometimes we make it too hard on ourselves. But Fenty holds for 4-0. Again, 5-0 Seymour for Michigan at 3. 4-0 Maloney for Michigan at 4. Now, 3-1 break leads for for Baylor at 5 and 6. But I want to go Westhoff if we can to court 6 quickly because Jacob Bickerstaff right now, small lead in his game against Spencer Furman, but currently down a break. Played a really tight first set. Both players had a ton of chances. And don't look now, but 15-40 for Bickerstaff to get back on serve here. Svenla does put a game on the board, so 5-1. Seymour leads Maloney 4-0. Love 30 up in the Stakowiak service game. Styler Soto at 4-all in the second. It is the witching hour, folks, here in Ann Arbor. Baylor, Michigan, things coming to a head. Alex Druskin, Chris Halioris, Daniel Westhoff, our entire Cracked Racquets team. So excited to be covering this again. You can hear it in my voice. I just got an adrenaline kick. I talked myself back into Michigan winning this match, Chris. So let's rock and roll here. Break point number 1 fought off by Furman with a big serve down the tee. 15-30 love lead for Fenty. We'll get back there after this break. Deuce point, break point chance for Nick Beattie to get back on serve against Charlie Broom. We've been waiting for the Michigan push, Chris. Waiting patiently. Patiently. Is this the moment?
Oh, the lob's too short.
Ay, Dios mío. No.
Still another break point. Down to a deuce point break point here for Bickerstaff.
And Beattie, by the way, gets his break back 4-2-3. So deuce point, break point. Send me out of my chair, falling over point chance for Bickerstaff here. He makes the call. I'm going to go deuce side, my friend. Fist pump to his teammates. Assistant coach comes flying across the court. Volunteer assistant, excuse me. I'm pumped, Chris. I'm pumped.
Bickerstaff gets the break. Gets in on a short ball from Furman. Furman had the open look at the pass, but inches wide, and Bickerstaff breaks now. Bickerstaff and Beatty both back on serve at 3-2. The Wolverines in command in the second set on 3 and 4, and then a couple of 4-all games at 1 and 2.
Westhoff, I need you to go to court 3 if you can right now, because Matthias Seymour, 4 set points to just put a set on the board for the Wolverines here. 5-1, 40-love up in the second. Boitan escaping with a hold, so he'll have a chance to put his match with Andrew Fenty away here. But this is the Michigan push, folks. Seymour set on the board for the Wolverines at number 3 singles, 6-1. Let's go now to the number 2 singles position, Westhoff, if we can. Andre Styler serving at 4-all, 40-30 against Matthias Soto. Excuse me, now it's you're about to see the 40-30 point coming up.
Boy, I don't know if it's just the camera, Alex, or if it's that way in the facility. I don't recall it being that way, but the lighting...
No, it's not this crook. Oh, I thought you were going to say,
no,
the court's crooked.
Yeah, it's crooked. Yeah, the court's leaning, right? No, that lighting on court 3 where we were just watching Seymour seemed much, much dimmer than all the rest of these courts.
No, it's the camera. The camera's closed in there at the... You know, having played on camera once or twice myself in Ann Arbor, it's just the corner. It's the camera's a corner crook. So 5-0 Maloney at 4 singles. God, if Nick Stakowiak...
There's the hold for Styler.
So, Westhoff, let's go to court 1 if we can, as Andrew Fenty, critical service game for him here, as he needs to stay alive for the Wolverines. Just give them that energy, that momentum here at the number 1 singles position. By the way, if Stakowiak loses a set 6-0, I'm fine with bragging rights with Matt. I'm just going to be like, dude, your boy got bageled. No, I'm just kidding. First of all, and then he'd be like, dude, Nick would bagel you. And I'd be like, I know he would. That's why I'm talking smack to you and not him.
Quick update from TCU. Oklahoma takes the breaker in that 2 doubles match to take the doubles point over Wake Forest.
Other breaking news, water still wet. So not shocked at all to see Wake Forest drop the doubles point. I feel like that's a staple. Now we'll get to see their depth come in. You see Patrick Maloney sprinting over here to Bickerstaff on court 6. On court 1, it's Andrew Fenty. A big first serve. As you guys can tell at home, my personal stream, and Chris tweeted out a photo, by the way, of what his setup looks like, and it is an awesome setup. He's got the monitors rolling. He's got multiple screens. I'm a one-screen sort of guy, or I should say I'm just far too simple for that lifestyle. And so I've got multiple tabs open on my screen right now. I'm just watching Bickerstaff on the left. I've got Fenty Boitan on the right here watching along with you guys. I am really interested by this freshman for Michigan, Chris, because if he is the answer to their problems at 6 singles, that's a huge development for this Wolverine team.
Definitely would be a big help for that lineup. And I preferred it. I thought for sure you were going to classify your setup as the young and poor setup, but
no, because then my mom is watching and she'll be like, "What do you mean you're young and poor?" I'll be like, "No, it was a joke. I was just trying to make fun of Chris." Be like, Alex, don't even joke about that. So 40 love for Fenty, 30 love, 40 love. Yeah. No, 30 love. Yeah, it's like I thought he was walking over. Yeah, it's like, why are you walking over? You haven't played the point yet. 30 love for Boitan. I was like, another point penalty? What are we missing? It's actually just exclusively F-bombs on court 1. It's just every other word.
This is the kind of game Fenty needed. Certainly didn't want to get into a deuce type game where he had to have the hold to stay in the match. So very
worth
well
noting though, for the Baylor Bears, Charlie Broom gets the break back. So now he's up 4-2 in set number 2. Had a lot of conversations with Baylor head coach Michael Woodson this offseason about Charlie Broom. I kept telling him, because here at Cracked Racquets, our former super producer, I should say, our super producer, Max Fligner, is a former Dartmouth men's tennis player, and he got to play on the team with Charlie. And he would tell me every day, Alex, we've got this new kid, Charlie Broom. It's a joke. It's like he's as good as he wants to be on any given day. And that's very clear. Watching Charlie Broom play during his time at Dartmouth, he's got the goods to get to have him as a 5 singles player, the ultimate luxury for Coach Woodson. Now he looks again to assert control there. Matthias Soto, by the way.
Alex,
3 game points to get to 5-all, but sorry, go ahead, Chris.
30-all on court 4 with Maloney a chance to take a set.
So let's go. Actually, let's stick around here for a hot sec. Let's watch this 5-all Fenty game, because I think, again, this is a critical moment here for the Michigan Wolverines. Fenty has broken the Boitan serve twice, but they both came at the start of the sets. It's just so clear that when Adrian gets his rhythm, it's really, really hard to disrupt that. If you let him hit that big forehand, move you around the court, you're in a lot of trouble. But yeah, so 5-all here, 5-all at 2 singles. Oh, man, I'm excited. This match has lived up to the hype. I know on the scoreboard right now it's 1-0 and there are 6 first sets for Baylor, but this has been the sort of competitive match you expect from 2 top 10 teams. Right now, usually you expect both teams to get a set or 2 on the board, but it's been a very competitive match. Your silence indicates that maybe you're just saying I'm full of garbage.
No, I was actually watching. I'm doing the head swivel between the live video of the Fenty match and the score, and actually almost thankful that they've managed to mess up the online score, so there is no spoiler here. The problem is I can't tell whether balls down the line are called good or not.
You're telling me 6A isn't a score?
Yeah, that's not a score. Right now, Fenty leads 6A in the game.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Again, it's useful. 6A is a useful score line, Chris. So now 40 all on court 4. So set point for Maloney to take the bagel over Nick Stakowiak. I won't lie, though. I've seen Nick Stakowiak lose some bad sets over the years.
They're getting it straightened out, it looks like there, but that's a double fault from Boitan that I think makes it 15-30, but I'm not sure.
It really depends on that. I couldn't tell the sideline call either. It really depends what that call was.
But Boitan didn't look pumped, and Fenty looked like he might have had a fist, so I'm thinking that ball was good, that ball was good from Fenty, and that it's 15-30, but can't be sure.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, 5-all 30-15 for Styler. It is 15-30, by the way, Chris. Break points for Nick Beattie to get the break back at 5, so Westhoff will have to monitor that as well. Let's see what happens on this point. Lets the ball go by, and Fenty passing shot drops, so triple break point now for Andrew Fenty.
And I'm not sure what Boitan, looked up as if, that had to be more of an I can't believe it, because it's not, I don't think he could have gotten to it. It would have been a real stretch to try to get there. I think he was just in disbelief that Fenty managed to get that ball down.
I mean, sometimes Andrew Fenty hits the forehand, Chris, and we're all in disbelief. So have to feel some sympathy for Adrian Boitan there. Triple break point now for Andrew Fenty, and what a moment this would be for the Wolverines to take the break lead back in this one. We say it all the time about Andrew Fenty. He is a big match performer, gets the break for a 6-5 lead. Westhoff needs you to go to court 5 now, where we have a deuce point coming up. between Beatty and Broom. Beatty looking to get the break back. By the way, Bickerstaff, Furman, 4-3 on serve. Furman leads. 5-all deuce point. Styler serving to stay alive in his match. Should probably check back there, and we will momentarily. See what happens here.
I know Fenty got that game, but that slap inside out forehand he hit and managed to go in on that last point.
All right. Sorry, Westhoff, if you can, hit us on court 2 now. Styler for Soto, and I completely agree, Chris. I mean, sometimes Andrew Fenty just kind of does that stuff. So Broom holds, by the way, 5-2 now. So again, the pathway went from 1, 5, and 6. Still can be 5 and 6, but maybe it'll be the number 2 singles position as Andre Styler deuce point here for Matthias Soto to get the break of serve. Soto took a 6-4 first set for the Bears. So again, finished line still in sight for the Bears, but if the Wolverines are making their push, it's got to be right now.
Oh, Soto goes back behind him and gets the break.
That's a really good point from Matthias Soto. If you're Andre Styler, why you didn't serve and volley there when you've had so much success doing it throughout your career? I don't know. That forehand was just sitting to be put away. Nevertheless, first time you can hear the disappointment out of my voice openly. Matthias Soto, fantastic point for the Baylor Bears fans. 6-5 now. He'll serve for the match when we come back, of course. Let's now go back to number 1, Westhoff, where Andrew Fenty serving up 6-5 for the set there. You get the feeling if he this set on the board. Okay, now that's 7-5. Now we have Maloney inching closer, though. Looks like he's probably going to go back to 5-2 here against Nick Stakowiak. But if Fenty can get this set on the board, Maloney gets a set on the board, then we watch Jacob Bickerstaff, and we're all looking forward to that as he and Furman continue to grind it out.
Yeah, you've got a potential 3 sets on the board. You just got to find that 4th. So it's either Styler's. I mean, they really need Styler to break back here and stay in his match. But if he can't, and it's not looking good for Beatty at down 5-2, then it all comes down to Bickerstaff on 6.
Fenty's ability to play a ball from the curtain and then the next shot be at the baseline. I mean, this guy can play. You just wish you could channel this each and every point sometimes. I remember when we talked to Coach Steinberg in our podcast, I said this exact thing, and he gave us a full speech of, what do you want to coach the team, Alex? Like, yeah, I agree. And so, obviously for Andrew Fenty, now's the moment. And so, 15-all here. By the way, the calls getting closer and closer everywhere. Both Bickerstaff and Furman disagreeing with a couple of calls from one another of late. 30-all there.
You stay there. I'll keep my eyes on Styler trying to stay alive. 30 love Soto.
Meanwhile, we're looking here as well. 30-15, Andrew Fenty, 2 points away. Actually, let's go to that Soto-Styler match if we can, Westhoff, on court number 2.
Ace T and, maybe not. Called out. Okay.
Deuce point right now in Maloney, Stakowiak. Oh, no, not called out? Overruled?
Yeah, Styler looked like he was overruled and couldn't believe it, but he wasn't, so they'll play. Doesn't matter. He just misses the next ball.
So now quadruple match point for Matthias Soto. Patrick Maloney, 6-1 second set. So that's 2 on the board now for Michigan. Unfortunately, they are facing currently a double breakpoint situation on court number 6. So again, if you're a Baylor fan, you can taste it now. Quadruple match point for Soto. That one hurts if you're a Wolverine fan, but a fantastic performance from Matthias Soto. 6'4", 7'5". He puts point number 2 on the board for the Baylor Bears. Let's go west off now to court number 1, where we've got a 6'5" deuce point here coming up for Andrew Fenty. Second straight deuce point on his serve. Was able to erase the last one with a big first serve. Bickerstaff, by the way, broken at 5'3". Broom 2 points away at number 5 singles. So, of course, we will get back to those matches momentarily. You can absolutely start to taste it now. If you are a Baylor Bear fan, you are a game away on 2 courts from putting this match away. I think that was the Fenty double fault on the 40-30 point. So now he's got 2 more cracks at it here for the deuce point. 30 all at the 5 singles position. Bickerstaff, Furman battling. Come on, Andrew. Let's play this point so we can go to court number 5, please. Of course, now, again, if you're a Michigan fan, your whole dear life, the big +1 forehand from Fenty draws the air. 7-5 set to the Wolverines. Westoff, court 5, por favor, ASAP. Double break point for Nick Beattie to get back on serve against Charlie Broom here, 30-40. Meanwhile, Bickerstaff off to a love 30 lead at the number 6 singles position. By the way, we're well aware there's play going on in Raleigh right now. First sets to to Reynolds for Ole Miss. First set to Cavalta for Alabama. Sets home stretch of the 3 and 4 singles position. They're in the 6-5 or 6-all range. But now a break point here for Nick Beattie as he looks to keep his team alive. And he does it! The error goes in the net. Here we thought this match was about 30 seconds from being done. No, folks. Now, it may be over soon, but Nick Beattie going to keep us in Ann Arbor for a little bit longer. He holds for 4-5. Let's go to court number 6 right now, Westoff, where Jacob Bickerstaff, you see him playing this love 30 point. He currently leads Spencer Furman. Now love 40. So quadruple break point for Bickerstaff to get back on serve at 4-5. And look, you're going to have to hold serve if you're the Wolverines, even if you win this game. But guess what? They are staying alive. They are scrapping. They are clawing. They are in third sets at the 1, 3, and 4 singles positions. Now, again, you got to run an inside straight here if you're the University of Michigan. Every break has to go your way for the next hour. But they're still fighting here. Love 40 now. 4 chances for Bick. Okay, 15-40 here now. Again, if you're Coach Michael Woodson, bottom of your lineup is where you expect the money to be made. Both Broom and Furman in a position to deliver that money. Now 30-40 for Furman as he fights off 2 of the break chances. Promise all of you at home I'm covering up my scoreboard, so no spoiler. Can't promise the same for Chris Halioris.
I also can't promise that I'll tell the truth.
Folks, we've got ourselves a match. I don't know how else to say it. Furman double faults. The break goes back to Bickerstaff. He gives a yell to Maloney down on court 4. I see you, Patrick. We're still in this one. And he is still in this one. Now we're going to go to court 5 right now, where Nick Beatty serving to stay alive against Charlie Broom. It's currently 4-5, 30-15 on court number 5. Beatty leads here. Simar, La on serve in the third, 3-2. La leads. So a lot of pathways still open for the Baylor Bears fan. And I'll tell you what, 99 out of 100 times you want to be that Baylor fan right now. But is today time number 100? You can't say no quite yet.
Oh, look at that pass from Beatty.
That's stellar. This is the Wolverines making their push, folks. This is what it looks like when a team makes their push. You win, a couple of blowout second sets at the 3 and 4 position. You get the big push you need from Fenty at number 1. And now your senior leaders coming through at the bottom of the lineup here. Beatty for 5 all at 5 singles. Bickerstaff now serving to stay alive at the number 6 singles position. Let's go back there, Westoff, if we can, to see how the young freshman comports himself in this moment. And Chris, you mentioned this a little bit earlier. This is a matchup between two grinders. This is two players who they're going to make every extra ball. They're going to scrap and claw, and they're not going to give you an inch. What have you thought about both of these players' performances today?
Yeah, it looks to me like if you're going to stay in an extended rally, it looks like Spencer Furman's kind of getting the better of it, and Jacob Bickerstaff has got to look to use a little bit of his angles and whatnot to force the point, if you will. He can't just sit back and rally all day with Spencer Furman. So it's still a rough match. I like Spencer's chances here, unless Bickerstaff can figure out a way to dictate the action a little bit.
You see there, as you mentioned, Bickerstaff just leaving that ball in the center. Furman takes the opportunity, jumps on it, moves forward, easy cutoff volley. Now love 15 lead for him. Meanwhile, if you're a Baylor Bear fan, these past 10 minutes seem to have woken them up. Sven La, love 30 lead in the 2-3 service game of Matthias Seymour.
You've been known to call Nick Beatty the best player in January on this Michigan team. It might very well come down to the fact that he's going to have to do it to keep this match alive.
Not just the best player in January, Chris, maybe the best player in the world. Not in college, but in the world during the month of January. But yes, as you mentioned, here, looks like Spencer Furman, love 30 lead now. And again, he was able to break Bickerstaff 5-6 in that first set. See what he's able to do here. Forehand in the net. So quadruple match point now for Furman. And this is probably, again, freshman, first dual match, serving to stay alive. This is when the jitters hit you most. But really nice push here for Baylor. 4 break points for Furman to give them a 3-0 lead in the dual match. Sven La right now, 4 break points as well to give him a 4-2 lead in the third set at set number 3. So here come the Baylor Bears, folks. Broom holding, by the way, for 6-5 as well.
And that's it. An overrule. Bickerstaff not happy. I'm assuming that ball was in, and you just have to call it out down quadruple match point, right?
Yeah, no comment on that scenario, but yes, you're absolutely right. In the end, it is Spencer Furman. Lets out a big roar, 7-5, 6-4. He wins over Michigan freshman Jacob Bickerstaff, and now the pressure is really on. We're going to go to court 5, where Nick Beatty is about to serve to try and stay alive in the match against Charlie Broom. All right, while we wait for that, let's go to court 3, where it's Matthias Seymour, currently down 30-40. 15-40 here on your stream. How did he win that point? Must have been a shanked mishit or something. Either way, 30-40 now for Seymour. Again, if you're Michigan freshman Jacob Bickerstaff, yeah, you lost the match 5-4, but it's a pretty good college debut, ain't it, Chris?
Definitely not bad, not bad. Not the result they needed, obviously, but he can't be terribly disappointed.
Mm-hmm. So we see Law here again. One more break chance for him.
Beatty gets the first point on his service game and the must hold to keep the match alive. 15-love. I'll keep us updated there while we wait for this game to end.
Double fault from Seymour. Break goes to the Bears. Let's go back to number 5, where, as you mentioned, Nick Beatty down 6-7, 5-6. 15-love in his service game. He has got to stay alive here for the Wolverines now. Is Baylor getting 5-4 wins at 2 and 6 singles respectively, not necessarily in that order in both courts, but those were the set scores. Big serve from Beatty for 30-love now. Fenty, Maloney, Beatty left on court. Where have we seen this recipe before, Chris?
I don't know. Where have we seen this out?
So many different places. That USC match comes to mind. Kept thinking, can Beatty, Maloney put them over the hump, give them that 4th point they needed?
Yeah, I would love to see a Beatty breaker here, but gosh, with Seymour giving up that break now you're in danger over there.
Yeah. Again, Wolverines went on a nice 20-minute push there. The clear thing, they built themselves a really deep hole, Chris. Doubles plus 6 first sets and singles. You just can't do that when you're playing a team as good as Baylor. That'll play, though, for a +1 forehand. So 40-15 now for Beatty. 40-15 for Maloney and Fenty as well in their 1-all games. Fenty now triple break point and actually going to end up getting the break of serve on the left side of your screen. But now 40-30 here for Beatty. 2 more game point chances to extend us to a second set breaker. And again, if you're the Wolverines, Seymour and Law are going to Seymour Law. That's going to be a physical battle. Those two are scrapping and clawing. There's still a chance for another break of serve there. All eyes are pointed out.
Great body serve there. He gets the hold. Let's get to court 3.
Let's go to court 3 indeed, Westhoff. Seymour Law. 4-2 right now. 30-15, I believe, for Sven Law. Excuse me, was 15-30, now 30-all. 1-0, Charlie Broom gets the early mini break hold. I suppose the early hold, not a mini break hold, just a hold. But if you want a mini break, go check out our mini break podcast at Cracked Racquets, where we're keeping you updated on all things going on in the tennis world. Anyways, 30-all Law Seymour.
Just a cross-court battle, and Law ends up coming out on top of it.
Now, 2 modern-day athletes, Chris. They're trekking down. It's so difficult to get anything by them. So now 2 game points for Law. 40-30 to consolidate his break. Meanwhile, 6-all, 1-all in set number 2 at 5 singles. And by the way, Chris, if Michigan ends up losing this match by losing the double points and then losing sets 6-4, 7-5, 6-4, 7-5, and 7-6, 7-6, obviously you're never happy about a loss, but it does confirm that Michigan is absolutely in the ball game here with all of these top 10 teams.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be too disheartened. A loss is a loss, but it wasn't like, yeah, you're going down 6-2, 6-3 every across the board. There weren't any of those in the first set.
I'm
Well,
really
one.
excited to see. I'm really excited to see Andrew Fenty bounce back in that second set too, because he has not played well. As we see Sven Lage get the hold. Let's go now to court number 5, Westhoff, to watch this second set breaker between Beatty and Broom. And by the way, Lage could end things before we even get to the end of this breaker. Currently 2-1, I believe, for Charlie Broom. Of course, again, a reminder for all of you watching. Once this match ends, we'll go check out the action in Raleigh. Split sets at number 1 singles position there. 7-6 set for Ole Miss at 4. They're up 7-6, 2-0 at that position. 7-6 victory for Alabama at the number 3 singles position. And then 6-4, 3-2 lead for Finn Reynolds of Ole Miss at number 2. Ole Miss taking the doubles point there, so looking like their pathway 1, 2, 4 in doubles, very much open to them. Of course, Alabama always going to scrap and claw.
Beautiful return winner from Beatty there to get back to 2-3 on serve in this breaker.
By the way, at the turn here, because I believe, as you mentioned, 2-3. You're going to have to tell me what the Wake
point here. Yeah,
I was going to say, you're going to have to tell me what the Wake Forest singles lineup is.
Actually, I mean, we'll do it. It's better than you would think. Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. So that's 2-4 at the change. The Wake Forest lineup for a team that's missing a whole bunch of guys doesn't look horrible. Eduardo Nava at 1, Sid Banthia way over his head at 2.
You're going to say that about Banthia, but not Nava at 1? Nava, totally fine. Banthia way over his head at 2.
Yeah,
I don't know about
Estacio at 3, which is where he played last year.
Mm-hmm.
Maciag at 4, we haven't seen a lot of, so don't know. Ambrosi at 5, who was a, number 3 guy at Columbia. And Kungu at 6.
So no Body, no Botzer, no Squire. None of the freshmen.
No Maroney, no Tachi. They've got a top 8 team not there.
That's a joke.
And this lineup still, to me, looks okay. Now, they've also dropped the first sets on 3 and 4. So Estathio and Maciag have already dropped their first sets. And note that TCU indoors is only a 5-court facility. So 5 matches on, number 6 hasn't started and may not even get on, depending on how this goes.
Interesting. And of course, again, if you're Coach Bresky, well aware of the fact you're missing so many of your top players this weekend, you take all of the results with a grain of salt. Here, though, we get to see the best of both teams, and it's Charlie Broom, 4-3 lead over Nick Beatty. Man, is the Broom forehand explosive.
Oh, he's
doesn't like that call.
It stands, though, and it's 4-all.
On the chair umpire sideline. I've been in that position. A really hard ball to overrule. 4-all here. And by the way, Seymour 40-15, 3 game points for him to get it to 3-5. Fenty Maloney opening up 3-1 leads for the Wolverines at the 1 and 4 singles position. So it's worth noting, Patrick Maloney, really good performance for him against Nick Stakowiak. The Wolverines will need him to make a jump this offseason to go where they want, or this season, to go where they want to go. And again, Fenty going to do Fenty things. So interesting to note there. Seymour holds for 3-5, 5-4 here. I apologize for cutting you off, Chris.
It's all right. I'll let this point. Actually, we're in between on the stream. So notably, Maloney was the guy that we looked at in the offseason who had the biggest results in the offseason that we said probably was, at least on paper, if not in the lineup, the number 4 guy for this Michigan team.
Oh,
Oh, you could see the reaction from Broom.
Justifiably so. Charlie Broom laced some forehands on that one, but Nick Beattie, as Nick Beattie is prone to do in the month of January, unbelievable backhand cross court. So now 5-all here, 5-3, 30 love now for Sven Lah at the number 3 singles position. So in the end, this one might not prove that consequential. Oh, you regret that forehand. So 6-5 Wolverines. Beattie doing his part. Set point chance for him. 30 love right now, Sven Lah over Seymour. So if you're a Bears fan, you are just like, come on. Come on, Svenny.
That's it.
Here we go,
Take
boy.
the court 3, Westhoff. Court 3.
Yeah. Westhoff, if you don't mind, switch over. Well, we have a set point here, but it's match point. Yep, go to court 3. Hate to say it. 40 love for Sven Lah. And we will let you guys all know what happens in that Beattie Broom match. But let's go now.
Beattie got that point. Takes
forehands in the net. Forehand goes in the net from Charlie Broom. So Beattie gets the split. 7-6, 6-7 at the number 5 singles position. Michigan looking good at number 4 singles, but 30 love here on your screen for Sven Lah. Make that 40 love on your screen for Sven Lah. So he's got quadruple match point to give this team a deceptive 4-0 victory over the Wolverines, but nevertheless a 4-0 victory all the same. Let's watch. First serve a little bit long. In the end, it's Sven Lah. 6-4, 1-6, 6-3. He gets the victory. And the Baylor Bears advance to the round of 16, 4-0 over your hosts, University of Michigan. As super producer Daniel Westhoff of the Ole Miss Alabama match. Chris, your final thoughts on our first match of the day in Ann Arbor?
Yeah, I mean, one of those, you're going to look at the score in the end at 4-0 and think, wow, Baylor killed them. And yeah, you had to feel confident the whole time after getting doubles and 6 first sets. But, the other 3 remaining matches, all in a third with 2 of them break leads for Michigan already, very easily could have been a 4-3 match, 5-2 at worst, the way it was looking. So pretty competitive. You can't feel bad if you're Michigan, but obviously you wanted to win that match at home.
Mm-hmm. No, there's no denying that for sure. And as we get ready to send us to stream number 3, court number 1 at NC State, I think my biggest takeaway is the fact that, again, Fenty, Maloney, both up breaks, 3-1, 4-1 respectively. Those are going to be 2 critical positions for these Wolverines if they want to be a top 10 team, make it back to another national semifinal. Obviously, unfortunately, not going to be the indoors this year, but there is no shame going to be the indoors this year. But there is no shame in losing to a Baylor team that we know how strong they are, 4 through 6. And guess what? If you're Michigan, you played Baylor pretty even today at the 4 through 6 singles positions. Now, it was a match at home, indoors, ideal conditions for you. But in Maloney, Beattie, Bickerstaff, that's a really exciting group for the Wolverines. And then, of course, Seymour, Fenty, they're going to do their things. Andre Styler, another disappointing first match for him of a college tennis season, but we know what he's capable of. Look, 9 times out of 10, Michigan's going to win the doubles point. And if they had won the doubles point, then you're still playing this match. And if we were still playing the match, you have 2 break leads at the 1 and 4 singles position, and you have the momentum on your side at the number 5 singles position. Now, they didn't take the doubles point against Baylor today, but that's a really promising result if you are this Michigan team. Now, let's look at the flip side quickly. And again, as we join the number 1 singles match, currently split sets 1-0 San Cullen in the third for Ole Miss. But as you look from the Baylor side of this equation, Chris, win the doubles point in Ann Arbor, 3 victories in singles, 2 of them of a straight set variety, 1 of them coming from one of your top 2 players. If you're Coach Woodson, you go back to the hotel and you sleep well tonight.
Yeah, certainly, you won the match, which is good. I don't know, I don't know any coach that unless they just win all 6 matches and doubles and straight sets and sweep the doubles that really sleeps well. They're going to be thinking about, hey, where were the spots I need to be concerned about? The fact that you had Nick Stakowiak down 4-1 in the third, that's a little concerning. Charlie Broom split sets with Beatty, that's a little concerning. You got Fenty up a break on your number one guy in Boitan. I've said all along, indoors you can justify it. Boitan is not the best player on this Baylor team. So I don't know that I'm overly concerned about that one. He's probably going to, if they continue to play him at one, he'll take his share of lumps at one singles. But yeah, I think you're still looking at it going, hey, we've got so many options on this team that everyone's going to have the day when it's not them. And as long as 3 or 4 guys have the day when it is them, we're good. And that's going to happen 90% of the time or better.
Yeah. And so again, for the Baylor team, you advance to the round of 16. Now, it's going to be a tricky matchup for them as they're going to play the winner of Pepperdine and Texas A&M. Of course, that match coming up for you all later here on this stream. Tentative 2 p.m. start. We know the rules in place. There's not allowed to be overlap between the players, between the various teams. So, of course, if that match starts a little bit after 2 p.m., you will all excuse the hosts. You will excuse them, of course, as well if that happens. But it is worth noting, of course, right now we've got a consolation matchup going on in Raleigh. It's Ole Miss taking on Alabama. Your score update: Ole Miss taking the doubles point with wins at the 1 and 3 doubles position. The recipe we saw from them yesterday as well. Here, they currently have leads at 4 singles, where they lead 7-6, 3-1 at 2 singles. And in fact, Westhoff, if we can go to stream number 2 to watch the number 2 singles matchup between Zhao and Reynolds back at NC State. It is currently 6-4, 5-3 Reynolds leading over Zhao. So he looks like he's about to put a second point on the board once again for Ole Miss. And in fact, did he? No, it looks like they're on a changeover right now. So perhaps it is now 5-4. Perhaps Zhao held, and we are going to get the chance to see Finn Reynolds try and serve for this match. But, if you're an Alabama fan right now, here's what you're excited about. 7-6 first set from Edson Ortiz, who won yesterday as well. You also like the way Cacavolta has fought for your team at the number 1 position, 6-4, 4-6, 2-1 lead he's got right now over Sand Cullen. Again, if you're Alabama, you're just trying to get to those 5 and 6 singles positions, and it looks like they should be able to do that here. Again, on court 2, it's Reynolds serving far side of your screen, and a beautiful serve and volley gives him a 15-love lead here. He tries to serve out his match. Coming up at 1 p.m., we kick off our West Coast coverage. UCLA, Cal, getting ready to start in LA. Of course, we'll be covering that region live all day as well. Worth noting, UCLA playing without their number 2 singles player. Top doubles contributor, Govind Nanda. Unfortunately, he's not able to be with the team this weekend due to COVID protocols in place. So, going to be interesting to see how that conference battle shakes out. Of course, all conference here right now. I mean, it's just a really nice play. There it is, by the way. Finn Reynolds, 6'4", 6'4", over Zhao. So let's go back now to stream number 3, court number 1. For that 3-1 action. So we got a comment, Chris, from a K Quintus. And I'm just curious, do we think that's Quis Quinta, the man himself? You can't say his name, by the way, without a lisp. You have to say Quis Quinta.
There's no doubt that's one of our biggest fans. Just who loves to poke fun.
The problem is, would Chris Quinta know who Wallace Hartley is? And I appreciate the comparison, but that's a bold comp.
Well,
I might have to call him Quintus Aurelius.
You think it's someone masquerading as Chris Quinta that knows Wallace Hartley. So the fact that he gave you props on the show, you turn around with the backhanded slap and say, nope, he's not smart enough to know that.
No, let me just say this. You talk about impersonations. I oftentimes, anytime I'm at the club, I try to do my best Chris Quinta, every single time, right? Because you just try to emulate him in all aspects of life. But no, of course, whomever that is, K Quintus, I appreciate you saying that. We do what we can here to, again, try and show to you all, try and share the way we enjoy college tennis with all of you. Chris, a little bit surprising here, although I will say in our pregame conversation, the serving and volleying of Patrick Kwiatkowski, I thought it might give the one-handed backhand of Tim Sandcullen troubles. Here, we're in a third set, 4-1 Kwiatkowski leads. Now, I believe it's only one break of serve right now, but if you're Alabama, you're up 4-1 at 1, 7-6-2 all at 2. You still have your number 5 singles, number 6 singles players to play. And yeah, you were rough at number 5 singles yesterday, but it's not like Racquets was that much better for Alabama. You like the way this match calculus has broken out for Ole Miss?
Oh yeah, I like this a lot for Ole Miss. And again, I was shocked yesterday that Alabama played Racquets at 5. I'll be just as shocked if they play him again today at 5. But I haven't turned over to that court with the Reynolds Zhao match finishing on court 2. I would assume those guys maybe are at least warming up to be able to see if it is indeed Racquets. And I'm looking. That might be Diaz Freire. With Litton, so we'll have to wait and see who comes out at 6. But yeah, I'm a little surprised. I mean, even though, obviously, as you said, maybe try to serve and volley down, into that one-hander that Sandcullen's got. But you got to like how this is breaking out for you. If Alabama can manage to split these two, or get these two at 2 and 3, or split, get the match with Kwiatkowski at 1, get the match with Ortiz at 3. A lot of pressure on 4 at that point, because if you take anybody taking a 3-2 lead into the last 2 matches is going to be tough. But I still really like Cadenow at 6 for Ole Miss. That's going to be a tough out. So. I think Bama has to have that 3-2 lead going into the final 2 where they just need a split. But boy, I don't know how they get that split if they're, that Racquets-Litton match, if that's what it is, would be tough. I still have a suspicion this may be Diaz Freire moving up from 6 to 5 with Racquets being pulled. Mm-hmm. And then if that's the case, what'll be the interesting question is who do they put at 6? Obviously, you can really put anybody in you want there, regardless of the order you submitted. You just pull as many as you like. A guy that's played a lot over the last several years for Alabama is Alexei Nesterov, but Nesterov in the lineup down, I don't know, at 8 or 9, but he could be the choice. Or I think the next man out, who's also played quite a bit for them, Jeremy Geschwentner, might be the next guy in at 6 if indeed they pull Retke at 5, move Diaz Frere up, and play Geschwentner at 6. That, I think, gives them a much better chance.
I think that's a good take. And by the way, here we see Coca-Volta now 5-1 up on San Cullen. I was wrong. This is Coca-Volta, San Cullen on the near side of your screen. Coca-Volta currently on the far side. Again, UCLA getting ready to take on Cal Berkeley in the USC region. We will be live with coverage of all of that action as well. Of course, that action circa our friends at PlaySite. That's something super producer Daniel Westoff will certainly enjoy.
Really interesting match there that I'm sure we'll get into as we cover it, but no Govind Nanda for UCLA. Cal kind of, in my mind, struggled in a 5-2 win over St. Mary's early, so neither team necessarily coming in with their, what I would call the A game or the A team right now. So I think that should be a pretty interesting match.
Ooh, actually have a late breaking development for all of you right now. Currently looking at the live stream in LA. I think it's pouring right now out there. It looks like it is really wet in those California courts. We are going to have to send a text to our people over in the LA region, figure out what is going on down there, and we will keep you up to date. That match was scheduled to start 1 p.m. today, although again, Chris, you can, I'll send you the link right now in our chat. You can give it a look as well. Those courts do not look playable at the moment. Of course, also unplayable right now has been the serve of Patrick Coca-Volta. He'll try to serve it out 5-2 here. After this changeover, we're going to stick with this match through the end of this Coca-Volta service game. And then I think we're going to take a little break, charge the batteries, figure out what's going on in LA, give super producer Daniel Westoff a time to, I don't know, maybe go to the bathroom, do those sorts of things. But yeah, of course, we will be back here again with our coverage throughout the day. We've got some really fun ones coming up later. The 2 p.m. hour should be phenomenal. NC State, Tennessee, A&M, Pepperdine. Then, of course, at 3:30, you add to the mix Ohio State and UVA. We're going to be 3 matches wide, 3 intense matches, of course, as well. And by the way, you know who's going to be joining us at 3 o'clock before the start of the Ohio State UVA match? It's going to be one and only CEO of the ITA, Tim Russell, going to be joining us on the stream today to talk a little bit about what we have in store for this 2021 college tennis season. So 3 p.m. for all of you listeners who are looking forward to that. He's going to join us right after that NC State Tennessee doubles comes to a close, right before we get refocused on the Ohio State UVA action going on at 3:30. So just again, a little update of what we have in store for all of you later. 2 p.m. hour, NC State, Tennessee, A&M, Pepperdine. 3:30, Ohio State, UVA. 6 o'clock, USC, UNLV. 6:30, Iowa, Middle Tennessee. Of course, we will continue to monitor in LA, again, what the weather looks like out there. We will continue to monitor the action going on in Fort Worth and Austin as well. Chris, do you have a Wake Forest update for me, speaking of which?
I do, Alex. Currently, Oklahoma obviously took the doubles point, and right now we've got first sets in the books for Nava and Ambrosi for Wake. First sets for Oklahoma at 3 and 4 for Martinez and Van Emberg, and still going Sid Banthia at 2-6-5. So still really tight, although Melios down a set and a break 4-2. Looks like he may be out here soon, and it could be 2-0 Oklahoma, but still a little early to tell.
You know, it's a rule that Sid Banthia play a 7-6 first set in every first set he plays to start a college tennis season. So I don't think that is going to surprise any of us here. What was surprising, though, I think to all of us, Patrick Kwiatkowski, 6'4", 4'6", 6'2" victory over Tim Sandcullen. What we're going to do right now, again, we're going to take a 10 to 15-minute break. We do have some content, of course, though, for all of you, as, of course, later on today, we are going to see the USC Trojans play. We just saw the Baylor Bears play their first matches. Of course, we talked about those teams at length this offseason, as those are two of the teams we think can seriously both compete for and win this national championship in 2021. So we have some college contenders videos for all of you to see, to learn a little bit more about both of those teams. But again, we will be back in about 10, 15 minutes. We'll say a tentative 1:15 return, maybe a little bit before that, to catch the end of this Ole Miss Alabama match. Right now, it's Ole Miss up 2-1 after they got victories in doubles and two singles. Alabama getting the win from over Ole Miss at the number 1 singles position. Again, coming up at 2 p.m., we've got NC State taking on Tennessee, A&M taking on Pepperdine, and oh so much more fun action for all of you throughout the day. We hope you will stick with us here on our Cracked Racquets for our Cracked Racquets Red Zone coverage of this 2021 ITA Kickoff weekend. But for now, for Daniel Westoff, Chris Halliors, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin, signing off. Coming in at number 3 in our Cracked Racquets preseason poll, the Baylor Bears. There's no denying the Bears have gone through a bit of a transformation around their program over these past few months. Still, despite all of those changes, the team possesses all of the ingredients to both compete for and win a national championship in 2021. New head coach Michael Woodson is stepping up into the spotlight after taking over for the iconic Brian Boland, who resigned from his position back in July. Woodson appears to be up to the task and has a roster that is loaded with talent and immediately ready to win. Every contributor that saw action last season is back in Waco, and the addition of 3 other talented graduate transfers should propel the Bears to a deep postseason run in 2021. Examining the roster. When you look at this Baylor team heading into 2021, one thing stands out above all else. Boy, do they have depth. Between Ryan Dickerson, Konstantin Franzen, Matthias Soto, and Sven La, Coach Woodson brings back talented returners who have all seen action at the highest levels of the game. Fourth-year Matthias Soto might look small on the court, but he was ranked as high as 14 in singles and 23 in the ITA doubles rankings just last season. Fourth-year Sven La is widely regarded as one of the most talented players in the country and has reached the number 1 doubles rankings at multiple points during his college career. He racked up a ridiculous 14-1 dual match singles record last season and will be counted on as a major contributor for the Bears this season. Both Adrian Boitan and Finn Bass are a couple of other returners Coach Woodson can count on to contribute this season, but perhaps most impressive are the graduate transfers the Bears can now turn to. In Super Seniors Nick Stakowiak and Charlie Broom, the Bears received 2 transfers who have both competed and succeeded at the highest levels of college tennis. Throw fellow Duke transfer Spencer Furman in the mix as well, and it's clear Coach Woodson will have a ton of options when setting his lineup this season. Possible lineups. Speaking of which, this is one of the most difficult lineups to project, as there will be so many fresh faces contributing to the Bears this season. Truth be told, we're not even sure Coach Woodson and his staff know what they'll do come January. The team has a plethora of choices in both singles and doubles, as their roster is legitimately 10 men deep. We would be shocked if returners Soto, La, and Boitan did not find themselves in the lineup to start the season. We think transfers to Stakowiak, Furman, and Broom will work their way into singles play as well, and give the Bears one of the most experienced and talented lineups in the country. What's achievable?
The Baylor Bears are not going to settle for anything less than a Big 12 title this spring. Stachowiak, Furman, and Broome decided to come to Waco for one reason, and that's to win some serious hardware. While we expect TCU to put up a fight, we think the Bears have the definitive edge in their conference in terms of both experience and depth. We also think this Baylor team is a Final Four caliber squad at minimum. If things go according to plan, we would not be surprised to see the Bears playing in the final match of the season. Regardless of how it ends up, it is going to be a ton of fun for college tennis fans to watch this Baylor team throughout the 2021 season. Coming in at number 4 in our Cracked Racquets preseason poll, the Ohio State Buckeyes. The Buckeyes bring everyone back from last year's squad and will look to begin 2021 as hot as they started the 2020 season. Ohio State fans saw plenty of potential in this team last year, as the Buckeyes were playing at as high of a level as any team in the country during the early parts of the 2020 season. They ripped off a ridiculous 13-match winning streak to kick off their 2020 campaign, including top 10 wins over teams like Texas, USC, Texas A&M, and Wake Forest. However, every one of those matches was played indoors, and as soon as OSU moved outside, the team dropped back-to-back duels against Georgia and Stanford. Head coach Ty Tucker's team should be elite as usual in 2021, but questions continue to linger about whether the team can successfully transition outside and make a serious run at an NCAA championship this spring. While the Big Ten trophy should certainly belong to Coach Tucker's squad once again in 2021, college tennis fans will need to stay tuned throughout the duration of the season to find out if this OSU team can reach its potential. Examining the roster. Even though Ohio State has a fairly youthful roster, the Buckeyes still have veterans that have seen and done it all in college tennis. Kyle Seelig is the elder statesman of the group, but John McNally, Tim Siebert, and Jacob Waridi are also all returning to Ohio State this season as seniors. It feels like Seelig has been at OSU for just about half his life, but the Pennsylvania native has improved tremendously throughout his career in Columbus and has become such a reliable presence in the lineup for Coach Tucker. McNally, who earned All-American honors in both singles and doubles last season, will once again need to rack up wins at the top of the lineup for the Buckeyes. James Trotter is the lone junior on the roster in 2021, and Big Game James will be an important piece of the puzzle this spring. Perhaps most important to the Buckeyes' national title hopes will be the growth of 2020 Freshman of the Year, Cannon Kingsley. Kingsley was a revelation during his first year on campus. The New York native carried a top 25 singles ranking all season long, and it would shock no one to see the 6'2" righty jump to the top of the Buckeyes lineup this season. The presence of veterans like James Trotter, Justin Boulez, and Robbie Cash is certain to help the Buckeyes this year, but perhaps even more exciting are the new freshmen on the Buckeyes roster. In J.J. Tracy, Ohio State receives the 2019 Easter Bowl finalist and a top 10 recruit in the 2020 class. Tracy should have no trouble transitioning to the college game and adding his talent to an already outstanding Buckeye lineup. Possible lineups. As far as the lineup goes, we think we can look back to 2020 and get a pretty solid idea of what Coach Tucker will do this spring. Cannon Kingsley was recruited to assume the number 1 singles role, and we think he'll be the man in that position from this point forward. add in seniors John McNally and Kyle Seelig, and Ohio State should no doubt have one of the best top threes in all of the country. The lower half of the lineup could be a little more interesting. J.J. Tracy certainly has the talent to play number 4, but we're not sure he'll start there right away as a freshman. While he may assume that role by the end of the season, we think James Trotter, Justin Boulay, and Robbie Cash will all be fighting for starting time in the singles lineup. However, when we get to the postseason, we expect the Buckeyes to line up Kingsley, McNally, Seelig, Tracy, Trotter, and Boulay as their singles lineup. What's achievable? As long as Coach Tucker is in Columbus, winning the Big Ten Conference is not the goal. It's the expectation. Elite players commit to OSU so they can take part in winning the Big Ten every season and have a legitimate shot to win national championships. The Scarlet and Gray have won 14 consecutive Big Ten regular season titles, and we do not expect that to change in 2021. We think the Buckeyes have a great chance to be a Final Four team at the end of the season. There are so many good squads that will be vying for the title in May, but OSU is right there with the best of them. If things break the right way, it wouldn't shock us at all to see them go all the way and make it to the NCAA tournament finals. If things go wrong, we still think the Buckeyes, at worst, should make an NCAA quarterfinal this season. There are so many spectacular teams in this 2021 college tennis season. However, we believe Ohio State can be a Final Four contender and absolutely compete for the 2021 national title. Coming in at number 5 in our Cracked Racquets ITA preseason poll, the USC Trojans. The Trojans ended last year's shortened season as the number 1 ranked team in the land, and they will be looking to keep the baton rolling into 2021. Head coach Brett Macy's squad was in the midst of an outstanding campaign in 2020, capturing the ITA National Team Indoor Championships last February and suffering only one dual match defeat throughout the duration of the season. Coach Macy has no shortage of talent to work with in 2021, as he brings back almost every major contributor from last year's squad. Fourth year Daniel Kucherman was ranked number 1 in the country just last season, and he will have no trouble stepping into the role of top player and leader for the Trojans this year. Fans will also be excited to see veteran guys like Riley Smith and Moore Bolus back in the fold, as they have been fantastic throughout their careers. Throw in the experience of guys like Bradley Fry, Jake Stans, Stefan Dostanic, and others, and it seems like all of the pieces of the puzzle are on the table for the Trojans this season. Examining the roster. Coach Macy will be relying on his seniors Riley Smith and Daniel Kucherman to lead the way both on and off the court for the Trojans in 2021. Smith and Kucherman have seen and done it all when it comes to the biggest stages in collegiate tennis. Their experience and steady presence at the top of the lineup will be invaluable as USC navigates a dual match season that will be as unpredictable and unlike any we've seen before. Kucherman is definitely one of the best players in the nation, and the Trojans know he can beat any other guy on any given day. Even though he's played primarily at the number 2 position, the speedy right-hander had a 26-2 overall singles record last season and was on a 7-match win streak when competition was canceled last March. While the 6'7" Smith may not have been that successful, he held an impressive 17-5 overall singles record and was on a 5-match win streak himself when things got shut down. As good as he is in singles, Smith may be even more valuable in the doubles court, as he went 27-5 overall on the season, including an 11-1 record in dual matches. Beyond the seniors, juniors Moore Bullis, Bradley Fry, and Jake Sands give Coach Macy plenty of depth to look towards at the bottom of the lineup. Bullis has been rock solid for the Trojans since joining the team in 2019. He posted a 22-5 singles record last season and was ranked as high as number 9 in the country in the fall of 2019. Beyond the juniors, sophomore Stefan Dostanic and Ryder Jackson can also be counted on to contribute to the Trojans this season. Both guys held up well in the big moments as freshmen and should be ready to contribute at an even higher degree this season. The Trojans also gained a potential impact freshman in Ludwig Westrate. Having competed in all 4 junior slams, Westrate has the ability to jump in and make noise for the team very early in the season. While Coach Macy will not need to rely on him from the get-go, don't be surprised if Westrate makes rapid improvements this spring and is contributing down the stretch run. Possible lineups. As far as the lineups go, it should be fairly easy to predict based on what we saw last year. Kucherman is the number 1 guy without any question, and will be steering the ship for the Trojans this entire season. We expect Smith and Bullis to fill out the top half of the lineup and have Stefan Dostanic as our only other lock in the Trojan singles lineup. Things get a little more interesting at 5 and 6. Coach Macy could elect to go with his more experienced players and start Sands and Fry, but he could also turn to his younger guys in Jackson and Westrate. We expect a bit of a rotation in the lower part of the lineup to start the season. However, we also know what we see in January could be totally different from what we end up seeing in April and May. What's achievable? If you commit to play tennis for USC, the goals are already set in stone. It's pretty simple for the Trojans. Compete and win the Pac-12 conference and put yourself in a position to win the national championship. In terms of the conference, USC should absolutely be one of the favorites, if not the outright top contender to win the Pac-12 in 2021. Of course, it's never easy, especially with teams like Stanford and UCLA vying for the same crown, but this Trojan squad has all of the pieces to bring home a Pac-12 crown. Looking at the national landscape, we would be shocked to see the Trojans finish any worse than a quarterfinal berth in the NCAA tournament. That would be the minimum. Could they potentially reach the Final Four, or even one step further? There's no question in our mind that this team has that capability. Losing a guy like Brandon Holt certainly hurts, and reaching the Final Four in 2021 will be as difficult as any season in college tennis history. However, these Trojans go at least 8 deep, and you should be sure to keep your eyes on them, as they will be making noise throughout the 2021 season.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the 2021 ITA Kickoff weekend here on our Racquets Redzone feed. Of course, it was a phenomenal first match for us on the day here as Baylor goes to Michigan, knocks off a top 10 Wolverines team 4-0 in a match that was much closer than the scoreline may indicate. And of course, for now, we've still got a little consolation action to watch before we wait for our 2 p.m. matches to kick off. It is Ole Miss currently up 2-1 on Alabama, and here on your stream, you see stream number 1 for singles position. Stream number 1 for singles position here as Simon Junk of Ole Miss currently up 7-6, 6-5 on Roberto of Alabama, 1 game away from putting point number 3 on the board for the Rebels, of course, at the number 3 singles position right now. Ole Miss has a little momentum as well. Nikola Slavic taking a 6-4 second set from Edson Ortiz. Ortiz took the first 7-6, so that match going the distance. Joining me on the call, of course, as he has all weekend long, is College Tennis Ranks Chris Halioris. Chris, your thoughts on the way? And in fact, it's Simon Junk putting point number 3 on the board for Ole Miss to take a 3-1 lead over Alabama. So we'll go back now to stream number 4, court number 3, as we get ready for Slavic and Ortiz to begin their third set. But Chris, your thoughts on the way this match has unfolded?
Yeah, not too unsimilar from what we thought would happen. Ole Miss with the edge in doubles and probably the edge in singles. They got a good win up top that we weren't really expecting from PK over Tim Sankelin, and they're going to need Ortiz, who just split. They're going to need him to obviously pull that match out. They've got to have all 3 remaining, so 5 and 6 just getting going. Finn Reynolds, like we thought, probably just too good at that number 2 spot, and that was a big win for them out of Simon Junk. So I'd say very, very tough battle now for Alabama. Ortiz, probably potentially the favorite in that match. That's a good match, but it's going to be tough for Alabama to win both of those matches at 5 and 6.
Mm-hmm. And we saw yesterday against Tennessee, Ole Miss was up a set, I believe 6-1 first set at the number 6 singles position. That, of course, Jacob Condenau, who you mentioned at the top of our broadcast this morning, was a player many coaches around the country had coveted, spoke highly of. Here again on the near side of your court, I believe this here is Nikola Slavic, correct? Serving
correct
for Ole Miss.
Yep.
You see the big inside out forehand from Slavic. Going to play big tennis here. For anyone, though, who's seeing Slavic Ortiz for the first time, and we see, by the way, Slavic holding for a 1 lead. Tell us a little bit about these players, Chris. What can we expect from both of them?
Ortiz is just, really tough kid. Very strong, compact frame. Can hit a decent amount of pace. Very super solid. Slavic a little more lengthy. Taller, lankier type kid. Longer strokes. A little more natural fluid power off the ground. It's a good contrast. But Ortiz is one of these guys that he'll sit out there and grind all day with you.
Of course, we're indoors here at NC State. 4-court indoor facility. All 4 matches now on court at the number 5 singles position. It's John Hallquist Lithen, 2-all for Ole Miss, and his Vincent Retke of Alabama, Jacob Condenau, as we mentioned, already off to a 2-0 break lead over Gabriel Diaz-Freire of Alabama over in Ann Arbor. If you want to look at those streams, although we'll stick here with this match, but the players already on court for that 2 p.m. battle between top 10 Texas A&M and last year's only undefeated men's college tennis team, the Pepperdine Waves. Of course, the winner of that stares down the gauntlet of Baylor tomorrow, so for that Texas A&M team, they're looking to get a quick 4-0 victory, looking to get to their hotel, get rest. Of course, Pepperdine down a couple men this weekend as well. But still a little isolation access for us. Joy, of course, we should mention a couple of other things. Obviously, there are other matches going on around the country that unfortunately we're not going to be able to broadcast for all of you. Wake Forest currently taking on Oklahoma in Fort Forest. No Taha Badi, no Henry Squire, no Barbotzer in their lineup today in singles doubles. Yet, of course, we talked about this all preseason. If you were clever about it, you could break up that way and probably field 2 top 10 teams. So Coach Bresky having to call on his depth today. Didn't have the freshman Italians either, Chris. Yet how are they looking right now in Fort Worth?
Not real promising if you're a Demon Deacon fan. They dropped the doubles point. They dropped 3 of the 5 first sets, one of which has finished. So it's currently 2-0 Oklahoma. And in those remaining matches, you've got Nava won the first set and down 4-3 in the second. Vanthia lost that breaker we had talked about. He's up 3-love in the second. They've just split, a big split actually for Robert Masiag at 4. He, I believe, was down. He had lost the first and was down 5-3 or 5-4 in the second, wins at 7-5. And then Ambrosi looks like he's probably going to split as well. So Wake going to need probably quite a few 3-setters to get themselves back in this match.
Of course, Resert Kungu playing 6 for them, number 92 in the country. Tathan Han, that match has yet to go on. One would imagine Kungu probably a pretty prohibitive favorite in that match. Of course, only 4 indoor courts at the TCU facility.
Yeah, 5 indoor courts.
5 indoor courts. So, it'll be a delayed start there. Now, if you're Wake Forest, you always hope your talent wins out in the end, that you got the split at 4. That it looks like 3-0 at the number 2 singles position. You can never count him out. Eduardo Nava on serve there at the number 1 singles position. You're still in this match, but we got a question, Chris, from Will Young, who asks your prediction for that match. You want to go first? You want me to go first here? Who do you have? Wake Forest, Oklahoma.
On the Wake match? Well, I would have said coming in, even minus all those guys, I would have given a slight edge to Wake just because they are so deep. But in a 2-0 hole and staring a bunch of 3-setters, clearly right now, advantage Oklahoma. But I definitely would not count these guys out. Nava can still win his match. Vanthia, that's going to be – actually, that's a match I really wish we were seeing. Mason Byler, very, very hard-hitting guy. Sid Vanthia, who will take all of that pace off the ball and make you generate it again on every shot. I mean, that would have been a classic match to watch. One guy trying to hit you off the court, the other guy trying to make it, a long grind rally as long a match as he possibly can. So, yeah, and that Masiag Martinez match at 4, haven't seen a lot of either one of those guys. So that's an interesting match. And Ambrosi looking like he's about to split. I would love to see it all come down to that last match on in Kungu. We have yet to have a last match on match here. We've no 4-3 last match on cases yet. Would love to see it here. So I'll say I would have picked Wake before the match, so I'll have to stick with them. But boy, this is going to be a tough hole to dig out of 2-0 right now.
No, my Wolverines held in tough there, and things got really fun down the home stretch, but they just dug themselves such a big hole here. It's not as big of a hole for Wake Forest because they did manage to secure some first sets. Now, it's 2 separate questions, right? If you're asking who Chris and I would rather be, I'm going to speak for you here, Chris. We would rather probably be Oklahoma in this moment. You have 2 points on the board, and with everything getting funky, it's easier points when things get funky than to find 4 points. Now, that being said, I've believed in this Wake Forest talent maybe more than any team I've in the country. Starting back to last year, you all mocked me when I had them as a top 5 team. I think this year they've only gotten better. Obviously, we don't get to see that full lineup today, but yeah, give me Banthia when the back's against the wall. Give me Kungu. I don't really know about Masiag, and I don't really know about Nava. I'm actually shocked if Safalu. Van Emberg's really, really good, and that's actually a really good matchup for him because if Safalu's just going to leave that ball on the court, particularly indoors, but I'm still going to lean Wake as well. I think it ends up probably going 4-3, but I am going to Wake 4-3 in that one. Of course, again, here we have what should end up as a pretty good battle on our hands. Slavic looking to close things out for Ole Miss here in the third set. Worth noting, Chris, Vincent Retke at number 5 singles, 3 straight games for him to take a 3-2 lead over John Hallquist Lithin. Or excuse me, not 3 straight games for him. I'm mixing that up. It was Condenau who was up 2-0. He's still up 2-1. But 3-2 lead for Retke over Hallquist Lithin.
Yeah, we got a little look at Lithin yesterday. You know, a kind of small left-hander with a really whip-like forehand that if he could manage to put in a lot, looks like a good weapon. But he just couldn't consistently get the balls in against Luca Wiedemann. Just too tough. A notch down in his opponent today, so it'll be interesting to see, can he be more consistent and use that forehand as a weapon today.
There is a poise about Ortiz, though, Chris, here. And again, he was a 3-set winner yesterday. I know indoors you'd think this would bring out the best in Slavic's game. And
yeah, Ortiz, you just can't help
some
but
frustration
love
there.
Ortiz
Yeah, exactly.
is such a fighter.
Mm-hmm. No, I completely agree here. By the way, just wanted to note, we do have an upset. We do have an update. You see how I kind of crossed those 2 words there? Upset, update, upstate. We have an update from what's going on at USC in Los Angeles. It is pouring rain, which is not something you say often, obviously, in California, but that's the case right now. Just no way for them to get on court. And of course, in Los Angeles, you don't even plan for any indoor tennis. You just assume you're going to be able to go outdoors. Obviously, they're 3 hours behind us. So 10:30 there. If they think there's a pathway to get both matches in today, they will start the play today. Now, it's worth noting Cal Berkeley, UCLA, USC, all in this region. It's a little bit easier for these schools to say, you know what, let's just push things back, start play tomorrow. Of course, UNLV, not too far away in Las Vegas also. It sounds like, Chris, and correct me if I'm wrong here, that will be the play for them if they can't get play underway at a reasonable hour.
Yeah, Chris Quinta responded to us and said, yeah, it looks like rain all day. If that holds, the plan is just pushed to tomorrow, not before 1:30. If Chris is still listening, what I would like to know, I think kickoff weekend is much like hosting round of 16 matches in the NCAA tournament, where when schools put into host, I know this is the case for NCAAs, I'm not sure here, and that's my question for Coach Quinta if he's listening. When you put into host that, you have to provide your indoor backup. It must be within, I believe, 30 minutes. So the question would be, on the off chance we see the miracle of 2 solid days of straight rain in LA, is there an indoor that they would go to, on Monday to say, well, we can't get in outdoors at all. Yep, we drive in town somewhere and go play in an indoor facility. That's generally the plan. They have to have a backup, but obviously that's not what we want to see.
Yeah, and my follow-up to that, to Chris Quinta, would be, do they have indoor facilities in LA? It's unclear. Like, I feel like it's sacrilegious. If you put a tennis court indoor, they're just going to be like, no, can't do that.
They even just work out on the beach, right? There's not even a need for a treadmill inside.
That's what I'm saying. You apply for like permission. You're like, hey, LA zoning board, we'd like to set up an indoor tennis facility. And they're going to go, we'll stop you there. Like, no, thank you. They're like, if you want to try playing on sand, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
So 2-1 here. I should say 1-2 Ortiz serving, trailing on serve. Again, we're about 26 minutes away from kickoff of A&M Pepperdine. Obviously, NC State, Tennessee not going to be able to get underway until at least 5 minutes after this one. That match was scheduled for 2 p.m. Going to put that a little closer. Tentative 3:15 right now.
Unfortunate double fault there from Ortiz. looks like we did have a comment from Jacob Dye out there saying that Pepperdine has been pushed to 4 p.m. So Pepperdine A&M. I don't know if we can verify that or not.
I'm sorry, Pepperdine pushed to 4 p.m.
That's just a comment we got in the chat there, so we'd have to try to verify that. But that was the comment.
I hate to say the person I might turn to verify would be Jacob Dye, obviously, our friend at the ITA, member of the team. He would know better than us. Jacob, if you're hearing us talk about this right now, can you send another message to say, no, I'm definitely right about this one, just so we know for sure.
It's really me.
Yeah, because I think you're right. Like, I believe you, but we just want to make sure. Because if that's the case, obviously we're planning to have Tim Russell on. The initial plan was to have 3 p.m. as singles got underway for NC State and Tennessee. And prior to the start of that doubles point at Ohio State and Virginia, if things shift around, we'll adjust accordingly. It's half the fun of the college tennis world as well, right? When just unexpectedly they throw you for a loop. I would text Coach Denton, but if he's on court right now, he'll be like, don't text. I feel like he would call me out. He's on court. Like, I know where he is.
You know what? I believe in Jacob here, Gruskin. So I will send a message to assistant coach Kevin O'Shea.
Yeah, see, that you don't feel as bad about. You can't just text doubles player in the world, a Grand Slam champion, at 11:37 if he's got a 2 p.m. match and be like, hey, Coach Denton, it's Alex Gruskin from Cracked Racquets. I got a question about your match time. He'll be like, no, you see me on court. Actually, to be honest, he'd say, oh, is this because Michigan lost? Be like, no, I just want to know what time you guys are starting. That wasn't necessary. For 1 Cardano is at number 6 singles, 4-3 Hulkquist Lithin. So he's flipped that scoreboard around at the number 5 position. So as you mentioned, Chris, Ole Miss starting to separate a little bit.
Yeah, as we said, I mean, look, it's 2 sets or a set and a half even really that we've got to see from Jacob Cadnow. He only got about a set in yesterday before the match ended, but was looking good. He's, getting close to a set today, but still looking good. And it looks like I may have lost my esteemed co-host, Alex Gruskin here. So we will continue on. Slavic here, serving on court 3 for Ole Miss. Meanwhile, on court 5, Lithin back up 4-3 for Ole Miss. The Rebels just needing to find one more point here. Alabama having to take all 3 remaining matches.
Update from us, from Fort Worth, excuse me, for you, Chris. Banthia up 4-2 in the second set, so it looks like he is inching closer to a split. 1-all in the third at 4, but 3-0 Oklahoma in the third set at number 5 singles, and 2-0 Nathan Hahn to start his match at number 6 singles over Wake Forest Reserve's Kungu. So again, who would you rather be right now? Pretty unequivocally, you want to be the Oklahoma Sooners. Can the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, Coach Bresky squad, dig out of this? Absolutely. But it is now a big hole, 3-0 for Ambrosi at 5. And, again, do we have an upset on our hands here in Fort Worth? Is it technically an upset if you're missing 5 of your top 12 players? I don't know. 5 of your top 6? I mean, that's a question, I suppose, for another time. But worth noting, Chris, things getting very interesting in Fort Worth.
I think an interesting exercise, Alex, because I certainly haven't done it. You should pull up the team compare on UTR and swap the lineup around to be this matchup and tell me how it comes out.
I will do that right now. If you tell me, did we get confirmation officially? I know my internet cut out a little bit there.
Yeah,
it is 4 p.m.
I have not heard back. I'm going to assume Jacob's right. I've not heard back from Coach O'Shea at Texas A&M. I guess I could try, I'll try Coach Schachterly as well.
Why I'm confused is because currently I see the players on court warming up. And I just feel like if it's a 4 p.m. match, you're not at the courts yet, right?
Yeah, that would seem odd, wouldn't it?
I would agree. By the way, here at this changeover, 3-2 Slavic on serve for Ole Miss. 5-2 Cadeno now at 6 singles for Ole Miss. 5-4 for Hallquist Lithin at the number 5 singles position.
You know what it's making me wonder in the back of my head, Alex?
I would love to hear that, Chris.
Was he potentially referring to the women's match? Because they are hosting.
Is Pepperdine playing Texas A&M in the women's side?
Well, all he said was Pepperdine has been pushed to 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Gotcha. I'll bet that is them hosting on the women's side.
Okay. Things starting to come together a little bit more clearly here.
Love getting these messages. A message just came in to me. Assistant coach Sebastian Ray, San Diego, said loves the Redzone.
Oh, well, we love San Diego. And again, if there are any coaches out here, I'm a large shirt size. Don't let the jawline fool you. I'm taller than you think.
And let it be known, we are not kidding. We love our college tennis. We love all our college tennis teams. We will gladly rep each and every single one of you when we call your matches, should we be provided something to wear.
Yeah, absolutely. Little backstory for some of you listeners. Obviously, we've talked about it here before. One of the many dames to root for the Liberty Flames, Chris Haliors, his nephew, my unofficial cousin, Trevor Fauché, the assistant coach at Liberty, hooked me up with a Liberty shirt. For those of you on the stream who don't know this, but maybe you do already because you listen to the podcasts. I'm a man of Jewish faith, obviously Liberty, pretty religious school. I'm walking down the street. Someone goes, Alex, you're repping Liberty University? I answer, yeah, I found Jesus. No, I was like, yeah, come on. Family coaches there. I rep family always. And so obviously, yes, as you mentioned, Chris, always want to rep all of these schools whenever possible because there are so many fantastic programs across the country.
One of my more favorite memories along the same lines, Alex, and you were with me at the time. We were at the National Indoors substitute site, if you will, at North Carolina when they were at Wake. Our match finished. Florida Ole Miss match was coming on. Tell my friends at Florida, obviously most people probably know outside of Mississippi State, I'm a Florida homer. I said, hey, give me a shirt. I'm the biggest fan next match. I got a shirt. I was a big fan the next match. The sad thing is that only goes with like the 30 Florida shirts I already own, just because I grew up in Florida as a Gator homer. But those shirts are all 20 years old, so this was a nice new one, and athletic nonetheless. But yeah, we love our colleges, love all the teams. So.
No, without question. So you asked me to find the UTRs, Chris. I think I have those answers for you, at least for the top three. So by the top three, if you go like this, Nava, 0.32 over Mandlik, Banthia, 0.18 over Baylor, Ifththalu, 0.57 over Van Ember. Have to make some changes here because you got to dig down this Wake Forest roster.
And while you do that, our other partner in the Holy Trinity, Matty Stakowiak, confirming, since he's on site at Ann Arbor, that it was indeed the Pepperdine women that were pushed to 4 p.m. Still on track in Ann Arbor.
Gotcha. Okay, here we go for you. Official UTR. Under this format, Wake Forest 78.69 power sticks, Oklahoma 77.84. Wake Forest favored by at least 0.18 in 4 of the 6 matchups, by 0.3 at the 1, 2, 3, and 6 positions. Matsiag and Ambrosi, the 2 underdogs.
So Wake was still favored in 4 of the matches.
Wake was still favored in 4 of the matches.
And Slavic here kind of closing in potentially on sealing this match for Ole Miss. He's now up 4-2. Cadnow already with the first set at number 6, 6-2 over Diaz Frere. So who you want to be in this match? Without a doubt, without question, you want to be Ole Miss, who looks like they are potentially within, 10, 15 minutes of closing this out if Slavic can just hold his 2 service games. And Nathan Hahn really taking it to Kungu there at 6 for Oklahoma. Really looking bleak for them.
Yeah, what is going on? Nava loses his second set 7-5. Hate to say it. If you're a Wake Forest fan, looks like we have upset alert. In fact, we're probably beyond alert. We have an upset on our hands, potentially going down in Fort Worth. Again, Oklahoma takes the doubles point, takes the number 3 singles position, 2-2. Going to be in third sets. Looks like at the 1, 2, 4, and 5 singles positions. They're up 4-0 at the number 6 singles position. My, oh my.
I don't recall the story. Nathan Hahn playing 6 for Oklahoma. I feel like there's a little more to his story that I can't quite remember, but I know he was a top-rated junior. I think getting close to top 100 ITF in his juniors, and a very high, a mid-13 UTR. And I think I don't know if it was an injury or what it is that I'm not quite recalling, but yeah, he's definitely somebody with a lot of potential, and obviously showing that here against Kungu. It's This is getting very, very concerning for Wake at the moment. Martinez is now already up 3-2 in the third. Schlegetter 4-1 on Ambrosi. They might be racing Ole Miss to the finish here. Slavic now 5-2. And now I'm watching all these matches out here for Alabama and Ole Miss, Alex. And I don't know if you've been watching much of this of Vincent Retke at 5. And sometimes, there are odd forms that just work, like the Jim Furyk backswing in golf. I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. It's not pretty, but I can't get away from watching this train wreck of a service motion that Retke has.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
And like I said, if it works, it works. But my gosh, this is not how you draw it up for kids. And I've lost our game score here as Slavic won that point at the net.
So we see here now, Slavic, 3-1 lead for Ole Miss. He tries to put this match, Ole Miss, he tries to put this match in the bag for his team. 6-2 first set for Condenow at the number 6 singles position for Ole Miss. 6-all right now at number 5 singles between Retke and Hallquist-Lithen. But it does look like Slavic's going to be the one. And of course, again, we're about 7 minutes away from the first serve in Ann Arbor. Texas A&M, top 10 team themselves, taking on the waviest Pepperdine team out there. Of course, have a little bit of a surprise, hopefully, for you listeners coming up in these next about 5 minutes, assuming we can get everything working technically and assuming someone who I know is tuning into this checks their text messages. You know who you are.
Well, I know it's not me because it would have come in the chat. So
yeah, I would have yelled at you already by now, Chris. Hoping to see this work. It should work. Again, trying to do some cool things here today on our stream. Obviously would have loved to be able to cover UCLA versus Cal right now. Unfortunately, rain delay there. It's pouring. Guess Macy's too afraid to take the court now that he's found out his team is the coach's poll number 2.
That forehand inside in down the line is the match winner for Slavic. He'll take the match and clinch for Ole Miss 4-1.
So there it is. Ole Miss winning their second match of this ITA kickoff weekend. They take it by a 4-1 score over Alabama, winning the doubles point, and then getting victories at the number 2 result for this Ole Miss team, right? Alabama, certainly some quality depth. They're going to be a top 35 program this year. They're, going to be a team we probably see come NCAAs. For them to get this win 4-1, close out their weekend with a victory, you got to be feeling good if you are the Ole Miss team after this weekend in Raleigh.
Oh yeah, I mean, they put up a good fight against Tennessee. Obviously, they beat a good Alabama team here. Sure, I think they went there with the intention of winning, but you take your lumps, you come out. I don't think they could be too disappointed. It's a good opening weekend. I'll tell you who is going to be disappointed right now, Alex. Wake Forest now down 3-0 and down 4-2 in the third at number 4.
Yeah, they're in some trouble here. It really does look like we are going to have an upset on our hands. And again, just to set the scene for all of you, 2 p.m. first serve for Texas A&M Pepperdine, whether that's actually 2 p.m., if it's closer to maybe 2:05, very possible. But we do see the players on court right now finishing up their warm-ups. Of course, later on today, about an hour from now, we imagine we'll have the kickoff of that NC State Tennessee round of 16 match to send a team to the National Indoor Quarterfinals. And then, of course, 3:30, a match that you usually doubles as the championship of this ITA National Indoor event. It's going to be Ohio State taking on the University of Virginia in Columbus. The freshmen for Virginia, so impressive yesterday in their 4-0 win over Iowa. But, of course, no one sans Oklahoma goes to Columbus and beats the Buckeyes there. So that will be a battle on our hands. And of course, we are looking forward to both of those matches. I suppose while I have you on the camera here, Chris, while we try to, again, get ready for this A&M match to start, get ready for them to get going on court, your thoughts on those afternoon round of 16 battles that we have in Columbus and Raleigh?
2 matches I'm really, really looking forward to. Obviously, we'll start in Columbus. We want to see those Virginia freshmen against some stiff competition, right? They open their season. They beat Liberty. They open the kickoff weekend here. They beat Iowa. Not pushed much in either of those matches. So we will hope that Virginia does step up and push them. And let's see what these freshmen have. We know what Ohio State's got. Let's see what all the Virginia freshmen have. And then the Tennessee-NC State match. It's so hard to pick. Obviously, this is a region, the Ohio State region, we all picked Ohio State to win. I mean, all 4 of us. We get to that region.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
He is
Coach
on the
Macy.
street. Sorry, Chris, to cut you off like that. This was the surprise I was hoping would work out in the end. Well, we said we had a delay going on in LA, and it is raining because this man wanted to come join us on the stream. He is masked up, ready to go. It is the head coach of the USC Trojans, our friend Brett Macy. Coach, welcome to our Cracked Racquets Red Zone coverage. Obviously, give us the scene on the grounds there. Rain in LA in January. That's got to be not the most common occurrence.
80 degrees the last 3 weeks has been not the regular occurrence, but it's been beautiful. So yeah, leave it to the rain gods and Mother Nature to do this to us now when we're starting up our season. So yeah, unfortunately, we had all the courts dry. Cal, of course, as soon as we said we're starting at 10:30, the rain started hitting again, and now we're sitting here in the office waiting for things to stop, and I don't know what we're gonna do today. We might have rain all day. We might be able to play later tonight, but time will tell.
What something I had asked. I think Coach Quinta had stopped listening at that point in time, but I know for like for the NCAAs at the round of the rounds of first and second rounds, sites that host have to at least have an indoor backup available within 30 minutes should that happen. If the miracle kept running and you rained all day through tomorrow, do you have that kind of option somewhere in LA to go to?
The nearest indoor courts, Chris, are 7 hours away in San Jose.
That's exactly what Gruskin said. He said that would be like a crime to build an indoor court in LA.
I think there's one at this guy's mansion up in Rolling Hills. It's like, it looks like you're in Morocco or you're in like some sort of, or Spanish, I don't know, island somewhere. But there's none to be seen anywhere near Southern California, unfortunately. But good news is I think tomorrow looks good. Monday gets a little dicey again. So I don't know. We're hoping that we can get in today, something.
No,
Nighttime,
absolutely.
no problems playing at night there, right?
Yeah, we do have a city ordinance and curfew, so that's the one negative there.
So a few problems, I suppose, but obviously, no, we're all looking forward to seeing the preseason number one team getting on the court, competing in four-year program, preseason number one, singles number one player in Daniel
ITA though,
Cooperman.
that's not cracked rackets.
No, yeah. Look, in the fake polls, you're number one. In the real ones, we know where you're at. But no, for your team, obviously, ITA number one in as a team. In singles, you have Daniels, the number one player. In doubles, you have Daniel and Riley as the number one doubles team. It's very easy to forget this because, we're a thorn in your side and we talk so frequently, but this is only your second year on the job, coach. And to have, number one across the board, what does that mean for you and your program?
It's obviously it's always nice to say that you're number one in anything, right? But to do something like that where all three, it's special for sure. I think it just speaks volumes from the guys that we have on the team and the roster that I was fortunate enough to inherit as well. But the end all be all is that we want to be there in May, not in January. So while it's nice to have that and be able to point to it and be able to broadcast it on social media or whatever, it really doesn't mean a whole lot until we get to do that come May.
It's not the worst recruiting pitch in the world. Go, hey, you want to know what it's like to?
It's definitely been shared for sure.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, I know a fact you probably didn't share. Number two in our Cracked Rackets coaches poll. Now, I will say we got to see the math, the margins between UNC. It's pretty much you guys, UNC, big gap, Ohio State, bigger gap, everyone else. So, the margin's very, very thin. All of these coaches feel like you guys at a minimum, a top two team, but getting to watch these teams compete. Hopefully you've been tuning into our Redzone coverage a little bit. What have you thought of some of the other teams? Obviously we saw Baylor, big win today. We saw Ohio State, Virginia, NC State. Your thoughts on the opening weekend of action?
I'm actually surprised you haven't had to take like a 30-minute timeout after that Michigan loss today.
Oh, I did.
I think what you guys are doing for one is awesome. I mean, it's fun to just sit here and banter with you guys for one and kind of do that. But I mean, just watching the other teams play, one, it's just super special to see everybody out there competing again. That's first and foremost. And two, like I think you guys pointed out all along, is there's a lot of depth and a lot of parity throughout the country, and we're going to see some unusual lineups for sure at times, not only with how we order them, but also COVID related, and you don't know anything until you go out and you get those negative results and then we had one last night even that we were waiting on until this morning, and luckily everything was fine. But just until you're out there hitting their first ball, who knows? But yeah, I mean, surprise for sure. Oklahoma's doing a great job against Wake right now. We're seeing that. Obviously Wake is undermanned a little bit, but credit to Oklahoma, they're taking it to them. And then, Baylor Bears just showed how tough they really are. It looked like there was a tough point there at doubles, and then Michigan was roaring back. They had their chance there. They had three. It looked like they were going to win three setters, and then if they could have flipped one more, they might have had a shot to pull off a miracle, quite like the one I remember at National.
There it is. I was going to say I was talking to Chris on the broadcast, and we were saying, I've seen this recipe before. Michigan was just on the other end of it. We won the doubles point. We were up 3-0. Everything was looking great. Moore Bullis was so flabbergasted that he was like, I don't know my name anymore. I just am rattled by Connor Johnston. But no, of course, then your Trojans came back to do your thing. And obviously this weekend, unfortunately, no UCF for you guys, but you are going to get to see a couple of Pac-12 foes in UCLA and Cal. And then obviously you guys get to look at UNLV, and somewhere Luke Smith, Tim Blinkiron are smiling at the thought of their UNLV running Rebels taking on the Trojans once again. What can we expect to see from the Trojans this weekend? Are we going to get a look at, my up and coming, I think the biggest jump, the most improved player award, Stefan Dostanic for this season? We're going to get to see him play high up there in the lineup.
Stefan is probably going to be playing up there. And I believe you, predicted correctly that he was going to be ahead of Mr. Bullis. Sorry, Chris.
You're just both. How do you get Coach Macy to stab me in the back along with you at the same time, Gruskin?
It's a trick I inherited from my mother.
But Chris, let me point out again, Moore is in quarantine right now, and he's not able to compete as well. So throw that to you as well. It'd been a toss up. It definitely would have been, pick or choose one or the other. But yeah, Stefan's been doing great. We've had some great practices again, like over the last week or so. I think the guys are becoming more comfortable getting to compete last weekend when we played up at Pepperdine and got a few matches in there. The guys are just starting to get that feel again. I think we're just antsy at this point. We just want to get out there. We want to strike the first ball, and we get this close, and now we have rain that just, throws another wrench into it. But we're getting close, and whether it's today, later, or tomorrow, we'll be ready to go. And I think just excited to compete.
So you got the family there with you, or they at home watching?
Family is just hanging out. We actually got what are those called? The virtual goggles yesterday, Oculus last night, and so the kids paid for it on their own. They've been stringing some rackets, and they paid for it, and I was on it last night. I felt like I was going to fall over, but they're probably just enjoying the rain inside. Unfortunately, other than essential staff and players, nobody's allowed to come into the facility probably for the foreseeable future here at SC. But yeah, they'll be watching at home. Hopefully, you guys can say some good words to them.
I was kind of hopeful they were on now, Coach, because I know, we tried like 2 or 3 times last year to shout out to the kids. So undoubtedly still not watching, but Jackson and Devin, if you're watching, Dad says hi, and hi to you guys.
Yeah. And obviously to Mrs. Mace as well. We miss you. We love you. Wish you were on scene for it. But no, of course, it's going to be so fun to watch your team compete. And I know you have things to do. We won't want to keep you here for too long. And currently, we're going to go live to the Michigan feed as well as they begin to get underway at this number 1 court against A&M. Now, we've talked about this, and I unfortunately didn't get to see this team compete last season, but the only undefeated team in the country last year, it wasn't the USC Trojans. It wasn't the North Carolina Tar Heels. It was the Pepperdine Waves. And this is a team on the West Coast that, quietly always seems to have success. And of course, their former coach, national championship winning coach, their coach Steinberg now at Michigan, but we've really seen this program continue to just, not miss a beat and rock and roll. What can our viewers today expect to see from this Pepperdine team if it's their first time watching them?
They're definitely a good feisty team. I think Adam's done an awesome job building that program back up. It had a couple years there where it dipped, and now they've got it. Like you said, last year they had a undefeated season going, and unfortunately it got cut short. This year we were excited to get a chance to play against them. I think there are a few guys short as well still right now. They got a few guys that haven't gotten back from or have opted out, unfortunately, for the for the season. But we're going to play them in March, and I expect a barn burner there for sure. Just guys that just don't go away. They're going to compete really hard. Coach Adam, Shackley is going to give him that Midwest feel. Shackley is going to give him that Midwest feel. From his style in terms of the blue collar. Even though they're up there in Malibu, they definitely don't spoil him in that direction. So, I'll be interested to see, as well. And, I know I can see it kind of A&M just with the shortfalls of Pepperdine's lineup. They could run away with it, maybe a 4-0 or a 4-1, but, it's going to be a tight one if it is. But I wouldn't be surprised as well if, the Waves get on the board and they surprise them a little bit there at the top of the lineup. I just see the depth of A&M just kind of taking it to, Pepperdine today just because of where they're at and where, again, the shortfalls of Pepperdine are right now.
Mm-hmm. Would you say Coach Denton is the most humble former number 2 doubles player in the world. Like if you met Coach Denton, I don't think it would come up in the first 30 minutes that, oh yeah, I played mixed doubles with Billie Jean King in Grand Slams all the time.
No, what you're going to get is I can't quote anything that he's ever said to me on this broadcast. So that's what you're for sure going to get. I called him yesterday and I said, how cold is it in Michigan? And he said something that I definitely would love to share on air, but I definitely won't. But you're right. I mean, he's an awesome guy. I enjoyed my time in Texas competing against him a lot. And I think that's why now that I'm here, we're going to try to play each other every year and try to see if we can, play the Aggies. And, he does a great job with those guys down there. Again, another blue collar worker, just gets those guys to compete really hard every day. And, you always find if they don't start off very well in the season, they always end well. And, they're always there at the end. So definitely another good group. I did want to say one thing. I know we've talked about the depth of some of these lineups, and I went on and I looked at Wake Forest today, and I knew that they had a deep team, but I didn't know that they could field a lacrosse team.
They've got 19 guys on the roster, Coach.
20, Chris, don't sell it short. I mean, it's incredible. I don't know how he gets away Title IX with that, but I think he has more people on his roster than, half of our basketball teams do. So
Tony's out there selling 0.1 scholarships, Coach.
Not cheap to go to Wake Forest last time I checked.
No, hey, what can you say? A lot of people want to be deacons. It's still a popular profession. And by the way, Oklahoma 4-0 sweep of the Demon Deacons. They get a 6-4 victory at the 4 singles position from Alex Martinez, 6-1 in the third from Justin Schlagler. That was my best attempt at the number 5 singles position. So Wake Forest, Chris, out of this national indoor event. Now, of course, again, when you play without Body, Botzer, Squire, 2 Italian freshmen, and you still go 6 deep, you still have all these 3-set matches. Of course, that's impressive. But yeah,
you and Maddie can claim whatever you want. You picked Wake, I picked TCU. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that's true.
So tell us this: with their full roster, Chris and I have a little wager going right now, friendly wager.
Okay.
What do you feel like is their top 6 at the end of the season? We need to know what their top 6 are, because Chris and I have a certain individual that we're hedging should not be above or below 3.
So for the record, you're referring
above or below 3. That has to be Estafi. I mean, because clearly Botzer and Squire are 1-2.
Yes, we agreed on that.
Okay,
yeah. 3.
So
based off today, it can't be Estafi. Good God, what a train wreck that was.
The question is, and by the way, you're referring to the man with a plan, the slickest man in all of college tennis, the one and only Chris Quinta, assistant coach for USC, who I'm sure is there as well. Hello, Coach. It's good to see. I'm imagining that smiling face, those perfectly angular cheekbones, and I'm just imagining you smiling and enjoying yourself right now. But you're asking me for a Wake Forest prediction. Given how good he looked today, Eduardo Nava probably falls into that lineup. Now, the question is where. And it's so tough because I don't know. They haven't seen the Italian freshman play at all. Like not one serve, not one forehand, none of it. And I've looked on Play Site everywhere. I've tried to find the illegal streams, but I just haven't been able to yet. But like,
Nava, though.
Well, what about Taha Badi? Like he was pretty good last year too.
Where do you put Tachi?
That's the question.
Hold on one second. Chris, you want to come in here? Where do you put Tachi?
He's got to be in the lineup, right? The thing is, Tony seemed to be really, really. I mean, in our talking to him, he spoke a lot more about Maroney as of the incoming freshman. But I mean, I think Tachi's got to be in there. You've got Botzer, you've got Squire, you've got Nava, you've got Tachi and Maroney, you've got Body, and you've got Estafi. That's 7 guys for 6 positions. And I think, sure, you can go deeper. You've still got Banthia, you've got, guys like that. You've got Kungu. But I think those are the 7 guys for 6 positions. And who's the odd man out in there? I don't know. I mean, if you look at the lineup Tony submitted, Melios is the odd man out. I don't believe that for a second, though.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because again, they've got so much talent, and again, why not split it into two? Just be like, all right, Botzer, Squire, you guys are split up. Body, Stoffelu, Nava, we'll split you guys up as well. We'll go Wake Forest A, Wake Forest B. We'll see how far we can get these two teams.
Yeah, Alex doesn't want to answer, Coach.
Yeah, I'm obfuscating.
I'll answer. Tachi's in. I think you see, Melios or Body probably the one falling out.
I think you're underselling Banthia. I'm all in on the Sid Banthia experience. That guy just wins. Like if you're telling me you get Sid Banthia at 6 singles, I would sign up for that. I'd be like, cool. All right, I'll lock him in at my 6th position, and we feel pretty good moving forward. Not quite Jacob Bickerstaff good, but like pretty good. In terms of where they're at. But no, and again, here, speaking of talented teams, A&M jumping on these Pepperdine Waves in number 1 and 3 doubles position, 3-0 leads on both courts, single break. And then at number 2 right now, Vashro Rollins, 2-all. Just quickly for those lineups, by the way, number 1, 2, 3 for A&M. It's going to go Aguilar Thompson at 1, Vashro Rollins 2, Habib Schachter at 3. At the number 1, 2, 3 positions for Pepperdine, it's Otzbach and De Jong at 1, Sumaria and Denudin at 2. At 3, it's Felon and Shelton. So those are your lineups for the Waves. Coach, again, more than welcome to stick with us as long as you'd like. If you had to guess, because we got a message from someone who wanted me to ask you when we will know tentatively about your match today.
We're meeting up again in an hour, a little over an hour from now, and we're going to have a call just about the rest of the day. We're not before 1:30 right now for the first match. And with everything that we have to deal with, we're going to have a conversation of whether we should start with singles today or not to get the match in, or we're just going to see and wait a little bit longer. Look, it doesn't rain here too often, and usually when it does, if it's through something like this, you usually can get a full day. So, we could be rained out today. I don't know. I don't know who your source is that says that, we're postponing till tomorrow, but that's definitely not the case yet. We're going to try to see how long we can, hold on, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, expect around 12:30 or 1, another update to be made, and we'll go from there.
Well, for the record,
our source didn't say
him. It was Chris Halioris. It was
our source didn't say pushing. The question was, if you couldn't play today, was it fined indoors or pushed to tomorrow? And obviously you answered that with, there is no indoors. So the answer is, if we don't play today at all, we push to tomorrow.
Yeah.
The question is, in these slick conditions, do you think you can justify moving Riley Smith up to 1 singles?
The serve would be kind of tough to handle at that point, but it might slow it down too.
No, what I would do, I'd put him and Keegan Smith on one court, and then I just leave them alone. I'd be like, no one's coming here. You guys do your thing. Just report the score when you're done, like at Du Bois 12th match. And we'll put it on the scoreboard.
Put a family affair over there on the corner.
Exactly. Just like, you guys, we'll let you do your thing.
Yeah, that would have been back when they were, Riley's a couple years older than his cousin, so I don't know if they played each other back in the day in the juniors, but I know Coulter did, if I believe. But anyway, yeah, that would be a fun match.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. And again, we look forward to that here as we lock in on the action in Michigan. 4-0 lead now for the Aggies at the number 1 doubles position, Aguilar and Thompson. And Chris, I know you've watched a lot of Juan Carlos Aguilar during his career. Probably one of the 10 most talented doubles players in the country.
Yeah, and not your prototypical body, stature for a doubles player, a little guy, but a great doubles player, great hands, always at the top of that lineup. And, bringing in Bjorn Thompson, the transfer, somebody that I'm sure Coach Macy, knows a little bit from Texas Tech. That's, and a former number 1 doubles player himself with Parker Wynn. That's a great doubles team right there. And yeah, Aguilar's just tremendous hands, active kid, really good athlete. Yeah. But yeah, like you said, not too many top doubles players that you see that, I might be taller than.
That was a 2-handed backhand I just saw by Bjorn.
Oh, that's a first. Wait, you recruited Bjorn Thompson to Texas Tech, correct?
Yes.
So you know him well. Give us the scoop, because this is a really good doubles team.
So, I mean, Bjorn is probably one of the nicest kids and greatest kids I've ever coached. Like, he's up there for sure. I mean, this is a kid who on day one, when he showed up to Lubbock, I mean, he was ready to compete from the go. And I've never seen a kid, like, usually when you come in January, you're a little bit hesitant and you have to find some time to figure it out. But I mean, we played his first point against Arizona and I was a little nervous for him, and he finished the point and he threw the biggest fist pump. And I was like, you know what? This guy's got it. We're not going to have to worry. And sure enough, I think he lost 3 matches the entire semester, and he went like 25-3 at 6 singles, 6-5 and 6 singles, and was just a rock for us. And then playing 1 doubles and beating some great teams. And, he was up there. They got to the finals of fall national championships a couple years ago. But also just a great kid individual. I mean, he's the president of SAC for the Big 12, not just of Texas Tech, but all of Big 12. And, I'm really happy to see that he, decided to play again. He unfortunately, come his senior year, we had this wrist issue that we just couldn't figure out. And I mean, he had 3 or 4 surgeries and multiple injections. And he finally had to switch over to a one-handed backhand because he couldn't, he wasn't allowed to hit it anymore. So to see him hit a 2-handed backhand now, that's awesome to see, because that was his best stroke.
Yeah, Coach, I know you're aware of this, Alex. I have no idea what the fans exactly would have to search, but one of my favorite videos ever, you've got to find the Bjorn Thompson carpool karaoke with, I don't know who's in there. I think it's Tommy Milnikov and a couple of the other foreign guys, Coach, but I mean, outstanding video.
That was awesome, wasn't it?
So you guys can go YouTube that, Bjorn Thompson carpool karaoke. I'm sure it'll come up with some sort of search. But yeah, that was classic.
Some good memories right there. It was when I think the song was Old Town Road was one of them.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a different lifetime. I remember things like carpool karaoke. Those were the days. Now it's Zoom time karaoke. I'm happy to start singing with you, Coach. The problem is then we'll get into copyright troubles, and then YouTube will get mad at us because I do just a pitch perfect Sinatra, and you can't. I don't even know a single Sinatra song. That was a bad bluff. But nevertheless, here and again, we've switched over now to court number 3, where A&M continues to get off to a big start. Now they take a 5-0 lead there. Habib and Shakhtar Westhoff. If you want to go to a deuce point on court 2, interesting deuce point here. Samaria, Den Uden have a chance to hold serve, stay even at least with the number 2 doubles team of Vastro and Rollins. And we talked about this beforehand, but Chris Halioris, just in case Chris Quinta thinks I'm talking to him, because, I know he thinks the world revolves around him, but Chris Halioris, my question is to you. Just kidding, Chris Quinta, by the way. I'm a huge fan of yours, as previously stated. Chris Halioris, this Pepperdine team, correct me if I'm wrong, down a couple of players here this weekend.
Yeah, a couple of the players, one in particular who's kind of the heart of the team, and Tim Zietvogel not able to make the trip with them. So yeah, it's unfortunate for them. A really good team, as Coach Macy mentioned, but you're going to come and play Texas A&M without having necessarily your best team. It's going to happen to everybody at some point during the year. But it is what it is. It's going to be really tough for them. What looks clearly like they're down 5-0 on a couple courts. They're going to drop the doubles point here. And then the depth, again, as Coach Macy mentioned, this Texas A&M team is really deep. So for Pepperdine to be able to compete with that depth and have to win 4 singles, it's rough. But they'll get a couple matches of good experience, get some other guys some good experience here. That's what a lot of these teams are in for. If you don't win, you're going to get good experience, take it back, and then, they'll look for the rest of their season out on the West Coast.
Well, speaking of good experience, it is always a good experience for us to get the chance to chat with Coach Macy. Coach, I will throw one more at you before we go. Obviously, your team here this weekend, you get potentially an early shot at a conference foe in UCLA or Cal if you are able, of course, to get through UNLV first. Give us your thoughts, what you want to see from your team this weekend.
Honestly, I just want to see us, I talked to the team early on this year about don't get caught up in playing your best tennis early on in the year and don't get frustrated by it. The things I want to see from them are they engaged? Are they competing hard? And if we do those two things, I think our talent will speak for itself and take over. But if you get too much wrapped up in am I winning or am I losing, more than like usually if that's the case, you run into trouble. But even now, like since a lot of guys haven't really competed and haven't played a dual match, in over a year, you're going to miss the sight of trying to just keep improving. And we got to worry about the process. So we're definitely process oriented. I just want to see, are they doing the things we've been talking about in doubles? Are we, staying close? Are we, not getting down on ourselves? Are we, those types of things. And, those are our controllables, right? And, do the controllables and the tennis will take care of itself. So that's really what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm. It will. All right. Last thing, I swear. And then you're going transitive property, because I know you got mad at me. Kingsley beats Kucherman. Kucherman's number one in the country. Therefore, Kingsley's number one in the country, right? Isn't that how logic games work?
So then Riley Smith's number one in the country.
Hey, that works for me too. Yeah, especially when it's wet outside. I made the case earlier. But yeah, no, I thought I'd throw one more at you just to grind your gears. No, obviously, Coach, we are wishing you and the Trojans safety, health, but more importantly, success during this 2021 season. And you'll get a text from me in about 3 minutes. So thank you so much for taking the time to chat. We will talk with you soon.
Guys, thanks for doing this. You guys are awesome. This is really good.
Fight on.
No, well, that's a frog right there.
That's a frog. I don't know. I don't give peace signs.
He'd have to raise the pitch a little for that one.
Hey, go Frogs. No, obviously fight on. No, thank you, Coach, though. Again, thank you so much. Stay safe, stay healthy, and good luck this weekend.
All right, guys, have a good one.
A top 10, maybe even, what makes me upset, Chris, is that I didn't include them when we did our top 10 doubles teams of the year on our Cracked Racquets podcast. If you knew Aguilar and Thompson were going to be together, would you have them top 10?
Well, I think we knew they were going to be together, and now you're making me wonder.
Did I just forget about them? I think I did. I just forgot about them. That was an error.
Well, with my aged mind, I forget about a lot of things. So I'm going to pull up our lists right now to see, did any of us include them in our top 10?
Well, I'd like to amend my list as frequently is done here.
I'm looking right now, and not on my list, not on your list, not on Maddie's list. So nobody included them.
So can we agree that we all made a mistake and cut out a team from all of our lists and throw them in, because this team belongs there? You can just see, and I know, again, it's a shorthanded Pepperdine squad, but this team just makes it look so easy out here. And, Aguilar, I believe a former junior U.S. Open either champion or finalist in doubles.
Yeah, really. I mean, just really, really good hands. And you can see them. He was almost like, forget that Bjorn's out here. I'm just going to stand right in the middle of the net. It's all me.
Oh, it's so fun to watch these two play. You can just see how comfortable they are. And by the way, deuce point here now as Otsbach de Jong try to get a break back at least 4-5-2. Of course, Westhoff, if we can, check out court 3 after this point so that I see Habib Schachter going to have a set point as well. We'll go there after this deuce point quickly. or I guess not quickly. It's a really good rally from Pepperdine. They get one of the breaks back. If we can quickly check out Court 3 West off, we'll see if they haven't finished yet. Oh, except I think I know now, you told me this Court 3. No, Court 3 was working. It's Court 2 we're struggling with the feed. Can we go to Court 3, see if they finish that up? I believe he just did. Shout out to you. I believe this is a match point for Habib and Shakhtar.
And Hadi Habib, another guy that I am really high on. Just love his game.
Yeah, and he and Shakhtar, 6-1 win over Filling and Shelton. So one more set needed for this A&M team to get the doubles point. And a reminder, in case it's your first match joining us, doubles. 3 sets. Whoever wins 2 out of 3 gets that elusive doubles point. Then we head to singles, 6 singles matches, all worth 1. First to 4 points win. Of course, we saw the value of getting that doubles point this morning in Ann Arbor. The Wolverines really looked like they had turned the tide on courts 1, 4, and 5. But Baylor able to get 6 first sets, hold on in 3 of them, have that doubles point, or excuse me, hold on in 2 of them. Have that doubles point, get another win from Sven Law. Was just good enough to advance over the Wolverines here. For now, on court number 1, we have Aguilar and Thompson. 5-2. As they get ready for their changeover.
Little shout out in the YouTube chat from Gregor Ramskogler, Mississippi State player I know well, said, really great to see us covering college tennis. Good to hear. Good to see you tuning in, Ram. Thanks for listening.
I was going to make a joke about what, never mind. I'm going to leave that one on the table. That's a Patreon joke, folks. If you want to hear that joke, go to our Patreon, Crack Rackets, subscribe.
I also see Coach Quinta poking at assistant coach for Pepperdine, Tassilo Schmid, also a former Mississippi State player, asking him to do something. I'm not sure what you want him to do here.
Maybe take the racket, get out on court.
Yeah, same result, I would hate to say.
There are some phenomenally former talented college tennis players littered across the country right now as coaches. If we did an all coaches tournament, I would watch. You could take my $5. Interesting, Chris, development here. NC State right now says they're scheduled for 5 p.m.
Wow.
But I don't think that's correct. Can it be? It was initially scheduled for 2. Obviously, that match went a little bit late. Figured they would just push it back an hour to 3.
Well.
You want to text Coach Spencer today, or should I?
I'll take a quick. Where did you see that it was 5 p.m.?
On their streams, it says right now when you're setting up their streams, 5 p.m. is when those streams are scheduled to go live. So that was initially scheduled to be a 3 p.m. match. Of course, I think we mentioned this earlier. Texas, by the way, about to get underway in Austin as they take on Florida. They're trying to avoid some rain down in the Lone Star State. Here, of course, match points now for Aguilar and Thompson. Try and put the doubles point in the A&M pocket. Bashro Rollins 5-4 on serve at the number 2 position.
All right. Got a text into Coach Spencer. So if we get a response, maybe we'll know it's 5 p.m. If we get no response, I'll assume he's getting the team ready and they're still on for getting on court as soon as possible.
Knowing Coach Spencer, I bet he responds. He's a great man. You wouldn't leave our fans hanging like that. But again, matches we still have scheduled to play today. If it goes, UCLA, Cal, and USC, UNLV scheduled. Excuse me. Okay. Yes. So USC versus UNLV, UCLA versus Cal. If that's played today, it'll be much later on. If not, they will push those matches to tomorrow. Right now, they're dealing with rain in LA. NC State, Tennessee, waiting to see when that match gets pushed to. As of right now, looks like a tentative 3:15-ish. Of course, you see Pepperdine gets the hold here, 4-5-3, held at 2 doubles as well, 4-5 all now. It'll be Thompson serving for a chance to put this one away. Of course, again, big upset on the day. Oklahoma knocking off a short-handed Wake in Fort Worth. TCU Denver was scheduled for 3 p.m. You imagine now that match will probably be pushed back a little bit till 3:30. And again, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to show any of the matches in the state of Texas. Got Arizona Liberty taking place around then as well. But we will keep an eye on that Texas-Florida scoreline, keep all of you updated. And then 3:30 action heats up in Columbus as Ohio State is taking on the University of Virginia for a spot in the round of 16 here.
Wow, don't look
scrappy
now,
performance. Alex. I was going to say scrappy performance. I think Pepperdine assistant coach heard from Chris Quinta. He said, you know what? I'm really not doing my best coaching job right now. Coach Quinta's right. Let me step it up and quietly, very quietly, 15-30 hole here for Aguilar and Thompson.
We could be back on serve from 5-love. We could be on serve at 4-5 here in just a minute.
So correction now, 15-40, triple break point for the Pepperdine Waves. By the way, 40-15 triple game point for A&M to hold for 6-5. But interesting right now, development here. Chris Halioris, you're exactly right. 5-0 to 5-4. Pepperdine stays alive at the number 1 doubles position. So A&M leads on serve 5-4 now at 1. They're up 6-5 now at 2. But I don't know what else to say other than, Chris, this was a brain fart.
Yeah, well, I mean, Coach Quinta just commented that Tassi called him for advice, so that must have been it.
Be more handsome. That was the advice.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
I don't think that's his accent either.
But at least, A&M on serve, but up 6-5 at 2. On serve, up 5-4 at 1. Still can't feel too bad, but holy cow, from 5-love, this can't feel good.
Still waiting for them to change out that scoreboard in Texas and Florida, so we'll keep you up to date on when that match gets underway again. Bruce Burke letting us know that because of the rain, they're moving that match up to 2:30, so perhaps the rain already started. We'll try our best to monitor that. Rain going on in
a live look in there for us.
Of
course, now here on the number 1 doubles court, Aguilar-Thompson. We're up 5-0, 5-1 in this match. Now back to 5-4. Currently love 30 for the Aggies here on your stream, but definitely let an easy doubles point get a little bit complicated. Can only imagine the expletives being mouthed by head coach Steve Denton under that mask.
Oh, it is certainly nice and sunny in Texas, and I see scores and players they're already underway. I see 2-1 Florida on court 1, 2-1 Florida on the court to the right. I don't know what that is. So yeah, they're definitely underway down in Texas in the Texas-Florida match.
Correct me if I'm wrong. New doubles pairings for the Gators at number 3 in Andrade and Grant.
I feel like that's what they played yesterday. I mean, new, but I feel like that's what they played yesterday.
Yeah.
Is it still Ingleton and Shelton at 2 and
it is
Raleigh
Ingleton
Rippis at 1?
That's correct.
Yeah, and I think they did play the same Andrade Grant yesterday.
And of course, doubles has been a struggle for the Gators here early on in the season. Yep, I see those score updates as well. So play underway there. $30 all now here on court number 1. Wait, Westhoff, if you may. I don't know why I said wait. Can you quickly go to court number 2, please? We have triple match point for Vashro Rollins now as they lead 15-40 after that volley lands. So they're going to have 3 shots to finish this match. Of course, on the court next to them, currently 30 all at the number 1 doubles position. After this, once doubles concludes here, we are going to take a 5-minute break here to try to make sure we have everything sorted out, as we are expected to be joined by ITA CEO Tim Russell sometime over the next 20 to 30 minutes. So really excited for that. We are going to take a 5-minute break, make sure everything's going to be good to go there.
Match points on both courts right now.
Match points here on courts 1 and 2. It's deuce point. Coming up here on 2. 1 match point fought off by Pepperdine on court 1 with a let court serve that leads to a +1 volley. So now deuce point on court number 1. So double deuce point.
Yeah, deuce points on both courts. A&M just need one of them.
If you're A&M, you just need one. That's exactly it, Chris. Just need one of them to win the match.
They do not get it on court 1.
So court 1 falling a little bit short. Then let's stick here on court 2. See if we're getting a tiebreaker here, or seeing if the Aggies can put this one away. It's a +1 volley that did the trick on court number 1.
Didn't get it on either court, it doesn't look like. Did they? Are they still going on court 2?
No, they did not get it. Court 2, deuce point goes the way of Pepperdine. So maybe we won't be taking a break. I guess we'll end up finding out here. I think we still might have to just, again, sort out some technical things. Make sure we're good to go. But 5 all here on court 1, or I should say 6 all here, excuse me, on court 2. 5 all right now on court 1. If you're Pepperdine, win or lose this doubles point, the way you've competed these last 20 minutes, it's a steal, right? For the Waves.
I mean,
you'd like to end up with a point.
I don't know. Yes. You want to win the doubles point, right? You're not going to feel good if you lose it no matter what. But yeah, at least coming back from 5-0, 5-0, obviously one of them stayed that way. But coming back from 5-0 to get to 5 all on court 1 here, nice comeback, but doesn't mean a whole lot if they can't close it out.
Approximately 3:15 start for NC State, according to their Twitter feed as of 34 minutes ago.
Yeah, I just got, I did actually not paying attention to the phone. That was 8 minutes ago. Coach Spencer did respond, 3:15 start.
See, Coach Spencer, great man. Knew he would respond. He always does. So that's so you listeners know, 3:15 start time for that match. So you know what? We are then going to take a bit of a break after this. Remember, afternoon session, Ohio State, Virginia round of 16 match, NC State versus Tennessee round of 16 match. We've got the round of 32 match action going on here. We're going to be 3 wide. First time here on our Cracked Racquets Red Zone feed. I can feel the reservations, the goosebumps going on the back of Daniel Westhoff's neck right now. Again, that is why we are going to take a 5-minute break to make sure we're ready to go. 3 sites wide, win the moment, calls for it. But as of right now, we're sticking on court 2 here in the tiebreaker. A&M Pepperdine looking to get the doubles point. A&M was up big at the number 1 and 3 spots. We're able to put things away at 3, 6-1 victory for Habib and Schachter. Aguilar and Thompson on serve, but up 6-5 over Otzbach and DeJong. Vashro Rollins currently leading in the breaker right now. 3-2 on your stream as they play out this point on at the number 2 doubles flight. Worth noting for the Ohio State region, and I appreciate super producer Daniel Westhoff pointing this out to us. There is a women's match going on right now on those Ohio State courts. Ohio State taking on, I'm not sure the match, to be honest, that's going on there.
Virginia and Tennessee are playing there right now, I believe, for the women.
And so I believe the men's match will start after that, correct?
Correct.
So again, it won't be until an hour after that.
Yeah, so 3:30 probably the 3:30 published start, probably premature now. That will probably be pushed back a little.
Okay, everything getting pushed back a little bit, just so all of you listeners are aware. We wanted to keep you up to date on all of those things. As of right now, you see the switch of side, 4-2, A&M leading Pepperdine. Make that 5-2 now. Ball goes a little bit long. Man, if you're Aguilar and Thompson, you're really going to steal a win from us, 2 doubles? We wanted to put this one on the board. Well, I guess it's really their fault.
If they even try to say that, 2 doubles going to be, what do you mean steal a win? You were up 5-love. Come on. Nobody to blame but yourself if you can't put this one away. Indeed, that's exactly what they do.
So it is Texas A&M taking a 7-6 decision at the number 2 doubles spot to get the doubles point over Pepperdine. They'll take a 1-0 lead into singles. They're exactly where they want to be. And as I mentioned, we are going to take a quick break now, but rest assured, we've got a little bit of content for you. Do you want to learn more about this Texas A&M team you're seeing play on your screen right now? Well, lucky for you, we covered them in our Cracked Racquets College Contender Series. Of course, we put together a little bit 5-minute video, give you the highlights of this Texas A&M season, talk a little bit about what you can expect from them during 2021. Of course, we've also got the Ohio State Buckeyes coming on our power of the Buckeyes this season. We're about to show you that video the Buckeyes this season. We're back, though, in about 10-15 minutes, tentative 3 o'clock, 15 minutes, tentative 3 o'clock, we will have more coverage from this A&M Pepperdine match. We will have the start of NC State, Tennessee, and then, of course, NC State, Tennessee, and then, of course, Tim Russell joining us as well. You won't want to miss any of our coverage here down the home stretch. Any of our coverage here down the home stretch here. But that will do it for right now again here. 10 to 15 minute break. Stick around with us. 10 to 15 minute break. Stick around with us. We will be back, folks. But for now, here at Crack Racquets, I'm your host, Alex Druskin. You have been watching our coverage of day 2. You have been watching our coverage of day 2 of the Crack Racquets of the 2021. And we'll see you soon. Thanks, everyone. Coming in at number 7 in our Crack Racquets preseason poll, the Texas A&M Aggies. A&M Coming in at number 7 in our Crack Racquets preseason poll, the Texas A&M Aggies. A&M fans should see a familiar lineup take the courts in College Station this spring, as the Aggies return their entire roster from last season and could possibly be the frontrunners to win the SEC Conference in 2021. Head coach Steve Denton can rely on his talented, experienced veterans to guide the Aggies through the dual match season and potentially make a run at the title next spring. When we last saw the Aggies in 2020, they were riding a 7-match win streak and had the inside track to winning their conference. Heading into this season, this team is well positioned to be in the same boat come this spring. Examining the roster. It all starts with the elder statesmen for the Aggies. Juan Carlos Aguilar, Hattie Habib, Barnaby Smith, and Val Vashro make up the core of this squad. It was only a few years ago that each of the members of these groups played a critical role in the Aggies reaching the semifinals of the 2018 NCAA tournament. 3 years later, this group seems poised to do something similar in 2021. Vashro came to A&M as a talented freshman out of France and has since developed into one of the best players in the country. The 6'4" right-hander has been ranked as high as number 3 in the nation in singles and had one of the best seasons in Aggies program history despite the season being cut short. He tallied a 26-4 overall singles record, including a 12-0 start to his dual match season. Vashro has the ability to compete with anyone in the country and will once again be looked to lead the way for the Aggies this season. Both Habib and Aguilar have been equally spectacular during their time in College Station. After redshirting during the 2018 season, the 6'2" righty Habib has jumped towards the top of the Aggies lineup and never looked back. He ended last season on a 5-match win streak and finished second on the team in wins. Of course, Aguilar has been a revelation since joining the Aggies as a freshman in 2018. The 5'6" Bolivian may be small in stature, but he's proven that he can produce at any spot in the singles lineup. Beyond their top 3, guys like Barnaby Smith, Noah Schachter, Guido Marson, and others will be counted on to contribute at the bottom of the Aggies lineup. The newcomers on the team will be freshman Rafael Perot and graduate transfer Bjorn Thompson. It remains to be seen how many opportunities he'll get right out of the gate, but Perot can use this season to learn from his veteran teammates and adjust to collegiate tennis. In Bjorn Thompson, Texas A&M had a sneaky good signing that most fans probably let slip under the radar. The 6-foot UK native transferred from nearby Texas Tech and has the experience to contribute for the Aggies right away. Possible lineups. As far as the lineup goes, we think things will shake out fairly similar to last season. We believe we'll see Vashro start the year at 1, Habib at 2, Aguilar at 3, and Schachter at 4. Things could get a little more interesting in the lower parts of the lineup, because beyond that, Coach Denton will have plenty of options at his disposal. We expect to see Barnaby Smith begin the season at number 5, but also think guys like Marsone, Rollins, Stork, and Bjorn Thompson can all contribute at the bottom of the lineup. In truth, most teams don't have the luxury of going 8 or 9 deep, so these are all great choices for this A&M coaching staff to confront heading into this season. What is achievable? Texas A&M is our preseason favorite to win the SEC, and Coach Denton and the Aggies should not settle for anything less than a conference title. There was a good chance this team would have won that title last year, and the fact that A&M returns their entire lineup, plus adds a couple of key newcomers, should only strengthen their odds. We've always thought A&M is a better outdoor than indoor team, and it feels worth noting that all 3 of the Aggies' losses last spring were indoor matches. If things go according to plan, we expect A&M to make a run to at least the quarterfinals of the NCAA tournament. There's no reason to believe this squad doesn't end up with a top 8 finish nationally. They're too strong on top and have the depth to compete with any team in the country. Because of that, their potential to make a Final Four run is absolutely in play. All of the ingredients are there. At this point, though, there are just a few other teams that we like just a bit more. However, the Aggies are a team that must not be slept on, and they are our preseason picks to both win the SEC and go on a deep postseason run in 2021. Coming in at number 1 in our Cracked Racquets preseason poll, the UNC Tar Heels. Head coach Sam Paul and the Tar Heels could have easily won the title in 2020, and UNC will be on a mission this spring to finish what they started and bring a national championship back to Chapel Hill this season. This team was absolutely steamrolling opponents to start 2020. They suffered only 1 defeat all season long, though it came in the finals of the ITA National Indoor Championships. Still, in terms of outright talent, there doesn't seem to be another squad in the country that can match the Heels this season. UNC brings back all of their key contributors from last year, and welcomes some talented freshmen into the mix as well. They have the necessary experience, depth, star power, and coaching prowess to bring the trophy home to Chapel Hill. And have no doubt, folks, if our calculations are correct, the Tar Heels will be making a very deep run in the 2021 postseason. Examining the roster, this UNC team starts and stops with Will Blumberg, and they'll be able to go as far as the 6'2 senior can take them. The right-hander is one of just 3 men's players in ITA history to be named an 8-time All-American. And if healthy again this spring, he'll be able to beat anyone at any time across the country. Upperclassmen Ben Seguin, Josh Peck, Simon Sondergaard, and Matt Kiger return for the Heels as well, and their experience and talent will all be counted on to take the Heels where they want to go this season. Third-year Brian Cernock has been a smooth operator for the Tar Heels during his first few seasons, and his improvement in doubles has allowed the Heels to become maybe the best overall doubles team in the country. Sophomore Rinky Hijikata was a perfect 4-0 at the 3 singles position and 7-0 at 3 doubles, and won the top newcomer award from Carolina's strength and conditioning staff as a freshman. It'll be fascinating to see what he can do on the court in his second act, and if he takes another jump, this Tar Heel team goes from elite to perhaps one of the best in college tennis history. Freshmen Logan Zapp, Peter Murphy, and Adam Neff are certain to become the core of UNC tennis over the next several years. However, with all the talent they've got in front of them, the freshmen will need to put in some serious work if they hope to crack the Tar Heels lineup this season. Possible lineups. We don't think there will be many surprises this spring when it comes to the Tar Heels roster. Coaches Paul and Phillips won't need to leave anything to chance, as they already have a great idea of who they can trust on their roster in the big moments. Blumberg will of course be locked in at the number 1 position, and it should surprise no one to see Seguin and Hijikata join him in the top half of the Tar Heels lineup. We also expect to see Cernak and Peck line up at the 4 and 5 singles positions, but at number 6 singles is where things get interesting for the Heels. We wouldn't be shocked to see Sondergaard, Zapp, Neff, or even Kiger assume this role throughout different portions of the year. Of course, no matter what, the Tar Heels boast a lineup that will allow them to compete for 4 points in every match they play. What's achievable? We're picking the men from Chapel Hill to win the 2021 NCAA championship. Simply put, it's now or never for this Tar Heel team. There's a reason guys like Blumberg, Peck, and Sondergaard came back this season, and that's to finish what they started. And as good as the Heels were in 2020, and they were unbelievably good, we think they could explode and take it to an even another level this spring. It should be an absolute pleasure watching UNC compete over the next few months. And if everything goes according to plan, we might just see Coach Paul and the Tar Heels hoisting that elusive NCAA team trophy come May. Kicking things off at number 11, the University of Georgia. Georgia tennis fans should be excited to see almost the exact same roster that finished the 2020 season so strong hit the courts again this spring. The Bulldogs were building some serious momentum before the pandemic shut everything down, winning their last 6 dual matches, including a victory 4-0 over then number 3 ranked Ohio State. Coach Manny Diaz has a young but talented roster on his team that is certainly capable of competing for a conference championship. Examining the roster. One player that won't be returning from last year's team is Robert Loeb. Loeb carved out a great career for himself, finding success in the lower part of the Bulldogs singles lineup and reaching as high as number 1 in the country in doubles. Replacing a player like that is certainly a difficult task, but this year's Bulldogs roster does not lack in talent. The emergence of guys like Blake Kreuter, Eric Revilius, and the addition of Billy Rowe will certainly solidify the bottom of the lineup. At the top of the lineup, Georgia brings back Phil Henning and Trent Bride, who, though only sophomores, have already established themselves as 2 of the top players in the college game. With that being said, both Henning and Bride will need to step up if Georgia wishes to join the ranks of the elites in 2021. In looking at the rest of the Bulldogs lineup, another player whose results have jumped out of late is Blake Kreuter. Kreuter has really taken some steps forward over the past few seasons. He enters the 2021 season on a 17 dual match win streak that dates back to the 2019 season. Although he has dropped a couple of individual matches this fall, Kreuter should be able to slide into the middle portion of this lineup and become a major contributor this spring. Also, in Tyler Zink, Eric Revilius, and Baptiste Anselmo, the Bulldogs possess more than enough depth to find 4 points in every match they play. Possible lineups. Fans should not be surprised to see Trent Bride and Phil Henning sit in the top 2 spots. Beyond that, the middle portion of this lineup is a toss-up. Zink, Kreuter, Rowe, Gravilius, and Selmo have all shown they're more than capable of filling out the rest of the singles lineup. In fact, there is no doubt that the biggest question facing Coach Manny Diaz is what he does at the bottom of his lineup and what doubles pairings he decides to end up playing. What's achievable? The Dogs will be competing for the SEC title this season, and that should be their goal. It is realistic, but every college tennis fan knows how rugged the SEC schedule is week in, week out. Our Cracked Racquets team does not have them as the favorites right now, with teams like Texas A&M and Florida slightly ahead based on their experience. However, the last time we saw this squad, they had some major momentum building. If they can carry that into this season and stay healthy, the Bulldogs can win their conference. The question that we will all be asking as Georgia starts its season is, can they pick up where they left off? If so, they are more than capable of making a deep run to the quarterfinals of the NCAA tournament. A top 8 finish in 2021 would be a fantastic result and a clear indication of the program heading back into the right direction. As of right now, we do not see this team as a Final Four contender. However, as we all know, a lot can change between now and May. No matter how it shakes out, we'll certainly be looking forward to watching the Bulldogs compete on the court this spring.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of our Cracked Racquets Redzone coverage of the 2021 ITA Kickoff weekend. We pick things up in Ann Arbor, where the Texas A&M Aggies have taken the doubles point over the Pepperdine Waves. Now, it was a more dramatic doubles point than we anticipated, and certainly more dramatic than we thought it was going to be after the first 20 minutes of play. Pepperdine absolutely made it a match, coming back from 5-0 down at the number 1 position, but ultimately it was Vashro and Rollins delivering a 7-6 victory at the number 2 position to give the doubles point to Texas A&M. And we're going to pick up our coverage with Val Vashro, the number 1 singles player for the Aggies, taking on Daniel DeJong of Pepperdine. Going to run through the lineups quickly. At the number 1 position, Vashro versus DeJong. Number 2, it's Habib of A&M versus Otzbach of Pepperdine. Number 3, Aguilar of A&M versus Denudin of Pepperdine. Schachter, A&M, Samaria, Pepperdine at 4. It's Marson versus Shelton. That's A&M, then Pepperdine at 5. And finally, Barnaby Smith of A&M taking on Pietro Filian at the number 6 position for Pepperdine. So should be a really fun singles match. And of course, joining me to break down the action we have in Ann Arbor, as well as our upcoming action in Raleigh. He's joined us all weekend long. He is my better half when it comes to our Cracked Racquets college tennis content, or I should say one half of my better half when it comes to our Cracked Racquets Holy Trinity. Of course, I am referring to the man behind College Tennis Ranks. It's Chris Halioris. Chris, we are now an hour into this A&M Pepperdine match. Early leads for Pepperdine across a couple of courts. What do you expect to see here in singles?
Well, what we expect to see probably is some of these A&M guys get out to quick leads. We talked about the fact that Pepperdine was a little shorthanded today. So definitely that will probably have an impact down at the bottom of the lineup. But Pepperdine hanging tough, at least at 5 and 6 right now. But yeah, I expect to see a little bit of an A&M push at the start. If Pepperdine can manage to get out to a decent start, you never know. But A&M's clearly they've got their whole team there, and even with both full teams there, they're a little bit more talented. So it's going to be tough for Pepperdine to keep them from getting a quick early lead here.
Mm-hmm. Well, 2 more expectations I want to talk about here to kick off the resumption of our coverage. Expectation number 1, which is one all of you viewers have: when is ITA CEO Tim Russell going to be joining us? At 3:15, he will be on the stream to talk with Chris tonight as we get into the start of the match in Raleigh, Sorry, that's how I was going to say it. Hey, great shot. Apologies to all of you listeners. But another expectation that the Florida Gators have struggled in doubles thus far. Well, Chris, we have a development for everyone in Austin, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to show this match on our stream, but for the Florida Gators, Chris. 6-2 victory from Vale and Rifus, their second straight win over and they get the win over Spaziri and Walby today. The other victory, Andrade and Will Grant, 6-2 over Texas's Micah Broswell and Cleve Harper. The Gators 1-0 heading into singles against the Longhorns, and you hate to say it, but if you're the Longhorns, that is not the start you were looking for.
No, definitely not at all. Florida has looked susceptible to doubles, dropping doubles points, both yesterday and to USF. But it's going to be a tough. I mean, we thought upset alert here potentially, but I think a lot of that was predicated on Texas being able to grab that doubles point. It's going to be tough. Yeah, Florida went with a lot of 3-setters yesterday, but they're still just so deep in singles. Texas is not shallow either, but it's going to be tough to take 4 singles matches off the Gators.
Mm-hmm. No, and it's funny though, because if you remember last season, preseason number 1 Florida played, or preseason number 1 Texas went down to preseason number 2, I believe, Florida in the first match of the year. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but the doubles point went to the Gators in that instance at home as well. And then Texas ended up taking 4 straight singles matches. And of course, that was something that thwarted the Gators, kind of halted their momentum really early to start last season. You wonder if the Gators have that match on their mind here in Austin today.
If they do, I just got some breaking news that it sounds like it might get to linger on their minds a little longer. I believe they have now just gone into a weather delay in Texas.
Well, we said early on, Coach Burke thinking ahead. He foresaw this rain coming. He said we're starting a little bit early to try and get as much outdoors as we can. That's smart thinking by Coach Burke, because you're right. Now, as you mentioned, weather delay has them going indoors here. It's been all Val Vashro and the Aggies across the board. Quick score update. Vashro looking to hold here to secure a 3-2 lead. Elsewhere, it's Habib on serve 2-1 over Otzbach. Otzbach 3 more game points to try and get us 2-2 all. Juan Carlos Aguilar playing 3 singles today for the Aggies. Up a break 3-1 over Den Uden. Schachter 3-1 lead for him over Samaria. Barnaby Smith, 2-1 lead, break lead at number 6 over Felon. Good news for Pepperdine. Robert Shelton, 2-1 break lead over Guido Marson at the 5 singles position. And again, things fairly early going in Ann Arbor. We'll go now to court number 3, where Juan Carlos Aguilar, who we saw play the number 1 doubles position for the Aggies, is taking on Guy Den Uden. Again, Guy Den Uden currently serving. I think our stream is on court number 2. If we can go to court 3, Westoff, for Aguilar Den Uden. Beautiful. So a big 30-all point coming up here. Again, for Pepperdine, trying to keep things close.
Been watching a little bit of this match in particular, and Den Uden as he's moving and sliding around on that hard court like it's clay. Very impressive, but some really long slides.
No doubt about that. Of course, worth noting, Pepperdine in the gray. On the near side, A&M rocking the all-white. It's a nice forehand there, though.
What do you think about the all-white, Alex?
It's only for Wimbledon. Otherwise,
yeah, I'm there. That's where I'm at.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I'm not the biggest fan of the all-white. But hey, You do what you got to do, right? You can't be rocking that beautiful crimson each and every day. But you know what you can rock each and every day? An ITA hat. When you are the man with the plan, the CEO behind everything that goes on in college tennis, that's the man we have joining us now on our Cracked Racquets Red Zone coverage. Tim Russell, welcome.
So wonderful to be with you.
Well, we appreciate you saying that, and we appreciate all of your help in helping us get this Red Zone coverage underway. I have to start, though, obviously, with the fact that we are actually seeing players on court. And given that we're in a pandemic, it looms over everything. Just give us a little sneak peek in the efforts that went into this tournament in being able to get all of these teams on site and facilitate all of the communications that need to happen, because I imagine it's been.
Well, first of all, since the pandemic, we have tried to be a leader in the world of athletics and in college athletics. And we're one of the first groups to actually bring back competition. And that was our ITA summer circuit. And it was actually so successful that you might remember we actually introduced the fall circuit and the winter when college tennis really didn't get played the way it usually does. And so we've been trying to not only continue to shine a light on college tennis, but to offer safe, responsible play opportunities. And the fact that we're here is a tribute to a lot of people. First of all, the amazing staff at the ITA. Corey Brooks is our Senior Director of Championships, but he has a terrific team, and also our communications team as well. So we've got a great board of directors that has been supporting all of us. So just, the bigger picture is that we have a board that through the pandemic enabled us to keep a full staff. We didn't have to lay people off. We didn't furlough people. This is kind of unusual in what happened in the world of college athletics. So I think it starts with a vision and a tribute to our coaches and student athletes saying that our sport is really important. The next group of people that we really need to applaud are our host sites, because they helped make things happen. And then along the way, there was a lot of interface when you talked about communication between our staff and the host sites. You might know that we put out a series of safe play guidelines. I've been watching on the feeds where we have in between matches people coming out to clean courts. And so we're trying to say, how can college tennis be a leader in a safe, responsible way? So a lot of hard work. But for me, the minute we struck a ball, I was on Twitter going, I can't believe we're playing tennis. So here we are.
Oh, absolutely. We all feel the same way. That's why we were so excited to kick off our coverage in such a special fashion. You talk again about getting all of these teams on court. The decision was made to go from 15 host sites to 7. Now, from a quality of play standpoint, that's a really cool development for us college tennis fans, because you get something like a Baylor versus a Michigan in the very first match of the kickoff weekend. But curious, is this just a product of the fact that we're in a pandemic? Will the plan still try to have 15 host sites moving forward?
So you guys are such tennis junkies, and you guys know every twist and turn. We appreciate that, but this is again an effort to try to be safe and responsible. So what we tried to say is, can we even pull off indoor tennis? So, I referenced the summer circuit in the fall, and that was all outdoors. So moving indoors, was a big challenge. And one of the things I want to do is give a shout out to all of our medical experts. And that includes people like Dr. Brian Hainline, who is the Chief Medical Officer of the NCAA. He also happens to be an ITA Achievement Award winner, and he's also a first vice president with the United States Tennis Association. And the only reason I mentioned Dr. Hainline is, for example, when our staff put together the safe play guidelines, Dr. Hainline, amidst his incredibly busy schedule, when they're trying to do things like prepare for a March Madness in basketball, he actually helped us. So one of the things we were saying is, what can we do to have these kind of events? So it's much like you'd hear Dr. Fauci on TV. We can't do congregate events. There's no banquets. It's all about playing tennis in a safe and responsible way. So to your specific question about this year and going from 15 teams to 7, it was a matter of working backwards from what might work at the final team indoor site. And the University of Illinois has been a great partner for years. They often host the tournament in Chicago, Midtown Racquet Club. And it was clear that working in Chicago was not going to work this year. And so the University of Illinois said they'd step up, but we'd only be able to have 8 teams. The same thing was going to happen at the University of Washington for the women. And then I think, as you know, the county in which Seattle sits was not even willing without a short notice to approve the whole event, which is why it had to move from the University of Washington. And we were so thrilled that Oklahoma State stepped up. And if you guys follow our sport like you do, but maybe all of your fans don't and our fans don't, we've had D3 championships with 8 teams. And last year we started a D2 championship for men and women indoor with 8 teams. So this is a format we've used, but I certainly think moving forward next year, we'll hope to be back to a final site of 16, which would mean a kickoff weekend of 15.
Yeah, now Tim, we've obviously seen what's happened to the kickoff weekend, and I know you guys are hard at work looking ahead, and we project like 4 months down the road for May, and the hopes that everything is still on track and we have NCAA championships. What are you guys looking at and thinking right now in terms of, we've already in the past couple of years reduced to 8 from 16 teams on each of the men and women's side, but even at that, 8 men's, 8 women's, all the individual championships is a lot in one place. Are we still looking at that kind of format, or are you guys is everything up in the air and nothing set in stone yet, even at that point?
So first of all, a couple of things. One, a reminder to people that is the NCAA championship. So we don't actually run it, but we keep a close eye, and our partners at the USTA, are supposed to host this year. I would encourage you to get on your podcast to talk to Tim Cass down there or get with John Bugner at the NCAA. But I think everybody's hoping that there will not only be the full team and individual championships, but I'm not at liberty to do anything but maybe give a teaser here to say that there might be a little different format that a lot of people might actually like. And if you use not only your imagination, but try to say, how do you create bubbles? So think a little bit about how we got to the current format, and then think what might even make it a little safer. So I'm not at liberty to divulge, and that's probably maybe even more than I should have. But if you tune in to Crack Rackets in the Redzone, you might get some sneak previews. But we're all keeping our fingers crossed that this is the start of something that will lead us down to Lake Nona for an incredible NCAA D1 championship in May.
No, look, again, that's why they pay you the big bucks. Not only does he work in the plug for our Cracked Rackets podcast, but yeah, a perfect little tease there. And look, if you need a Daniel Ellsberg to release your Pentagon Papers to, I'm here for you. You know that. Just right away, leak them in, and I will throw them out there for everyone to see. And all of the people tuning in right now will see us switching streams. We're going to try to get to that NC State Tennessee match here as they are about to kick off doubles as well. And, we have been watching all the action unfold. Tim, I know you have also. One of the really cool things about this season is the fact that all the seniors from the previous year are back, right? It's essentially a mulligan for the 2020 season. And that's a pretty cool thing for all of these athletes. When you look at the broader landscape of college tennis this year, just from a quality standpoint, what are you expecting to see?
Well, first of all, you already referenced something that I would have predicted, because right before the pandemic, I was prone in my interviews, and I think you and I even had this discussion, where I would say college tennis has never been stronger. So the parity is unbelievable. So you referenced the Baylor Michigan match. I mean, that's just one example. You look on the women's side, for example, and you have an incredible team, let's just say at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and right out of the gate, you know, they can take the court and, you know, get great competition from whomever they're playing. So one of the things I'm looking for is great parity, but I think there also could be some upsets, much like anybody who's followed pro football or college football or the like. You know, we could have people who are getting, you know, ill or COVID or the like. I mean, the reality is you guys have followed that over the past week, we actually lost, I think, maybe 7 teams. And again, it's a tribute to our ITA champs team that they had a protocol in place with our divisional operating committee. So we knew very quickly who would move in. But looking forward this year, you know, there's going to be some challenges. You know, we're missing, for example, the Stanford men and women, and obviously they're terrific. And so if you look at college tennis, let's say that Stanford doesn't play a match till March the 1st. You know, and you've got other people playing here in January. We look at how our ITA algorithm works and rankings. You looked at Ohio State football playing with 6, you know, games as opposed to Alabama's 11. I still think there's going to be some things we're all going to have to work on throughout the course of the spring to get us to the end of the season. So I'm looking for great competition, but I think we're going to continue to have to be nimble, fluid, flexible, and welcome some uncertainty.
Yeah, that's a great segue, Tim. You mentioned kind of that the whole ITA algorithm and some of that, and we had a question in our last mailbag episode where a listener had wanted to know how things were going to work this year. I reached out to Corey. Corey was kind enough to give us a good explanation of kind of where we are in terms of, hey, you know, we understand that computer models will be affected by regional-based, conference-based play, teams with limited schedules, and we don't really know exactly yet what that's going to look like. I guess my question for you is more, how much of that for you guys is kind of, hey, this is kind of cool. It's not the business as usual. We get to adapt on the fly. And how much is, holy cow, this is a lot of work that we're getting ourselves into now.
So great question. First of all, the staff of the ITA welcomes work. We love coming to work every day on behalf of our sport, our coaches, our student athletes, the programs. Take the champs team, for example. You know, they basically, with the help of our partners at Universal Tennis, you know, created the whole fall circuit, you know, on just a few weeks notice. And before you knew it, we ended up having 150 events over a 10-week, you know, time period. So we're not against the hard work. We welcome the hard work. The oh my gosh component, let me just remind the listeners that we are a coach-based governance organization. So it's not like Tim Russell is just the commissioner and I can dictate what happens. So our coaches in our D1 operating committee are meeting regularly. We also have to work in consultation with the NCAA because they do use our rankings for their selection and seedings. So the fact is, I came from the arts world. I think a lot of you guys know I was an orchestra conductor. And in the arts world, you know, creativity is what it's all about. And sometimes you have to welcome, you know, and tolerate ambiguity to get to a great final product. So I think we welcome the uncertainty, but we're going to always be thoughtful to try to do what's in the best interest of our sport and student athletes. I mean, you got to understand, you know, if we don't get the rankings and things right, there's going to be a team or group of players that just miss. So, you know, we're giving a lot of thought to this. We're monitoring the rankings. And I just want to keep going back to where Alex started, which is we're just excited we're playing tennis. We're going to be fluid and flexible over the next number of weeks and look at, for example, how the algorithm might work with the number of matches and the like. But we want to always, you know, do what's in the best interest of our sport. And I just use Stanford as another, you know, example. Both men's and women's teams are always terrific. Paul Goldstein this year has a particularly good team, but if the health situation in California doesn't allow their school to start till March the 1st, you got all these other teams playing, you know, we're just going to have to be sensitive to those things. I can't tell you anything other than we're going to do our absolute best to get it right, but I don't think we all know exactly what get it right might mean at the end.
Yeah, no, I think when you hire someone like Caroline Eberhardt, you're getting it right. So we're in a good place as Team ITA. But no, last two questions for you, Tim, and then we'll let you go. Obviously, here we're focused on the Division I kickoff this weekend, but the majority of college tennis players can exist outside of Division I. There's Division II, there's Division III, NAIA schools, of course, as well. How has this pandemic? Because of course, when you look at a Michigan, a USC, a Georgia, they're going to be fine, right? Their athletic departments, they will be just set moving forward. But it's the Division II and III schools that, if you're a college tennis fan, you should feel most threatened for, that you need to get active. If you can go support one, do it right now. How are things looking for the D2, D3, NAIA junior college seasons for 2021?
Well, thanks for painting the picture of the fact that college tennis casts a wide net. One of the things I'll point out back to the fall is NAIA, for example, actually continued to play through the fall when a lot of the other divisions didn't. So our ITA Cup, you might remember, really just featured a showcase of champions from NAIA. So one of the things we're trying to do is shine a light on wherever the best subject matter is. So one of the trends I would say is that D3 has probably been the most conservative in all the sports, not just tennis. So it's very likely, again, giving a few sneak peeks, it's very likely that our D3 ITA team indoor championships might not happen, and in large part based on decisions that the schools and coaches and programs have made. I mean, the ITA was committed to try to do whatever we could, but every conference, every school, every athletic department's making their own decisions, and not just D3. I mean, I think you're following, there are D1 programs, in other sports where, it could be the Duke women's basketball team decided they play the rest of the year. So I think D3's the one that might have the most challenges. I'm still hopeful that they might get started in March. They might play shortened seasons, but I talked to my good friend Erica Jasper, who's the athletics director at CMS, used to be the CEO of the ITA, and she's just really not only doing her best, but sad in some respects that her student athletes aren't on campus, but they're going to do their best to make things work. But LA could be different than Middlebury, Vermont. It's just the pandemic world that we're living in.
No, absolutely. Well, then my final question for you before we let you go, and this is by far the most important question I will have asked during your time here on the stream. Grandson, 2-0 with his soccer games this morning. How did they go?
Hey, you actually are a great guy. We not only were 2-0 in the 5 and unders and the 7 and unders, but each grandson had a goal. So it was a great morning.
A great morning and a great weekend in the Russell House. And of course, we are so grateful, Tim, for your continued work on behalf of college tennis and all you guys are doing to provide us fans with a season this year. So we are wishing everyone at the ITA luck. We obviously will see you soon at the Women's National Indoors, and don't be a stranger. I'm sure we will talk to you again.
I'm actually, God willing, as my dearly departed grandmother used to say, I've actually got my airplane tickets booked to be in Stillwater, so I'm hoping to be with you all. And thanks for all that you do.
Of course, Tim. Thank you so much for stopping by, and again, take care. To speak with the great Tim Russell. And of course, again, a thank you to Tim for taking the time to chat with us. Chris, I mean, after an update like that, it's hard to not feel positive about this season, to know that the ITA will be doing everything in their power to make sure we have tennis during 2021.
I just want to know which one of us is going to spend more time trying to figure out what he was alluding to with the NCAAs.
I'll give you a hint. He's got 2 thumbs and are on your side of the stream.
Yeah, that was a great tease by Tim Russell. That's going to cause me some sleepless nights, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh no. The text will go out. Believe me. But yeah, really excited for that. Also, somewhere right now, Dalton Thieneman is texting every D3 coach, being like, "Come on, you want to play the national indoors? Come on!" and trying to get a cracked rackets ITA national indoors going. But no, of course, speaking of national indoors, all of us wondering who are the final 8 teams going to be. Well, our first round of 16 match now on the court and on your screen. It is the NC State Wolfpack taking on the Tennessee Volunteers. Now, Chris, fun note for you. This is the 4th time in 3 years that the Volunteers and NC State teams have gone head to head. I believe Tennessee 2-1 in those 3 battles. And, given everyone's back from the 2020 season, given, these players, 2 experienced rosters, we have a rivalry on our hands. 4 times in 3 years is a legitimate non-conference beef. And what's so interesting about these 2 schools is they're in very similar places as programs. Both of them NCAA round of 16 caliber rosters, coaches who have killed it on the recruiting circuit, but are right on that borderline between being top 16 and top 8, which is really when you enter the elite of the elite in college tennis. This is a fascinating matchup between 2 programs in really interesting positions. Your thoughts as we get into this one here?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, and it's a shame that we don't have more of those. I mean, they're so close to each other. How could you not make the trip every year back and forth between these 2 schools? It's a great rivalry coming. It's the match we've talked about at length over many times here, but for those that haven't tuned in, what we expect to see a little bit of a spoiler because we're partway through the doubles already, but NC State, a 4-court indoor facility, they play great at their own court. They play great doubles. You've got Lexi Galarno, one of the best players in the country, at 1, and 9 times out of 10, you're looking at taking the doubles point and Lexi winning, and you're up 2-0. And so now you just have to find 2 more points. As I say that, we look and Tennessee is up a break at 2 doubles, even at 1, and 3 dubs is sitting at 3-2. So they are hanging dead tight with them. Tennessee, traditionally a very good double school as well. So this doubles point, a big one. I would say a bigger point for NC State than it is for Tennessee. Much like we had in the previous match, I think Tennessee much more capable of coming back to win a match after dropping the doubles point. NC State will have a really tough time doing that should they drop the doubles point.
And we see 4-3 Barkai and Babylis hold, Walton and Harper hold, over Barkai and Babylis. Let's go now, as you mentioned, Chris, to court number 2, where it looks like we're going to catch them in a changeover, but I want to stick around here for when it comes back, because currently it's the unranked team, freshman Johannes Monday with Martin Prada, taking on the number 23 ranked team of Alexis Galarno, Robbie Turzak, as you mentioned so frequently for this NC State Wolfpack. The recipe is win doubles, win with Alexi, find that second point. You disrupt that calculus even at all, things do become tougher for this Wolfpack team. And I had the chance to speak with Coach Spencer last night, and shout out to you, Coach Spencer, because, again, I have a big mouth. I don't deny that. I talk a lot. That's part of it. You record 4 podcasts a day. You have to say a lot of things, folks. But I had the chance to speak with him, and I was asking him, I was saying, Coach, if you had a recipe to 4 points tomorrow, if you were to guess it, what do you think it was? And him, being a phenomenal man he is, said, well, if I had to tell you, Alex, candidly, I think it's going to be Dubs, Galarno, Katri, and Barkai again. And obviously what you hear there is that Dubs is part of that equation. Now, he says, quote, he thinks Babylis is Kierdo. That's another one that's on the board for them. So certainly competitive across the board, but he thinks Dubs is the surefire way, one of his surefire ways to 4 points.
I mean, you can't disagree.
So he agrees with, I was going to say, so he agrees with you. I mean, no coach is going to tell you, if we don't win doubles, we don't have a chance. Of course, as long as there's 4 matches left, you have a chance. But yeah, you look at it and it's pretty obvious. They're going to be, having a hard time taking 4 out of 6 singles matches. They really need to get that doubles thing. We see here now again, 5-2.
On the far side of your court, it is Robbie Turzak serving. Excuse me, I think. No, that is not Turzak. Correction. We're on court 1 now. Here we go. Heading over to court number 2 if we can. That's stream number 2 as well. Because I know that's Walton. I'd recognize that backhand anywhere at this point. Court 2 cam is down, according to super producer Daniel Westhoff. Appreciated the heads up.
It's not down, but you have to scroll down further to find they put it under a different section. It looks like an ITA Kickoff stream too. I've got it up. Johannes Monday serving right now for Tennessee. And they are actually up 5-2 on that court. So looks like Monday serving.
I say 5-3 now. So Monday Prada serving for the set there.
Serving for the set at 5-3.
So we'll try to get that for you for now. We can hang with Harper Walton. Barkai Babylis on serve here on court 1. Wait for it. There it is. We have court 2, I believe, ready to rock and roll now. Shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westhoff, who, by the way, I think he's on Red Bull number 6 of the day. Editing my voice is a full-time job, Chris, as you know.
Yeah, I don't know where or when I said it. I remember at some point saying, "Wait till you hear Gruskin's voice on Sunday." I mean, I'm sure I tweeted something about that at some point though over the past 36 hours.
No, this Redzone already clearly much more successful than our national indoor coverage last year. I still have my voice on day 2. That was not the case when we were in Wisconsin. Although now that we know what we know, have to wonder what was going around between all the teams there.
I think a little bit of that is the fact that, hey, this is your full-time gig now. And as you mentioned, you have to do 4 podcasts a day. So, the voice had a little training in going through this all day, every day.
My dad says I've been giving monologues to him for life. So I suppose this was something I was always prepared for. What we were not prepared for, Galarno, Turzak, 6-3 loss to the team of Monday and Prada from Tennessee. Let's go back now to court number 1 as Harper Walton on serve against Barkai Babylis, 4-3 right now. Might be 4-all, depends. We'll see. Oh, no, they might have just gotten the break actually themselves. So they did indeed get the break. So 5-3 now. Do look now, I suppose, because it looks like Tennessee is maneuvering awfully close, much like Florida. We thought NC State was going to take the doubles, or much like Texas, I should say. We thought NC State might take the doubles here, but strong performance from the Volunteers. 5-3, now Love 15, still down at the number 1 position. They're up a break, though. Wallner, Hussey, 4-2 at 3. Chris,
definitely looking good for Tennessee here.
Yeah, what a start from them. By the way, quick update from our source on the ground in LA. Not before 2:30 here at USC for Cal and UCLA. They're going to play singles first. Not before 2:30 Pacific Coast, so not before 5:30 Eastern time. Do we have the Ohio State update, by the way, Chris?
I do not have. I will look at that while you keep going.
So we'll look for that. Singles play still not started in Austin as they get prepared to move indoors there now that they have some rain on their hands. Of course, we're still monitoring the action going on in Ann Arbor as well right now. Here's something fun for you, Chris. 3 first sets to A&M. Habib, Aguilar, Shakhtar. 1 first set to Pepperdine. Daniel DeJong, 7-5 first set over Val Vastro at the number 1 singles position. Now they're on serve at 5-6, 5-all at the 5 position, 6-5. Barnaby Smith serving on serve at the number 6 singles position, but not too bad if you are the Pepperdine Waves in terms of their performance here. Also worth noting, by the way, in those LA regions, for the sake of brevity efficiency, as Coach Macy mentioned, they're going to play singles first, it looks like, to start in LA. Then, if necessary, go to the doubles. God, would it be fun to see a 3-all UCLA Cal match through singles and have that decided by doubles. That would be something, Chris. And I'm going to say it's not out of the realm of possibility. I'm going to throw that in there.
Yeah, it's not very often we get to see. Yeah, it's not very often we get to see the singles first. I've seen it on a couple of occasions, conference, etc. But yeah, I've not seen one come down. I've never, in my watching, seen one that starts singles first, split 3-all, and come down to doubles. But that would be fantastic. It looks like it's a 4:20 Eastern time start for Ohio State, Virginia.
I think they did that for me, if you catch my drift. There it is. He smiled. He laughed, folks. You don't hear it on the stream, but he laughed at my joke. That was all it was for, was to get Chris to laugh. I'm kidding, Mom.
Months ago, I wouldn't have even known what that meant.
Of course. And by the way, as we were talking, Tennessee clinching the doubles point with a 6-3 decision at the number 1 double spot. So let's go back to Ann Arbor now for a little bit. Let's head over to that number 6 singles position where we have Pietro Felon up 6-5, but on serve against A&M's Barnaby Smith. Again, A&M, they took the doubles point. They're up 6-3, 2-1 at the number 2 singles position, 6-2, 3-2 breaks of serve at the 3 and 4 position. So not seriously under any threat yet right now, but Pepperdine's scrapping at the bottom of the lineup, and that's kind of expected, right? That's the recipe to usually beat this A&M team. Doubles. You take 2 out of 3 of 5 and 6, and you hope to steal one of the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's if you're playing against A&M, that's your recipe. But if you're A&M and you know you're playing a Pepperdine team that's short 2 guys, it's a little disconcerting to think that you're already deeper. They're missing 2 guys, and they're still, keep competing with you at the bottom of the lineup. It doesn't make my pick for A&M to win the region feel very good right now. I'll say that.
Well, you're not going to feel good about your TCU pick either, because 6-4 Denver took the number 3 doubles position down in Fort Worth. By the way, 6-all right now at the number 1 and 2 doubles positions. So they're playing tiebreakers there. TCU's going to have to take both, run the inside straight. Now, yeah, you could say they can lose doubles and still be fine.
Yeah, I don't care.
It's worth noting moving forward. It's just, you put a pin in that one, right? No, you're incorrect. You do put
I'm not even watching that score.
No, I think you have to put a pin on that one. And so, yeah, fine. You don't have to watch the score. You know what? I will monitor it for all of you guys. And again, so 4:20 p.m. Eastern time start for the Buckeyes and Virginia. I got a text I have to respond to, so I'm going to give it to you, Chris, because I'm trying to line up a special guest for that Virginia OSU match. It seems like we're going to get another special guest on the coverage here today. So hopefully, if that guest is listening, I'm sorry I haven't responded to your text. I saw it. As soon as Chris goes on a monologue, I will respond. But yes, I would love to have you on the stream during that. I can
feel there's going to be some form, folks. We'll let Alex go. I can assure you there's going to be some form of UVA love and another backhanded stab into me. I don't know what for, but it's going to be coming.
It won't be backhanded into you. You'll know it's coming. No, it's not an insult to you, but yes. So we should have some fun for that match for 4:20 Eastern time. And again, right now we are watching in as Barnaby Smith in the white on near side of your screen, serving 5-6 down in the first set to Pietro Felin. Sumaria getting the break for Pepperdine at 4, so now 6-1, 3-all there.
Yeah, a couple of these matches at 5 and 6, clearly some grinds. Meanwhile, 2, 3, and 4 are midway through second sets already. We get a look here at Barnaby Smith on the Texas A&M side on your near court.
Mhm. While we're watching this match, Chris, now that we know Tennessee up 1-0, let's take a look quickly at the singles lineups we're going to have in store for us. Actually, don't have the singles lineups out quite yet. Let me hit that refresh button, see if they posted them. They have not. You don't anticipate any pulls from either team, so probably going to be pretty similar to what we saw yesterday. Let's go match calculus, and let's start with the team that's up 1-0. What does Tennessee have to do from here, in your opinion, Chris, to get to that 4-point mark?
So I think we might, the only change I expect we might see would be at the Tennessee 6 spot. I don't know if they'll play Andrew Rogers. They've got so many options there. A lot of it for them is just matchup based. Who do they think that is going to match up best against the guy across the net? But match calculus, you can't ever, if you're Tennessee, you're not counting on beating Lexi Galarno. Sure, they love Adam Walton, but that's a tough out. So you're not counting on that. You only need 3 matches. I think down low, you have to love Luka Wiedemann, right? I mean, that 5 spot you've got to think is dead solid. You really got to like Giles Hussey also at 4. So if you get 4 and 5, and all you need is 1 more, it could be whoever they throw in at 6. But I'll still go. I think actually that the freshman Johannes Monday is going to be a guy that plays well. He played well for quite a while yesterday and just couldn't overcome Finn Reynolds. But I think we'll see something out of the youngster today. So I think maybe that's where you get it. But for them, 3 of the matches from 2 through 6, I don't think they're overly concerned. That's the calculus to get them there for sure.
Mm-hmm. And you see here on your screen, Barnaby Smith holding for 6 all right now for A&M. Aguilar up 6-2, 4-2 at number 3. Habib 6-3, 4-1 at number 2. Basher off to a quick 2-0 start in his second set. Noah Schachter deuce point to regain his break lead for 6-1, 4-3 in the second.
I have to assume that that's probably Shane Vincent on court with Barney there. It's certainly not Steve Denton. It's certainly not Kevin O'Shea. Shane Vincent, former Texas A&M star himself, now the volunteer assistant there. As we have a couple of breakers here between courts 5 and 6. A little big for A&M. They've got the 1-0 lead out of doubles, and they've got 2 matches they look like they're running away with at this point at 2 and 3 singles, where they're up a set and a break in both of those. But after that, they dropped the first set at 1. They did win the first set on Schachter's court, but he is on serve down 4-3 in the second. You definitely don't want to lose both of these breakers and have to count on your other 3 guys winning in straights, or you're going to have to win a third set.
Can I give a counterpoint? They could lose both of these tiebreakers. They could lose Schachter's second set. I bet Vastro's off the court before any of the back half finishes. I think he's on a mission now. I think we woke a sleeping dragon.
Yeah, probably true. As we've mentioned many times, Vachereau, a guy maybe outside of dual matches, doesn't necessarily throw up the best resume in the world, and then you get him in the dual matches, and he doesn't lose. And it's why he's the number one. He's the guy playing 1, and not Habib or Aguilar, as they've got a top three that's pretty much, they have all at some point in time been in that spot. They've played the rotation of those guys at 1, 2, and 3, but Vachereau is the one that's landing there, for that reason.
No, he's what we call a primetime performer for sure. We'll see if he can step up his game here. Of course, now on your screen currently, number 6 singles position again, Smith taking on Felian.
I mean,
2-all, I think.
Barney just playing from 8 to 10 feet behind the baseline while he lets Felon just sit on the baseline. You're not going to win a match that way. Unless that's the other guy's just going to miss a lot.
It's tough. It's 3-2 now. Of course, 2-all Marson and Shelton. Currently 6-3-5-1 on the Habib court. We'll circle towards that as he gets closer to match point, but just something to keep an eye on. Again, Chris, have our guests now locked in. It's going to be at the start of doubles for Ohio State, Virginia. Definitely going to be someone who will have a spicy take or two.
Do I get to guess at this point?
Who it is?
Yeah.
If you'd like to, go ahead.
How many guesses I'll give you 3 names and you tell me if one of them's right.
Okay, and I hope Westhoff doesn't have the camera on us right now. Do not have the camera on us because I'm going to wink at you if it's correct. I don't want our listeners to know.
All right. So I won't react. I won't react until I've said all 3.
Mm-hmm. And I will let the listeners know if you guess the correct name or not. Not which one it is, but if you guess any of them.
Name number 1, Luca Corantelli. Name number 2, Thai Kwiatkowski. Name number 3, JC Aragoni.
So I once sent a group chat to those 3 people, and I was like, I have no right to do this. I was like, I'm not, like, they don't actually know me. Like, am I really in a place where I can send a group chat to 3 players at once and just be like, yeah, we're all boys? That being said, you did correctly name our future guest. I'm pointing to you who it was. But I think it's a guess that all of our listeners, again, will enjoy hearing from. And if there are any former Buckeyes, by the way, who are watching this and want to phone in as well, would love to hear from you too. Almost said my telephone number out loud as if this was a radio station, but I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do, enjoy here on the turn, 3-all, Smith, Felian. Aguilar, by the way, love 30 deficit for him in his 4-3 up service game. So things getting a little tricky here. You have a feeling this is the Pepperdine push. Pepperdine can steal those 2 breakers. Now we're really talking. 5-3 Shelton leads Marson. We'll be on the lookout for that as that gets to set point 2.
Just couldn't get that return back. Now still on serve, but 3-4 there.
Mm-hmm. Play officially, by the way, underway in Raleigh. Lineups for you today. And remember, only 4 indoor courts, so they play 4 at a time. It's going to be Galarno versus Walton, Monday versus Izquierdo Luque, Prada versus Babelis, Hussey Barkai, Wyndham and Catry, Wallner versus Rosen. So yes, as we mentioned, same groups we saw yesterday.
They did swap. Tennessee did swap. They played Rogers yesterday at 6.
I was going to say San 6, right? San 6.
Mark Wallner today. Yeah.
So Wallner in there. We'll have to see if we even get to that match. And again, we will actually, let's switch over to court number 1 between Galarno and Walt. Never mind. Scratch that Westhoff. Let's stick through here through the end of the set. That would be the ultimate. That's like when someone changes the remote, right? As we're getting to one of your favorite scenes. You're like, wait, it's a great match. Let's go, though, to court number 5, if we can, here, Westhoff, here in Ann Arbor, because we are inching towards the end. We'll see once this point concludes. 6-3 now. Shelton over Marson. So triple set point for the Waves there. Don't think it'll surprise you, Chris, to learn that I am the sort of person who will change the channel when the moment is not right. That's why we have Westhoff on the 1s and 2s.
A little bothered here, honestly, by the fact that the 5 and 6 guys for A&M getting given a lot of trouble, if you will.
By the way, break back for Gaiden Uden, so now 6-2 all at the number 3 position. It's a set and 4-all for Texas A&M at both 3 and 4. Hadi Habib 2 points away from taking his match. Vashro 3-1, 40-15 up. But here's the push now. Set point number 2 on court 5. Shelton up 6-4. Pietro Felian up 6-5 on court number 6. So we'll peek back over there as soon as this point is done here. See the finger go out. Enthusiastically calls that ball out. But misses the return in the net. So first set, Robert Shelton puts a second set on the board for the Waves. Let's go to court 6 now. God, he beat me to it. Super producer Daniel Westhoff is on his game. It was 6-5 Felian. Set point there. Looks like that point went to Barnaby Smith, so we're going to make the turn one more time. 6-all here in the breaker. Reminder, yes, it's no ad scoring, but it's your typical end-of-set tiebreaker. 1st to 7, win by 2, so it's win by 2 the rest of the way. Hadi Habib did finish off his victory over Adrian Utzbeck, confirming Chris's continued claim that that's the guy who should be playing 1 for the Aggies. So 3-2 win for Habib. 2-0 now Aggies in the dual match. And again, these matches at the bottom of the lineup may not matter if Shakhtar Aguilar can close out their second sets. But until then, we'll keep an eye on it.
Shakhtar now up 5-4, and if the score marker is correct, it's a break, meaning he's serving for the match, but I'm not watching that at the moment, so I won't swear that's correct, Alex.
Well, something that was correct, Chris. We did not need to put a pin in Denver, potentially taking the doubles point from TCU. TCU getting both tiebreakers. They take a 1-0 lead over Denver at home in Fort Worth. Going to be awfully hard for Denver to find 4 singles wins against a really solid Horned Frog team that I think, Chris, we did our coaches poll. There were 25 coaches who voted. I think 24 of the 25 coaches had TCU ranked either 6th or 7th.
And the last had them not even on, or
I don't recall. But I just significantly remember the 2 numbers there. Like everyone was like, no, TCU is either 6 or 7. And the truth is you had them 6th or 7th, depending on what you felt about Stanford or Florida. Those were the 2 swing teams that would push them back a spot. But the only team that was that consistent in its placement was UNC.
Yeah.
And so to see, again, the Horned Frogs going to be a rock solid lineup top to bottom. Of course, here again, another set point for Pietro Felian of Pepperdine.
Very interesting.
By the way, Galarno already.
Very interesting singles lineup for TCU.
I want to hear that in a second. Galarno already up a break 2-0 at the number 1 singles position. I will bet you all of this, listeners, he will be off the court before it hits 5 p.m. He is not going to mess around today. He's like, I got to put a point back up for my boys. I lost a doubles set. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, so that TCU lineup, I think maybe in part, I'm not sure, by taking the doubles point and the fact that you would think they should be able to make this through comfortably. No Jirasek, no Paralek, no Fernley.
Yeah, but I see the smile on your face because who's lined up at number 5 singles, Chris?
It's Juan Martin at 5.
And that's got to bring a smile to your ears to get to see him finally out on court for the Horned Frogs.
Yeah, we finally get to see him. Although I'm looking at the doubles. Paralek did play doubles, but there was no Jirasek or Fernley in doubles either. So haven't seen Fernley in a while. Not sure, coach's decision or if he's unable. Not sure what the deal is there. But yeah.
By the way, Schachter, did we see the set here? The set did go, right? Tiebreaker went the way of Pepperdine. Let's switch over, if we can, West, up to court 4 in Ann Arbor, and then we're going to head over to Raleigh until the start of the Ohio State doubles, and then we'll go back and forth between. But right now, Noah Schachter, 2 points away from clinching. Excuse me, now 1 point away. Nope, let's see where he's at. 2 points away, right? Yep, 2 points away. 1 point away. Pick a side. Come on, guys. There we go. 2 points away, 30-15 here, up 6-1, 5-4. Aguilar down 4-5 now in his second set on serve, but worth noting, Pepperdine needed both tie breaks at 5 and 6. They got them. So now 40-15, triple match point for Noah Schachter to give A&M a pretty comfortable 3-0 lead. Lost first sets at 5 and 6, but Vachereau up 4-2, 30 love in his second set to earn the split. Aguilar still on serve and up a set at number 2.
I feel bad. This is the first we've shown Noah Schachter, and Schachter clearly listening in at this moment.
Oh, the lovely Ann Schachter, you mean thrilled.
And she got to see the 4 seconds today that she adds on to the 4 seconds from yesterday,
which
as
is
Noah
really
closes it out.
All that matters is we got her son looking at his best. Noah Schachter, match point, big forehand, earns him the 6-1, 6-4 victory. So it's a 3-0 lead now for A&M over Pepperdine. Let's go to stream number 3, court number 1 at NC State. Alexis Galarneau taking on Adam Walton. And, of course, that doubles point needing to get losing off. That doubles point needing to get off to a quick start here in singles. Galarneau up 2-0 currently on Adam Walton, so gets the early break. By the way, right now, 2-1 is Kierto Luque over Monday. Monday had a big lead in his match yesterday over Finn Reynolds before he let that lead escape. Babylos Prata should be a battle. It's ditto with Hussey Barkai. We talked about it from the Tennessee perspective, Chris. Let's go flip side, NC State here. Their pathway to 4 points now. What do you think it is?
Oh, I mean, well,
3-0 Galarneau, by the way.
Yeah, obviously Lexi's won, right?
Yeah.
So that's out. So now they've got to find 3 more. I see no way you're beating Luca Wiedemann at 5. So you've got to get 3 of the other 4 matches. So let's see here, between 2, 3, 4, and 6. I guess I would say I really don't think they're going to beat Hussey at 4. So I'm going to say it would have to be 2, 3, and 6 in addition to Lexi. I think Hussey and Wiedemann at 4 or 5 are just going to be really, really difficult for NC State.
By the way, Buckeyes on court right now, getting loose in Columbus to take on the Virginia Cavaliers. I think those are new gray sweatpants I see on the ever-elusive legs of Ohio State men's tennis coach Ty Tucker, Chris. I think they're his formal grays. I'm not going to lie. Those look like the formal wear, so he's ready for that matchup versus Virginia. We're ready for that matchup versus Virginia. And, of course, we will be covering that as well as this match here as 2 teams, I should say 4 teams, look to clinch 2 of the final 8 berths at the National Indoor Finals in Champaign. Here right now, Alexis Galarneau, 3-love up on Adam Walton. 2-all on courts 2 and 4, 3-1 Prada on court 3. We'll go back to Ann Arbor whenever we think A&M's close to clinching the match. Deuce point right now, by the way, for Aguilar. So he is 1 wrong point away from a split set. Stick here for now, but keep you guys up to date on anything that happens there. Again, right now,
7-6 first sets for Pepperdine at 5 and 6 singles to go along with a 7-5 first set they took at 1 singles for A&M Vashro, up 5-2 in the second at number 1. So looks like he's about to level that match. Juan Carlos Aguilar was up 6-2 4-1, I believe. Now 6-2 4-5 deuce. Pretty clear you'd rather be Texas A&M, but Pepperdine's still right there. Here for Adam Walton. I don't want to say you feel bad, but it's just kind of one of those matches where it's everything you do, Alexis Galarno can do a little bit better. And by the way, 5-all for Aguilar on court 3 for A&M.
Yeah, certainly a tough start for Walton here.
So now he goes down 0-4. There's the chance to go down, excuse me. 0-4 is he still serving.
Yeah, if you can manage to hold here, it's still just a one break lead, but you definitely don't want to give Lexi 2 breaks in the first set.
Yeah, I mean, the power for Alexis Galarno, just so effortless. Again, Adam Walton has showed up to this bazooka battle with only a knife. So Alexi here trying to get off to a strong first set. Again, send a message to his teammates. We've lost doubles points before. We're not going anywhere. Approach goes a little bit long on him, and it is Alexis Galarno now, I believe, with another break of serve on Adam Walton. So he'll take a commanding now 5-love lead here at the turn. Let's go live, Westoff, to court number 2, where we're back on serve between Johannes Monday, Rafa Izquierdo Luque. Again, that's stream 2 for those of you at home. A reminder, here's how it works. Stream 1, court number 4. Stream 2, court number 2. Stream 3, court number 1. And stream 4, singles number 3. That's your breakdown of the streams here for NC State. Aguilar, by the way, does get the break of serve back, so now he's serving for the match for A&M, up 6-2, 6-5. Vashro serving for a 6-3 second set as well. So race to the finish line there. Far side of your court is the Tennessee freshman, Johannes Monday, who we were really impressed by yesterday, Chris. I know he did not get the win over Finn Reynolds, but Finn Reynolds is one of those guys in a match like this, the senior against a freshman. You just like Finn Reynolds because he's Finn Reynolds. In terms of the long-term outlook, Johannes Monday is going to be a serious player for the Volunteers this year.
Yeah, there's a reason that a lot of the coaches like this kid. He looks very good. Great hands, good touch. can lace the ball when he needs to. It doesn't look like there's a lot of weakness in the game right now.
No, I agree with you. Absolutely. Westoff, if I can I have you go back to Ann Arbor? We'll wrap up there perhaps one last time for the final day as it's Aguilar, Gaiden, Uden at the number 3 singles position. So court 3 in Ann Arbor. Could be the end of that one. We see here 30 love again, Aguilar.
Oh, sails the return long for quadruple match point. Team match point for Aguilar. Staves off one of those match points as Aguilar sails one long. 40-15, still 3 more match points for Aguilar.
By the way, we got our lineups announced for Ohio State. No screwing around today. McNally Cash 1, Trotter Boulay 2, Seelig Kingsley 3. So that eventual Cash Mercer pairing we hear so much about, going to have to wait another day. Now, very fun teams. Same ones for Virginia here as yesterday. Soderlin, Woodall 1, Getz, Rodesh 2, Jeffrey von der Schulenberg, Iñaki Montez 3. It's going to be a fun matchup, folks, in Columbus that we are getting ready to cover in about 5 minutes.
And Uden not giving up just yet here.
Not just yet, indeed. Holding on a little bit longer.
Yeah, and that gets it to fight all the way back to deuce now. So 3 match points fought off, the final one coming.
Let's see what Aguilar has in store. By the way, Vachereau broken, so perhaps he did a little scoreboard watching, but quietly, just saying, if he can get out of this one. Nope, that'll do it. Juan Carlos Aguilar, 6'2", 7'5", got tricky at the end, but he knocks off Gaiden, Uden, and Texas A&M takes a 4-0 win over Pepperdine University to advance to play the Baylor Bears in tomorrow's round of 16 match. Of course, we will go back to Ann Arbor tomorrow to cover those matches. We'll talk more about A&M, Pepperdine, Raleigh to continue our coverage of the round of 16 battle between NC State and Tennessee. Let's kick things off again on stream number 2, where we've got Tennessee freshman Johannes Monday taking on Rafa Izquierdo Luque. 4-3 right now. Tennessee leads at the 2 and 3 singles position. Is 3-all at number 4. And Chris, 6-love bagel first set for Alexis Galarno. He means business this year, folks. He knocks off Adam Walton 6-0 first set.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of expected that they would get a point out of Lexi here, but I don't think we saw it coming quite like that.
If he wins 0-0,
I don't think we saw it coming quite like that.
If he wins 0-0, they should get 2 points. I'm just throwing that out there now. Or like a 1.5.
I mean, if that happens, I'll say this. I've said this every time, and every time I see one of those, I talk to Trevor, I say, you know what I always say? And he goes, yeah. I said, yeah, I could have done that.
I mean, yeah. Oh, exactly. Hey, that's from one AG to another. Not too bad.
But of course, again, the action in Columbus scheduled to start in about 2 minutes. Getting ready to pull up all my links for that one.
I'll be interested as we start talking about that Ohio State match. I'll be interested to see if Virginia rolls with that same lineup. Does Rodesh play again at 5? They had to pull. I can't even remember who it was, Alex. Honestly, somebody else was listed 6 in front of Gianni. They had to pull him to play Gianni yesterday. Is it the same person that gets pulled today? And is it still Rodesh 5 and Gianni 6? I don't think we'll see any change in the top 4.
No question about that. And again, play about to get underway here in Columbus. And in fact, Chris, as we prepare to get ready for this Virginia-Ohio State battle, perhaps it's fitting that we have a man who has taken place in quite a few of these battles we're about to see unfold. You may know him as a 3-time NCAA team champion, the 2017 NCAA singles champion. I know him as Thai Kwiatkowski.
What's up, Alex? Everything's good, man. Very fired up. Unbelievable idea what you're doing the last 2 days. Super cool. I hope you keep doing it and some other days where we have a lot of matches in one day, because it's hard as a fan to follow. So for you to do this is like, it just really simplifies it for the fans. So
yeah, well, I think now I appreciate you saying that. I think everyone now knows what I do on Sunday, which is obviously watch NFL Redzone. And yeah, it was always in my head. It'd be much easier if we had someone going court to court. So hopefully we'll be able to continue to do this. Hopefully the schools won't realize, hey, that's a really good idea. We should charge them to make them pay us to let them do this. And then that's how all of these ideas seem to go to waste. But we'll leave that aside for now. I've said this throughout the course of the weekend. Normally, this is a national indoor final we're about to see take place in Columbus between Ohio's Virginia program coach Pedroso seems to really be finding his footing nowadays. And I'm curious. I know you still are around Charlotte a little bit. Have the opportunity to hit with guys. Did you get the chance to see Virginia play yesterday? What have you thought of some of these young guys who's have now?
I was really impressed to see the poise of the freshmen because I live in Charlottesville, and so I've seen these guys practice a little bit, been able to see especially Iñaki and Jeffrey and Alex and they're all ready to go. I was definitely really impressed by them. But today is going to be a new challenge. Ohio State doesn't back down, and even though it's a new facility, they don't lose much at home.
Did you ever get to play in Columbus? I don't think so.
No, they didn't. They didn't want to see my squads in Columbus because Ty wanted to make sure to protect those home winning streaks, which I understand. You don't want to break those.
Mm-hmm. I think you've been there, right? You've had a home winning streak or two in your day, certainly. So, I totally understand that. But at the same time, unless you have Alex Galea, who can beat you anywhere, right?
Yep, the machine.
Yeah, exactly. But here, again, Carl Soderlund, a guy you know well, number 1 doubles player here with Will Woodall, taking on McNally Cash on court number 1. We're going to head over to our coverage of Ohio State, Virginia in a second. For now, I know you know this NC State team too, and I don't know if you got the chance to play Alexa while you were in school, but curious what you think of this Wolfpack team.
Yeah, I don't know too many of the guys in the team. But I know Galarno really well, and he's a really tough competitor. So when you have a guy like that leading your lineup, I don't know him as a person, but when you have a guy who fights that hard at one, it helps all the way down the lineup because you just see how hard the guys are pushing up top, and that always helps.
Mm-hmm. Now, again, when your teams were at Virginia, 3 national titles, the national indoor title, your final year, people may not remember that you guys beat the Ohio State Buckeyes in that final. And that was a match in Charlottesville, and that had a rocking crowd. But you've been on the other end of that. You've gone to Illinois and seen that ruckus, everything that is Champaign. You've been on the other end of that. What's it like to prepare for a match like this when you're on the road?
Yeah, I mean, indoor tennis is tough because it's quick, and then when there are fans, it can be super loud. It's going to be interesting here today without any fans to see what the atmosphere is, because I didn't watch the whole match yesterday, so I didn't get too much of the vibe. But I did just watch the UVA women play Tennessee, and so I saw the facility. It looks amazing. Play site, the quality is great. So viewing it as a viewer is really good.
Mm-hmm. Are you at all salty that you don't get to line up in this one?
Oh, I would love to. I would love to play. What can I say? But I'm a few years out now, so I'm just a fan now for sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, that's awesome. You talk about being around Charlottesville again. We'll get the chance to hop between courts 1, 2, and 3. And in fact, Westhoff, if you could, I want to go to court number 3 because playing 3 doubles for Virginia today, you have 2 freshmen in Jeffrey von der Schulenburg and Yaki Montez. You've been around them a little bit. We got the chance to see von der Schulenburg yesterday. Guys, just rock solid. I don't think he missed a ball in the entirety of his match. And just curious what you've seen, if you've gotten the chance to hit with them and all, and what you've seen from them.
I haven't hit with him, but his game reminds me a lot of David Nalbandian. Okay. Uses the Yonex, hit big clean strokes. The backhand's super good. And Andres low-key told me Iñaki is the best doubles player on his team. And look at that cross right there. So, I mean, it's when you see a guy with 4 names like Iñaki, normally he's not going to be very good at doubles, but according to Dre, he's pretty good. So we'll see how he does today.
I noticed, of course, again, Virginia in the all blue on the far side of your screen. Not going to surprise anyone to see Ohio State in the scarlet and gray.
Yeah, so we tried to go all blue for indoors, and for NCAAs, we go all white.
Is there a reason for that? Just because?
We go all white because usually NCAAs is pretty hot in May, depending on where it is. So, it's important to. So that was the feeling there. And then we would go all blue because we just like the solid colors.
No, I love the all blue look. And I would say, getting into this match, it's going to be an animated one. During your time in college, would you say Ohio State, that was your team's biggest rival?
Biggest rival probably was UNC because we played them,
sure,
2-3 times a year. Mm-hmm. But I would definitely say, beating Ty Tucker is my favorite guy to beat, for sure, beating the Buckeyes is the best.
Hope all the Buckeyes
Which is fun.
Yeah, go
because
ahead.
Now decent buddies with Torp, but when he was in college, I don't think I ever played him in a dual match, but we hated that guy. He was full intense, and now on tour, he's actually a super nice guy and really close with all the Americans. So it's kind of funny how stuff like that works out.
He told me a story about that NCAA semifinal about a hook he had of Alex Richard. And I'm pretty sure you got done with JJ match pretty quickly that day. Do you remember that hook?
Yeah. So unfortunately, I didn't act very well when I was watching that. I saw the hook and I think I was standing next to the volunteer and I had some pretty choice words for the volunteer. And, can't repeat that here on the broadcast, but he went and told Ty after the match, and Ty, big sore loser after the match, went up to Brian and was like, hey, your players are talking to my coaches like this. And Brian was like, yeah, I'll talk to him. Good move there by Jeffrey. comes up to me and he's like, "Yeah, Ty, I heard you said this. I would tell you to apologize, but it's heat of the moment stuff. Just go do it again, And there was not a shot I was going up to Ty Tucker and apologizing. Not a shot. So Brian threw that. So he knew, he didn't want me to disobey him. So don't make a request to me. That's not going to happen. Look at these freshmen go.
I was going to say, Westhoff, if you can switch over to court 3 right now so we can watch these freshmen in action. And you see here, again, it's Von der Schulenberg and Yaki taking on a tricky doubles team here in Kingsley and Kyle Seelig. Now, Kyle Seelig is someone you also got the chance. I don't know if he played against you directly, but I know he played Henrik in the longest point ever played in college tennis history, a 4-hour point to obviously send you guys to the finals that year.
That's a break on 3 right there. For some reason, PlaySide has the live scoring down on 3, but that's a break.
So the break goes to Virginia's at 1-0?
I don't know. They're sitting down, so it must be 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. And just out of curiosity, is it Cavaliers or the Who's? What do I refer to pejoratively?
The Who's.
Yeah, I feel like you have to be in the family to call them the Who's. I don't know if I quite qualify yet.
No, I don't think so. I think you can call them the Who's.
All right, perfect. So the Who's get the break there. And by the way, again, you look at the matchups at the number 3 doubles position here on your screen. It's Von der Schulenberg and Montez taking on Kingsley Seelig. At 2, it's Getz and Rodesh versus Trotter Boulez. Number 1, Carl Soderlin, Will Woodall taking on John McNally, Robbie Cash. Carl living on the lawn this year again?
He's living on the range, which is the graduate student version of the lawn.
Which is the elite of the elite in Virginia living arrangements, correct?
Yes. Elite, not by living conditions, but elite by just status and the number of people that, get that honor.
Is that Mrs. Kwiatkowski I hear in the background?
Yes.
I appreciate it. Thank you for helping him finish sentences.
She's helping me find the words, and she's excited. She doesn't watch much tennis, so we're watching the dual match together here. I got it played on my TV in the room.
Well, thank you to her. Appreciate that. Appreciate, again, having Ty on loan for this match. And, as you watch.
Big hold on 1
to when you
get that hold.
You're on the road in a match like this. You've had the chance to be coached by Coach Pedroso. I know it was only for the first season, but what is he telling the team before this match? What's the focus going into doubles?
Well, he tries to free you up by letting you know that, we got six tough lines in singles, and this dubs point's just a bonus. So let's go out there and take it to him, not come out tentative, because it's easy in the dubs point. It's very fast, no warm up to come out and get broken early, double fault or make a couple errors or something like that. So, he tries to free you up to come out there rolling, and I think that is definitely the play here. He also, constantly reminds you of your strengths. So when I was playing with Mac, he would constantly tell Mac, look, you have the best serve on the court. Ty, you have the best forehand on the court. Pumping you up like that. Right in the tape.
Ty, you mentioned seeing some of these freshmen. I don't know how much you've seen of Chris Rodesh, big kid, 6'6". I mean, gotta like the indoor game. You also had mentioned when you were talking about him, Alex, who's a kid that I thought we'd see, and we have not gotten to see him in a yet. What have you seen from Rodesh?
Rodesh, I haven't seen too much from him. He was injured in the summer. He hurt his ankle. So for him to get back healthy and be out here competing is pretty good. It's tough for big guys to get healthy, But I'm watching him now. I just turned on 2. They got a break point here with Getz returning. So we'll see if they lose this point. If they decide to let him take the deuce point, because he's good returns this game.
That was the prompt there from West. If you could hit court 2 as well on our stream as you again. 30-40 here, maybe it is point now.
We got a second serve. Boom.
Rodesh looks like he's 6'9". Like he might legitimately just be.
Break.
It's another one.
that's a break. So we got 2-1 Ohio State on 2.
I was talking to the coach, and they were discussing the history of the term right, in between matches, or in between serves, yelling on it, the loudness of the crowd. I believe that was a rule that changed during your time, right?
Yeah. So it was my senior year.
What was the change? What was the cause for that? It was getting too much.
So there were when it would really happen when whoever was the last guy on singles, and there would be a lot. It wasn't just on it. It was like a lot of talk guys first and second serve. And the rule is not only on it is illegal, but you can't really stay much between first and second serve and the other team serving. They wanted to get rid of that. I mean, I'm indifferent. I don't think it made a huge difference of all those things to college tennis. It seemed to be a little nitpicky, but what can you do?
That's on the back half for sure. And again, you see here on two on the far side of Gatson Rodesh serving here against Trotter Boulay. I don't think they lost yesterday, Chris, but they were definitely down in that match against Middle Tennessee.
Our one dubs team lost yesterday, so I feel like they're going to come out and play better today because they're. It's tough to lose 2 in a row,
Yeah, for sure. Is Carl, for someone with his body, have maybe the least intimidating game of anyone you've seen pound for pound?
He is an absolute beast, and it's crazy. And he can go a whole match and just put every ball in the service box, but still beat you somehow. Wow, what a volley!
The comparison Chris always makes is him to Stefan Kozlov.
Yeah, he's like he just reinforces my opinion that he'll just hit balls everywhere. It's a drop shot, it's a slice forehand, it's whatever, any junk he wants to hit, and then like Ty said, and then he just beats you.
Yeah. Carl plays a lot more meat and potatoes than Stefan for sure. But I see where you're saying with that. Yeah. I mean, how was your chat with Calls the other day?
Oh, it was good. Of course, you had to bring in nuance. You had to be like, look, it's not that simple. Stefan Kozlov, far more developed than Carl Soderlund. I agree with you. But no, it was good. And by the way, if you could switch Westhoff to court number 1 here, hold from Soderlund and Wood, also now 2-all there. We'll watch a little of them taking on McNally and Cash. McNally, Cash, at points last season, the number 1 doubles team in the country. And when you're playing an Ohio State doubles team, you know what you're going to get, Ty, right? Coach Tucker always has them ready to go, always has them aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like we are not supposed to win this dubs point. So if we steal it, that's an absolute plus for us.
No, for sure. I mean, just the continuity. Ohio State bringing everyone back, all of these pairings having played together before.
Yep.
So we'll watch here now again. And number 1 doubles, it's John McNally. Serving on the near side of your screen.
So what do you expect to see, Ty, if we look past the doubles point here? The big match for us, Carl against Kingsley. I don't know how much Kingsley you've seen. I think he played the Columbus Challenger. That might be about it. But
I played Kingsley in the Columbus Challenger, actually.
Okay, so what do you expect to see from those two guys? What kind of match do you think that's going to be?
Kingsley's going to be in control of a lot of points, and it's just going to be whether he has the veteran ability to close on Carl, because Carl's a 5th-year senior, and he's super fit, and he's going to make you beat him. He's not going to give you anything, but he's also not going to take it to you. You're going to have plenty of opportunities. But he's going to be on you every single point, and he's the captain of the team, so he's not going to take a point off. Even if you win the first set 6-2, you're going to have to keep playing. So he's not going to go away. So it's going to be interesting to see if Kingsley can keep that intensity for 2 or 3 sets and see his mentality. For me, my favorite matchup is McNally playing 3?
No, McNally's playing 2.
Okay, who's playing Jeffrey at 3?
Trotter.
Trotter. Yeah, I don't know too much about Trotter. For some reason, I thought McNally was going to play 3 against Jeffrey. But that'll still be a good match. McNally and Getz, 2 guys who have been in college now. They're both juniors. So yeah, they've definitely known each other from juniors. So that's not a new matchup by any means.
Better one-handed backhand.
Gianni again at 6.
Oh, good question, Chris.
Yeah, we're going to see Gianni at 6.
And the only reason I ask that is from submitted lineups, Gianni 7. So somebody has to be pulled for Gianni to play. Which yesterday was Woodall. Will was submitted 6. They pull Will to slide Gianni in. I believe he plays 2. I'm with you. I just don't know whether you pull Rodesh at 5 or Will at 6 to make sure that Gianni's in.
Yeah, I guess that's how they perform in dubs. I couldn't say. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I give you the Getz backhand or the Styslinger backhand. Which are you taking?
Ryan's is a lot straighter. Max can get a lot more rotation. He's a little bit more wristy with it. So it depends. If I'm inside, I'll probably want Ryan's. So today I'd want Ryan's, but if I'm outside, I'd probably take Max.
Okay. That's a good point in terms of, again, the drive he sees in Westhoff. I'm going to ask you to go to court 2 right now as well so we can watch a little bit of Ryan Getz, his partner.
I'm feeling a break here. 30-15. Ryan's going to steal a point here.
A little big down the line here. I still think the best volley I've ever seen is you hit a forehand probably 170 miles per hour at Jack Murray tie during that NCAA final.
Oh, on match point?
The one he made.
Yeah.
The one that hit, the outer frame. That might have been the best volley I've ever seen.
That's the one you just got to say too good, and I gave it to him. Wow, that was a big dubs point.
So now 40-15 here. Trotter serving. Give him a 3-2 lead. That's the ace for Trotter. So 3-2 now. Let's go to court 3 Westhoff. Let's watch a little bit of the freshman Van der Schulenberg Montez.
I mean, this is a match that should not be won by UVA at 3.
This would be a steal.
You got your number 1 singles player, and you got a 7th-year Kyle Seelig. You know, guys he's like 23 or something. Like, what is happening? How are you still playing? Guy's engaged, too. I saw on Instagram that he's engaged. You're playing an engaged guy who's a 7th year, and you're playing their number 1 singles player, and you got 2 freshmen, 17 and 18, that are about to steal this point. Boom.
Montez is the first player I've ever watched who made me feel old. Who you're like, whoa, okay, this kid's a baby boy.
He looks like he's 17.
Yeah, for sure. But no, again, if we can, Westhoff, let's go to court number 3 to watch the young freshman for Virginia here. You can also just tell how excited they are. They're bouncing in between points.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
So 4-3. 4-3 now. Let's see who's serving. I guess that would be Montez serving now. Look at Ty, man.
Yeah, what a staple. He's on pen cap number 4.
Just absolutely making his guys so tight. Look at him.
So do you think that's the case? Do you think that is – because we had the chance to watch Trotter in person last year play a clinching match, and Tucker was in his ear. And I think it's safe to say if you go to Ohio State and you're into tennis, you're going to become really good because you know who else is really into tennis? Ty Tucker. He wants his players to become winners.
Compared to a lot of other programs, they practice a ton. So, you know, people who love the game and want to hit 10,000 balls. I mean, this is just what I've heard from JJ and McNally and people that I speak to on that team. They're like, yeah, I mean, we're practicing 8 a.m., 7 a.m. on a Saturday. You know, we go out all night Friday and we show up and we still got to practice on Saturday. And, you know, some might say that's detrimental. Some might say that's dedication. Well, I don't know. It's something. And I'll never forget when we played in that finals of indoors. We won the dubs point on a call where it was a deuce point. Colin hits a good return, and our crowd goes nuts because they think it's a winner, but the Ohio State guy gets there. And the net guy stops the point, goes, stop, hindrance, because of our fans. And the ref's like, what are you doing? Like, fans can't call it. Calls a hindrance. The game set for UVA. That was the dubs point, and Ty's absolutely reaming this guy out in the corner. Like, we're like 3 courts down, and we hear him, you're going to remember this moment for the rest of your life. I was like, oh my God, the rest of your life? Like your whole life? Like 75 years old, you remember like losing the dubs point at UVA? God, I hope not for that guy's sake. And it's hilarious. The guy never started a dubs match for the rest of the year. Hilarious. That's not the guy I want to play for. That's tough.
No, it's a tight ship. There's no denying that. And you see here again, Von der Schulenberg, Montez come out thriving. It's funny because I've heard rumors that you guys almost killed Andreas your freshman year, that he was ready to be done with you guys. True or false, I was going to say.
We, as the freshman group, we were definitely a massive reason why he left. We were not. My first year, we were not a close team. We were not good teammates. We had a lot of cancers on our team that we removed that summer. So I do feel bad for how I personally, treated Andres, and then the rest of the guys didn't make it a good atmosphere. So I totally understand why he left. Got a good deal to leave. So very understandable.
But to see him back in charge and to have Scott Brown as the assistant as well, to have those guys steering the program, I assume you have full and complete confidence in the both of them?
Yeah, for sure. And Ras as the volunteer, he works extremely hard as well. So,
who is your volunteer your senior year?
Carlos,
right? And he's now working USTA?
Carlos and is working with a few juniors right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but not as a part of USTA.
But not
USTA is slim the ship
a little bit. Mm-hmm. So here now, 5-3. We're going to stick on this number 3 court. You look right now where we are at. Again, it's 5-3 Virginia. 5-3 Virginia here. 4-3 on serve Ohio State at 1, 3-all, 30-all. Actually, Westhoff, hop over to court number 2 if we can. 3-all, 30-all. Trotter Boulay serving.
What a return from the freshman.
So we'll see here.
Bringing up double break point.
Always like that if you are a Who's fan. Also, quick update on what's going on elsewhere in the country. Alexi Galarno, 6-0-5-1 up on Adam Walton. Looks like he's going to get a point on the board for NC State. But elsewhere, it's all Tennessee. Johannes Monday, 6-3-5-1 up at the number 2 singles position. 7-5-1-2. Prada's up at 3. Hussey, 6-3-2-1 at number 4. So, again, Tennessee just needing 3 more points there. If they hold to script, all things look good in Austin. Singles play is underway for the battle between Florida and Texas. All of that stuff early in the first set, so we'll come back to that. We see a big celebration here as Virginia gets the break. So now they've got the 2 breaks they need on courts 2 and 3. We're going to stay glued to this as well. Let's go back to court 3 now, Westhoff, if we can. As we see here again, the team Kingsley, Seelig.
Good hold. We'll see if we can serve it out here. That will be our better server serving here. Better guy at the net. What you want here.
Mm-hmm. If, again, sorry to take you down this trip on memory lane, and I'm a bit embarrassed here that I remember these things off the top of my head. If memory serves me correctly, the Kevin Metka match was your freshman year national indoors, right?
Yes, semifinals.
That was the tiebreaker at the end. So you've been a freshman playing in a crunch time moment. What's going through the head of Jeffrey von der Schulenberg here?
I mean, they look pretty loose. They look like they're bouncing around. It's interesting because I played with Max Theislinger here when we were trying to clinch the dubs point that match, and he was doubles NCAA champion last year. So even though he was a second year, he's as much of a veteran as anybody. And so he's out there trying to calm me down, you know, like deep breath, you know, relax. Whereas these guys, they both look like they're on the same page, equal demeanor, you know, same, not too stressed. Wow, look at that move.
That's playing to win. That's playing to win.
I mean,
yeah.
Jeffrey taking full swings in that forehand there. Iñaki moving over, with great instincts to the net, already moving before the guy is even hitting the ball. Easy put away. And not only that, they're putting our volunteer with them on court 3, you know? That's trust. That's trust.
And clearly, Coach Pedroso got something right this offseason with his recruiting. So again, 3 points away here is Virginia from taking this number 3 doubles flight. They're up 30 love, at the number 2 flight right now as well, and a break.
Wow, great ball, Jeffrey.
That quarter's hit. It's good to just hear your reaction. This is half the fun for me, to see you sort of stress a little bit during this. You feeling the stress? I always say it's way easier to play a match than it is to watch it when you care about the result.
I care about the result, but it was tough playing. It was torture chamber.
That's fair. Then again, yeah, that's true. I never had to play Hugo DeFeo or Will Blumberg or any of those guys in a big moment.
It's also, I was never able to be the underdog or the guy chasing. We were always the guys being hunted, and after a while, that's not so fun. No matter how many times you try to put it in perspective. Like look at Iñaki. I mean, that's a guy chasing. That reaction right there is not, hey, I'm protecting what I'm supposed to, and hey, I'm out here trying to beat you. And he's fired up. So.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Ty, I'm sure it's because it wasn't going to be ultra competitive and probably not a match you got to see, but I watched Iñaki in the opening match with Liberty. He went down 4 love in the 3rd set and stormed back. I mean, never gave up. You could see the kid fighting. He's definitely a fighter and came back to win that match.
Unbelievable recruiting class Andres has put together.
Mm-hmm. And a 6-4 decision for those 2 freshmen over that duo of Kingsley and Seelig. So Virginia 1-0 lead now in the doubles point. A reminder for those of you joining us for the first time, doubles 2 out of 3 sets. The team that wins those 2 sets gets that elusive doubles point. We'll then head to singles, where we'll have 6 different matches going on. Each of those singles flights worth 1. First team to get to 4 points ultimately wins the duel. Again, here on your screen now, you see the team of James Trotter, Justin Boulay, 30 love up on the Virginia team of Getz and Rodesh. Really good performance from Ryan Getz yesterday. Got a win on the doubles court. First one off the court in singles as well. But this would be quite the swindle from Virginia. Go to Columbus, take the doubles point, 1-0 lead over the host, number 3 in the country, Buckeyes. Not too bad.
This also was a pretty quick doubles point too.
Mm-hmm. You've played tennis, bunch of different stages, ATP level, college, obviously top level junior as well. Is the 40 minutes of the college doubles point the biggest adrenaline rush in tennis?
That and last match on singles. So consistently, yeah, the dubs point is intensity.
Mm-hmm. Oh, overhead in the net at number 1 doubles. You can see that team, Cash and McNally, they're holding on right now. So 40-30 lead again here. Trotter, Boulay.
Gets just Trotter with an overhead. Run right on his backside.
That's how the Ohio State team says hello to one another, though. It's a little love tap.
Well, didn't even stare him down. You hit me, you're getting a big stare down.
Yeah, I feel like first point of the match, you probably just took that forehand, hit it as hard at the net as humanly possible. You're just like, I'm going to kill you with this.
Send a
You know,
message.
Alex, something you don't know. I've gotten the big stare down from Ty. It was just virtually when I accidentally tagged him in a loss.
Really?
And he tells me on Twitter, and he's right. It's bad form to tag somebody when they lose a match. Point taken. I was wrong.
I don't know what it was, but it was probably I'm terrible. Like, as soon as I get off the court after a loss, I immediately look at my phone.
Oh, no.
And on the tour, it's bad because, like, you have a lot of, hate mail.
All the gambling guys. You stink. You lost me $20.
It fuels, like, your anger. Like, it doesn't make me mad that these guys do that, because I bet on sports before too, and, like, when your guy fumbles on the 1 yard line, like, you're upset. Doesn't matter, Yeah. So, like, I'm not mad that they're mad at me. I'm just mad that I lost and I have to get these messages,
Yeah. No, absolutely. Well, here, I'll tell you what, if you are a Virginia Cavalier fan, you are so thrilled to see your Hoos right now in a position to steal the doubles point, and you have Chris Rodesh, grew an inch since we last saw him on the previous changeover, serving for the match here against Trotter and Boulay.
What do we think Scott just told Ryan right there?
It's like, hey, man, good job. I'm really proud of you.
Great job at the net there.
Yeah.
After, Rodesh just dropping a cannon.
Yeah.
Wow, what a serve.
Man, this guy can play.
Tight call. Ryan tried to sell it. Knew it was out, but tried to sell it.
Yeah. It's all about the sell job. It's half the battle.
You act so confident that there's no possible way that ball could have gone out. Easy volley. Dirty love.
Man.
Positive affirmation from Coach Brown.
Of course. I think that's the first time I've seen Coach Brown in shorts. Not sure how I feel about that.
What is he doing? Yeah, what is he doing?
That's
and it's weird because normally all the coaches match. See, Pedrosa on the left-hand screen, a part of the screen is wearing all blue. Mm-hmm. The volunteer wearing all blue. And then you got Scott wearing white and shorts. I'm not really sure what's happening.
Well, you just got to make sure you know he's Scott Brown. In case you weren't sure it was Scott Brown, now you know for sure it is.
Yeah, Scott wore the uniform and he was my assistant for volunteers.
He stayed your sophomore. He stayed your sophomore year because I remember him joining. Oh God, I've seen the highlights too many times. The pile up with Mitchell Frank.
Yeah. He was there with us.
Mm-hmm.
Easy dubs point. Wow. Easy.
So Virginia's gonna steal the doubles point. And it is a thievery. It really was, Ty. 1-0 here, Cavaliers. What are you saying if you're Coach Pedroso? How do you carry this momentum into singles?
Oh, man, this is where you make your money as a coach, because the freshmen here, they need to know that the match is far from over. So you're going to have to somehow get them to come out absolutely ready to go. First point in the dubs.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. And while we wait, by the way, if I could have, just so Westoff knows, if you could go to stream number 1, court 4 at NC State right now. Got Giles Hussey 6-3, 5-1 up, looking to give the Volunteers a 3-1 lead. But yeah, stay calm, collected, do your thing. Heading into this singles, just reset.
Yeah, and come out and be like, look, guys, that dubs point, you tell them it doesn't mean anything, even though it does. You tell them, hey, look, it doesn't mean anything. We got to come out ready to go now. We got to come out, punch them right in the nose from the first point.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. And again, we're heading over to stream number 1, court number 4 over at NC State right now. It's a stupid question, but we've talked about it a little bit. But for this Tennessee team, the orange and white tie, I'm a fan. I'd say best uniforms in college tennis belong to Tennessee.
Let me pull them up here.
And we see here 5-2 again on the turn, by the way. Worth noting for NC State, 4 indoor courts. So you play in rotations there. So we will see 5 and 6 come on the court. Tennessee may not need them at all as they lead in 2 of the final spots now here. Quick update for you on what's going on in Austin. Gators took the doubles point. They lead 4-3 at the number 1 and 3 and 6 singles position. That's Vale, Andrade, and Bicknell. For Texas, 4-3 up at 5. Chi-Chi Huang over Ben Shelton, and then Cleve Harper, Elliot Spazzeri up in their flights 4-2. So we see here again. How much scoreboard watching did you do, Ty, when you're playing a match like this? Because if you are the Tennessee player here, obviously 2-1 up, you kind of realize I can get this match on the board 3-1. We're in a pretty good place.
I had to know what the score was on every single court, on every single match, every single game. And I wouldn't recommend that for a lot of guys, but for me, it helped me. One, my mind travels a lot when I'm playing, so it helped me to stay at least within some good train of thought about the match. And actually, the worst loss of my college career was indoors my junior year. We lost in the finals to UNC at home, and that day it was probably the biggest crowd we've had at Boar's Head. And the scoreboard was broken for some reason. So I couldn't see. I was down in the bottom courts, and I couldn't see what was happening on the top 3. So I had not a clue what the score was. And I'm yelling at our manager, fix the fucking scoreboard, over and over and over again. DT tries to come tell me to calm down. Like, I'm in a third set with Ronnie, and I'm like, DT, the guy's got one damn job and he can't get the scoreboard on. Like, how can I play? What is this? Yeah. And so that was the last time the scoreboard didn't work. That's for sure.
No, is it a new indoor or outdoor that they're getting at Virginia, Ty?
Outdoor, and it's done. It looks amazing.
So I've seen those old courts. Is it still Snyder? Still Snyder Tennis Center, keeping the name?
No, we are. We put them right outside of the indoor courts.
Okay.
At Boar's Head, so they're off campus now. And those Snyder courts will eventually be torn down.
Respectfully, probably it's their time.
Yeah, it's their time.
Yeah, they've seen a lot of good tennis, though, over the years.
So we could tell girls to come watch our matches, and they didn't have to go far. But otherwise, this new facility blows it out of the water.
I had the chance to go there. I like the hill, right? You can kind of sit on the hill to look down and see all of the action. And that's got to be cool from a fan perspective, just to have the noise on top of you.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. You play a Saturday at 1 p.m. match. You ask your fraternity brothers to come watch, your dorm buddies or whoever, your friends in college. It's super easy. Where I feel like now it's a bigger ask to get people to drive 10 minutes to Boar's Head, but it's definitely better facility, better train at, better facilities. So it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, definitely. And again, we see here on your screen, we're currently on stream number 1. Giles Hussey looking to close out his match against NC State. As soon as he's done, we'll go back to Columbus.
Wow.
Where I see the players slowly getting ready to get back out on court. I think I see Carl on the bench at 1. We'll start at court 1 for Virginia.
Great volley from Hussey there to close that match. Now 3-1 Tennessee, and the other match that's on right now is 4-all in the second. So Tennessee potentially within, 10, 15 minutes of closing the match out.
Mm-hmm. We can stick around here for a second, Westoff, if you want to go to stream number 4, court number 3 for NC State as we continue to wait. It looks like, again, matches about to get underway in Columbus. We'll stick around. And, of course, we are so grateful. Thai Kwiatkowski
joining us here on the stream to watch his Hoos up 1-0 on Ohio State. Deceptive doubles point win for Virginia. Don't think any of us saw that one coming. And for you, Ty, now, again, to have the chance to watch Virginia, is that something, again, because I'm sure you get to see Richie and JC from time to time on tour. Always a fan, something your Virginia family, something you're still very much engaged with?
I would say I am a lot because I still live here. I see the team on a fairly regular basis, and I talk to them. Andres will ask me to, not ask me to hit with them, but take them out to lunch, and I hang out with them. And especially Carl, obviously, because he was my teammate, so we spend a lot of time together, and he's the captain of the team now. So I definitely still feel a part of the program. It'll be a little less so when Carl's done, because I don't know the rest of these guys as well. But Richie's still involved too. He's coming into town today, actually, and we're going to be practicing in Charlottesville for the next couple of weeks with Dustin Taylor. So it's just like old times, No,
that's awesome. Are you working with DT still? Whenever possible?
Yeah, whenever possible. Whenever I'm home here, and it's been good. Just problem solving and figure out. It's the tough part of the tour is when you don't have a lot of camaraderie, and you miss the team atmosphere for sure. Oof. Bad decision there on the drop shot.
And for you talk about, again, the lonely lifestyle of a tennis player. I know for you thus far this season, I believe you traveled to, you got to play Australian Open qualies. You've come back, obviously, since then. But what was that experience like, having to obviously go travel out there, all the quarantine, all the nonsense that's gone along with it? How has early 2021 been for you? Only question about your pro career, I promise.
Yeah, I mean, I decided early in COVID that I was only going to, unless like the travel was fairly easy and, it wasn't worth it to go play challengers in Europe. So I've only played US Open, French Open, Doha qualies, and then a challenger in the States, just because not only is it super tough to travel with the restrictions, but it's just mentally draining to go over there. And, I'm obviously worried about getting COVID because I don't want to be sick, but I'm more worried about testing positive at the tournament, missing out on a $20,000 paycheck, which is one of my 4 biggest paychecks of the year. And then having to quarantine there in a foreign country for 14 days. So that anxiety is pretty annoying. It makes it tough to, just focus on hitting the little yellow ball. But yeah, I mean, French Open was a little bit of a disaster. Australia and Doha had its own challenges. They did some things better, some things worse. But overall, I went out there and I just tried to compete my best, and whatever happens, happens. And yeah, I'm back home now for a few weeks. I'm signed up to play some challengers in Italy in like 3 weeks, but we'll see what the restrictions come, because everything's changing all the time, and that makes it tough.
Yeah, definitely.
For instance, France now has a mandatory quarantine 7 days. Anyone coming outside of the Schengen area, or Europe, basically. And so if I wanted to go play in France, I got to quarantine 7 days beforehand. That's not only is it expensive, but how am I supposed to play after doing that for 7 days?
No, I mean, yeah, especially because it's not like every tournament's Australia. They're not going to be feeding you for a week straight. They're not going to send an equipment bike to your room during that quarantine. So
after that,
yeah, no, definitely
not grateful that there was something, because I'm still getting a paycheck when my first round lost. But I mean, what a Craig Ty really bit off more than he can chew, thinking he could appease 200 of the biggest prima donnas on the earth, along with the Australian government, who has been the most strict of the entire world. Really. So yeah, it took a big challenge there.
No, I think Craig Tiley's just trying to make his push to become the Roger Goodell of the tennis world. He's just inching closer and closer. He's like, I can do it.
obviously, if he gets there. But let's switch gears now. Let's go back to Columbus here, Westoff, for our coverage again. We will continue to monitor everything going on in Raleigh, but we do see singles play underway. Let's start at court number 1, where we have a battle between two of the probably top 10 players in the country in Carl Soderlund taking on Cannon Kingsley. I'm going to ask you to do some match calculus here, Ty, because I know this is something every player does when they're part of a team, but you're Virginia here. What's the pathway to 4 points?
Hard because I don't really know a lot of these freshmen, but wow, that's a big thing.
Again, I'll run through the matchups quickly for everyone at home.
Hard to find.
Right now, it's Johnny Ross taking on Robert Cash at the number 6 singles position. You've got a battle of freshmen, Chris Rodesh taking on J.J. Tracy, Iñaki Montez taking on Kyle Seelig. Talk about a fun contrast there. That's a really fun one. Montez already up in early break. Of course, Trotter at 3 for Ohio State up in early break on von der Schulenburg, although some of these serving icons may just be off. John McNally taking on Ryan Getz at the number 2 singles position. And then as you can see on your screen, it's Cannon Kingsley taking on Carl Soderlund at number 1. Chris, I want to go back to you here now. Your thoughts on this match. Ty may not have the match calculus ready, but I know you've got some match calculus for me. Give me the pathway here for Virginia. They got the doubles point. That's step 1. What's steps 2, 3, and 4?
Yeah, that's huge. I think the one match that I got to think they would actually be favored in, with almost unequivocally, is Gianni over Robbie Cash. So you got to think 6. You got to get Gianni at 6. I think you got to lean on your big guy, Carl. That's a heads up match. I like Carl there, so I'll take Carl at 1, Gianni at 6, and then someone in the middle. And I think the guy that I like in there is von der Schulenburg over Trotter.
I think that could be the one it comes down to. I think if we're here until 9 p.m. tonight, it's because von der Schulenburg and Trotter are still grinding it out on court 3, playing some match deep into the night. But, of course, it will be interesting to watch all of the action unfold. And, of course, we'll be monitoring court to court as it all unfolds. Give you the quick update of what's going on elsewhere in the country. In Austin right now, no first sets. One first set in the books. It's Blaise Bicknell for Florida, 6-3 over Texas at the number 6 singles position. Everything else there, either 4-all or in the latest stages. Of course, right now for TCU, they're all over Denver. 6-2, 6-1 win from Juan Martin at number 5. 6-4, 6-1 win from Alistair Gray at number 1. So they lead 3-0. Sandra Jong currently up 7-6, 3-1 at 3 singles. Famba 6-4, 4-5 on serve at 2. Then, of course, the action at USC looking like it should start now. You look at their stream. It seems like the rain has gone away. But we'll see whether they start on time or not. Here again on court 1.
What do you think, Alex? Do you feel like you should be able to host indoor kickoff weekend when you don't have indoor courts?
Well, when you say it like that, maybe not. I mean, I would say yes, because it's a kickoff weekend, and normally when it's 15 regions like this year's the exception, right? Because there are so many exceptional schools, and we are going to see some upsets happen across the country. I mean, USC is always a top 15, top 16 school, right? So I don't know why you'd penalize them for not having indoor courts. At the same time, if it incentivizes more schools to build indoor facilities, I'm all in.
I feel you.
It's tough, though. I mean, I'm trying to think where you might have played over the years that didn't have an indoor facility. Probably Miami or Florida.
Yeah, Miami.
Florida State, probably.
Does Florida State have indoors?
Florida State's got really nice indoors.
Okay.
It can get cold in Tallahassee.
Clemson has indoors. I think I've seen them.
Yeah, I think they just rebuilt them.
Yeah. By the way, the hold from Soderlund, 4-2-1. Let's go Westoff to court number 2 as John McNally has built an early break lead 2-0 over Ryan Getz. And again, McNally, so experienced. Played in a national championship match as a freshman, 2018.
How do we feel about the naming your tennis center Ty Tucker?
It's a shrine to him. He built himself a shrine.
Yeah, but how do you build a shrine to someone who's still doing that position unless you're, a communist country? That sounds like something Ho Chi Minh would do,
Well, you haven't heard of the Mao Zedong Tennis Center in Shenzhen?
Yeah, I mean, at least they built it when Mao had passed as a nice, memorable thing. Also, the people that donate the money, don't they get to name it? And
unless this is their way of saying thank you to Ty Tucker. They're saying, we love you. Here's a tennis center. Don't leave us ever.
Yeah, I guess so.
Former Buckeye turned Buckeye coach.
Don't leave us. Maybe win a national championship, though.
Your words, not mine. Your words, not mine.
What's the goal here?
Yeah, that's true.
What are we facing?
So you consider the indoor championship, I think I've asked you this before, but the indoor championship is not as significant as the outdoor?
Not even close, but it's a good milestone in your season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I only don't count it because NCAA doesn't count it, your school doesn't count it, So when we talk about UVA having 28 or something like that, we have 28 team championships. That doesn't count the 6 indoor championships Brian Bolin won.
So they don't count, but you guys have banners in the Boar's Head. I've seen them.
Yeah, banners, but it's what's the?
No, it's fair. I didn't know they didn't count them on the Virginia National Championship count. That's interesting.
Like you might count the conference championships more because, like, you go into the athletic cafeteria and you tell, the soccer team, hey, yeah, we just won ACCs. They say, oh, okay, you won ACC. You say, hey, we won ITA indoors. They look at you and they're like, well, what is that?
That's true.
So I think as like the overall prestige, winning your conference is something that is understood by people who don't even know college tennis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you retire from the sport and you're working in wherever you're working and you pull out your conference championship ring, you say, yeah, my tennis team, we won our conference. Here's our ring. You show them, hey, here's the indoor championship ring that, UNC made that year. You say, what is that for,
Which of those conference rings for you is the sweetest?
We combined them all into our NCAA rings. So we just have one ring that says NCAA and ACC.
Just says on it champion. It's just like,
yeah,
hey,
just
yeah, you have this ring because
we held a lot of trophies this year.
Yeah, no kidding. So we see here again, McNally gets 3-0 McNally. He's come to play out of the gates, and right now you look for the Buckeyes where they are in the early goings here of singles. McNally, Trotter, early break leads, but it's Rodesh, Montez, the 2 freshmen, earning breaks for the Cavaliers at 4 and 5. Let's go to court number 4 now, Westhoff, here in Columbus to watch a little bit of Iñaki Montez versus Kyle Seelig again. Iñaki Montez, such a talented freshman, just so rock solid, played such a good doubles point there, played so aggressive.
Bet Seelig didn't expect this.
No, and the one thing we know about Kyle Seelig, though, he's not going anywhere, right? He'll be in this match.
He's not going anywhere, but he might have to press a little bit more than he was expecting.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever play Seelig?
I have not, no, but I watched him play Henrik many times. Watched him play a future once.
That him and Henrik should not be allowed to play one another. It's like, we're good on that, man. We're good on that one.
This man's got a family to feed, and Yaki don't do it to him.
Again here now, 2-1, 15 all. By the way, Tadis Babelis keeping NC State alive at number 3. He's up 6-5 in the second set on Martin Prata. So keep an eye on that match here. Tennessee just needed to win one more to advance to the National Indoor Final 8. I feel like Tennessee probably a school that recruited you quite a bit, Ty, given there. Back then it was Ryan Williams, Tennis Sandgren, J.P. Smith, all these guys going there.
Yeah, that was probably ended up being, second place behind Virginia, because at the time I was in USTA training with Ryan every day, and he was pushing for me to go to his alma mater. I really liked Woodruff. He was really cool over the phone, and I ended up not being able to take visits anywhere because I didn't take the SAT in time. But it was definitely on my list for sure.
Of course, they play Knoxville there at the end of every season as well. Is that a big boost? I'm sure coaches can't explicitly say, hey, you're going to have a wild card into this event every year you want. But knowing you have the Charlottesville Challenger, knowing things like a Knoxville Challenger, that factored into your recruiting. It must have.
It didn't for me, but it does for a lot of the foreign guys, right? So you're trying to bring these foreign guys over. You're trying to get them to understand college tennis. And when these guys, their whole life, have been wanting to go pro. So it does help when you tell them, hey, yeah, we have Challenger or Future, whatever you have. And that's why you've seen so many of these Challengers and Futures pop up in these college towns. And I think it helps Wake a lot to say, hey, we got a 250, and almost all of their current team members play qualies. They're 1 through 3. So that's pretty cool. No other school in the country can say that, that's for sure. That's a big hold. Wow.
No, for the Stanford women as well, they had their event out there for so long too that they could feed wildcards. So that's another really good example of that. But Westhoff, I'm going to ask you if you can, and you can tell me privately in the comments if we can't yet, if you could go back to Raleigh to, I believe, stream number 4 for that 3 singles match. It's a 6-all tiebreaker right now between Prata and Babelis. And of course, we want to catch the ending of that on our stream. So if you can listen, I think you're going to see us for a little bit. And of course, Ty, we are so appreciative for you taking the time. I know you got to run in a little bit as well. So, won't be offended if you do, but watching this Virginia team as you have for this first 40 minutes of this match, or first hour, whatever we're at, give me your final reaction.
I'm impressed at the way we've come out here, and we'll see if we can sustain it. We've talked about which ones we got to hone in on, and stay on the court as long as you can on the others. It'll be interesting. I feel like it's going to come down to a 4-3, and it's going to be interesting. I got to go pick up my roommate from the airport right now, but we're definitely going to put it on the Apple TV when we get home.
For sure. Can I get a prediction from you?
If I was a betting man, I might say Ohio State. And the last 4 bets I've made, I've lost. So, it looks like UVA is going to take it because betting tracked very bad recently.
I love it. Well, Ty, thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, wishing you safety and health, and don't be a stranger. You're always welcome back on.
Thank you, guys. Awesome what you're doing. Talk to you soon.
Of course. Take care,
man. Peace.
So, of course, that's Thai Kwiatkowski joining us on the stream. Chris, this is pretty cool. Not going to lie. This is, when we talked about the Redzone feed, we were like, oh, yeah, we'll go from match to match. Didn't think we'd be going from person to person as well. We've had Coach Macy, we've had Tim Russell, and now we've had Thai Kwiatkowski. Obviously, to anyone else out there who's looking to hop on the stream, feel free to hit us up in the chats in either a DM, text. Chris and I will try and get you out here as well. Sounds like stream number 4 at NC State not currently working for super producer Daniel Westhoff. stuff. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll stay in Columbus for now as he looks to try and see again if we can get Stream 4 up, but we will keep in mind that for right now it is 6-all. They're playing a breaker there. Tennessee wins that breaker. They advance to the national indoors. Chris, I'm not sure if you're watching that match right now privately.
I am watching that match, so I'll keep us updated. They just started with Prada serving the first point being played right now.
By the way, officially can confirm, sources from LA, 2:30 start for Cal UCLA. They're starting with singles. That's from the source on the ground. He knows who he is. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that message. So 2:30 on the ground start for UCLA Cal. And I'm telling you, we're going to get a 3-all decision in that one. That's going to go late into the night and to end up being all about that doubles point. Chris, obviously we are so grateful to have Ty on the line. And, we looked at this through the Virginia lens pretty thoroughly. Ohio State just dropped the doubles point in Columbus, and they dropped it to this Virginia Cavalier team. Have we flipped out enough yet?
Yeah.
And by the way, as you're talking about this West stuff, if you can, please go to, I believe we have it now for NC State. Of course, that's the 3 singles battle. But Chris, sorry to cut you off. Please take the floor.
Yeah, we're on the right match now. That is the second point of the tiebreak. Prada leading 1-0. So we'll watch that just so we know where we're at. And then I'll chime in on your. There, I believe that's 2-0 Prada now. Yeah, I'm shocked, honestly. I mean, the majority freshman team from Virginia going into Columbus and taking a doubles point from Ohio State. It's, definitely shocking. It's obviously what they needed. We didn't see a really easy path for them to get 4 singles matches out of here. But yeah, I think that gives us a really good shot at our first 4-3 match of the weekend here.
No, it's absolutely shocking. And again, we want to be live for this Prada semifinal. So again, Stream 4, court number 3 for those of you looking at it at home. If you have some side tabs, side action going on, but we are watching here. I believe we have NC State up on the stream, correct, Chris? I believe we've got them going right now. Court number 3 here. Yes, we do indeed.
I can't tell. It looks to me on our side like we've got Kingsley Soderling, but I'm not. At least that's what I see on super producer Westhoff's screen. And the match is over. We must have been well behind a changeover. It's over. Prada just hits an ace down the tee and wins the match, and Tennessee clinches that 4-1.
So we did end up getting to see it here on our stream. It is the Tennessee Volunteers going to Raleigh and knocking off the Wolfpack of NC State. You see the celebration, Chris. It's been about 9 months since we've seen someone rush the court, have a big celebration. Now, is a 4-1 victory worthy of a celebration like that? Usually not, but of course we know how much it means to these programs to advance to the national. In Tennessee doing just that, 4-1 victory over NC State as super producer Daniel Westhoff throws us back to court number 1 in Columbus. Your reaction, Chris, to our second upset on the day, technically, considering the host team went down.
Yeah, my first reaction is this assures me of getting more picks right than you.
I know, I'm so angry.
Because I'm the only one that took Tennessee. No. And you took Wake Forest, so there's no way you can beat. We only differed on 3 picks. We all 3, actually. I think we differed at the 10.
And Michigan lost, so I'm just in trouble. The
TCU region, the Michigan region, and this NC State region. So, yeah, you're out with Michigan. You're out with Wake. You're out there. You lost all 3.
Well, I make predictions. First of all, the prediction is actually the least important thing of anything I say in a podcast because the prediction means nothing to anyone out there.
Your predictions are just to get us going. We know.
Yeah, they're worthless. So if I'm going 5-3, it means that things are going pretty chalk out there in the tennis world. But no, again, 4-1 victory for Tennessee. They take the doubles point, and then Chris wins at 2, 3, and 4. I mean, they beat NC State where NC State's best.
Yeah, well, not at one.
Well, except for Galarno.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, not completely surprising. The doubles point was surprising. Losing to Galarno, not surprising, and not surprising to me that they win at 2, 3, and 4. I really thought NC State would have a shot to get one of those matches at 2 and 3, and that was a very close match with Babylos and Prada. But yeah, it's kind of went down a little bit like we thought, and yeah, we got our first team through to the indoor championships. Well, second team if you count the host, Illinois. So we've now got Illinois and Tennessee, and the next team to go will be either Florida or Texas.
Or perhaps Virginia, if things break correctly for them over the next half hour. And you see here on your court right now, it is Jeffrey von der Schulenberg gets the break back against James Trotter. So 3-all. This is one of the matches we want to highlight most because, Chris, Trotter at 3 feels like one of the shakier spots in the Buckeyes lineup. And by the way, worth noting, quick scoreboard update here. Kingsley, 4-3 and a break up at 1. McNally, 4-2 and a break up at 2. It is 3-all here on court 3. Iñaki, 4-1 break up on 4. 3-all at 5 between Rodesh and Tracy. Cash up a break 3-2 at 6 for the Buckeyes. Reminder, the Buckeyes going to need 4 of these matches, win 4 of these singles matches to take the victory. But I mean, yeah, it's been a day of upsets. Wake Forest losing earlier to Oklahoma. I don't know if I qualify Tennessee over NC State quite as an upset, though, Chris, because this Tennessee team, again, continuing to stake their claim that it's a top 4 and not a top 3 in the SEC this season.
Yeah, I mean, sure, if you want to go by the, ITA rankings, you want to go by the fact that NC State was the host site, yeah, maybe you call it an upset, but I don't think that was an upset. I mean, Tennessee had to be the favorite team there. I think if you really wanted to root for the underdog, you kind of wanted to see NC State at home, still thinking that was an underdog pick to pull for them. But yeah, Tennessee, on paper, more talented after you get past Lexi, right? I mean, Lexi's clearly the best player there. Once you get past him, it's heavily on the Tennessee side.
No, there's no question about that. Again, by the way, super producer Daniel Westoff, just so he knows, action in UCLA and Cal about to get underway. We are going to be able to cover that site at USD. I'm looking there now. I see players on court. But again, we see here now James Trotter serving on serve 3-4 now at court number 3. This is one of those neutral courts right now. Pretty back and forth. By the way, Kingsley holding to consolidate the break. He now leads 5-3 there. Seelig gets one of the breaks back for 4-2. Robbie Cash consolidates his break for the Buckeyes at 6, so it's 4-2 Ohio State there.
I have not run through to make sure all the serving icons on the scoring are correct. Have you done that by chance, Alex?
Chris, if you think I have time to do anything right now but hold this microphone and pray for dear life that Westoff doesn't put the camera on us, you're sadly mistaken.
All right. I will make a quick run through just to...
So I appreciate, because while you do that, I can address some of the comments we've gotten over the past hour. A bunch of people pointing out their shock at Virginia winning the doubles point, the strength of these Virginia freshmen. Yeah, that's the storyline, and you heard it from Thai Kwiatkowski's mouth himself. The level of play from these Virginia freshmen, they've just been so calm, so poised to do it on the road in Columbus, which we know when there are fans there traditionally, it's maybe the toughest site to play in all of the country. Certainly, again, here, no fans, but never easy to go to Columbus. By the way, official update, USC USC region. UCLA versus Cal on court. Keegan Smith. Currently, I see them in the coin toss with Kikuchi, so they're getting ready to start on court one over there. A reminder, because of the rain, they're going straight to singles in LA, so that's what they're starting. So we do still have 2 sites for all of you to enjoy. Again, we are going to stick with this match in Columbus for now, but we will check in on UCLA and Cal as well as things heat up there. Your other updates on what's going on: Texas, Florida, currently Florida 6-3, 4-2 up. No, that's dated. I'm pretty sure. I thought Blaze Bicknell already won his match. No, incorrect. I'm ahead of myself. So Florida right now, their pathways 2 points, 2 and 3, 6-3, 4-2 up at 6, 6-3, 3-0 up at 3. Sam Riffis with a critical 7-5 first set at number 2 as well. But if you're a Longhorn fan, Cleve Harper, 6-3, 3-0 up at 4 over Johannes Ingridson. Chi Huang, 6-4 first set over Ben Shelton. CM Waldeep, down a break in the second, but 7-5 first set over Duarte Valde. So 3-3 split there. Very feasible, in my opinion, Chris, for the Texas to still come back. By the way, TCU, it's in the books, folks. They won the match 5-0, so they advance tomorrow to get what will be probably their first of maybe 4 looks at this Oklahoma team on the season. So just so all of you who are wondering, that's where we are currently at. Now, of course, something we have not done as good of a job as we probably should be here on this broadcast. It's also ITA Kickoff weekend for the women, and some of you are asking us to offer an update on that. Happy to do so now. A reminder, much like Illinois for the men, Oklahoma State for the women already ensured a spot in the kickoff weekend as they are playing host. So Oklahoma State is team number 1. Team number 2 that has already clinched their spot in the final 8. That's UNC, who wins 4-1 today over Ole Miss. Now you look for them as at court 5. No, excuse me. Who was it? Who dropped the match for the first time? Someone lost the match apparently for Carolina, so that's surprising to say the least, but nevertheless, Carolina earns the win, so they advance. I will continue to update. That was the first one I saw in terms of regions that are in the books. I will continue to look elsewhere to offer you guys the complete update. Let's see. I'll check out my friend Bobby Lewis's Twitter page.
And I will say that all of those serve markers on the Ohio State-Virginia match are correct, Alex.
Beautiful.
So Robbie Cash is now double break 5-2 serving for his first set. Montez also double break 5-2 serving for the first set.
So if we can then, Westhoff, let's go to court number 4, where it is Iñaki Montez serving for the set 5-2. Against Kyle Seelig. Will flop between that. McNally up 5-2. Cannon Kingsley serving up 5-4. So it's the wishing hour here. Going to be working that Redzone channel to the fullest before we head over again to California. Start covering the action at USC. Okay, Carolina is the only team to have clinched their spot for the women's side thus far. A bunch of women's finals coming tomorrow as well. In fact, yes, again, Carolina, the only final going to be played today. So those are your only 2 locks thus far. Right now, Chris, this Virginia team throwing everything they have. And by the way, Chris Rodesh, 5-3 up now on JJ Tracy. Westhoff, if I can get you quickly, let's go to court 6. Robert Cash, 5-2, 40 love up. Well, I'll tell you what, if you would have told the Buckeyes, hey, the only first set you're going to get, or the first set you're going to get is going to come from number 6 in Robbie Cash, some of you might have laughed at me. Still, Robbie Cash, a gamer always. He gets the first set 6-2
over Gianni Ross. Westhoff, let's go now, if we can, to court number 1, where Cannon Kingsley is serving up 30-15 on Carl Soderlund. Big serve forehand combo from Cannon Kingsley gives him the 40-15 lead. So again, the Buckeyes going to need 4 singles matches here. Looks like they're on the pathway to get 3 between Cash, Kingsley, and McNally, but the middle of the lineup and the freshmen for Virginia continue to be the story. Von der Schulenberg going to serve for the set, I believe, up 5-4 on serve. Montez serving for the set right now, 5-2. Chris Rodesh going to serve for the set, up 5-4 right now. Do you see the expression on my face, Chris? I've been driving the Who bandwagon since me and Thai Kwiatkowski were back in high school. And yet, as of right now, this is maybe the most shocked I've been covering a Virginia. To see them, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this first hour from them. What do you think?
Yeah, well, certainly didn't expect it, and didn't expect it in where it's coming from. To think that that Montez was going to be up 5-2 double break serving for the set on Kyle Seelig at 4. Didn't see that coming. I mean, this is a great start, especially when they're getting that start from the freshmen. Considering I don't think that 3, 4, and 5 is going to be the path to getting 3 points. If they can get 3 first sets there, that's great. It's going to be tough to win all 3 of those matches. I still think they need to get either Carl or Gianni to come along.
Mm-hmm. And again, we are in the witching hour right now. A bunch of 5s on the scoreboard in Columbus. Currently 5-2, as you see, 15-30 for Iñaki Montez as he tries to serve out his first set against Kyle Seelig. Currently 5-3 for John McNally at the number 2 position as he tries to serve out his first set. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Chris Rodesh actually 30 love up at the number 5 position against JJ Tracy, keeping an eye on all 4 of these sets, now. And Van der Schulenberg love 15 up in his 5-4 return game against James Trotter. So gonna have to do a little bit of jumping here, Westhoff. Hope you're on your 1s and 2s. So it's 30 all here for Seelig Montez. It's been on that score line for a while for McNally. So let's quickly, if we can, Westhoff, go check out Court 2. Just a quick peek at Court 2. Is that set in the books, or are they still playing there? Looks like they are still playing there. No, looks like that set went to John McNally. So he takes that second set 6-3. If we can, Westhoff, back to Court 4. Hopefully we caught that match. Yep, we're going to get to catch the set point, although I think, Westhoff, you might have to hit live on that stream because it might be a little bit behind. No, not yet. No, we get this week game. That's my fault. That's my fault, listeners. Sorry. That one's on me. Spoiler alert, but yes, Montez did win the first set 6-2, and we're never going to get to see how. But I bet it was pretty good. Oh! Is that a little scrolling job I see from super producer Daniel Westhoff? Don't look now, folks. But I think he might have figured it out. Anyways, it's all right. We know what that set score was. We've got other action going on. If we can, Westhoff, let's go to court number 5, where Chris Rodesh, 5-4, 30 all. And again, that one's on me, folks. I apologize. So now 5-4, 40-30, I believe, for Rodesh here, right? Double set point?
Yeah, that 30-all point, Rodesh just hit that inside-out backhand right into the corner for a winner to give him double set point.
Mm-hmm. So he's got a chance to put another set on the board. And in fact, looks like he's going to do not just that. That serve missed, my bad. In fact, he is going to do just that. Chris Rodesh, 6-4 first set. Westhoff, if you can't go to court 3, our final first set. So right now, 3 first sets for the Buckeyes at 1, 2, and 6. 2 first sets for the Who's at 4 and 5. We circled this match from the start. Von der Schulenberg, one of the top newcomers in the country, a guy Virginia needs to deliver the results if they want to be a top 10 school. He is taking on James Trotter, and with that forehand passing shot, I don't believe it, folks, but Virginia has taken 3 first sets over the Ohio State Buckeyes. We're going to go back to court 1 right now. We haven't watched as much of this Soderlund Cannon Kingsley match as we probably should have, so we're going to enjoy a little bit of that here early in the first set. But Chris, doubles point, 3 first sets, 3 freshmen. Holy mama God.
Yeah, this is definitely shocking. Fun. I think we're in for a treat here down the wire, because even if Ohio State is going to come back and win, that means they have to do it in 3. They have to win at least one 3-setter. So we're in for we've got a ways left unless Virginia just closes it out. But I would predict, even if Virginia wins, I don't think either of these teams is closing all 3 of the matches they won the first set on in straight sets. I think we're going to see our fair share of 3-set matches here.
All I have to say is buckle in, folks. I think this is absolutely going to be a fun one. And again, right now going on in Florida, we have 2-0 lead for the Gators, 3-0 win for Andy Andrade over Texas freshman Micah Broswell. So a huge bounce back for Andrade after he took a bad loss yesterday, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, it was like, gosh, wasn't it like 2-1 or?
The Gustav Storm, yeah. So to one of the top newcomers, they gave him the deuce. Andrade's like, I can't let this happen twice. And so ultimately, he gets the win. But worth noting, Chris, we talked about 6-3-4-1 for Blaise Bicknell. Now 6-3-4-5. Even McDonald coming back there. Ben Shelton flipping the script on Chi Huang. He's up 5-2 in the second set, so it looks like we're going to get a split there. Waldy was down 2-0 in the second. He's now up 7-5, 3-2. Riffis versus Vaziri, 7-5, 2-all. Then it looks like Cleve Harper's about to put the first point on the board for Texas as he leads 6-2, or as he leads 6-2, 5-1 over Johannes Ingledson. That's another match we've got going on. And then now, if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, and give me the thumbs up if we can, let's go check on the action in LA. And let's start on court number 1 there, because, again, we're starting with the singles play in that UCLA-Cal match. It's going to be Keegan Smith taking on Yuta Kikuchi for the Golden Bears. Funky lineup for the Bruins today. You ready for this one, Chris? Take that as a yes. Oh, I forgot he's on mute. My bad, folks. Sorry, I know he's doing something. That's my bad. Yeah, I know he is ready.
I'm not looking at it, so yeah, I'm very, very interested to hear, is your boy Ben playing 2 singles?
So I'll go then from the bottom up
to
build some suspense. Number 6 for UCLA, Eric Hahn. Number 5 for UCLA, Matt Solokian. Number 4 for UCLA, Roscoe Bellamy. Number 3 for UCLA, Sam Feit. So number 2 for UCLA is indeed Ben Goldberg today, and lining up at the number 1 position, of course, is Keegan Smith. The Bruins without Govinanda, who unfortunately is in COVID protocol. Now, flip side, lineup you have for the Cal Bears. Number 6, Kent Hunter. Number 5, Jacob Brum. Number 4, Philip Hjorth. Number 3, Ben Draper. Number 2, Paul Barreto. And number 1, Yuta Kikuchi. Super producer Daniel Westoff will let us know when we are able to get to LA. Right now, again, you've got Kingsley, Soderlund on your screen. And I think we are now in LA for this number 1 singles match against Smith. Kikuchi going head-to-head. Keegan Smith, you're not going to find a guy with more natural power in all of college tennis. Currently 2-1 all here in his match against Kikuchi. And Chris, when you look at these 2 teams, traditionally out west, it's usually USC, UCLA, then kind of everyone else. It does feel like this year it's USC, Stanford, and then everyone else. And so curious your thoughts on where we're at in the Pac-12. Curious your thoughts on where UCLA and Cal are in that pecking order.
Yeah, I mean, very accurate assessment this year. Definitely USC, Stanford, and then everyone else. I would say with full lineups, UCLA next. But obviously, are you taking what's usually a rock solid point at number 2 singles away? You're taking away half of the number 1 doubles team. So that's a big shot into the UCLA arm here. So this match really, I think, given that it's minus Govind-Nanda, is anybody's game. The Cal team is still a good team. They're a very good team. I had mentioned a little earlier, they struggled, I think, a little in a 5-2 win over St. Mary's earlier prior to the kickoff weekend, which was a little bit concerning. But, you know, when you're also playing a team like that you should beat, a lot of these teams play not necessarily the same lineup they're going to play against a UCLA, let's say. So that may have been the case. But yeah, Cal is still a very good team. This match is anybody's call without Govind-Nanda.
You look at the UTRs for these teams, compare them with our friends at Slam Tennis. For UCLA, Power 6 79 this year. Of course, that's with Govind-Nanda in the lineup. They don't have Nanda this weekend. Clearly no Patrick Siraj this weekend as well. That's a guy we expect to see in the lineup for them moving forward. But look, Cal's 79 Power 6 as well, and I believe they're missing. I don't see Jack Malloy in their lineup. Did I miss him?
I don't have the scoreboard up, so if he's missing, that's a big miss because I'm not looking at what I would guess.
No Jack Malloy in the lineup today. That is correct. No Jack Malloy.
He's got to be like 2 or 3 on their UTR, right?
Mm-hmm. So no Jack Malloy for them. Still got to feel pretty good if you're this Cal Berkeley team. Also no Drew Baird here this weekend for UCLA. He certainly, looking through their lineup now, would be another guy you'd expect to appear. So no Goldberg. Oh, gosh darn it. No Zaraj. Sorry, I said gosh darn it because I was trying to send a message in a different group, and I just made the same mistake twice. This is what happened when you're red zoning. Hour 2 + 6, so hour 8 about to be in the books, about to approach hour 9 here of our coverage of day 2 of the ITA Kickoff weekend here. Of course, Alex Gruskin joined by Chris Hallior, super producer Daniel Westoff on the 1s and 2s. We're here now live in LA to watch a little of this early action between the Bruins and Cal. Westoff, if you can you go to court 2 right now in Cal UCLA, court 2? Oh, you're a beast as we see a 40-15 point here for the man, Ben Goldberg. I know I'm not supposed to be biased, but as Chris knows, that's one of my boys. Gonna scrap, gonna claw. 30-40 now there. 2-1, by the way. Cleve Harper, I was gonna say Cleve Harper, 2-2 win for Texas to put them on the board, but go for it.
They did get a point on the board. Yeah, I was gonna say I'd go out on a limb. Anybody whose name ends in Berg or Steen, your boy, right?
I'll remind you we are live, Chris.
I'm just Will Blumberg.
Yeah.
Ben Goldberg.
Yeah, look. Yes, I'm Jewish. You're right. That too.
I'm still waiting for all the Greek ones to be my boy. Where are they?
Yeah, we're waiting for Papa Nicolau to appear.
as the number one seed.
Yeah, I don't know where they are.
Oh, look, hey, it's true. Ben Goldberg, Will Blumberg. I have a type. I don't know if you guys know that about me. Anyways, we are getting a request from some of our friends to head back to Columbus. So we will come back to LA in a little bit. Westoff, if we can, let's go back to Columbus, where the story on our hands, and I think it's probably the story of day 2 right now of the National Indoors. Yes, Tennessee knocked off host NC State, but no one, sans Alex Scalia and the Oklahoma Sooners, goes to Columbus and knocks off the Buckeyes. And it's still a long ways away from happening, but Virginia right now, doubles point and 3 first sets in the bag. Go through a quick score update right now for all of you watching at home. Where are we at? Courts 1 through 6.
Yeah, court 6 is the one that I think it's a little concerning for me from a UVA perspective, because I thought that was a match they needed, and Robbie Cash is up, a set and a break there. So that one looks like it's headed in that direction. But everything else is a fair game right now.
Well, Westoff, speaking of heading in that direction, let's head down towards the bottom of the lineup. Let's go first to court 5 if we can, where Chris Rodesh wins the first set. Currently, I believe 0-1, 30-40 on court against JJ Tracy. Got to make sure my scoreboard is correct here.
Love 2 now.
Down love 2. So Tracy gets the break.
Yeah, Tracy's got the break. He is now serving, and I think Westoff's got us back live there. Yep. Tracy serving 15 love.
Beautiful. So we've got Tracy now earns a break for the Buckeyes at 5. 40-15 now. Westoff, let's go to court 6 if we can to Robbie Cash. 40-15 up a break, looking to consolidate against Gianni Ross. Ross, 4th-year junior. Of course, all of these kids had that extra year of eligibility extended to them. I believe he's a junior. At this point, all the grades have blended together. But again, score update for all of you. Tracy Cash up breaks. Here's an upset for you, Chris. Iñaki Montez, 6-2, 2-1 break of serve up on Kyle Seelig. Man, just Robbie Cash just put so much pressure on you. Forces the air. Westoff, if we can, let's go to court 3 now. Deuce point between Von der Schulenberg and Trotter coming up. What an effort here. What an effort from James Trotter. Is that the racket that just went into the back curtain? I really couldn't tell who won that point, Chris. I believe it went the way of James Trotter, and I think that pass was missed. And so Trotter now, yes, indeed, 2-1 break of serve. Von der Schulenberg had the forehand put away volley. Trotter just asks an additional question of him. So 2-1 there. Let's go to court 1, Westoff, where we have, again, a battle between 2 guys we think can be top 10 players at a minimum this season. 2 guys who at their best can be the best players in the country. Carl Soderlund taking on Cannon Kingsley. First set went to Kingsley, 6-4. As you can see on your scoreboard, 2-1 Soderlund up on serve here. 30 love Kingsley in this game. Now 30-15. McNally got his break in the second set, as I mentioned, so I can put a point on the board for the Buckeyes. Probably looking for him, for Cash. Had a question for you, Chris, from Scott, who asks about not this match, but the Florida-Texas match. If CM Waldeep loses again, should he still be the player on court 1 for Texas?
Well, it's looking like that's probably a moot question at this point, given he's up 7-5, 5-3 on Duarte Valley right now. And I was about to point out that Texas is on the verge down there of upsetting, if you will, if you want to call it an upset, Florida, where even though they're down 2-1, Woldib a game from closing his match. Chi-Chi Wong now back to 5-all after winning the first set. That would be 3. And then, then it's close. But yeah, if Woldib were to lose again to Vale, I would say likely, yeah, we probably see some switches up there. I think we're going to see some swaps all year long. And not just between Woldib and Spizzirri, but I think throw Micah Braswell in there. I think the 3 of them, will play musical chairs in those top 3 spots this year. Will it happen in the very next match? I don't know. Do I think Woldib will be a solid number 1 the entire season for them? No. I think they're going to split. They'll split time there based on how these guys are doing.
Well, let's go now, if we can, West, off to court number 4, where Kyle Seelig 2 break points on Iñaki Montes, 30-40 here. Montes just shocking the Buckeye senior in that first set. He's played such a loose match, Chris. He's just been so aggressive from the onset. It's been so impressive.
I do like the last comment in the chat, Druskin. Did you see that one?
Go for it. I have not.
Hadi Habib chiming in.
Oh, thanks, Hadi.
Says Hadi Habib here, just checking in from Michigan. Wanted to say this is fantastic coverage. Hope you are rooting for the Aggies tomorrow. Well, Hadi, I've got good news and I've got bad news. Gruskin, unfortunately, could care less because his Wolverines lost. The bad news is Matty Stakowiak's brother plays for Baylor, so he's clearly not rooting for you. I, on the other hand, picked the Aggies to win the region, so I will most definitely be rooting for you guys tomorrow. Good luck. Good luck to everybody tomorrow.
Well, first of all, if you're listening, Mrs. Schachter, I would never just put the Aggies to the side like that, as Chris suggested. Never just brush them away like that. No, I'm rooting for 4-3 tennis. That's what I always root for, except for when it's Michigan. Then I root for them to beat everyone 4-0. But no, it should be a really good match. And by the way, congratulations to you, Hadi Habib. Didn't mess around at all. If you could tell your friends Juan Carlos and Val, hey guys, if we're up big, let's just close out those leads. I'm sure that's something Texas A&M fans would appreciate. But great performance from the Aggies. Glad to hear you all are safe in Ann Arbor. While in Ann Arbor, let's give some suggestions, but let's be honest, you guys have a match tomorrow. It's all business.
So we can just leave it at Mr. Spots. That's a safe, appropriate suggestion.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying it's a Saturday night in Ann Arbor. Like, you need things to do. Hit me in the DMs, Hattie. But obviously, I don't want to get you in trouble.
Yes, we don't want to do that. So take out from Mr. Spots, Hattie. The hot stuff is great. What was that I had, Gruskin?
Yeah, no, you want wings. The more wings, the merrier.
Yeah.
No, it's just because, normally I'm like, oh, let me call my guy in Columbus. But if I was like, hey, let me call my guy in Ann Arbor, I'd actually be referring to someone. Yeah. So it's like, can't do that here. No, of course, again, you see on your screen Kyle Seelig unable. I mean, the guy just is fearless, Chris.
The good thing for these guys, I'll bet you Montez doesn't have the faintest idea who Kyle Seelig is.
I don't know if Montez has hit puberty yet.
Yeah.
Jury's still out.
He's looking across the net going, hey, I'm playing this guy that looks like he's 27. His hands look like they're 4. I don't know who he is.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, for Kyle Seelig, he's not going anywhere, right? Kyle Seelig doesn't quit on matches. That's not in his DNA. That's not what he does. But I mean, he's also not hurting Montez at all right now.
Yeah, I think that's not something I had thought of really, but I mean, yes, there is kind of an aura about Ohio State at home, indoors. You don't go in there and beat them. But a lot of these freshmen, that they don't know that. The guys coming from out of the United States, that's news to them. So, and probably a good thing, something that we hadn't thought through. They're not intimidated. They don't know what they're walking into here. They just walk in and see the guy across the net, and all they can do is play him.
Somewhere Daryl Cummings is like, I told you guys Virginia's preseason number 6. He's like, I told you guys, you all.
It was number 10. I even commented on his post, said, hey, they're going to have to earn it. They have the talent, but yeah, they're certainly showing that they're earning it here.
Yeah, look, win or lose today, this is an impressive, really impressive kickoff weekend for the Virginia Cavaliers, of course. Again, scoreboard watching here a little bit. 6-3-4-1 McNally over Getz, so it looks like that'll be a point likely for the Buckeyes. Trotter consolidated the break, so he's up 3-1. JJ Tracy now up 4-0 in the second set against Chris Rodesh, so that match got a long way from finishing. And then Soderlund, Kingsley battling on serve 3-2 in the second. Just a lot of tennis to be played here. We'll stick around here on this C-League match through the end of the game. Triple break point for Montez here for 4-1. Tell you what, if the first point off the court for the Buckeyes in singles is a Kyle Seelig loss, wow. Everything is working for you if you are drop shot lobbing Kyle Seelig. We see Coach Tucker on court now. He'll try to get Kyle going in the right direction. In the meantime, Westhoff, if we can, let's go to court number 5 right now. JJ Tracy, the freshman for the Buckeyes, taking on fellow freshman, now up to 7'6" in height, Chris Rodesh. Rodesh won the first 6-4, but it's been all Tracy here in set number 2. 4-0 up, 30 love up.
Meanwhile, I'm watching the Gianni Ross Robbie Cash at 30 all. I was going to say Cash double faults.
So let's go to 6 now, Westhoff. Double break point for Gianni Ross to get it back there. And there's the break. Court. So he gets the break back. So Gianni Ross now, a match Chris circled as one that you got to have if you are Virginia. And it looks like right now they don't even got to have it, but you certainly like the continued fight there. And guess what? I don't think it's going to surprise anyone. Andres Pedroso standing on that court. Talk about the significance for Virginia when your head coach is covering the match. But 3-all now for Gianni. And now that forehand cross-court passing shot dips. You see a little stare down there to the other side of the net. Cavaliers making a move. Buckeyes hoping to do the same. What do you want, Chris? You want to stick around here for a second? You want to go watch McNally Getz? McNally 6-3-4-1, 30-15 up.
Let's stick here for a minute.
All right, we'll stick around for a hot sec. Enjoy ourselves some Gianni Ross. Gianni Ross, by the way, you want to learn more about the former 5-star recruit, the former top player from the Midwest, guy who spent some time with the USTA. Go check out our Cracked Interview podcast we did with him, which you can find on our website, crackrackets.com, or wherever you listen to your podcast. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Done a lot of podcasts here now for Cracked Rackets, over 1,000 episodes. I don't know if I've ever met a personality I'm more interested in than Gianni Ross. I mean, you think I can talk, Chris? That's the first podcast in history I got under 50% of the words. And, that's crazy. Usually I'm in that 70% range.
Quick update. As I was tuned in on the side, thanks to some comments, and I pulled the match up. Duarte Valli gets the break at deuce. 4-5-4, Waldeep serving for the match to get it back at 5-all. So Florida hanging in that match there.
By the way, in UCLA, out at USC in LA, 6-3 first set for Keegan Smith, 6-1 first set for Roscoe Bellamy, 6-2 first set for Matthew Solokian. So 3 on the board for the Bruins. Ben Goldberg was down, now up 5-4.
4 all at the number 3 singles position, 4-5, I believe, on serve at the number 6 singles position. So again, it's the witching hour right now. A lot of things coming to a conclusion. Trying to stick here in Columbus, and if we can, Westoff, let's go to court number 2 for a little bit, where we've got Ryan Getz serving to stay alive currently, 6-3, 5-1 down to the leader of this Ohio State team spiritually. Certainly with his results as well in John McNally. McNally's a fighter, Chris, and look, I'm sure there are some moments in his college tennis career he'd like back, but if you're asking me going into this season, he's one of the players you want on your roster. He's a guy you throw him in, doesn't matter the spot, he has a chance to win. He's just a winner.
Yeah, he's going to win a lot of matches at 2 singles for Ohio State, that's for sure.
And so again, see here, Getz, Nally 15 all, 5-0 JJ Tracy right now in that second set, 4-3 Gianni Ross at 6. After this, we'll go over. We can go check out LA after this, go to court 6 in LA. Looks like play's about to finish up there after this game, but for now we'll stick with this court 2 here again. John McNally looking to put a point on the board. It will not surprise you at all to learn today, Chris, Keegan Smith of UCLA playing his match in a bucket hat. So,
not surprised.
9.5 months later, folks, there's your Keegan. Oh, excuse me, not a bucket hat. That was just his head of hair. No, instead he went headband, Chris. Headband is the new look for Mr. Smith. So, yeah, 9.5 months later, good to see all is well in Keegan Smith land. So 40-15 here.
It is an absolute shame we don't have this Texas match. What a match we got down there. We'll get some updates here in a bit.
Chi Huang
in a breaker.
So it goes from 5-2 down to take the set 7-6, 2-all between the Gators and Texas. Here's where you stand on the 3 courts left on court. Duarte Valley lost the first set 7-5 to CM Waldeep, 5-all right now in the second.
Actually 6-5. Waldeep just broke him right back, so he will be 6-5 serving for the match.
So Waldeep going to serve for point number 3. Meanwhile, Sam Riffis 7-5, 4-5 at 2 for the Gators against Elliot Spazirian. Then Blaze Bicknell 6-3, 4-6, 3-all against Texas McDonald. Folks, that's an absolute pick-em at this point. Literally, it's a pick-em. It's a pick. There's no way you can prefer to be one team or the other, but I'll still ask it. 1-2 6 left on the court. Would you rather be?
Who would I rather be? Well, I mean, the match is dead even. Two courts on.
Don't mind Westoff. Go to in the meantime. Sorry.
Two all with 3 remaining. On serve. And Florida's got a set in one. They've got a break in the other. It's really dead even. Assuming Waldeep serve.
If you could jump to court 6 for this UCLA match.
I think it's like I don't know that I'd rather be.
Looks like it's absolutely court 3. Sorry, not court 6. That's great reading by my skill. 3 right now is the 5-4 game. Fight versus Draper. Yeah, it's a pickup, Chris. I agree. I mean. It comes down to who would you rather really have it? Blaze Bicknell, number 60 in the country, or Ruben McDonald?
Jerry just with Riffis, so I guess now you'd have to want to beat Texas.
Well, he gets pushed to a third set. Again, right now we're in LA for a little update. It looks like UCLA has taken up. Fight, however, up 5-4. Overall in the set on court number 2, 5-all between Goldberg and Barreto, so wanted to check in there. Again, we're going to keep you up to date on all things going on. John McNally right now, Westhoff, if we can go back to Columbus. Apologies for the quick switch for you. I know this first set, we haven't gotten to see much of Cal UCLA. We will get over there, but we have an upset brewing in Columbus, so I want to go back to Columbus where we have a first sign of light for the Buckeyes at the number 2 singles position. John McNally taking on Ryan Getz. Look right now, 30-15 McNally, 2 points away. Putting a point in the bag for the Buckeyes. Going to want to turn your volumes on if it's not focused. I promise you're going to get a big roar from McNally if he gets this match over with. It's a big inside-out forehand from John McNally. So now 3 match points for McNally and the Buckeyes to even this match at 1 apiece.
And as that happens, Ian Woldeeb holds to close that match, give Texas a 3-2 lead over Florida.
So now 3-2, split set at 2 singles for the Gators. 3-all at 6 singles when the scoreboard was last up. By the way, it looks like Fight Draper went to a deuce point to decide that set. But here it's John McNally. Huge roar as he puts a point on the board for the Buckeyes. Big fist pump as well. Let's go now to court number 1, Westhoff, or Carl Soderlund. 4 break points on Cannon Kingsley. Tell you what, if Soderlund gets this second set now, for the first time in the match, I probably would rather be Virginia than Ohio State. Of course, you'd rather have the doubles point in your pocket, but you still look at the talent up and down this Ohio State roster, and you think to yourself, eventually Coach Tucker's team, by the way, 6-1 second set to J.J. Tracy. Ooh, Westhoff. I'm going to need you to go to court 6. Deuce point on court 6. Deuce point on court 6. I repeat, deuce point on court 6. That appears to have gone the way of Gianni Ross. So now he leads 5-3. All right, let's go back to court 1 if we can quickly, Westhoff, to see if Carl Soderlund can get the break against Cannon Kingsley. And in fact, he does. So double breaks have served for Virginia. Now they have the chance to win sets at courts 1 and 6, which is where they lost 2 of their 3 first sets. Of course, for the Buckeyes, you split sets at 5, so you're going the distance there. But Seelig back on serve against Montez. Chris, I'm breathless now. I don't know what to think. I mean, I'm trying to keep track of it all. I'm like, oy vey.
And I'm trying to peek in here at that Texas-Florida match while we're going, Gruskin. Court 6, McNell, they're showing 5-3 on the scoring. I'm looking at the court. Coaches are standing on it. Officials are standing on it. I'm thinking Bicknell may have won that 6-3. The scoreboard's too blurry to see.
So 3-all coming down to that Riffus.
I think we do have our first 3-all match, last match on, and a full set to play.
It's about freaking time, if I may say. Well, we're going to monitor some stuff going on here, although we do have close to a match point situation already out in LA. It looks like Roscoe Bellamy 6-1, 5-0 up. We might try and catch the match point over there. Here, though, Carl Soderlund serving for a 6-3 set. National champion as a freshman with the Cavaliers. Number 1 player in the country as a junior. Someone asked, does it look like a medical timeout at 6?
No, well, you know what it looks like is a rain delay. They're wiping the lines with towels.
But they're inside.
No, Texas is out. Oh, I'm talking outdoors at Texas here.
Oh, I thought they were back. I thought they went inside.
They are out. They had the weather delay and they're outdoors.
Good for them. Good for them.
But it doesn't look like that match is over. The players both still hanging around the court. Woldeeb coming over to say something to Evan McDonald. I think that match is still going.
So it may be a medical timeout. We will keep you all up to date. Something I do have to update all of you on. I mentioned JJ Tracy 6-1 second set. Gianni Ross 6-3 second set for the Cavaliers at 6. So go Who's go. Have the chance here now with Soderlund, 3 set points to earn splits in 2 of their 3 first set losses. Soderlund going to Soderlund, folks. He gets the hold and takes the second set 6-3 over Cannon Kingsley. If we can, Westhoff, quickly, let's go to court 4 in LA, where we've got a match point for Roscoe Bellamy of UCLA. Again, court 4 in LA. See if we can catch the ending of this one. Bellamy 40-15 up. So for any of you West Coast fans, don't want you to feel completely robbed. Of course, we're going to be monitoring the action in Columbus. Upset alert that has our attention, with all due respect to this UCLA-Cal match. To see a team like Ohio State fall in the round of 16 would be stunning. Philip Hjorth not going away for this Cal Berkeley team. If you were to give me a rankings range for this Cal team for the season, that 20 to 30 range sound about right to you?
Yeah, yep. I'd say that's right about dead on. At the outskirts, they have a shot for, 15 as a high, I think, maybe. But yeah, I think 20, in the 20 to 30 range is about right.
By the way, I have an update for you from our friend John Parsons. Says, quote, "You could hear on stream referee to court."
It is weather. It is weather. They paused both courts.
Both courts paused due to weather. Gotta love that. If you are a Florida Gator fan or a Texas Longhorn fan. But that's good. It gives you an excuse to come join us. Close out of that browser for a little bit. Turn your volume up here and enjoy yourself a victory. If you are Roscoe Bellamy, 6-1, 6-love over Philip Hjorth. Let's go back to Columbus now, if we can, Westhoff. I apologize for making you jump back and forth, but we've got a couple of big games coming up. Let's start out on court number 4, where Iñaki Montez for the Virginia Cavaliers, currently serving for the match, 6-2, 5-3. Again, that's court 4 in Columbus here. 5-3 lead for Montez. Kyle Seelig, a stalwart for these Buckeyes these past 4 seasons. He's played so many big matches, won on so many occasions. But freshman coming to Columbus, potentially knocking the man off. It just doesn't feel right, Chris. I mean, this guy.
Wow.
Did that land in?
No. That Montez got that. It double bounced for Seelig.
Because, I mean, he's hit that drop shot lob combo a couple of times here, Chris, and I mean, scarier and scarier each and every freaking time. And you can see him. I think he's mouthing that to us on the stream. Gruskin, Chris, what do I do here? This freshman.
Hold serve. That's what you do.
Oh, you heard it here first, folks. Breaking news.
Ow. The question is, Mr. Seelig got on site. Oh, are friends and family allowed? Obviously no fans, but friends and family in? Or family in?
Well, actually, on my phone, I have an app connected to the Mr. Seelig pedometer. 25,000 steps.
So he's there. Okay, good to know.
No, it's a very good question. I'm sure for so many of these players, look, I feel for Kyle Seelig. I'm someone who played every match during my nascent and unfortunate tennis career in front of my parents. So the concept of not playing a match in front of them, if Kyle Seelig is in fact not, that's going to be devastating for, again, that's just one of those little luxuries you're used to.
Triple match point for Iñaki Montes.
No, this is... So again here, 1-1 as McNally.
Well, it's definitely coming down to 3 setters, as we said. Oh my! Montes with the pass and the win.
And you can see it on his face. This kid, from the moment he stepped on the court, was playing to win here, and that's exactly what he's done. Big pat on the back from Coach Pedroso. Iñaki Montes. All right, folks, when you're talking about an upset recipe, you have to get a victory in an unexpected place. Virginia has gotten it now in 2 unexpected places, folks. They take the doubles point in Columbus. Montes now with the victory here. If we can, Westhoff, let's go to court number 3, where we've got James Trotter currently taking on... Sorry, I heard a stream go live now on my... Here we go. James Trotter taking on, of course, Jeffrey van der Schulenburg. Van der Schulenburg got the break back for 5-all there in set number 2. Now, of course, Ross Cash at number 6 singles, Rodesh Tracy at number 5 already in third sets. But, man, if Virginia gets this, they take a 3-1 lead. At that point, there's 3 3-set matches left. Ohio State going to have to work an inside straight to win this match. Your reaction, Chris?
Well, first I have to say, as that Kyle Seelig match ended,
my gosh.
That level of respect for Kyle Seelig, I'm clearly not going to name the name. I got a text from a coach watching our stream that said, and I'll quote, "Seelig is learning how everyone else feels playing against him." Which is a very, Montes was he was doing exactly that, exactly what you normally see when you play Kyle, is just, making it so hard. And yeah.
No, it was a legitimately just young, energetic version of Kyle Seelig. And it's not to say Kyle Seelig is old, 23, 24 years old, still a stud. But yeah, if you are a Virginia Cavalier fan, if you are head coach Andreas Pedroso, not only did Iñaki Montes earn a win in doubles, Chris, but in singles too now. Guy looks comfortable moving. And by the way, your other freshman, Van der Schulenburg, currently up 6-4, 5-all, 40-30.
Yeah, if he manages to get one of these next 2 points to hold, that is some serious pressure on Trotter's shoulders, knowing that they're already down 2-1, and now he's got to serve to stay in the match.
God help
and Gianni Ross up a break on 6 in the third.
And God help you to be in the vicinity of Ty Tucker right now. Coach Tucker cannot be happy with the performance of his Buckeyes today. Yes, as you mentioned, Gianni Ross up a break. Worth noting, though, J.J. Tracy also up a break. Westhoff, if you can, quickly now as we see the Van der Schulenburg, can we go to court 1 where we have a deuce point between Kingsley and Soderlin? Hopefully we can catch the ending of that deuce point before it happens. Looks like we missed that. So let's go now to court number 6, where we've got some live action. As you mentioned, it's Ross taking on Cash. Early break lead for Gianni Ross in this third set. By the way, for those of you following at home, was it Kingsley who held there?
I didn't catch the point, and I haven't seen the scoreboard update yet.
So we'll be on the watch for that. Man, Chris. Man, oh man. A couple of other updates on things going around the country. Again, earlier today, Tennessee joined Illinois as the second team to qualify for the national indoors. They knocked off host NC State 4-1. Tomorrow, it's going to be the Michigan Wolverines. That was projecting. It's going to be the Baylor Bears after they beat the Michigan Wolverines, taking on Texas A&M. So another top 10 opponent for Baylor in Ann Arbor. Of course, down in Fort Worth, big upset on the day. Wake Forest sans 5 of their top players, and legitimately 5 of their top players end up falling today to Oklahoma. So really, really impressive stuff there from the Sooners, and they're going to take on TCU. Comfortable 5-0 victory.
Must have been a short, quick spurt down in Texas. They've got the dryers on the course, so hopefully they'll be back to action soon.
Didn't know they had dryers in Texas, Chris. Feared they let it all just au naturel.
Yeah, I mean, 100% humidity and 100 degrees. It's just supposed to go, right? But not in January.
So, by the way, it was an early break of serve for Carl Soderlund. Split set, but up an early break and up, I believe, 40 love now on freshman Cannon Kingsley. I mean, again,
we need to get to court 3, Alex, for that last game that potentially von der Schulenburg could get here to win the match.
So let's do it then. Westhoff court 3. Again, 6-4, 6-5 here, 15 all. I mean, that's a nervous backhand volley from James Trotter. And so a 2-0 lead for Virginia at 4.
15-30 now for Trotter. Real trouble.
Meanwhile, Soderlund, 4 game points to consolidate his 1-0 lead at 1. Yeah, this again, just not at all the start you're expecting if you are an Ohio State fan, to see this young Virginia team come to Columbus and have this sort of success.
Oh my.
Oh my, indeed, Chris.
Triple match point.
Triple match point for the freshman. By the way, Soderlund, 2 love now. He leads at number 1 singles. Rodash 30 all in the JJ Tracy service game, so he's looking to get a break of serve back. Still monitoring the action in LA, but upset brewing in Columbus. Big serve from James Trotter. How many times have we seen him in this spot? Pressure on his shoulders. Buckeyes need him to deliver. So this is a guy, if you're under the gun, you kind of like if you're Coach Tucker.
Yeah, not only that, but guess who's 10 feet away?
Oh. You see him there, as nervous as anyone.
Oh, big second serve. Wow.
There it is. Jeffrey von der Schulenburg. 6-4, 7-5 victory over the Ohio State Buckeyes. And folks, now it's official. Virginia 1 point away from taking the dual match, from Ohio State in Columbus.
And they are up 2 love on 1 and 6 in the third set.
And they are not happy about it. You can see the body language for Trotter there. Oh, man. Montez and von der Schulenburg, Chris. The freshmen, the Who's are back.
This is definitely not what we expected to see, Alex.
All I have to say is Michigan who, Chris? Michigan who? I've been a Virginia fan this whole time.
So Here's a legit question. I believe that they will, until told otherwise, I'll believe they will maintain the same process for national indoors that they always have. And that is they do another unpublished ranking prior to that, and that reseeds or re-ranks the teams, and that's what they use for the seeding for indoors. So let's say, for the sake of argument, that Virginia upsets Ohio State here.
I'm not ready to say that, but go on.
No, I'm saying if it were to happen, the question is, you've got to seed Virginia. I mean, clearly the other teams are going to be up above. I'm assuming Baylor, but they could be even in the mix as well if they were to win. But just in seeding Virginia and Tennessee. Tennessee comes in with the higher rank, Virginia with the huge win over Ohio State. Who ends up with the higher seed if that's the case?
Probably Illinois. Just make Illinois the 1 seed.
I mean, Illinois will be the 8 seed.
Yeah, so...
And then the six, I mean, I'll say right now the 6-7 would be in some order Virginia, Tennessee. But let's say Baylor beats A&M tomorrow.
Baylor becomes the 3 seed. Baylor gets to the huge jump.
Yeah, Baylor's going to be up in front of them anyway. I think either one of those teams is up in front. And then obviously USC's in front. TCU, who's already ranked in front, will be in front. And North Carolina's in front. So it comes down to those two, 6 and 7, who gets the 6 and who gets the 7.
So quick question for you. If we stick to the normal rankings formula, given the degree of difficulty, and by the way, you see here, Cannon Kingsley looking to, or he does indeed get on the board. So let's go, if we can now, west off to court number 6. And there's a split. So let's go to 5 then. Let's go to 5. Rodech Tracy just tried to get some live action. But no, Chris, it's a really good question. I think for Baylor, by the traditional ranking formula, with the wins they have this weekend, sorry, I lost my thought there because a listener asked a question. But if you go by the traditional ranking, but if you win formula. But wouldn't Baylor traditionally, with 2 top 10 wins, they jump to number 1, right? It would be like they're clearly the number 1 team given the degree of difficulty.
Yeah, at this point in the season, there is no formula. They don't, even in the traditional ranking system, they don't start the computer rankings. It would skew too heavily. Yeah, they don't start the computer rankings until a later point. So these indoor rankings are still always done based more on, the voting poll, if you will. Where is the ITA ranking them? So yeah, it's not going to be computer. It is really the eye test, and that's kind of the question is, and they'll go based off, for the most part, previous rankings taking into account these wins, but a big win over Ohio State at home.
No, and we got a question
down the line by JJ Tracy.
Okay, a couple of things I want to point out because we got some funny comments here over the past few seconds that I want to address kind of simultaneously. And again, currently on your screen, you see Tracy versus Rodech. Let's go back to 6 if we can, west off right now between Ross and Cash. But a couple of questions to address. Now, people are asking, in terms of the win streak in Ohio State, in Columbus, is this something we see often? The answer is an unequivocal no. I believe since 2004, and I may be off on the year exactly. If there's a Buckeye fan out there who can give me that specific, let me know. Since 2004, Ohio State has lost 1 home match in Columbus. It was perhaps the most dramatic match of that 14 or 15 season?
It was 14. Yeah, here's the Alex Galea reference coming here.
Yeah, my man, Alex Galea, fearless. It doesn't matter what people in Columbus are yelling at him. He's going to make his calls no matter what, and he makes his calls to perfection, earns the win for Oklahoma. Now that team, Axel Alvarez, Andy Harris, that was Spencer Papa, Alex Galea. That Oklahoma team was really, really good, Chris. And obviously that's what it takes. They were number 1 in the country when they came to Ohio State and beat, you don't want to say a down year Buckeye team, but not a Buckeye team that, not the best Buckeye team of the past 10 years. Other than that, that's the only loss they've taken. Now, we got a very funny question. I'm not going to say who asked, well, what's Ohio State's record at the brand new facility? To the facetious man who asked that question, hey, great shot to you. I did out loud chuckle when I first read it. But obviously,
that will be, that's a big deal for Virginia to come here in the first weekend. If they are able to knock off the Buckeyes, that's something all of us will have taken notice. Now, we also got a prediction for tomorrow. Someone saying A&M over Baylor. We will get to our predictions for tomorrow, I promise, at the end of our broadcast today. But right now, as you see on your screen, the story are these Virginia Cavaliers, the Who's, up 3-1 right now on Ohio State. They take the doubles point with a win at the number 2 position, Getz and freshman Chris Rodesh, and then number 3 position, the freshman Von der Schulenberg and Montez. It's the freshmen again delivering singles victories for them at the 3 and 4 position. McNally putting Ohio State at the board at number 2. And right now, it does look like Ohio State is in a position to put another point on the board. JJ Tracy, and if we can, Westhoff, let's go to court number 5 to watch freshman JJ Tracy, 4-6, 6-1, 4-1 up on Chris Rodesh. It is love 30 here in the Tracy service game, 15-30 now, excuse me, but it's an interesting thing to note. Again, for this Ohio State team, they did struggle yesterday against Middle Tennessee, and in the context of this match, after watching that one has to wonder what's going on in Columbus.
Yeah, and I don't remember that record, Alex, over what period of time, what time span, but I thought that I had read, and it's probably been since last year when I read it, that it was like 273-1 or something ridiculous like that. I mean, the number of wins is just crazy.
It's like my record versus you. We all remember the one loss, 2018 NCAA tournament in person. You beat me. We don't want to talk about that incident, but other than that, 273-1. No, I mean, yeah, it would be a noted start to this season. And of course, again, we had Thai Kwiatkowski on the stream earlier. He talked about the poise these freshmen were playing with. That's absolutely a takeaway for them here. Now, I do want to go Westhoff if we can to court number 1. I know it's 4-1-30 all here, critical point, but 2-1-40-30 for Soderlund feels slightly more important, particularly given, again, for the Buckeyes. If they want to go where they think they can, Cannon Kingsley, it's a match he's got to have for him here in a tough spot. And so Kingsley gets us to a deuce point here. Would be huge for the Buckeyes, who they really haven't had a run, Chris. There hasn't been a 20, even a 10-minute stretch where it's been all Ohio State, right? It feels like this match has been played on Virginia's terms from the start. Maybe a break here from Kingsley gets the momentum rolling the way of the Scarlet and Gray.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, you need a break here, but then you got to do something on 6. And not only do they need something on 6, but Robbie Cash is down a break and Love 30 serving. So, so they've got to turn it around there because they have to have both of those matches on.
Want to apologize to any UCLA fans currently watching the stream. Sam Fight, 6'4", 5'2" up. Big pass from the Sonder man.
Yeah. Soderlund right down the line. Yeah.
Beautiful
back in down
stuff.
The line. Great pass.
So he holds 4-3-1. You see Coach Tucker on court 1. I apologize for this because we know the upset is brewing, but Westhoff, if I can, go to LA, court number 5, please. Matt Solokian, 6'2", 5'3" up on Jacob Brum. Now remember, they're playing singles first in LA, so if any of these teams want to avoid the doubles, they got to get 3 singles win. Solokian on court number 5. 4 singles wins, thank you. We are going to court number 5 for the 5 singles match, where Matt Solokian right now, 2 more match points, up 6-2, 5-3 on Jacob Brum. Again, this is probably the first of 3, maybe 4 matchups, maybe even 5 between the Golden Bears and the Bruins. So just going to... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Clearly, I was just going to say, Connor Rapp calling for some Bruin love here. We've got you, Connor.
I knew it was coming. I know where my bread is buttered, Connor. Don't worry. We got to make the fans happy. I mean, if you could tell head coach Billy Martin that he owns a phone and he's got a bunch of texts from this 248 number, that would be great as well. But of course, no. Want to watch the Bruins for a little bit here. And it's 2-0 Bruins now. Solokian, 6-2, 5-3. Westhoff, if you can, go to court 3 in LA as Sam Fight, 6-4, 5-2 up on Ben Harper. Looks like he's now a couple of points away from putting point number 3 on the board for the Bruins. Again, 6'4", 5'2", 30 love. Disappointing, of course, for me. Danny G, 7-5 first set loss to Paul Barreto. But Keegan Smith is messing around at the start of the second. Now 6-3, 5-4 up on ITA Kickoff. So if you're a fan of the Bruins,
I think things are looking good if you're a Bruin fan right now, clearly.
Yeah, for sure.
What I'm trying to figure out, Alex.
By the way, you see it here, Sam Fight, 6-4, 6-2 win. If we can, Westoff, let's go to court 1 in LA. Just see if we can watch the Bruins close things out here. Again, 3-love lead for them as they take wins at 3, 4, and 5. But yes, Chris, you were asking me?
I was asking you, really, I guess I'm really more asking Connor. Isn't he on the roster? What's he doing watching our stream?
That's a good. I was gonna say, are you asking me or are you asking him? I'm happy to tell you the answer if you'd like. Connor, he just wasn't feeling his best today, and it's not that he's sick, no COVID issues, but he woke up on the wrong side of the bed. You know that feeling when the 2 of the 3 pillows end up on the floor, and you're like, how did this happen? That was the night Connor Rapp had last night.
We joke, but glad to have you here, Connor.
Yeah, of course. Big Rapp family fan here.
Yeah, Austin, brother Austin, I believe now volunteer assistant at Texas.
Texas, so he's waiting on pins and needles too. Maybe that's why Connor's at home. He's like, you know what? I need to watch Austin today. Like, I'm sorry.
Yep.
He's like, Billy, do you really need me to watch another Cal match? Haven't we done that already? I know how this one's playing. Keegan's going to mess around. He's going to go up big, and he's going to go up 30-15. Don't worry, he'll be fine. And by the way, here again, Kikuchi Smith. 15 all point here.
And Alex, as you're intently watching that, a quick 5-1 lead for Gianni Ross, about to put that match away for Virginia.
And 5-2 for Tracy. Do we have to go back to Virginia? Will you monitor the scoreboard if we get close in that game? Will you send?
I will pull it up and watch the game stream, and we'll stick here with the Cal UCLA match until we get within a match or a almost match point. Currently Cash serving there. Cash serving 15 all. I'll just keep you updated. If we get to match point, we'll switch quickly. So super producer Westoff, be ready for court 6 at Ohio State if we call for it.
We see here again for the Bruins. We've got a match point, I believe, 2 match points for Keegan Smith here. 5-4, 30-40. I will bet you every dollar in my pocket, Chris, Keegan Smith hits this return as hard as he humanly can. Into the net.
So the net hurts.
So he stays alive here, deuce point again. We are well aware that we have an upset, not just brewing, but probably in the mix.
30 all Robbie Cash serving. We'll stay here and until
JJ Tracy, by the way, puts a 6-2 third set in the bag for Ohio State. So now 3-2 in that match. Soderlund, Kingsley still grinding on court number 1. Again, Ross still out there. Second serve here on the deuce point for Keegan Smith. But again, immediately after, we're going to have
Westhoff. Let's go to court 6 at Ohio State.
All right, Westhoff, I'm sorry, UCLA fans. I agree. We can't miss the upset. I will let you know as it's happening, but we have a match point.
Match point. Cash just hit a backhand wide. It's now 30-40. Cash serving, double match point for Virginia for the team match.
And Keegan Smith, by the way, closes things out. But Westhoff, if you can, please, please, please. Court number 6 at Ohio State. We have a victory from Keegan Smith. So UCLA 4-0 over Cal. No doubles going to be played there. What is happening in Columbus? First serve goes a little bit awry. I don't believe it, Chris.
Goodness.
University of Virginia. Shocking. The Buckeyes of Ohio State 4-2 in Columbus to advance to the national indoor quarterfinals.
Absolutely speechless, Alex. Absolutely speechless, Alex.
Let's stay on. And by the way, of course, we know USC. Let's stay on. And by the way, of course, we know USC that match coming up later tonight simultaneously with Iowa and Middle Tennessee, which still has to play tonight. But Chris, Iowa and Middle Tennessee, which still has to play tonight. Chris, it happened.
I still vaguely remember the preview last night saying, I still vaguely remember the preview last night saying, which isn't zero, right? 20%. Did we think this zero, really right? But probably not. Did we want to see a really competitive match? Probably not. Did we want to see a really competitive match out of these freshmen? Out of these freshmen? Did we expect to see this? I mean, Montez. Out of these freshmen. Unbelievable. I mean, Montez, unbelievable. Even if Rodeshin is lost, getting that first set on the board against JJ Tracy, getting that first making it look board against JJ Tracy, like they had making it look for Virginia like they were, like they had. That's what they needed. And then Gianni Ross, as we said, one of those matches. That's what they needed. And then Gianni Ross, as we said, one of those matches we thought they needed to get to win this after dropping the first set. Comes back 3-1 after that. Soderlund up a break. I mean, this was looking like a 5-2 match. We definitely didn't see that coming.
I mean, legitimately, Virginia was in control of this one. Worth noting, Carl Soderlund up. Look at this performance for Virginia. Tracy, 2-0 on the weekend. Looks everywhere like else, and that includes doubles. This Ohio State team, which has a ton of talent, right? They've probably got 7, 8, 9 guys who can all get in on the action. I mean, where does Ohio State go from here, Chris? Again, if you're an Ohio State Buckeye fan, if you're a part of that program, what is the reaction to this weekend?
Well, first of all, I think it's Justin Buffet. I mean, he's got. They got to. I don't see how he's not playing 6. But yeah, I think you're shocked. You're not happy. Obviously, it's going to be the same reaction Coach Tucker has. You're wondering what the heck was going on with Trotter at 3. But you can't even make the argument that you should have had Seelig at 3 because Seelig lost at 4. So yeah, I mean, you just flat out. It wasn't like, hey, some bad lineup decisions cost us here. They flat out got beat. Straight up, they got beat. They lost the doubles point. They lost where they should have won in singles. They got beat.
No, you're absolutely right. And again, I'm texting right now to see, you're getting the reactions. And of course, I'm trying to figure out what time this USC match will be starting on the West Coast, because again, we still have 2 matches to go here tonight that I hope we're going to be able to cover. But I mean, Chris, when you, yes, if you're this Ohio State team, it's a soul searching loss. This is one of those you're scratching your head. It's not even that you guys played bad. It's not that every break went against you. They just straight up got outplayed today at home in Columbus, and that never happens. And so, again, it's just, I don't know. It's for this Ohio State team. I mean, Michigan looked really good against Baylor today, and just watching the way, and I know Michigan lost the match 4-0, but they were in it on every court. Every loss was 4-5 or closer. And so, yes, they lost, but it wasn't a bad loss. After watching what this Virginia team did to Ohio State, the Buckeyes feel vulnerable, Chris. They're usually never vulnerable indoors. It's not only that this loss happened in Columbus, it happened in Columbus inside. Yeah, I mean, any final thoughts from the Ohio State perspective before we get back to Virginia?
Well, yeah, when you look at, okay, so let's look bigger picture here, right? And even as you heard Ty say, yeah, indoors is great. It's not outdoors, right? So it's not the focus of the season. The focus of the season is outdoors. And what's the one knock we always put on Ohio State? It's always, they're a great indoor team. They can't win the title outdoors. Well, they didn't even get to indoors now. So what are you thinking for outdoors? It's definitely, you're definitely, as you say, it's some soul searching. But again, it's one loss. It's early in the year. Anybody can come back from one loss to turn things around. It could have just been a bad day, but it's got to be really, this is not about Ohio State. This is about Virginia and these freshmen and what they did today. They won the match. Ohio State didn't lose the match. The Virginia kids won this match straight up. And that's who the credit goes to.
So on that note, Vander Schulenberg and Montez 2-0 on the weekend in doubles. 4-0, I believe, on the weekend in singles. Montez 2-3 over Kyle Seelig. James Trotter Vander Schulenberg 4-5 over James Trotter. I mean, when you look at this Virginia team now, it's February and these freshmen are already this good, Chris. Are they now in the conversation with UNCs and Wake Forest of the world for the ACC conference? Let's start there.
Yeah, I can't go to UNC yet, but I'll go to Wake for sure. I'll say, hey, now I'll say we have UNC, and then we already said they were probably number 3, but behind Wake. And obviously we didn't get to see the real Wake when they're missing 5 of legitimately their top 6 guys today. But so we don't even know what we're going to get there. But just off what I've seen, yes, sure, I'll put them up because Wake Forest as well has a couple freshmen who they're going to be playing. So yeah, this team's right there with Wake Forest now.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, we are seeing rain right now, I believe, fall in LA. So one match done, we'll have to see when that second match starts. I mean, yeah, look, if you could tell any coach you can have Gianni Ross as your number 6 singles player, you sign up for that now. And what was so amazing was, Chris Rodesch, he may not have won today, but he comported himself well to the college tennis scene, right? The way he was able to serve out the victory at 2 doubles, the way he was able to get that first set when they needed it most on the board for the Who's here in this match. I mean, yeah, for this Virginia team, you're right. You're not ready to put them on that North Carolina level. You're not ready to put them on that USC level, but they're right up in the mix there with everyone else now because they've got talent 1 to 7, 8, 9. And by the way, Chris, another takeaway from this, and we saw it in our coaches poll, there was a gap in the coaches poll. It went North Carolina, pretty hefty gap, or not hefty gap, North Carolina gap, USC, pretty hefty gap, Ohio State, heftiest gap, everyone else. I hate to say it, what I learned from this, it really does feel like right now, and, I would put Baylor in that top group. I would say it's UNC, USC, and Baylor, then a gap, then everyone else. And Virginia is now a part of that second group of everyone else. I know that's a little confusing for people who may not have heard our entire college contender series, but is that a fair delineation of where we're at right now?
I'm going to say, let's pause until tomorrow on that thought.
Sure.
Because I, for one, have picked Texas A&M, and should that happen, clearly I'm not going to say Baylor's in the top 3 and way above everybody else. But if they do come out and win in convincing fashion, Sure, I'll say with that. And just one side note, Patrick Kearns, thank you very much chiming in. We're going to get fairly quickly. I mean, it's not that long. Wake versus Virginia at UVA, February 5th. So not long till we get to see that match.
We're going to get to see it a couple times this year too, right? And we're going to get to see them play against North Carolina. And now they're going to get all of these experiences, Chris. They get to play at Columbus. They get to play at Chapel Hill. They get to play at Winston-Salem. This is going to be a battle-tested Virginia team. So very, very intrigued to see where they will go moving forward. Now, of course, all eyes have been on this Virginia-Ohio State match because of the upset we saw. But we do have another team that's clinched its spot in the Final Eight. Tennessee, 4-1 win for them over NC State. Let's quickly recap what we saw here in our morning session, Chris, in Raleigh. Your thoughts again on the Volunteers advancing to the Final Eight.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't pick much apart for Tennessee this weekend. They look great. They would get that 4-2 win over Ole Miss. They get the 4-1 win over NC State. Obviously, the doubles, that's a big win for them, getting that doubles point over NC State. If they can get that, they're very dangerous because they are a super, super deep team. And they get, you have to face Lexi Galarno. Not an easy task. Lexi puts a point up, but 2, 3, 4 right down the line, Tennessee just gets the wins and closes that match out, in 4-1 fashion over NC State. Never really in question at all. They led that match start to finish. Super impressive from the Volunteers. And that'll come back now to the question I asked is, in all likelihood, these two teams, Tennessee and Virginia, our first two in, are going to be 6th and 7th seeds at indoors. You look at all the other regions, barring some miracle upset somewhere, all the other teams, USC, North Carolina, TCU, and either Texas A&M or Baylor, they're going to be in front of these teams. Illinois will be the 8th seed because they're the host, and they're ranked below these teams. What order do you put them in? I mean, this is a tough call. If you went by the rankings coming into the weekend, Tennessee's in front. Tennessee didn't beat Virginia. They beat Ohio State. Or Tennessee beat NC State. Virginia beats Ohio State. Does that give them the edge? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see it. And I say that because it's really of particular importance, because all of us indoors kind of look at UNC and North Carolina as, with Ohio State now out, as those top two teams. So you don't want to be 7 or 8 facing them in the first round. You'd much rather be 6 and get to play whoever is going to be that 3 seed. And I don't know who that'll be.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a really good question again. And I think for this Tennessee team, that was the goal, right? Go get 2 good matches in. Of course, initially they thought they were going to play potentially Stanford, and their goal was beat NC State first round, get a shot at Stanford. Now for them to be one of the top 8 teams, that's such a great story. And Chris, our first 3 qualifiers, I could have given you 30,000, 50,000, maybe even 100,000 to 1 odds. If I said, hey, I will bet you $1, you have to give me 100,000 to 1 odds that it'll be Virginia, Tennessee, and Illinois that are our first 3 teams to qualify for the national indoors. And you would have been like, Alex, bet as much as you want. Like, I'll give you 100,000 to 1 odds. That's not going to be the case. That's exactly the case here, Chris. And it's remarkable.
All I can think to myself at this point is, A, would the result have been the same if it wasn't the final? And B, if the result was the same, but it was the match that was supposed to take place in the first round, Ohio State would have been playing the consolation match today.
Oh, there's a thought. You would have seen Lu Chung and Mercer and all the boys out there. Yeah. It's a crazy place to be. And of course, again, your other results on the day here. So you have 2 teams advancing. You have Virginia moving on. You have Tennessee moving on in the consolation match. Iowa going to play Middle Tennessee. It was Ole Miss knocking off Alabama 4-1. Let's stick with our round of 16
16 matches we have, because some drama going on in Austin for all of you who are following at home play over Texas's Even McDonald. Meanwhile, Riff 0 split set.
I think I couldn't tell if that was me losing Gruskin or everybody else. I think we may have been. I think it might have been everybody losing you, Alex.
Oh, you lost me?
You're bad. Well, you were. We kind of had robot Alex, if you will, in hearing about every third syllable or so.
That's good. Dang, I just prophesized. I just told you all the lottery numbers for this week, and you missed it.
Well, I think what that was the Latin that I expected to hear when Tim Russell came on.
Hey, Domini Esmi Padre Spiritu Santi, of course.
How did we get out without Latin with Tim Russell? I don't know.
Absolutely.
You took that way too serious, Alex.
Yeah, no. Again, though, down the home stretch here for the results we have had on the day, we'll just run through chronologically. In the morning, it was Baylor knocking off the Wolverines 4-0. Of course, that was a tremendous result there as the Bears knock off a top 10 team at that top 10 team's home. Texas A&M going to play them tomorrow in that round of 16 match. We will preview that more in the morning in Fort Worth. TCU going to play Oklahoma after Oklahoma knocked off a shorthanded Wake Forest team to advance to the round of 16. And then again, currently Florida, Texas 3-2 on the edge. We will be monitoring that as well as what is going on weather-wise in LA. Currently a bit of a rain delay, so we're not sure exactly when that match is going to start, but we will keep you all up to date on our Twitter at Cracked Racquets for when we will be back tonight. It says 8 o'clock slated start, so that is an hour from now. But of course, if the rain ends up persisting, that is something we will take note of. Of course, we've got Iowa, Middle Tennessee coming up later as well. We hope you'll all stick with us because it's not every weekend you get the kickoff weekend of the 2021 season, but that's what we have right now. But with that in mind, we're going to take a quick break, stretch our legs, make sure the stream is working, get Daniel Westoff something non-Red Bull related in his system. We hope all of you will be with us when we come back. But of course, for my wonderful co-host, Chris Halliors, our super producer, Daniel Westoff, all of us here at Cracked Racquets, I am your host, Alex Gruskin. You have been watching our Cracked Racquets Redzone coverage of day 2 of the 2021 ITA Kickoff weekend. Again, we will be back around 8 o'clock, we think, for the start of USC UNLV, but be on the lookout on our Twitter page for more updates. But for now, from all of us here, you've been watching our coverage. We hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you all later tonight. Thanks, everyone.
Listen up, tennis fans. The new Tennis Channel Podcast Network takes you inside the sport like never before. With the top tennis podcasts all in one place. To subscribe, go to tennis.com/podcasts or visit your favorite podcast provider. The amazing Mr. Please, please, please himself. But right now it's star time. The man that sings Try Me. The amazing Mr. Please, please, please himself. But right now it's star time.
Welcome back to our Cracked Racquets Day 2 coverage of the 2021 ITA Kickoff weekend. What a result we just saw here on our Redzone feed. The University of Virginia traveling to Columbus, knocking off the Buckeyes 4-2. Joining me to talk about that and, of course, preview our night session. You know him as the forefather of the college tennis ranks formula. Predictions never far from the listed UTR. One of the many dames to root for the Liberty Flames, and the only person I can think of crazy enough to do this for 12 hours on his Saturday. It's Chris Halioris. Chris, considering the upset we just saw, I feel like it's worth the 10-hour payoff.
Not only that, but I mean, I'm ready to come back and do it again tomorrow.
Absolutely. And of course, our coverage will continue tomorrow as we have a couple of round of 16 and consolation matches to cover in both Ann Arbor and Los Angeles. But as we see here in Columbus, we have a consolation match going on right now. It is the University of Iowa taking on Middle Tennessee State here in the doubles point. And we see the scoreboard still getting up to date in Columbus, but here at number 1 doubles, we have a battle going on in our hands right now. It is, I believe, the number 1 team of Moti and Slump from Middle Tennessee, who yesterday were leading against Ohio State. They take on Okonkwo and Davies at number 2. It's Alof and Snedchko taking on Moonin and I believe Edge and I think it's Edge who's playing number 2. I believe, is that correct,
Yeah,
Chris?
Tom Mooney and Chris Edge. Yep.
Yeah, and Chris Edge. And then at the number 3 position, it's Tyler and Clegg for Iowa taking on Roush and Roca for Middle Tennessee. Now, before we talk about the match going on currently in Columbus, Chris, let's talk about the match that we just saw finish, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty of what went down, our most impressive performers. But I had a thought during that hiatus we just took, and I was chatting with some of the people we know in the college tennis universe, wanted to throw this by them. They echoed this sentiment. Short of the University of Illinois running the table at the national indoors, which respectfully, just not very likely to happen, the Big Ten is in quite a predicament now following this Ohio State loss. The reason being, look, having spoken with all of these coaches on our Cracked Interviews podcast, which hopefully all of you listeners and viewers today have already heard, but if you haven't, trust me, if you like this, you're going to really like that. Chris and I sitting down with the head coaches for the top 11 men's teams heading into this season. We talked with all of those coaches, and they all emphasized the same thing, Chris. Regional scheduling is going to be the name of the game in 2021, depending on what your school allows you, depending on just what's possible in the midst of a pandemic. That's going to be the focus. It's going to be a lot of home-and-home battles between your conference foes, a lot of geographical battles where, okay, a Notre Dame is in the Midwest that will probably play all of the Big Ten schools and things of that nature. If you look now for the Big Ten, Chris, again, short of Illinois racking up a bunch of ranked wins at that national indoors, where are the opportunities going to come for a Big Ten team? The pathway to a top 5 seed for any big school now following these losses by both Ohio State and Michigan, which, again, justifiable individually, but now taken together, Big Ten's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, when you're playing a Big Ten only schedule, even the schools that aren't the schools that lost, they were counting on some wins from Michigan and Ohio State because they need those teams to have the wins, to be the ranked teams that on the off chance they could upset them, it really helps them out. Now, you're right. That really hurts. No Michigan, no Ohio State, Illinois to be the only Big Ten school at the indoors, and then when they only play each other during the season, where do those wins come? Well, now they come against lesser ranked Michigan and Ohio State teams. It's just, and that's if you can even beat them, which they, in all likelihood, outside of Illinois, Illinois and Michigan and Ohio State, they, maybe they can beat each other, but that's probably as far as it goes.
You really need Northwestern to beat Duke or South Carolina now if you're a Big Ten tennis fan in that UNC regional, and obviously if they beat UNC, hello, brand new ball game. Whole season opens up. We'll have this conversation again tomorrow, and I'll say, the opposite of what Chris said. He just said, I'm right. I'll let him tell me I was wrong. But yeah, this is a moment for Big Ten tennis, certainly, that doesn't bode well, because even if they do all beat each other, even if Ohio State runs the gauntlet through the Big Ten, your highest ranked win now is probably a Michigan or an Illinois team. And even if you do that 2 or 3 times, it's like, okay, well, guess what? NC State beat Virginia one time in their 3 head-to-head matchups, or, Virginia knocked off Wake Forest when Wake Forest came to visit in Charlottesville, whatever it may be. I mean, great day for the ACC. Great day for the ACC with Virginia getting the win. Now NC State's going to get the chance, and NC State's going to play a couple of non-conference matches as well, but they're going to have NC State, Virginia, Wake Forest, probably, although maybe not after Wake Forest has lost to Oklahoma. We'll get back to that. Wake Forest certainly going to have plenty of opportunities to make up for it, but the SEC, they've got all of their options as well, and they get Tennessee into the dance. Florida's still looking to get into that national indoor final 8. Texas A&M still alive, going to have a chance to get into that national indoor final 8. You look at the Pac-12, you've got UCLA with a good win today over Cal, USC, Stanford. They're going to have the chance to beat up on one another. It really depends on how much Ohio State is punished for this loss, right? And now we can get into the nitty gritty. And no disrespect meant to the Iowa or Mississippi State, no disrespect meant to the Iowa or Middle Tennessee teams here as we watch this dual match unfold. Currently, Moti and Slump continuing their good form. Again, they lost their first match of the season. Now they have, they're looking like they're going to be up on both Iowa and Ohio State. But I mean, again, Chris, you look at the match we just saw go down in Columbus. Why did Virginia end up in the winner's circle?
Plain and simple, the freshmen stepped up. I mean, what you saw from Montez at 4, I mean, that was just huge. He got on the board early. He was out in front early after that doubles point. I mean, first, I guess you start with the doubles. Nobody expected them to steal that doubles point in Columbus. Ohio State even goes back to the original Cash McNally at 1 and sliding the other two teams back that they didn't play the first day, almost like, hey, it's serious now. We're going back to the real teams, and they still didn't work out. And then, yeah, I mean, you get Montez, von der Schulenberg, Rodesh all taking first sets for Virginia. The freshmen stepped up, kept them in there, even though Rodesh may not have closed his match out against J.J. Tracy. Yeah, he kept them in the lead by getting that first set on the board. And Montez and von der Schulenberg do close their match out, throw in Gianni Ross. And oh, by the way, Soderlund was up a break in the third on his match, looking like it was a 5-2 match. So yeah, they just flat out beat them. There's nothing to it but that. They stepped up, they played the better match, they deserved to win.
Quick tangent before we get back to that match. If we host an event, I'm going to call the Mindoors, the mini indoors on National Indoor Weekend, where it was Michigan, Ohio State, NC State, and then who's the fourth team? Oh, and Wake Forest comes up as well. Would you be more interested in that 4-team duel, or would you be watching the National Indoors that weekend? It might be tough. I'd be like, I would have the screen open for the Mindoors.
Okay, yeah, maybe, but no, I'm watching the indoors. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's a fun little quad, and we put the odds right now. We checked with our friends at DraftKings. They have it currently at plus 250 that Ty Tucker and Tony Bresky schedule a dual match for that weekend. So, of course, Ty Tucker going to get creative, going to try and find opportunities for his Buckeyes to get ranked wins later on here during this season. But to get back to that match, this is the first time I have felt the lack of a home crowd in any sporting event during this pandemic. And what does that say about me? I'm a huge nerd. Yeah, you're right. I watch the basketball, football. I'm like, whatever. The crowd noise, it's good enough. I'm watching Wimbledon, the U.S. Open. It doesn't really feel as different to me. I guess college football felt different, but no fans in these college tennis crowds. Do the freshmen perform like that, Chris, if the normal Columbus 1,000 people are on top of their court, stomping their feet and yelling at them and saying things we're not going to repeat here on the stream? This is the first time I felt their absence.
He absolutely felt their absence. And do they perform the same? Probably not. Do they still win? That's a different question. Who knows? But yeah, that makes a difference. The noise, just the fact that all of that gets in your head, and now all of a sudden when you're playing, you're thinking, yeah, screw them, I gotta whatever. That's just, it's in your head, and you can't help but let that affect you when you play. When you've got all those people yelling at you, you do your best to just continue to play your game. But sure, I think that is a factor. The fact that you don't have home fans, it can't be quite so noisy, and not only fans antagonizing, if you will, even though the words aren't antagonizing, but just getting in the heads of the opposing players. They're not there cheering for their home guys either. So the Ohio State guys that are used to having all of that behind them, it's just them. You got 6 guys on court yelling at each other, and that's pretty much it.
And I don't think it was a coincidence that, again, you saw strong performances from freshmen across the board, right? It wasn't just for Virginia, von der Schulenberg and obviously Montez, but J.J. Tracy looked great all weekend long. That was just his talent being ready to shine. No nerves for him. I even thought, obviously, even though he didn't win his singles match, Rodesh for Virginia, the way he served it out at 2 doubles and then, got the first set they needed, that third first set. I know it wasn't in that order, but one of their 3 first sets. And that was the other notable takeaway, Chris. And it's something to think about in this Buckeyes lineup. There was no 20-minute push, right? There was no moment in the match at all where you felt like, all right, here come the Buckeyes. They're making their move. Like, yeah, Cannon Kingsley won his first set 6-4, but the match between he and Soderlund was a toss-up. And Carl was up a break in the third, but that match wasn't over. Cannon was right there, and it was a really high level of play. For John McNally, he's the winner on the day. Took care of business at that number 2 singles position, got a quick point on the board for the Buckeyes. But just, Trotter and Seelig and, Robbie Cash, really strong start, but there was no push for the Buckeyes today.
Yeah, it seemed like every time that one of the courts got to the point where that would help start the push, one of the others did, somebody else didn't come along. But so yeah, they start to turn, like you said, JJ Tracy gets the turn in the second set on his match, and maybe that's what they need. Cash is up. JJ Tracy starts to turn his match. But what happens right when JJ Tracy starts to turn his match in their favor? Carl Soderlund starts to turn his match in his favor, and it negates it. And you just never had that sense that, here comes Ohio State. They're putting the points on the board. They were just fighting from behind the entire time, and never got to the point where you thought, this could be it. This might be where they turn the tides. It just didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. And I said this, again, for Van der Schulenberg. You don't say this lightly, but it's Mitchell Franke, the way he just keeps making balls on the court, the way he just, again, it's one ball after the other. And same with Montez, Montez, not Van der Schulenberg. It's just, he's making so many balls on the court against Kyle Seelig, putting so much pressure on him, and then smartly moving forward when he saw Seelig turn to the slice, or in doubles, we had Thai Kwiatkowski on the feed. He talked about this repeatedly, this idea that you saw Montez and Van der Schulenberg both poaching in their match in doubles. And I know that's a little thing. You're like, well, it's doubles. Shouldn't they be poaching? Not if you're a freshman on the road in Columbus. You should be scared out of your socks. And they're not doing that. They were playing to win the entire time. Biggest winner on the day isn't any individual player. It's Coach Andres Pedroso, who nailed it with this recruiting class at least one weekend in.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Yeah, I mean, we got to see a little bit of them before this, but yeah, this is, Stella, he couldn't have asked for any more. Certainly all eyes are going to be on that team of freshmen now. So there's no hiding. They're not going to jump up and catch anybody by surprise, even in the ACC at this point. You're out, you're exposed, you're good.
And now, as Ty also mentioned, they went from being able to chase people to now people are coming after them. Meanwhile, all Middle Tennessee right now across the 3 courts, 5-2 at 3 and 2 doubles, 5-1 at the number 1 doubles position. So they are cruising. And by the way, I want to talk about this match. I want to talk about what one final thought on the Buckeyes. Want to respond. Where do you go from here, Chris? One final thought. What are the questions you are asking? Where do you go from here, Chris? If you're Coach, what are the questions you are asking the Ohio State team? If you're Coach Tucker,
the problem is
the Ohio State team.
Generally, in an Ohio State season, normally you're seeing USC's coming to town, Virginia's coming to town, Baylor's coming, whoever, all of the top 10, 15 teams, you're playing Georgia, you've got all of those matches scheduled, and you get plenty of time to
Texas,
find. Yeah. So what happens this year? We play Big Ten teams. That's a rough. That's what's next. And that's a conference-based decision, right? So if all they can do is play other Big Ten teams at this point, it's you can't really do. There's nothing you can do about it. All you can do now is go out and make sure you get your wins over Michigan, you get your wins over Illinois, get your wins over Northwestern, and hope those are good enough, regardless of whether it's formula-based, voting-based, whatever. Even if it isn't all formula and it's not in your favor, being only able to beat those teams and having lost to Virginia is, even on a voter's mind, is going to be weighing it down. So it's going to be, it's going to be interesting to see what that does for them, especially for, seeding come NCAA time.
That'll be something we monitor. The other question, There are lineup issues for these Buckeyes, and you guys mocked me when I said I think J.J. Tracy could end the season in the top 4, maybe even the top 3 for the Buckeyes. Is James Trotter the option at number 3 right now? No. And by the way, Kyle Seelig has earned the benefit of the doubt. He lost today. He didn't play particularly well in both singles or doubles. Guess what? Come May, we know exactly what Kyle Seelig is going to give us. But in Trotter, Cash, Boulay, Mercer, Luchung, there are questions for the Buckeyes. I think they have, 3 guys for sure. In that, Kingsley and McNally are going to be 1 and 2 in some order. 4 guys for sure. Kingsley and McNally 1 and 2. Seelig and Seelig and Tracy are going to be in that lineup as well. I think Trotter's going to be in there too, but I don't know where. And I don't know what I'm doing at the 3 through 6 positions if I'm Coach Ty Tucker. I do think, and it's similar in doubles, by the way, too. We've seen him mess around with his pairings as well. And so a lot of lineup questions for the Buckeyes, too. A surprisingly high amount.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened to Justin Boulay and why he's fallen out, out of favor and out of the lineup. Is he, is it he's not meshing with the coaching staff kind of thing, or is he just not on form and he's not playing well? But that's the guy that I expected to see in the lineup. I expected the first 5 you mentioned plus Boulay, and certainly I'm fine with any order 3 through 6, although Seelig's not falling anywhere below 4. He could be 3 or 4, but that's it. But yeah, Trotter should be in there, Tracy should be in there, and I think Boulay should be in there. And I'm sure we're going to see variations of that, but we're going to see a lot of variations when they play some of these other Big Ten schools that aren't Illinois, Northwestern, or Michigan. They'll have opportunities to get a lot of different guys playing time.
Mm-hmm. So a couple of things to go off of from there. Again, a team they will see later this season, Iowa, currently struggling against Middle Tennessee. Taking a 6-2 decision at the number 1 position. Now the serving ticker wrong. Right now it's Middle Tennessee correct on court 2. Here's serving forward 5-3. On court number 3, it is currently Iowa serving down 2-5, but and down, I think, love 40 as well. So triple match point there for Middle Tennessee. Westlife, if I can get you to go to court 3 now on our coverage, just so we can see as match point happens there. Also, we have a couple of things to note for all of you. Let's start with number 1, USC UNLV. It sounds like postponed until tomorrow. I believe that's official. Chris, I'll let you search around a little bit while I announce that, but it sounds like the rain going to wash that match away for the night. Now, I think the gamble there, UCLA winning. Let's play with UNLV tomorrow, and then if they want to stick around, they can play Cal on Monday. If not, we can always drive the 4 miles to Brentwood, go play UCLA on our own time. So I believe that match getting canceled. So Chris, you can follow up on that. Now, I do want to talk. Is that correct?
I just sent a message out, so we'll see if we can get confirmation. We got that. We got that in the comments, so we'll do our best to confirm with folks on the ground out there involved with the programs. I'll let you know what I hear.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Now, a couple of things. Speaking of those comments, let's start with Scott, who says basically Big Ten is going to play against each other, which is unfortunate because of the indoor matches mostly. Very good point by you, Scott. Scott also points out Baylor outdoor matches are 25% capacity. As for indoors, it's only for Bear Foundation, Trophy Foundation, Baseline Club people, which luckily my family are Bear Foundation members. You know what we call that in the business? A humble brag. But how do I become a Bear Foundation member? I'm in on that. I'm sure I have to write. Look at this. Look at these eyebrows. Do you think these eyebrows are ready to be a foundation member of anything?
In Texas, no chance.
Yeah.
You're going the wrong direction, my friend.
Exactly. But Scott, if you'll have me, I'll come hang at the foundation. I'm a really fun hang. Yeah. Anyways, it's like 30 people before Baylor indoor. He follows up. He also says, quote, I agree. Home court advantage is gone this season. Thank you for agreeing. He also asked, this is a very good one. Do you think any Big Ten coaches or Big Ten commissioners will get fired after this athletic year?
Man, I mean, can you even begin to tell somebody that you're going to fire people because of the way they didn't let some of their athletics happen in a pandemic and tried to be safe and keep the student athletes in mind. I mean, I know first of all, it's all about football, right? I mean, that's the money. So they played the football season. I have a really hard time believing, some people may be upset. There's no way that could be the reasoning for it. I don't see that happening at all. I mean, they're doing obviously what they think is the best. Maybe they don't agree with everybody else, but then you've got places like the Ivy League that aren't even playing, arguably the smartest conference in the country, right? So no, everybody's going to handle it differently, and to say that you're going to fire an AD or a coach because of the way things played out here, no, I don't see that happening.
No, I think that's a fair point. Look, Jim Harbaugh just got an extension, so if he can get an extension.
Update for you, Alex. Coach Macy says, 11 a.m. singles first tomorrow. Only one match tomorrow for USC. So USC will play their match 11 a.m. tomorrow, and then Monday they will play 9 a.m. for the consolation and not before 1 p.m. for the championship match.
If you had to guess, is that 11 a.m. Eastern time?
Yeah, that would be there. Yes, 11 a.m. would be that would be Pacific, so that'll be a 2 p.m. Eastern match.
Tomorrow, 2 p.m. What time is that Michigan then? What time is that tomorrow, 2 p.m. What time is that Michigan? I think it is. I think Michigan plays Pepperdine in the morning as well. If memory serves me correctly, we'll get that schedule for you before we wrap today's show. You will see on your screen right now nothing wrap today's show. You will see on your screen right now nothing going on. That is over Iowa. Middle Tennessee a 1-0 lead over. We are going to wrap today's show prior to Middle Tennessee and Iowa ending this match. Middle Tennessee and Iowa ending this match. We apologize to all the Middle Tennessee and Iowa fans. Don't worry. We will talk about them before we wrap. Don't worry. But obviously, we do want to give for producer Daniel West on his beauty. Go get his beauty sleep. So doesn't have to wear too much makeup. Go get his think that background is actually a white background tomorrow. You think that background is actually a white background. Reflected against the mirror, or reflected against all the screens. Reflected against the mirror, or reflected against all the screens he's looking at. So USC, but tomorrow again, 2 p.m. we'll have that USC on the stream. We will talk about our schedule for tomorrow's match on the shortly. While we are waiting for Middle Tennessee and Iowa, while we are waiting for Middle Tennessee and some of the other action that has happened around the country, and some of the other action that has happened around the country, and let's start the University of Texas are struggling in doubles with both of their first two matches, struggling in doubles with both of their first two matches, and up positions over their doubles point at the number 1 and 3 positions. Of course, then Florida gets out to a 2-0 lead after Andy Andrade gets out to a 2-0 lead after Andy Andrade knocks off Texas freshman Michael Braswell 6-3-6 love. So 2-0 there. Since then, 3 points on the board for Texas. First, it was Cleve Harper 2-2 over fifth-year Johannes Ingledson. Then it was Chi Huang overcoming a 5-2 second set deficit to win his match 6-4, 7-6. Finally, CM Waldy, broken wind serving for the match, gets the break right back, ends up holding for a 7-5, 7-5 victory over Duarte Valley. Here's Blaze Bicknell of Florida, 6-3, 4-6, 5-3 up on Evan McDonald at the number 2 singles position, just split sets, waiting for the third set to start. Riffis taking on Elliot Spizzirri. Chris, you've been watching the match closely. You've got ears on the ground. Give me an update from Austin.
Well, they've obviously moved indoors, no live stream. So for those of us that actually want to watch, unfortunate we do not get to see that. But I'm looking to see if they've started. They put out a new link. I don't see that there's anything necessarily there posted yet. So yeah, Bicknell obviously trying to finish that one out for Florida and get it. Get it to an Riffis third set match. They're still showing the Arizona Liberty score on what is supposedly the live indoor scoring link they posted. All they've got is live scoring, so that's not up to date yet. So I'm not sure if they've actually started down there. They just posted that 2 minutes ago for the live scoring link. So yeah, I mean we would assume potentially Bicknell closes up a break there in that match, and then it brings it down to, we haven't even played a game yet in the third set, so it'll come down to Sam Riffis and Elliot Spizzirri. Interesting. I mean, it's a little pickle for Florida. Rifus has not, obviously, a guy that we all expected to be playing number 1 to start the year. He's playing number 2. There's a reason he's playing number 2. Hasn't been in the greatest of form. Can't say Spazzeri's been knocking the lights out either. So should be a great battle.
Yeah, it is something to look forward to as well. And when we wrap here, I promise you both, Chris and I will hopefully try and find some sort of illegal stream. We'll ask Liberty assistant coach Trevor Fauché to hold up a camera for you and I to watch at a minimum. Just ask him to go periscope it for us personally. But yeah, that's the action in Austin. And again, the winner of that match advancing to the Final 8, where they will join Virginia, Illinois, and then our other team that advanced today, the Tennessee Volunteers. Tennessee going to Raleigh, taking advantage of the Stanford withdrawal to knock off both Ole Miss in a 4-2 battle and then NC State today 4-1. We knew Tennessee was in a commanding position when they took that doubles point, Chris, but the way they performed in singles, in particularly Prada at the number 3 position for them this weekend, really, really strong start to Tennessee's season. And they're coming off of a year where they were a sneaky good 14-2 in 2020 as well. So your thoughts on Tennessee this weekend and now where they fit in the national conversation?
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but have good feelings about that Tennessee team. Even in a loss, we thought Johannes Monday, the freshman playing number 2 for them, looked good against Finn Reynolds. Like we said, he lost the match, but he looked good. Comes back today and just really takes care of business very fast, putting that second point on the board for Tennessee. The second point after first singles match on the board for them at number 2 singles. So that's a very promising development. As you mentioned, Prada looked really good. Hussey and Wiedemann are just going to be a really good solid 4-5 for them. And they're going to have probably a rotating door at 6 based on who's playing well, who matches up well with whoever they are playing. Which is a nice luxury to have. Lots of options there for them at 6. They're super deep. I think it's very, very promising for them. Like I said, I think that puts them up. The way they look this weekend, they're definitely in that same class with Florida, Texas A&M, and Georgia, making it a top 4 battle there, trying to see if any, and they'll look to hold that thought, if you will, when we get to indoors and make sure that, probably get to play some teams that'll be common opponents with some of those other schools. Who knows? Maybe A&M happens to show up there. Maybe Florida happens to show up there. We'll see. But Tennessee's in for sure. So very promising for them. And yeah, they were already a top 15 team. This is what they need, what they got out of Prada and Monday. And that's where they need that push to be a top 10 team. If Prada and Monday at 2 and 3, 3 and 2 respectively there, can be what they were this weekend, they could potentially be a top 10 team.
We will be watching them. Their goal this season should be quarterfinals of the NCAA tournament. You're that good. Finals of the NCAA tournament. You're that good. You can beat one of those teams in a round of 16 match if you get the right sort of seed, if you take care of business in the regular season. Let's move now to quickly, I suppose, talk about the other teams in that region. NC State, disappointing performance today. They lost that doubles point. Now Alexi Galarno responded with authority. I think he beat Adam Walton 0-1 today. And I mean, to beat anyone at number 1 level, Alexi Galarno is at. It just shows the sort of level Alexi Galarno is at compared to everyone else this year. But, they go 1-1 this weekend. Ole Miss 1-1 this weekend. The score line in that Ole Miss match, but just your recap in general of everything we saw in Raleigh.
Yeah, I mean, I think NC State's going to be solid. We know that's going to be a good team. 1-1, kind of what we expected from them. Same out of Ole Miss. Ole Miss, another one of those teams that's probably, they're a 20-ish. I think they come in ranked higher, but I think trying to stay in that top 20 is going to be the region that they're looking for. Going to be really tough for them to actually try to push into that top 16 to be able to host any first and second round matches. I think that's a bit too much for them on the upside, but yet a good team. They're in that next group as we talk, top 4 in the SEC. They're the next group down with several other schools. And Bama's trying to get into that group. They're not a bad team. They have a lot of guys. They're a good team, but not quite in that same tier with Ole Miss and a few of the other schools. I would probably throw schools like Kentucky, like Mississippi State in that next group down, like South Carolina, all probably just ahead above Alabama.
I thought Ole Miss in doubles, they're the real deal. That is a team that's going to win a lot of doubles points. And then we say it all the time. It's just really hard to beat any team in 3 singles matches. So I think this Ole Miss team is going to be scrappy. To your point, Alabama, it's a really competitive SEC. They're going to get a lot of ranked matches. So they're probably going to be in the mix. Probably do qualify for this year's NCAA tournament, certainly. If you're NC State, and your Coach Spencer, you're definitely disappointed. It's not every year you get to host a regional, and this was your chance, and this is the team that, you have a bunch of returners, and just to get to that final 8 stage, what that means for the NC State program. I mean, look, they're still right there. With the ACC conference they're going to play, they can absolutely be a top 16 team. Their expectation should be to be a top 16 team come the NCAA tournament. And then if you're a top 16 team, once you're in a round of 16 match, anything can happen. They're probably going to be a back half of the top 16 team now between the really tough matches they're going to have to play in the ACC. And if you're outside of the top 12, I mean, UNC, USC, Baylor, other teams win healthy that we think will get back up there. It's just really going to be, if you're playing one of those top 3, top 4 seeds, it's going to be really hard to beat them. And so for NC State, did it maybe lower their ceiling by a notch? Maybe, but they still got a lot of time ahead of them. With that in mind, let's move on to our next region, the one that we started our day in Ann Arbor. Now, it was a 4-0 victory for the Baylor Bears over the host University of Michigan team, a top 10 battle. Baylor takes the doubles points. They get victories at the 2 and 3 doubles positions. They get singles victories from number 2 Matthias Soto and straight sets over Andre Styler. Then a straight set win for them at number 6 singles, right? Yeah, it was 6 singles. Furman knocking off Bickerstaff 4 and 5, and then finally 3-set win from Sven La over Matthias Seymour. Let's start with the winners, the Baylor Bears, who certainly in doubles, it's legit, folks. They have 3 teams that could play number 1. And Franzen and La didn't look great today. It wasn't a great day for Sven La in general, but A, they were playing Fenty and Seymour. B, they're number 1 in the country. We know what they're capable of. That's the number 1 takeaway. Number 2 is they didn't even play their best today, Chris, and they sort of stumbled their way into 4 points.
Yeah, that's kind of the luxury that they're going to have with this team, right? You're going to be able to, no disrespect to Michigan, but, Michigan's not North Carolina, and had that same kind of level been there against the North Carolina, that might have been trouble. They were able to kind of, as you say, stumble their way in. They got through the doubles point and got out of there with it. And then, they definitely had some sore spots in the lineup, guys that we expected probably to win a little easier than they did not do so. But again, once you get that doubles point, especially for them, and you got the 6 guys you're throwing out there, you're going to be able to stumble into 3 more wins a lot, even if everybody's not playing well.
And, again, Michigan's not North Carolina level, but they are a top 10 team, and you can shake your eyes and shake your head all you want at me, Chris, but they do have that sort of depth. And that was the other takeaway for me. The Michigan depth, it's not North Carolina. It's not Baylor. But given what we saw from Ohio State today against Virginia and what we saw from Michigan, who impressed you more today, the Buckeyes or the Wolverines?
Well, certainly, if you're asking who impressed me more, it would have to be Michigan. Ohio State didn't impress me at all.
I agree. And it's like a weird feeling. And, of course, it's playing the expectations game. Sorry to cut you off, but we both thought, respectfully, to the Michigan bottom of the lineup, those are my boys. But, when you face the gauntlet of Stachowiak, Broom, and Furman, we thought those were going to be straight set battles. Michigan looked like they were going to beat Nick Stachowiak at number 4 singles, and Beatty and Broom 7-6, 6-7 the first 2 sets. That's a toss-up. Is the depth real from Michigan? Was it an off day from Baylor? Obviously, it's probably somewhere in between.
Well, probably so, probably somewhere in between. But, I mean, you've got to love what you saw out of Bickerstaff if you're a Michigan fan, right? I mean, he battled with Spencer Furman at 6. You got to love what you saw from Nick Beattie, just hanging so tough with Charlie Broom. And then, it's all the way up. You really gotta like what you saw from Pat Maloney. And that's the guy that we thought was best suited to be the 4. We knew who the top 3 were in whatever order they were going to be. But yeah, we were questioning what's the rest of that lineup look like. And I think they found, what we were thinking was probably the case. That's the guy. Pat Maloney is the guy to be playing 4. I think he solidified that for them. Now who's 5 and 6, that still may not always be the same, but you can't be really disappointed with the way any of those guys played against guys that clearly, if you were, you're looking at on paper, they were all in over their heads just a little bit, and they all played tremendous.
No, and you still have the freshman. You still have Connor Johnston on the bench. And look, I heard from someone in the building not named Matt Stakowiak that Pat Maloney was the best Michigan player on the day, that he played better than any other player. And look, Andrew Fenty deserves some credit as well for turning around that match against Adrian Boitan. Played an awful first set, and just as he sometimes does, scratches and claws his way back in. He just needs to be down a little bit before he wakes up. It was not a good day for Andre Styler, but Andre Styler's a proven commodity. I mean, last year, talk about a guy who had every break go his way, but he puts himself in a position to have that sort of success. So I think he bounces back. It was a really good performance from both Soto and Boitan at the top of the lineup for the Bears. But yeah, I think if you're Michigan, the 4-0 loss, again, you were in positions to win 2 of the matches. You were going to a third, literally all even in that Broom versus Beattie match. So if you're Coach Steinberg, are you happy with the loss? Of course not. That's the match you want to win if you want Michigan to be considered an elite program. You got to win those every so often, and he hasn't won one of the, well, other than last year at the National Indoors, I'm saying he didn't follow that up yet. But this team, it was competitive. This was real competition. This wasn't your 4-0 steamrolling. This was a Michigan team that a couple of breaks go a different way. They win the doubles point. They're still out there.
Yeah, I can't argue with any of that. Just certainly between what we saw there and what we saw at Ohio State, neutral court, certainly very interesting match. I think it's interesting all the way around. Ohio State just lost at home. Now make that match, which I think we will, I think they're probably playing home and home, right? So play the match at Michigan. Yeah, I don't think I would say that Ohio State, in fact, if I compare position by position in the lineup, I think, we all favored the Baylor lineup. So if they look like that indoors at home against Baylor, then, you expect they could perform just as well, if not better, against Ohio State.
And so, of course, again, you never want to say there's a good loss, but an understandable loss for the Wolverines, and one where we certainly learned a lot about the way they plan to compete this year. Let's talk quickly about the other match we saw in Ann Arbor. And look, it was a wounded Pepperdine team, but they scrapped and clawed against the Aggies. It was 4-0 Texas A&M, but A&M looked to be steamrolling up 5-0 at number 1 doubles, get a 6-1 win at number 3 doubles. Pepperdine made it a match. They ended up extending that number 1 double set to, I think, 5-all, and it might have been 6-5 Baylor when play stopped there. They get the number 2 doubles position to a tiebreaker. Ultimately, A&M takes that breaker. They get victories in straight sets from Aguilar, from Habib, and from Schachter at 2, 3, and 4, but lost first sets at 1, 5, and 6, and looked like Vashro was going to get the split. But just your thought today on the Aggies advancing to play Baylor tomorrow in the round of 16.
Yeah, well, again, we certainly expected that to happen, and then we knew Pepperdine came in missing a couple guys, one who's kind of the heart and soul of the team. So a rough team to bring for them, but to compete the way they did, again, for Coach Schachterly, I think that's a positive. Like you said, no loss, no loss is a good loss, but that's a positive for them, the way they competed. It looked like they were down and out in doubles. And Coach Denton, Coach O'Shea, I think so, at some point in time we're listening in, please go hit those guys for me. I mean, 5 up, come on. And then they let Val go sneak in as Alex said during the broadcast, steal the win from them. No, they didn't steal the win. Aguilar and Thompson gave it away. I mean, they were up 5-love. That you just, okay, you got away with it. You were probably going to win that match in singles anyway. don't come back tomorrow and do that against Baylor, boys. I mean, that's not going to be something you want to see there. But yeah, that's, as you mentioned, really good doubles there. Aguilar, Thompson, both number one doubles players. So, on teams in the past, that's going to be a really good doubles team. Singles, like you said, yeah, they get the wins where they need them. I'm a little concerned for the bottom of that lineup. Pepperdine, as we said, missing a couple guys, which arguably would tell you the guys playing 5 and 6 are probably more like 7 and 8. And they take first sets off of the A&M guys at 5 and 6. So, for Marson and Barney to drop first sets to those guys, that's a little concerning to me. That's certainly not going to fly against Baylor. They're not going to come out playing like that and win against Baylor. So they're going to need something there, another level. And it'll be interesting to see. I don't know that we'll see any lineup changes tomorrow, but should the same kind of thing happen tomorrow moving forward, yeah, that's 2 spots in the lineup, I think, that are open for rotation potentially during the year. The top 4 are solid.
So no lineup changes, let's assume, then tomorrow. Obviously, we've gotten the chance to see these teams in person now. I'm going to give you a mulligan, allow you the chance to change your pick for the Ann Arbor region. Heading into this Baylor A&M match, who you got? What's the match calculus?
I mean, I'm not changing my pick. You're not backing me off my pick. I have no idea how I get 4 points, but I'm sticking with the Aggies. Okay, so let me think. Good heavens, I have no idea how they beat them. I have no idea how they beat them in doubles. And if they don't beat them in doubles, how do they get 4? So with doubles, I'll say doubles. And I've said all along, the suspect part of that Baylor lineup, if you're going to, I won't say suspect, but just the most vulnerable part, if you're going to try to attack it, should be the top, right? They're super deep. So Boyton, who I don't think is a number one, I don't think he's the best player on the team. Certainly, that's a guy Val has to beat. Vachero's got to beat Boyton. Hadi and Soto, wow. 2 guys that really, they both compete so good. They both hit the ball so well, such good pace. I would love to watch that match, but I think that's another one that if I'm going to take the Aggies, I've got to see go my way. So that's Val at 1. That's Hadi at 2. Aguilar at 3 with La. Wow, another battle. Probably one of the matches I need to get. Although, with what we saw from Nick Stakowiak today, I think there's a chance that they could be susceptible at 4. So, so can Noah Schachter win that match? I think that's possible. But if they don't take doubles, I almost think it's got to be the top 4. Just because of what I saw from 5 and 6. If they can manage to take the doubles point and it's 3 of the 4, I'll go 1, 2, and then split 3 and 4. But I think that's the recipe for them. It's going to have to be in the top 4 for them, the way it looked today.
I think, and by the way, Bicknell 6-4 closes out his match against McDonald, but currently 3-0, Elliot Spizzeri, 3-love, however you want to say it, in the 3rd set at number 2. So Texas, upset alert now off in Austin. It's a 3-all match that comes down to number 8 Sam Riffis, number 120 Elliot Spizzeri. By the way, both guys appeared on the Cracked Interviews podcast this summer. So it's a battle for our Cracked Racquets fans' hearts as well. If you want to learn more about them, go check out those podcasts on our website. I'll take the Bears. Oh, I love Coach Denton too, though. But I'll take the Bears, and I think they take the doubles point. I think Boytown looked really good today, but Fenty was still able to come back. Vachero did not look great today, and he was still able to come back. I do think that's a tough spot. I mean, if A&M is going to win, it has to be, as you mentioned, probably those top 4. But I'll take Baylor in dubs in 4, 5, 6. Give me Furman. Give me actually, let me rephrase that. I'll take Baylor at 3, 5, and 6. Give me Sven Lott to knock off Aguilar in what should be a grind fest. That's the match that goes 3 hours. Give me Broom over Marson, I believe, for A&M, and then give me Furman over Barnaby Smith for A&M, and I think that's the recipe. I think it ends up around 4-1, 4-2 for the Bears. Last but not least, we want to talk about quickly some of the action in the other regions, and we'll do these a little bit faster because we weren't able to watch as much of that action. We did get to see UCLA in part one of the action. USC 4 straight set singles wins over Cal, that they did it without Drew Baird, that they did it without Govind Nanda, without Patrick Zaraj. Are we sleeping on UCLA?
I mean, compared to USC, no. But yeah, maybe for what they've got once they get the rest of the team back, yeah, we might be underselling what they've got a little bit.
I think we didn't consider them as close to a top 16 team as I probably should have. I don't want to speak for other people, but I did not. They are going to be in the mix. They always are for a top 16 flight, but they get a really dominant win over Cal. And then, again, by the way, 3-1 now, Spaziri over Rifus. So Rifus probably just down a single break of serve right now, worth noting. But that was the result in LA. Finally, the last region we have to talk about, the region in Fort Worth, Chris. TCU 5-0 victory over Denver. Not much to add there. They played without Pirelek. They played without Jirasek. They played without one other guy, Fernley, as well. Yeah, now we expected them to have a really tricky match against Wake Forest, and it feels worth noting before we talk about this was that Wake Forest played today without Barbatzer, without Henry Squire, without either Italian freshman, without Taha Badi. And they still almost won their match against Oklahoma, but ifs and buts only counts in, I was going to say close to only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? Is that the phrase? I was going to mix up my idioms there. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades because in the end it was Oklahoma upsetting the Demon Deacons to advance to tomorrow's final against TCU. Chris, your thoughts on the action we saw in Fort Worth, your preview tomorrow in what will be the first of probably 4 matchups between the Sooners and the Horned Frogs.
Yeah, I mean, definitely unfortunate that Wake was in the situation they were in. Oklahoma did what they had to do. It doesn't matter, doesn't matter why. You got to beat the team in front of you, and that's what Oklahoma did. But looking forward to tomorrow, I don't see any way, unless there's a reason that we're not seeing. If it's the lineup I saw today from TCU, I'll still say that TCU wins the match, but that's not a very comfortable one for them with no. One of the 3 played doubles, but the other 2 didn't play at all. So if you've got no Jirasek, no Paralek, no Jacob Fernley, I get a little worried about what might happen there. But they're not playing the A team from Wake Forest. They're playing Oklahoma. We've seen Oklahoma play this year. I believe it was Tennessee. It's not that same caliber. I think TCU is going to be okay and get out of that match regardless. But if you don't have your A game, they're a sneaky team, right? You got Van Emberg down at 3, has been higher in the lineup in the past. It's not, you definitely don't want to sleep on them, but I think TCU either way comes out of that match with the win and moves on. And it's really just a question of, do we see those other guys tomorrow or where are they?
A little disappointed we didn't get 15 minutes on Juan Martin there, Chris. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
To just talk about him.
The problem is I want to see, we finally get to see him play and there's no cameras.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like Dave Roditi teasing me. Like, oh, you've been asking to see him, Chris? I'm going to play him. There's just no cameras.
It wasn't actually him. He just put the name up there. Just to
that's the real joke. It was Jirasek, and I just don't know it.
Exactly. Yeah. So the joke's on you. But no, again, we are all really excited to see. We'll be following that match live here tomorrow. And of course, again, Chris, do you have tomorrow's schedule for all of our listeners?
I do not have it in front of me at the moment.
Okay, well then while you find that schedule, I want to talk a little bit about, again, what you listeners can expect tomorrow. We'll have those exact schedules for you viewers. Listeners, viewers, I'm in the podcast mindset because, of course, here at Cracked Racquets, we love our Cracked Racquets podcast, the Mini Break, the Great Shot podcast, the Inside Out podcast, the Sideline, and, of course, the Cracked Interviews podcast. You could find them all wherever you listen to your podcast or on our website, crackedrackets.com. Don't miss any of our episodes. It's going to be a really busy month of February. National Indoors for the men and women. ATP WTA play resuming in Australia. We've got the first first Grand Slam of the year. We're going to cover it all here at Cracked Racquets. We hope you all join us along for the ride. We also hope you all join us tomorrow as play continues across the country. As you heard, USC going to be taking on UNLV at 2 p.m. tomorrow. That's your match in LA. We have 2 regions in the book. We have 3 regions in the books, so 3 other regions in play tomorrow. Again, we've got LA, we've got Ann Arbor, which you'll be able to find here on this stream. Then we've also got the action down in Fort Worth, and the action beginning in Chapel Hill, as well as the UNC men kick off their campaign against Northwestern Duke, taking on South Carolina. Chris, you give me the thumbs up when you have those match times and you're ready. Thumb is up. Give them to me.
All right. So I think shout out here. I went to the one consolidated source. Go to College Tennis Today, Bobby Knight. Looks like he got updated for us without me digging them out myself. So we start, we've got in the North Carolina region, we start with South Carolina Duke at 10 a.m. Then at 10 a.m. we also get that Pepperdine Michigan match in the consolation. We get the 11 a.m. is the consolation with Denver and Wake Forest. We already talked about USC, so we'll see that. I guess that's going to be at 2 p.m. is what Coach Macy said. 2 p.m. for the USC match tomorrow, and that'll be the only match tomorrow there. 2 p.m. will also be the final in Michigan, so Baylor, Texas A&M, 2 p.m. And then we'll go to the final at TCU at 3 p.m. And that'll be it for the day then.
So we have 3 matches for you tomorrow here then on the stream. We're going to start things off at 10 a.m. because if you think we're not covering my Wolverines, you've got another thing coming. The Wolverines taking on Pepperdine. If I can't be there in person, we are going to be there spiritually. So our coverage going to begin again tomorrow morning at 9:45. So be here for that. I'm sure we will preview all of the day's action. We will continue until those 2 p.m. matches, and we will go through them as USC taking on UNLV. And then, of course, we've got our championship match in Ann Arbor, Baylor taking on Texas A&M. We will monitor the other matches across the course of the day as well. And we will let you know tomorrow whether we're going to be able to go on Monday or not to cover those USC matches. I can't imagine why we wouldn't be, but we'll have to look into exactly what we are going to do for that. So be on the lookout for that later. And of course, again, if you missed any of our coverage here throughout the day, we will recap it all on our podcast later next week. Be on the lookout for that. If you want to hear more about these days, I'm going to tweet out my daily recap after this at Great Shot Pod. You can follow Chris at College Tennis Ranks. Of course, a huge shout out and thank you to all of you who stayed with us here throughout the course of the day. We are now about to hit 9 p.m. So that means we have been live for about 11 hours here. I guess you take a little bit of break. So about 10 hours of coverage here today. And that's what we wanted. We wanted this sort of activity, this sort of thing to bring to all of you college tennis fans, because this is what Chris and I would, and I should throw in Matt Stakowiak would be doing this as well. And we would just be texting one another, and we'd have 37 different tabs open on our computer screens. And it's like, okay, I'm going to watch the Florida match. You watch Ohio State, you watch USC, and we'll have all of our bases covered. And it's like, we can do that all in one location here because of the incredible work of our super producer, Daniel Westoff, on the 1s and 2s, who, as always, should I swear like Thai Kwiatkowski did? He got to drop an F-bomb. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, I know. We've come so far. But as always, has a job to do. If you listen to the pods, you know what sort of job that is.
It's a heck of a job.
A truck of a job, Chris. A truck of a job.
Truck of an editing job.
Yeah, it's a semi-truck of a job to do. Shout out to him, as always, for being on the 1s and 2s. A huge thank you to Brett Macy, to Tim Russell, to Thai Kwiatkowski for joining us on this stream. We'll try and get some more guests for all of you tomorrow as well. A huge thank you to you, Chris Halliors, who, as always, I don't even have to ask. You just say, yep, what time? I'm there. We'll do it. So I want to hear final thoughts from you. And also, I promise this, so I do want to do this for any of our Middle Tennessee fans watching us here right now. And unfortunately, it seems like Ohio State's done for the night, too. They're not going to update their scoreboard, so it's tough to follow the updates on all 6. But your thoughts on this Iowa Middle Tennessee, and then your final thoughts on day 2 here of our Cracked Racquets Red Zone coverage.
Yeah, I mean, this Iowa Middle Tennessee match was really, this is, presumably why Jimmy chose to bring his team when they got the call up after Texas Tech pulled out. He knew coming in, taking on Ohio State was probably, not a match a Middle Tennessee is going to pull off over them, but the chance to go after an Iowa or a Virginia, and the fact that, probably thinking, and I spoke to him beforehand, that it would be Iowa, and that's a team that they can match up with, and they've already jumped out with the doubles point. They're up 1 point there. That's a great win. It's the kind of win that school needs. They're perennially right there on the cut line ranking wise for the NCAA tournament. So being able to get a match like this and get a win would be a huge win for them. After taking the Dubs point, I kind of like Middle Tennessee here. So I'll take the Blue Raiders in this match.
No, it's a good take. Given the rant I went on about the state of the Big Ten following this Ohio State loss, you got to pray, if you're a Big Ten slappy, that Iowa does not lose this match. But no, they have a match on their hands here, certainly. So, of course, some of you, and I know for a fact, we will stay up and continue to watch. I do want to give another update right now. Sam Riff is down 5-2. Still only one break of serve, but 5-2 down against Elliot Spizzirri. So at a minimum, Spizzirri going to have a chance to serve for the match. Upset brewing in Austin. That's where we're going to leave today's coverage. So again, a huge thank you to all of you who joined us throughout the day. I'll give another shout out to the super producer, Daniel Westoff. I'll give an additional shout out to the main men, Jamie McDonald, Dalton Thieneman, the other members of our Crack Brackets team who has as much to do with this as any of us here on the actual stream. A shout out to you, Chris Halioris, as well. And with that in mind, for my wonderful co-host, Chris Halioris, our super producer, Daniel West, all of us here at Crack Rackets. I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. We hope you enjoyed day 2 coverage of the 2021 ITA Kickoff weekend. We will be back here again at 9:45 a.m. tomorrow to kick off play in Ann Arbor. But for now, we hope you all rest up, and we will see you all tomorrow morning. Thanks, everyone.
Listen up, tennis fans. The new Tennis Channel Podcast Network takes you inside the sport like never before. With the top tennis podcasts all in one place. To subscribe, go to tennis.com/podcasts or visit your favorite podcast provider.
I was just trying to get through the courts, but Middle Tennessee, I'm looking, they're up 5-3 at 1, up 5-2 at 3. They got it. I don't know what's going on the other courts, but looks like they're beating them up. Yeah.
But right now it's start time. The amazing